The wind whipped across the bluff, rattling the dry, dead grass, as Lyra lay prone, her rifle braced against the ground. Through the scratched-up scope of the stolen Black Dawn rifle, she watched the rift flicker shut behind Draven's captain. The bastard looked exactly the same. Arrogant, confident, utterly oblivious. He carried himself like he owned this place, like he was untouchable. A smugness in his step, a total lack of urgency. He wasn't even glancing over his shoulder. No scouting, no paranoia, no idea what was about to hit him. Idiot. Behind him, shackled, stumbling, and looking utterly defeated. Argoz. Lyra almost didn't recognize her at first. The celestial gem was dead, the glow completely gone. The disguise was gone too. No more human form, just a goblin, smaller than she remembered, more fragile somehow. The wild defiance Argoz always carried with her was slipping, her shoulders hunched forward, her head low. She wasn't fighting back. She was done. Lyra adjusted her grip on the rifle, inhaled slow. The Black Dawn rifles were junk, not made for precision, not made for grace. But at 20 yards away, she wouldn't need precision. One shot to take him down, a second to make him suffer. She lined up the shot, exhaled, and pulled the trigger. Crack! The energy blast slammed into the back of the captain's left leg, sending him sprawling into the dirt. The paralysis effect kicked in instantly. He let out a strangled yell, arms flailing as his limbs locked up. Shock twisted across his face, confusion snapping to panic as he hit the ground hard. Lyra stepped from the shadows, rifle slung lazily over her shoulder. She smirked. Damn, I was aiming for your head. Before he could even register what was happening. Crack! A second shot to the other leg. The scream that tore from his throat made Lyra grin. He couldn't move, couldn't fight back. Just lay there in the dirt like the pathetic piece of trash he was. Argoz, still standing frozen beside him, stared in open shock. Her mouth parted slightly, but no words came out. Lyra tilted her head, glancing at her. Huh. Didn't expect to see me, huh? Argoz blinked, still processing. Her lips moved silently before she finally managed to whisper, How the hell are you alive? Lyra only smirked, kneeling beside the captain, gripping a fistful of his hair and yanking his head up. His eyes burned with fury as he met hers, recognition and rage clashing violently. You! He spat. She leaned in close, voice a low, amused whisper. Miss me? His body twitched, trying to move, but the paralysis had him locked in place. She sighed dramatically. You know, you really should have checked under the rubble after the portal explosion. Would have saved you a lot of trouble. His breathing was sharp and erratic now, his fury tangible, but Lyra had zero interest in letting him off easy. She planted her boot on his chest, leaning all her weight into it, making sure he felt every bit of his humiliation. She turned her head to Argoz. So, tell me, was Rose upset about my death? Argoz, still reeling, still wide-eyed, barely shook her head. Lyra sighed, as if disappointed. Yeah, probably not. She let her boot press just a little harder into the captain's ribs before finally stepping off. Then she reached down, yanked his communicator from his belt, and flicked it on. The signal was weak, but clear enough. She smirked, then spoke directly into it. Hey, Draven, you might want to send a cleanup crew. Your boy's having a rough day. The communicator crackled violently, a garbled voice responding with sharp demands, but Lyra didn't bother listening. She tossed it onto the captain's chest, watching with satisfaction as his eyes widened in pure rage. Nothing he could do, nothing he could say. He'd lost. Again. Lyra grinned as she grabbed Argoz's wrist, tugging her forward. You coming or what? They moved quickly through the trees, but Lyra could feel Argoz hesitating behind her. After a few minutes, Argoz finally stopped walking altogether. Lyra huffed, rolling her eyes as she turned back. What now? I can't keep running. Her voice was quiet. Lyra's smirk faded. This is all because of me, Argoz continued, shaking her head. If I just turn myself in, maybe it'll stop. Maybe... Lyra cut her off. Are you actually this stupid? Argos's head snapped up, eyes narrowing. Excuse me? You think Draven wants you? You think if you hand yourself over, all of this just goes away? Lyra took a step closer, eyes locked onto hers. Let me make something real clear. Draven doesn't give a damn about you. He wants your gem. That's it. Argos's expression faltered, but Lyra wasn't done. I've been watching, I've been listening. You know what I found? The Black Dawn has a research facility up north. It's where they're making those troopers and weapons. She stepped closer, voice sharp, deadly. But there's a problem. They're out of void stone. And guess what? She tapped Argos's chest, right where the gem used to glow. The only way they get more is through you. Argoz stiffened. You surrender and Draven wins. You want to be responsible for that? Silence. For the first time since she'd rescued her, Argoz truly looked shaken. Lyra smirked, giving her a light shove forward. Come on, Goblin, we've got work to do. Argoz groaned. I really hate that I owe you. Lyra laughed. Good. That makes us even. The distant echo of gunfire faded into the thick murk dust air as Lyra and Argoz pushed forward, deeper into the gnarled wilderness. The trees stood like twisted sentinels around them, gnarled branches reaching for the sky, their blackened bark reflecting the damage of past battles. But Lyra wasn't thinking about the landscape. She was thinking about the patrols, because they were closing in. Footsteps crashed through the underbrush behind them, voices barking orders. Lyra caught glimpses of torchlight weaving between the trunks, scattered shouts in Black Dawn dialect snapping through the trees. Fan out! Find them! She grabbed Argoz's arm, forcing them both down into a crouch behind a moss-covered rock. Stay low. Move when I move, Lyra whispered. Argoz shot her a glare. I know how to sneak through my own damn homeland, thanks. Lyra snorted. Oh, yeah? You were doing great in shackles back there. Argoz muttered something sharp in Goblin under her breath, but Lyra ignored her, already pulling the lockpicks from her belt. A few quick twists, a soft click, then the shackles dropped away, landing in the dirt with a dull clink. Argoz rubbed her wrists, flexing her fingers. Much better. Lyra smirked. Great! Now try not to get caught again. A shout rang out behind them too close. Boots thudded against the earth and torchlights swept toward their hiding spot. Lyra clenched her jaw. Time to move. They wove through the trees like ghosts, ducking between the thick roots of fallen trees, pressing against the darkened bark whenever they heard the crunch of footsteps too near. The patrols were fast but sloppy, grunts more accustomed to kicking indoors than actual tracking. But she wasn't alone now. She stole a glance at Argoz. The goblin was quicker without the shackles, slipping through the undergrowth with practiced ease. Her steps were quiet, movements sharp. Despite everything, despite how much time she had spent away from Murkdust, Argoz still knew this land better than anyone. Lyra tapped her shoulder, motioning ahead. Argoz hesitated. Lyra arched a brow. You want to get caught, or you want to be useful? A scowl crossed Argoz's face. Without another word, she adjusted course, weaving through a narrow game trail Lyra hadn't even noticed. Lyra smirked. Now they were getting somewhere. They moved fast, the shouts of the patrols fading behind them as Argoz led them through twisting half-forgotten paths. An hour passed, the sky shifting to an eerie shade of grey as the murk dust canopy choked out the light. Argoz finally slowed, coming to a stop near a thick hollowed-out tree. She rested a hand on its bark, breathing heavy. Lyra crossed her arms. Where are we going? Argoz hesitated, glancing at the surrounding trees. There's a place, an old safe house. I haven't used it in years, but I hope Draven never found it. Lyra arched a brow. And where exactly is this secret hideout? Argoz exhaled sharply, dragging a hand over her face. North. Lyra went still. North, she repeated. A slow grin spread across Lyra's face. Wouldn't happen to be anywhere near the old North Watch Fortress, would it? Argoz groaned, rubbing her temples. You have got to be kidding me. Lyra laughed, slinging her rifle over her shoulder. What can I say? Fate's a bitch. The night stretched over them like a smothering cloak, the thick murk-dust canopy choking out the last remnants of light. Lyra adjusted her grip on the rifle slung over her shoulder, trailing just behind Argoz as they moved through the overgrown paths. The patrols had fallen away, their voices lost to the deep, endless sprawl of the wilds, but Lyra didn't let herself relax. She never relaxed. Ahead, Argoz moved with purpose. She wasn't as fast as Lyra, too much time spent running instead of fighting, but she knew this land. The goblin cut through the dense thickets like a blade through cloth, finding paths no one else would think to look for. Lyra fell in beside her, stepping where she stepped. Where exactly is this safe house? She muttered. Argoz didn't look at her, eyes scanning the terrain ahead. About half a mile. Shouldn't be more than 20 minutes at this pace. Lyra glanced at the sky, or where the sky should have been, nothing but a wall of twisting black branches. No stars. No moon. It was like being swallowed whole. She rolled her shoulders. And you're sure it's still stocked? Argoz let out a sharp breath, irritation laced in every syllable. I don't leave things behind unless I have to. There should be food, weapons, supplies, unless Draven found it. Lyra snorted. Yeah, 'cause he's real good at finding things. Lyra smirked. Relax, Goblin. I'll do the shooting. You just focus on not getting lost. Argoz ignored her, picking up the pace. The forest shifted around them, darker, heavier. The deeper they went, the more Lyra could feel the weight of this place pressing against her chest. She didn't like it. It felt watched. They reached a craggy rock formation, half hidden by overgrown vines and thick tree roots. Argoz moved to the side, fingers brushing against the stone, feeling along the grooves, pulling away a few of the vines, revealing an old wooden door hidden beneath the overgrowth. She pressed her palm against it, muttering something under her breath. A faint clicking sound followed, then the door creaked open. They stepped inside. The safe house was smaller than Lyra expected. A single room carved into the rock, reinforced with old metal scraps and beams scavenged from the ruins. A few shelves lined the walls, dust-covered but still stocked with supplies. A table sat in the centre with a worn-out cot against the far corner. Argoz pulled out a canteen and took a long drink before handing one to Lyra. Not bad for a place that's been abandoned for years. Lyra took the canteen, sitting down at the table. Yeah, could be worse. Silence stretched between them for a moment, then Argoz slumped into a chair across from her, rubbing a hand down her face. I don't know what to do. Lyra tilted her head. About what? Argoz gave her a flat look. About all of this. Draven, the gem, the fact that I'm apparently the key to some grand master plan for world domination. Lyra leaned back in her chair, shaking her head. Listen, I've been watching things here. Draven's fortress is a wreck. The Black Dawn's running low on resources. Guess what they need to make more of them? Argoz didn't answer. Lyra tapped the table. Your gem. Argoz swallowed. I didn't ask for this. Lyra smirked. No one ever does. Argoz slumped back in her chair. I just wanted to be left alone. Lyra's expression softened slightly. Yeah, well, that ship sailed the moment you stole the gem. Draven's never going to stop hunting you. Argoz exhaled, rubbing her temples. So what do we do? Lyra pulled out the Black Dawn rifle she had taken off a fallen soldier days ago, setting it on the table between them. We don't run. Argoz eyed the weapon. You think we hit the research facility? Lyra nodded. We hit it. Hard. We figure out what the hell they're doing and burn it down before they can make more of those freaks. Argoz let out a dry laugh. Yeah? Just the two of us? Lyra grinned. I've pulled off worse. Argoz shook her head, but there was something different in her expression now. The weight of defeat had lessened. Just a little. Lyra leaned forward. We're not done yet, and if the pack is coming back, I want them to find Draven's empire burning when they do. Argoz stared at her for a long moment, then nodded. Fine. but we need more supplies. More weapons. Lyra smirked. Then we better start stealing. Argoz pulled out a map, unrolling it on the ground. The parchment was old, worn but still legible. She traced a spot with her finger, eyes narrowing. "We're still a decent distance from the Northwatch fortress," she said. Lyra crouched beside her, gaze flicking over the map. Lyra grinned. "Sounds perfect." Lyra shrugged. "It's not every day you get to kick Draven in the teeth. Seems like a good opportunity." Argoz shook her head, muttering under her breath. Lyra tapped the map, smirk still in place. "So, what's the plan, Goblin?" Argoz dropped onto a worn fur mat in the corner of the cavern, rolling her shoulders with an exhausted grunt. Lyra remained crouched near the map, eyes flicking between the faded parchment and the dim entrance. "All right," Lyra muttered. "We've got supplies. We're out of immediate danger. Now what?" Argoz stretched out her legs, reaching for one of the ration packs she had stashed long ago. She tore it open with her teeth, tossing a dried meat strip into her mouth before responding. "We rest," she said through a mouthful of food. Lyra blinked. "Rest?" Argoz gave her a look. "You know, that thing people do when they haven't slept in who knows how long. Might have heard of it." Lyra snorted. "Cute." Argoz leaned back against the cavern wall, closing her eyes for a moment. "Look, we've been running for hours. We put enough distance between us and the patrols. Even if they were looking in this area, they wouldn't find this place unless they knew exactly where to search." She gestured toward the crates. "This safe house has been here longer than some of Draven's grunts have been alive. It's hidden, stocked, and far enough from the Black Dawn facility that we aren't sitting ducks. We're in the best position we've had since this all started." Lyra sat back on her heels, considering. Argoz had a point. They were safe, for now. That was an unfamiliar feeling. Lyra had been on edge for days, maybe even weeks. Ever since the portal explosion, it had been nothing but running, hiding, fighting, planning. Her body ached, her mind buzzed, her ribs still protested from the last brawl she'd been in. Rest wasn't a luxury. It was a necessity. She sighed, rubbing a hand over her face. "Fine, but only for a few hours. Then we start figuring out our next move." Argoz raised a lazy hand in agreement, already stretching out her limbs. Lyra rolled her shoulders before reaching for one of the ration packs. She opened it, took a bite, then immediately grimaced. Argoz cracked an eye open. "What?" Lyra chewed slowly, the dried food turning into tasteless dust in her mouth. "This tastes like absolute trash." Argoz let out a dry chuckle. "Yeah, well, beggars can't be choosers." Lyra gave her a deadpan look. "I feel like I deserve better than this." Argoz smirked, tossing another strip of dried meat at her. "You deserve a lot of things. This is what you get." Lyra huffed, leaning back against the wall, finally letting herself sink into the moment. For the first time in what felt like forever, there was no immediate danger. No gunfire, no shouting, no magic explosions ripping apart the air. Just silence, just breathing. Lyra didn't relax completely, she never did. But as she sat there, the faint crackle of the torchlight casting soft shadows against the stone, she allowed herself the rarest thing of all. A moment of peace. Gunnar sat alone in his office, the remnants of his collapsed table still scattered across the floor. 2 days. It had been 2 days since the attack and he hadn't stopped moving, hadn't let himself stop. The reports were the same no matter how many times he read them. Lives lost, defences strained, ammunition low. A victory on paper, but in reality, it was just a pause before the next fight. His cybernetic fingers tapped against the armrest of his chair, the quiet metallic clicks the only sound in the room. Then, a knock. He didn't answer. Didn't need to. The door opened anyway. Clara and Desara stepped inside, moving with the kind of efficiency that meant they weren't here for small talk. Clara Phelan, the female alpha of Echo Division, his second in command for the Elven detachment. She looked like she hadn't stopped working since the battle ended. her hair still pulled back in a tight braid, her posture rigid, exhaustion barely hidden behind her sharp hazel eyes. Desera, operations officer, sniper, always the professional, always prepared. She was already flipping through a datapad as she walked, ready to deliver her report with military precision. Neither woman commented on the destroyed table. Smart. Clara got straight to the point. 11 reinforcements are established, patrols set, security tightened around the portal and the perimeter. Desera followed up without missing a beat. Alfheim's artisans have arrived. They spent the last 24 hours setting up their workshop. They're officially operational as of this morning. Gunnar exhaled through his nose, nodding. Finally, some progress. Good, he said, voice rough from lack of sleep. What about Eli? Desera tapped the datapad. Worked overtime analysing the gear we recovered. She's got a full breakdown of the Black Dawn rifle, plus some other surprises. She'll want to brief you directly. Gunnar leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Surprises? Desera's lips pressed into a thin line. Not the kind you'll like. Of course not, because nothing was ever simple. Clara crossed her arms. She's waiting in the war room whenever you're ready. Gunnar let out a slow breath. He wasn't ready, but that didn't matter. He pushed himself to his feet, the chair groaning under the shift in weight. His cybernetic arm flexed instinctively, the metal shifting as his fingers curled into a fist. Let's go, he said. Clara and Desera stepped aside as he moved toward the door. Gunnar walked into the war room, his cybernetic fingers flexing absently as he took in the scene. The room was still in a state of recovery. Scorch marks marred the walls, the faint scent of burnt electronics still lingering in the air. Tables had been replaced, but the room's usual sharp efficiency had been disrupted. The attack had left its mark. At the center of the chaos stood Eli. Dressed in her usual blend of tactical gear and technomancer enhancements, she was completely in her element, barking orders at Homeland Security technicians while simultaneously reviewing data on multiple floating screens. Beside her, standing with silent, disciplined patience, was Alatheris, the lead elven artisan from Alfheim. Gunnar's gaze flicked between the two. Eli, a whirlwind of efficiency and sharp intellect. Alatheris, calm, methodical, carrying the quiet authority of a master craftsman. Desera muttered under her breath. They've been like this for hours. Clara let out a short breath. Figures. Eli barely glanced up as they entered, already flipping through a holographic display. Finally, you took long enough. Gunnar exhaled. Eli. She gestured toward the Homeland Security techs. They're rebuilding the war room's systems. I'm overseeing it because, let's be honest, you don't trust government techs not to bug the place. Gunnar grunted. She wasn't wrong. She swiped the screen aside, turning her full attention to him. More importantly, she continued, we have intel on the Black Dawn rifle and the gear we recovered. Alatheris inclined his head. It is troubling, he admitted, his voice carrying the quiet weight of experience. A fusion of magic and technology unlike anything I have seen. Gunnar crossed his arms. Go on. Eli nodded, gesturing toward the screens. Schematics appeared, glowing blue in the dim light. Let's start with the rifle, she said. It's not just enchanted, it's powered, runs off a modified crystal system, not unlike what the elves use in their weapons, except weaponized for sustained energy discharge. Alatheris frowned. A crude and volatile application of arcane engineering, Eli continued. It's the same principle as a wand, but turned into a sustained fire weapon. The crystal core allows the rifle to pierce armor and disrupt neurological functions. That's why Shade went down so hard when he was hit. It didn't just wound him, it disrupted his nervous system, locked up his muscles. Gunnar's eye narrowed. And the duration? Eli brought up another screen. We timed it. Roughly an hour before motor function starts returning. Desera let out a low whistle. That explains why the super troopers are such a problem. They're not just strong, they can disable us before we even land a hit. Gunnar exhaled slowly. That changed things. Alatharis stepped forward. That is not all. The construction of these weapons suggests that the Black Dawn has been experimenting with more than just voidstone. They are actively trying to replicate elven and fey craftsmanship. Clora's expression darkened. Meaning? Alatharis's voice remained steady, but the weight of his words hung in the air. They are trying to build their own enchanted army. The room fell silent. Gunnar's jaw tightened. The Black Dawn wasn't just collecting magic. They were learning how to make their own. He turned back to Eli. Tell me you have something we can use. She grinned, wicked and sharp. Oh, I've got plenty. You want the good news or the bad news first? Gunnar exhaled sharply, his patience already worn thin, his eye locked onto Eli. Just give it to me. Eli smirked but didn't push her luck. She swiped a hand through the air, shifting the screens to display more schematics. All right, she said, let's start with the bad news. She gestured toward one of the displays. A holographic image of the Black Dawn rifle rotated slowly, pulsing with energy. These weapons? They're not one-offs. Gunnar's hands clenched into fists. Eli continued. The rifle we recovered was hand-modified, but the craftsmanship is advanced. Too advanced. That means they've been mass-producing these somewhere. An actual facility, not just one or two guys in a cave with a workbench. Alatharis nodded solemnly. If they have reached this level of refinement, it is safe to assume they have more. Many more. Clora muttered a curse under her breath. Desera exhaled sharply. So, we're about to be severely outgunned. Eli smirked grimly. That's not even the worst part. Gunnar's gaze snapped back to her. There's worse. She flicked her wrist, and the display changed, now showing biometric scans, magical energy readings, and what looked like a breakdown of the Black Dawn troopers themselves. This is what I found in the super troopers' blood. The room went silent. Gunnar's expression darkened. Eli nodded. Well, this is Voidstone 2.0. Alatharis's brow furrowed. You are saying they have improved it? Eli's expression turned grim. More than improved it, they stabilized it. The concentration in these soldiers is 50 times stronger than the first version we encountered. It's not breaking down. It's permanent. The realization hit like a hammer. Ravina's original drug had been powerful but flawed. It degraded. It could be purged. Not anymore. They aren't just enhanced, Eli continued. They're converted. Once they've been injected, there's no going back. No detox. No cure. They're permanent weapons. Alatharis's face was unreadable. This is monstrous. Gunnar exhaled slowly, his muscles coiled with barely restrained fury. Tell me you have something we can use, Eli. Eli finally grinned. That's where the good news comes in. She flicked her wrist and the display shifted again. This? She gestured at the screen. This is their mistake. The room leaned in. Eli's violet eyes gleamed as she spoke. They stabilized the drug, yeah, but in doing so they introduced a flaw. Gunnar arched a brow. Go on. They had to reinforce the body's ability to process the voidstone infusion, Eli explained, meaning they made them dependent on it. Clora caught on first. They need a constant supply, Gunnar exhaled. So, we cut off the supply chain. Eli nodded. Exactly. If we find where they're manufacturing this stuff, we don't just hurt them, we cripple them. The room went silent again, but this time it was different. Before, it had been the weight of defeat. Now, it was the slow, steady hum of a plan forming. Gunnar straightened, his stance shifting from exhausted to determined. Then we find the source, he said, voice low, firm. And we burn it to the ground. Sophia stalked through the workshop, her stride purposeful, her expression unreadable. She had brushed past the elven sentries at the entrance without a word, ignoring the curious glances from the pack members moving around the facility. This was Gunner's domain, his territory. But today, she was here to take something from him. She reached his office door and didn't bother knocking. Instead, she twisted the handle, shoved it open, and stepped inside. Gunner sat behind a cheap fold-up table, his third one this week, after shattering the last two. Reports, maps, and a half-empty coffee cup littered the surface. He didn't look up, didn't acknowledge her. She stepped inside, closing the door, locking it. "We need to talk." Silence. Gunner reached for his coffee, took a slow sip, and set it back down with deliberate care. The fact that it was cold didn't matter. Finally, he leaned back in his chair, his cybernetic fingers flexing against the armrest. "Yeah, we do." She crossed the room, standing across from him, no barriers, no desk between them. "The President signed the order this morning," she said. "Echo Division is officially moving under my command at Homeland Security. It's done, Gunner. No debate." The tension in the room shifted. His cybernetic fingers curled into a slow, deliberate fist, the servos humming softly as metal met flesh. "You already signed it?" His voice was too calm. Sophia nodded. "I did." For a long moment he didn't move, didn't blink. Then, in one slow, measured movement, he leaned forward, planting both hands on the table. "Then let me tell you how this is going to go. Echo Division? Fine, take it, but you're not taking the pack." Sophia's nostrils flared, but she kept her voice steady. "You can't just separate yourself from this war, Gunner." He laughed, short and humorless. "This war came to my doorstep, and you're telling me to hand my people over to politicians? This isn't about control. It's about survival," Sophia snapped, stepping closer. "You've seen the reports. Military sites worldwide are being hit. We are under attack, and Echo Division is the only force that can fight this at scale. Then you better be damn sure you can win it without us." Her eyes flashed with frustration. "Gunner, this isn't a choice." "The hell it isn't," he fired back. His voice was sharp now, dangerous. "The pack is mine. The workshop is mine. We don't answer to anyone." Sophia exhaled sharply. She had expected pushback, but this was worse. "You think I'm doing this to control you?" she demanded. "This isn't about orders. This is about the fact that we are losing ground every damn day. The Black Dawn isn't just an Earth problem anymore. It's everywhere. We need reinforcements, we need intel, and we need Echo Division operating at full strength." Gunner's stare didn't waver. "And yet you still haven't found your mole." Silence. That hit hard. Sophia clenched her jaw. "We're closing in." "Closing in?" he scoffed. "That was the excuse last time too. Trinity was in your house for how long before you caught her? And now you want to pull Echo Division under you when you don't even know who the hell is feeding intel to our enemies?" That was a direct hit, and they both knew it. Sophia's nostrils flared, but she didn't deny it. "The difference now," she said evenly, "is that I'm not letting it happen again." Gunner held her gaze for a long moment. Then slowly he leaned back, exhaled, and gave the tiniest smirk. "Then let me make this real simple for you. You get Echo Division, the facility, the reinforcements, the funding, all of it." Sophia narrowed her eyes. "But the pack is mine." Sophia didn't answer immediately. She wasn't sure she liked where this was going. "We are done taking orders. The workshop is pack territory. No oversight, no chains, no bureaucratic bullshit. You need us, you ask. We are allies, not assets." Her jaw tightened. "And if I say no? Then you'll get your Echo Division, but you'll fight this war without us." Sophia inhaled deeply, calculating. She could fight this. She could push back harder. But she knew Gunner. She wasn't going to win by bulldozing him. "Fine," she said finally. Gunner didn't look satisfied. "One more thing," he said. "Reagan takes command of Echo Division." That caught her off guard. "You're picking my commander now?" No, Gunnar said. I'm making sure the job doesn't go to some homeland lapdog who has no idea what the hell they're walking into. I trust Reagan. You need someone who understands how we fight, who's been here since the start. Sophia considered it. Reagan is already high on my list. Then move her to the top. Another long silence. Then, finally, Sophia nodded. Done. Sophia exhaled and took a step back. Echo Division is mine. The pack is yours. The workshop is untouchable. No oversight, no interference. Gunnar gave a slow nod. But when I need the pack, Gunnar, I expect you to answer the call. A long silence stretched between them. Finally, Gunnar's lips curled into something not quite a smile. I guess we'll see, won't we? Gunnar stood at the head of the war room table, his single blue eye scanning the assembled faces. The weight of what had just transpired with Sophia still hung heavy on his shoulders, but he wasn't about to let that show. Not here. Not now. The room was packed. The pack. The remnants of Echo Division. Rose's crew. Even the elves stood along the edges, arms crossed, silent sentinels to a discussion that would shape everything moving forward. The tension was thick. Everyone knew something had gone down. Gunnar exhaled through his nose, gripping the edge of the table. We're no longer part of Echo Division. Dead silence. The statement hit like a gunshot. He let it sink in. Let them process it. Then he laid it out, blunt and sharp. Homeland Security is moving in. Echo Division is now under their control. Sophia gave me the order straight from the top. POTUS himself. Reagan is taking command. This facility belongs to Homeland now. A sharp scoff from Bianca. Just like that? Just like that. Bianca shook her head, arms crossed, tension coiling in her frame. You've got to be freaking kidding me. Gunnar's gaze snapped to her, sharp as a blade. Do I look like I'm kidding? The room stayed silent. Then Darren, leaning against the far wall, arms crossed, spoke up. So what about us? Where does that leave the pack? Gunnar's grip tightened on the table, but his voice was steady. We're out. Completely independent. The pack will operate from the workshop. Echo Division and Homeland run the facility, but we don't answer to them. We'll work with them when needed. But we stand alone. The words were final. There was no room for argument. But that didn't mean the questions stopped. Right. Great. Love that for us, Darren drawled, pushing off the wall. So, just to clarify, I don't take orders from Reagan, but I also don't technically count as pack. Which means I'm just here. Gunnar exhaled slowly. You're not pack, but you've got the pack's respect. Darren nodded, considering that. Good enough for me. He leaned back against the wall again, content with the answer. But Shade? Shade didn't move. His gaze flicked toward Katrina. And me? Katrina turned her head slightly, her voice even. You stand with me. Like always. Shade gave a sharp nod. No hesitation. That was settled. Bianca, still fuming, wasn't done. So what happens when the next attack comes? You think Homeland's gonna have our backs? Desera, ever the strategist, leaned forward. Are we even keeping shared comms? Or is this a full break? Gunnar sighed. We're not enemies. We're still allies. But the pack moves on our own terms. We keep comms. The pack doesn't answer to Echo, but if we need backup, we'll have it. Same goes for Echo. If shit hits the fan, they'll call. We pick up. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. From the back of the room, Rose was silent, watching, until she wasn't. Yeah, that's all great, she said, stepping forward. But I want to know when I'm getting access to a damn portal. Gunnar turned his attention to her, his expression hardening. You know the answer. Her jaw clenched. I know the answer I don't like, she shot back. She needed into Draven's network. She needed to find where he had taken Argoz. And that meant access to a portal. I'm talking to Eliana, Gunnar said, but I'm not risking our only stable portal for something half-baked. Rose scoffed, anger flickering behind her eyes. Half-baked? This is our shot at taking him down from the inside. I don't need a lecture, I need an access point. Gunner's stare was unyielding. You'll get it when I say it's time, not before. Rose's hands curled into fists at her sides. Bianca glanced at Desera, muttering, "Oh, here we go." But before Rose could fire back, Clara's voice cut through the tension. "We will discuss this soon," she said. That settled it. For now. "That's it. We're done here. You all know where you stand. Get to work." One by one, they filed out. Some with questions still lingering on their tongues. Some with anger burning just beneath the surface. Some with resignation in their eyes. The war room was emptying, but Rose wasn't moving. She stood near the entrance, arms crossed so tight it looked like she was physically holding herself back. Her anger was palpable, simmering just beneath the surface, waiting for an outlet. Gunner didn't look up right away. He didn't need to. He could feel it, the tension in the air, the heat rolling off her in waves. Finally he exhaled, slow and measured. "You're pissed." A sharp laugh escaped Rose's lips, low and humorless. "Pissed? No, Gunner. Pissed was 10 minutes ago. Now, I'm fucking livid." She started toward him, boots hitting the floor hard. "You're making a mistake." Gunner finally met her gaze, expression unreadable. "I don't make mistakes." Rose's scoff was sharp. "Oh, bullshit. You don't trust me enough to give me access to a portal, but you're willing to sit here twiddling your damn thumbs while Draven plays puppet master." His eye narrowed. "I trust you. I don't trust your emotions right now." Wrong move. Rose's temper flared, her fists clenching at her sides as her magic crackled along her knuckles. "You don't trust my emotions," she seethed. "That's rich, coming from the guy who threw a damn desk across a room yesterday." Gunner's jaw locked. "I will get you a portal, on my terms, not yours." Rose stepped in closer, too close, her presence electric. "Then you better do it fast, because if you think I'm just going to sit around waiting while Argoz is out there..." She snapped. Her fist slammed into the nearest object, one of Eli's newly repaired monitors. The screen exploded in a shower of sparks, the glass cracking beneath her knuckles. Gunner didn't even flinch. Instead, he exhaled, slow and controlled. "Feel better?" Rose flexed her hand, barely containing her fury. "A little." Gunner nodded once. "Good. Now get the hell out of my war room." She stormed out, footsteps echoing like gunfire. Near the doorway, Eliana stood silently. She had arrived just in time to witness the final moments, the shattered monitor, the fire in Rose's eyes, the exhaustion in Gunner's. She did not speak right away. She waited. She watched as Darren, lounging casually outside, raised an eyebrow as Rose stormed past him. "Damn, 1 monitor. Could have been 2. I give it a 7 out of 10. Rose flipped him off without breaking stride. Darren grinned, then turned back toward the war room. "So, Cap," he drawled, stepping inside. "Just checking, when exactly do we start investing in destruction-proof furniture?" Gunner just stared at him. Darren lifted his hands, backing up. All right. I'll leave you to your brooding." He was gone before he could get thrown out. Only then did Eliana step forward, her presence calm but heavy. She moved past the broken monitor, past the lingering heat in the air from Rose's fire magic. Gunner exhaled through his nose, rubbing his temples. "If you're here to tell me I handled that poorly, save it." "No," Eliana said softly. "I am here to ask if you are all right." He let out a sharp breath, half laugh, half frustration. "Do I look all right?" Her gaze didn't waver. "No," she admitted. "You look like a man who is trying to hold too many burdens alone." Gunner ran a hand down his face, exhaustion seeping into his movements. "Someone's got to... And yet you are not alone." She let the words linger between them. For a moment, Gunner said nothing. He just stood there, surrounded by the wreckage of another day, another fight, another battle he couldn't afford to lose. Finally, he met her gaze. "What did you need, Eliana?" She didn't answer right away. Because right now, she wasn't entirely sure if he was asking her, or if he was finally admitting that he needed help. He exhaled slowly, running a hand down his face. She didn't speak immediately, just watching him, her piercing blue eyes unreadable. He let out a sharp breath, shaking his head. I assume you have thoughts. I always have thoughts, Gunnar, she said evenly. But first, I have a question. He raised a brow but said nothing. Did you do this because you believe it was the right call? She asked. Or because you're tired of being ordered around? His eye snapped to hers. That was a low hit, and she knew it. What does it matter? He muttered. It matters because I need to know if the man I trust is making decisions based on strategy or anger. The words hung between them. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Gunnar exhaled, tilting his head back slightly. It was the right call. Eliana didn't look convinced, but she didn't push. The High Council won't approve of this, she warned. Do I look like I care? You should, he scoffed, shaking his head. If they pull out, then they pull out. She studied him, her gaze sharp. Then, finally, she sighed. Number they won't, because I won't let them. His gaze flicked back to hers, surprised. For the first time in her long life, Eliana had made a choice based on what she believed was right, not what she was told to do. And now she had to own it. Alfheim will not serve Homeland Security, she stated. I know. But we will serve you. The words held weight. Gunnar nodded once. Then let's make sure everyone else is on the same page. The war room was filled. Sophia sat across from Gunnar, arms crossed, her sharp gaze locked onto him. Reagan was beside her, looking equally unimpressed. Eliana took her seat beside Gunnar, her posture straight and unreadable. Darren slouched at the edge of the table, arms folded, eyes flicking between the power players like he was watching a match about to explode. Clara sat next to Gunnar, silent but alert. The wolves were in the room too. Omega sat beside Clara's chair, ears perked, eyes sharp. Alpha lounged at Gunnar's feet, watching everything. Beta was positioned near the door, silent but alert. Sophia exhaled. All right, Gunnar. You wanted this meeting. Talk. He leaned forward, placing both hands on the table. The pack is out of Echo Division. Alfheim will not work under Homeland, but we are still in this war. And if Echo Division wants to be properly armed, you're going to have to work with us. Sophia leaned back, unimpressed. I knew you were going to pull this shit. Reagan frowned. You're saying Echo has to buy its weapons from you now? You need enchanted weapons. The pack makes them. Alfheim forges them. You want them. You pay for them. That's how this works. Sophia's jaw tensed. And if we say no? Eliana spoke before Gunnar could. Then Alfheim leaves. The words hit like a hammer. Silence stretched across the table. Reagan shifted uncomfortably, glancing between them. Sophia's lips pressed into a thin line. She knew when she was being backed into a corner. Fine, she muttered. But I want oversight. Someone from Echo Division needs direct access to your operation. Gunnar's expression darkened. Not happening? We need someone on the inside, Gunnar. You have one. The room shifted slightly as all eyes turned to Clara. Clara hadn't moved. Reagan frowned slightly. With all due respect. That's where it all went wrong. She's not a trained warrior. The room went still. Omega's ears flicked, his eyes darkened. A deep, warning growl built in his chest. Clara froze. Then, slowly, her breathing changed. Her pupils dilated. Her heart slowed. Blood rage. Her voice was quiet but dangerous. Not a warrior? She stood abruptly. The chair scraped against the floor. Omega rose with her, his muscles coiled, his stance low. But his movements were not his own. They were Clara's. For the first time since the merge, they were slipping again. Reagan's expression shifted, from frustration to unease. Darren, who had been slouching, suddenly sat up. "A gun?" Gunnar knew immediately. This was bad. He stood, slow and careful. Alpha moved with him. Clara. His voice was low, commanding. "Stand! Down!" Omega growled, but stopped, Clara's fists clenched, shaking. Her entire body was tense, barely controlled. She wasn't fully merging, but she was damn close. For a long, breathless moment, no one moved. Finally. Clara exhaled sharply and sat down. Omega followed. Sophia cleared her throat. "Right. South. That happened." Darren, ever the idiot, muttered. "Well, that went well." No one laughed. Reagan exhaled, choosing her next words carefully. "I meant no disrespect," she said evenly. Clara didn't look at her. She was still breathing heavily. Gunnar took note of everything. She wasn't okay. She hadn't processed the merge, and it was eating her alive. He needed to talk to her, soon. The room was thick with tension. Clara had settled back into her chair, but the energy around her hadn't faded. The wolves still watched. Omega's ears flicked at every slight movement. Alpha sat alert beside Gunnar, tail flicking, eyes sharp. Sophia, ever the hardened agent, rubbed her temples, clearly over this conversation. "Fine." Her voice was tight. "Clara represents Alfheim. Echo will get its weapons. Homeland will provide land." She paused. "But I'm not signing off on a blank check, Gunnar. I need more than just promises." That was the moment everything shifted. Gunnar leaned forward, placing both hands on the table. His voice was low, steady, and absolute. "You don't have a choice, Sophia?" Her eyes flicked up to his, a challenge burning there. "Oh, I always have a choice." Eliana's voice cut through the tension like steel. "So does the pack." All eyes turned to her. She didn't flinch. "If Homeland isn't willing to meet us in the middle, then the pack can simply relocate to Alfheim. There they will be safe. There they will be supplied. And there they will have allies who won't hesitate to act when the time comes." Silence. Sophia's jaw clenched. She knew Eliana wasn't bluffing. If the pack left Earth entirely, that meant no enchanted weapons, no 11 forces, no supernatural firepower for Echo Division. Sophia was cornered. Again. Darren, who had been sitting with his arms folded, finally uncrossed them. All right. Let's stop measuring whose kingdom is bigger and talk solutions." Gunnar shot him a look, but Darren ignored it. He turned towards Sophia, leaning back in his chair like this wasn't a powder keg about to explode. "Look, Echo needs resources. The pack needs space. Homeland has land. The pack has the weapons. It's a trade, plain and simple." Sophia exhaled sharply, rubbing her temples. "And what does this trade look like exactly?" Gunnar laid it out. "Echo Division will receive weapons and ammunition, but instead of paying in money, Homeland will provide resources, materials, logistics, intelligence. Homeland will provide 500 acres for the pack's base of operations. Alfheim forces will remain on Earth, but will not be under Homeland's command. They will answer to Gunnar and Clara. Echo Division gets access to enchanted gear but must work through Gunnar for distribution." Sophia exhaled. "That's not a small ask." Darren shrugged. "Neither is asking Gunnar to trust the US government again." Sophia tapped her fingers against the table. She knew she had no choice. "Fine," she muttered. "But if I'm giving up 500 acres of federal land, then I'm sending my engineers to build on it." That caught Gunnar's attention. "You want to send Homeland Security into pack territory?" "Not Homeland. Army Corps of Engineers." Sophia exhaled. Gunnar studied her carefully. He didn't like working with the military, but he wasn't an idiot. They needed the support. Gunnar's voice was firm. "The land is ours. Your engineers get in, build, and get out. They don't stay. They don't interfere. And Echo Division gets access to our weapons, but only through me." Sophia sighed. "Agreed." Eliana folded her arms. "Then it's settled." Sophia met Gunner's eye, her gaze sharp. "This is the last time you get to dictate terms to me." Gunner didn't smile. "We'll see." The war room had finally cleared out. Sophia and Reagan had left. Eliana had lingered only a moment longer before giving Gunner a knowing look and departing. The wolves were gone except Alpha, who sat beside Gunner's chair, his piercing blue eyes watching him. Darren, arms folded, leaned against the table, watching Gunner process everything. "You gonna sit there brooding all day, or are we actually gonna talk about this circus you just built?" Gunner exhaled, shaking his head. "You're taking point on the engineers?" Darren's brows lifted. "Oh, hell no. The last time I dealt with a bunch of uniformed bureaucrats, I retired." Gunner wasn't amused. "You know how the army works, Sergeant Major. You know how these guys operate. I need someone who won't let them screw us over." Darren let out a sharp laugh. "So you're telling me I gotta play babysitter for a bunch of base builders?" Gunner's expression darkened. "No, I'm telling you to make sure they do it right. They're setting up a base X, where the fighting happened in front of the workshop. That land is ours now, and I want it fortified. That means command structures, supply zones, vehicle maintenance, and defences." Darren ran a hand through his hair, considering. "All right, let me get this straight. You want me to take charge of an entire engineer battalion, make sure they don't screw us over, and build a fully functional forward operating base in Pact territory, without pissing anyone off?" Gunner just stared at him. Darren sighed. "Right. Should have led with that. Consider it done." The night air was cool, the scent of damp earth and pine hanging heavy in the air as Gunner stepped out of the workshop. His cybernetic fingers flexed at his side, tension still rolling through his body. The meeting had been a battlefield of words, but that wasn't what was weighing on him now. He had seen it, the moment her control slipped. The blood rage, the overwhelming instinct to destroy. He knew that feeling all too well. He had lived it, and he hadn't done a damn thing to help her. With a slow breath, he started toward the tree line. The night air was cool, the scent of damp earth and pine hanging heavy in the air as Gunner stepped out of the workshop. His cybernetic fingers flexed at his side, tension still rolling through his body. The meeting had been a battlefield of words, but that wasn't what was weighing on him now. It was Clara. He had seen it, the moment her control slipped, the blood rage, the overwhelming instinct to destroy. He knew that feeling all too well. He had lived it, and he hadn't done a damn thing to help her. That sat heavy on him now. With a slow breath, he started toward the tree line. He stopped a few feet from Clara. "Mind if I sit?" She didn't answer right away. Then, slowly, she nodded. He lowered himself onto the log beside her, resting his arms on his knees. For a long moment, they just sat in silence. Omega let out a low breath, shifting slightly against Clara's leg. She reached down, running her fingers through his fur, but Gunner could see the tension in her shoulders. She was still wound tight. "I saw what happened in the meeting," he said finally. "It was nothing," she muttered. Gunner huffed a quiet laugh. "Bullshit." Her jaw clenched. "I had it under control." "Did you—" Clara's fingers tightened in Omega's fur. She exhaled sharply, shaking her head. She didn't have an answer. Gunner leaned forward slightly. "I know what it's like, Clara." That made her glance at him. "The rage," he continued, voice low. "The way it takes over, the way it makes you feel unstoppable, the way it makes you feel like you have to keep going because if you stop, you'll break." Because he was right, because he understood. "I had control," she said, "but it was weaker now." Gunner shook his head. "You barely did. And next time, it might not be there at all." Her breathing was steady, but her pulse in her neck told a different story. "It was the first time," she muttered. "I wasn't ready." He nodded. "Neither was I." That caught her off guard. "The first time I merged with Alpha," Gunner said, looking straight ahead, "it almost destroyed me." Clara didn't say anything. She just listened. "I thought I could control it. I thought I was strong enough. but I didn't know what I was dealing with. His fingers flexed slightly. The instincts were stronger than mine, the rage was stronger than mine, and I nearly lost myself to it. Clara exhaled slowly. How did you stop? Gunnar turned his head toward her. I didn't. Her breath hitched slightly. Alpha did. Clara's gaze dropped to Omega. The massive wolf lay beside her, watching Gunnar with knowing eyes. They balance us, Gunnar said, nodding toward Omega. That's the only reason I came back from it, and the only reason you did too. Clara exhaled sharply, looking away. I don't want to lose myself to it, she admitted. Her voice was quieter now. Gunnar's voice was firm. Then you have to own it. You have to train with it. You have to understand it, because next time you won't have the luxury of learning in the moment. Clara swallowed hard, but she nodded. She knew he was right. Omega shifted, pressing his head against her leg again. She reached down, running her fingers through his fur. Gunnar stood, exhaling. You'll be all right, Clara. His voice was quieter now, but steady. You're one of us, and we don't lose our own. She glanced up at him, her expression unreadable. Then, slowly, she nodded. This wasn't over, but it was a start. The tension had finally settled, though not completely. It was a start. He gave her a final nod, then turned toward Eliana, who had been standing nearby the entire time. She had let him handle it, let them handle it, but he could tell she had thoughts. She always did. Gunnar exhaled, rolling his shoulders. I need you to arrange a meeting with the High Council. Gunnar gave a humorless chuckle. Oh, I'd rather slam my head into a wall. But it needs to happen. Gunnar flexed his cybernetic fingers, letting the cool air settle his thoughts. Because Echo Division has a new commander now, and if Alfheim is going to stay in this fight, they need to know who they're dealing with. Reagan needs to be introduced to them, along with Sophia. Eliana's expression shifted slightly, thoughtful now. You want them to see that Homeland is stepping in more aggressively. Gunnar nodded. They need to understand the stakes. And if they're going to keep supporting us, they need to trust the people running this operation. Eliana exhaled, gaze shifting toward the tree line. Then the question is, where do we meet them? Do we invite the council to Earth? Or do we take Sophia and Reagan to Alfheim? Gunnar rubbed his jaw, considering. Both had risks. If they took Sophia and Reagan to Alfheim, it would be a power move, showing the council that Earth wasn't just some defenseless realm waiting to be overrun. He let out a slow breath. Alfheim. Eliana nodded slightly as if she had already expected that answer. I'll arrange it. Gunnar met her gaze. Soon, Eliana? This can't wait. Eliana studied him for a long moment. She saw what was really going on. This wasn't just about diplomacy. This was about control. About making sure Alfheim understood that Earth wasn't going to be left hanging the next time a war came to its doorstep. Finally, she inclined her head. I'll make the call. Gunnar gave a single nod, then turned back toward the workshop. Alpha fell into step beside him, the weight of everything settling onto his shoulders again. The war wasn't over. It was just getting started. The fire in the makeshift safe house crackled softly, the warmth barely reaching where Lyra leaned against the wall, her legs stretched out in front of her. The rifle sat within reach, its worn barrel catching the dim light, but for once she wasn't gripping it like a lifeline. Argoz sat across from her, still rolling the shackles in her hands. She hadn't spoken much since they settled in, but Lyra could see it in her eyes, the gears turning, the weight pressing down. The silence stretched, not awkward but thick. Lyra sighed, stretching out her arms. All right, out with it. Argoz blinked, glancing up. Out with what? You've been chewing on something ever since I asked about Rose. Let's hear it. Argoz hesitated, eyes flicking to the fire. Her hands tightened around the metal cuffs, and for a moment, Lyra thought she wasn't going to answer. Then quietly. She cried. Lyra blinked. Argoz didn't look at her, her voice flat. like she was stating a fact rather than something significant. Katrina told her everything after the fight, told her what happened. Rose didn't believe it at first, but when Katrina gave her your fire dagger, she broke. Lyra's smirk faded. Argoz exhaled, rolling the shackles in her fingers. I didn't think she had it in her. Thought she'd shrug it off, drink it away, maybe throw a sarcastic one-liner and move on. Lyra leaned her head back against the stone wall, staring at the ceiling. Yeah, me too. Silence again. The fire popped, and Lyra reached for one of the dried ration packs, tearing it open with her teeth. She took a bite, chewed slowly. Guess that makes things complicated, she muttered. Argoz snorted. That's one way to put it. Lyra smirked again, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. She'd expected a lot of reactions to her death, relief, indifference, maybe even the occasional good riddance. But not this. Not the idea that her absence had actually meant something to someone. It left a sour taste in her mouth, one she didn't know how to get rid of. Argoz finally tossed the shackles aside, stretching out on the cot with a groan. I don't know what you're planning next, but if it involves me getting shot at again, I swear to the gods. It definitely involves you getting shot at again, Lyra cut in smoothly. Argoz groaned louder, covering her face with her arm. I hate you. Lyra's grin returned. Now that I believe... She leaned back against the wall, her smirk settling into something softer, something unreadable. Outside, the murk dust winds howled through the ruins, the sound distant but constant. The world was still burning, Draven was still out there, and the war was far from over. But for now, they had a roof over their heads, a fire in front of them, and for the first time in a long time. A moment to breathe. The morning came in shades of deep grey, the murk dust sky choked by thick clouds. The fire had long since burned to embers, and the damp air bit at the edges of the cavern. Argoz was already up, crouched over an old crate, muttering to herself as she dug through its contents. The sound of metal scraping against wood echoed through the small space, followed by the occasional grunt of either frustration or triumph. Lyra stretched lazily, watching from where she sat perched on a rock, arms folded behind her head. You always talk to your weapons, or am I just lucky enough to witness this special moment? Argoz didn't even glance up. Shut up. Lyra smirked, pushing herself to her feet and sauntering over. Find anything fun? Argoz let out a triumphant noise and yanked something free. A dagger, small but wickedly sharp, its curved blade glinting in the low light. She turned it over in her hands, studying the faint, intricate runes carved along the hilt and down the blade's length. Lyra arched a brow. That doesn't look like the junk you normally carry. Argoz snorted. That's because it's not. She ran a finger along the runes, a faint shimmer of magic pulsing beneath her touch. I had this made a long time ago. Just didn't think I'd ever need it. Lyra leaned in slightly. What's it do? Argoz smirked. Depends on who's holding it. Lyra crossed her arms. Vague. I don't like vague. Argoz twirled the blade between her fingers. Fine. You like details. Here's details. The enchantments work in layers. She held up a finger. First, it siphons energy from its wielder. Not life, not magic, just intent. The stronger the will to fight, the sharper it gets, the deadlier it cuts. Lyra whistled low. All right, that's interesting. Argoz held up a second finger. Second, if it's thrown, it always finds its way back, but only if the throw was meant to kill. Lyra's smirk widened. All right, that's fun. Argoz lifted a third finger. And last, it has a little surprise baked in. She flipped the dagger in her grip, pointing it at a nearby chunk of stone. Watch. She flicked her wrist and the dagger shot forward. The moment it struck the rock, boom! A burst of concussive force sent shards flying, a dust cloud kicking up in its wake. Lyra let out a sharp laugh. Damn! Argoz walked over and retrieved the dagger from the rubble, inspecting it. It takes a few seconds to reset, but yeah, it's got a bit of a kick. Lyra grinned. I love it. I also kind of hate that you had something that cool stashed away this whole time. Argoz shrugged. Didn't exactly have a reason to use it before. She looked at Lyra, expression unreadable. Now, I do. The weight in her voice made Lyra pause. Argoz tucked the dagger into her belt, then turned back to the crate, rifling through it again. I've got more. Weapons, supplies, stuff Draven never found. If we're going to hit that research facility, we're going to need everything we can get. Lyra leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching Argoz work. A wicked grin tugged at the corner of her lips. Now this is starting to feel like a proper heist. Argoz turned the dagger over in her hands one last time, feeling the weight, the history behind it. This wasn't just another blade. It was something she had made long ago, something she had kept hidden, waiting for the right moment. She looked over at Lyra, who was still grinning like a damn fox, arms crossed as she watched Argoz dig through her old stash like a kid on winter's eve. With a sigh, Argoz stood and held out the dagger. Here. Lyra blinked. What? Argoz rolled her eyes, shoving it toward her. Take it. Lyra narrowed her gaze, suspicious. Why? Because I owe you. Argoz scowled, shifting uncomfortably. And because you're down a blade. I've seen how you fight. You're a two-dagger kind of lunatic. Consider this my way of keeping you at full strength. For once, Lyra didn't have a sarcastic retort. She hesitated before reaching out and taking the weapon, testing the grip, flipping it between her fingers. It was perfect. A little heavier than her ice dagger, but balanced in a way that felt almost natural. The runes pulsed faintly against her skin. She could feel the enchantments in it, the way the blade was waiting, hungry for intent, for the will to fight. Her smirk softened slightly. You sure? This thing's a work of art, Argoz scoffed. Like I'd give you something cheap. Lyra chuckled, twirling the blade once more before tucking it into the sheath opposite her ice dagger. Now she was whole again. She looked back at Argoz, tilting her head. You do realize this means we're even, right? No more debts. Argoz crossed her arms. We were already even. Lyra grinned. Yeah, but now we really are. For a moment there was something unspoken between them. A strange sort of understanding. Then Lyra stretched with a groan. All right, now that we're all feeling warm and sentimental, let's figure out how we're going to burn Draven's little science project to the ground. Argoz huffed, turning back to the crate. Fine, but we do it my way. Lyra smirked. That's cute. You think I take orders? Argoz muttered something sharp in Goblin, but Lyra just laughed. The heist was on. Lyra spread the rough map across the rickety wooden table, flattening it with the hilt of her new dagger. The flickering torchlight cast jagged shadows over the worn parchment, but the layout was clear enough. Argoz leaned over it, arms crossed, studying the markings. So, Lyra began, tracing her finger along a jagged outline. Draven's research facility isn't some underground lab or fortress like you'd expect. It's an old military outpost they've reinforced. Stone walls, watchtowers, a couple of bunkers. They've repurposed the whole thing into a breeding ground for those new abominations. Argoz's expression darkened. And they need the Void Stone to keep production going. Bingo. Lyra tapped the northernmost section of the map. They're sitting on scraps, from what I've gathered. The moment they run out, production stops. If we hit them hard enough, they won't just lose resources, they'll lose progress. Argoz smirked. So we're not just stealing. Lyra's grin was all teeth. Oh no, we're ruining their day. Argoz huffed a laugh, then pointed at a section of the map. What about defences? Lyra leaned back against the table, arms crossed. Guards patrol in shifts. Most of them are normal grunts. Armed, but nothing special. A handful of Black Dawn elites are stationed there too, but no supers. Yet. Argoz frowned. What about magic? Lyra's smirk faded slightly. That's the one thing I haven't figured out yet. I've seen a few mages come and go, but nothing that screams fortified spell defense. If I had to guess, most of their magic is going into whatever experiments they're running inside. Argoz tapped her chin. That means we need to move before they finish those experiments. Exactly. Silence settled between them for a moment before Argoz gave a sharp nod. All right. Here's how we do this. Lyra raised a brow. Oh? This is your show now? Argoz shot her a smug look. Please. I stole the damn celestial gem from under Draven's nose. This is just another day at the office. Lyra chuckled, gesturing for her to continue. Argoz rolled out a second piece of parchment, one she'd been keeping in her stash. It was old, detailing an underground network of tunnels beneath the region. This facility? Argoz tapped a specific mark. Built on old structures. And guess what? Draven doesn't know about all of them. Lyra's grin widened. Oh, I like where this is going, Argoz continued, her voice picking up that eager edge Lyra had only heard a few times before, when she was in her element, in control. There's a collapsed tunnel entrance about a quarter mile from the outer wall. With a little effort, we can clear just enough to slip inside. No alarms, no guards. We pop up where they least expect it. Lyra nodded. And once we're in? We split up, Argoz said without hesitation. You cause chaos, disable their comms, set some fires, whatever makes them panic. She tapped a specific building. I'll get into their central vault, see what's worth stealing, and plant charges while I'm at it. Lyra's grin stretched wide. You really have done this before? Argoz smirked. And here I thought you were the expert. Lyra flipped her new dagger between her fingers, the runes catching the firelight. I am. That's why I know a damn good plan when I hear one. Argoz leaned forward, resting her hands on the table. One more thing, if we see anything Voidstone-related, we destroy it. We don't let them recover. Lyra nodded. Agreed. A beat of silence. Then Lyra clapped her hands together. All right, Goblin. Let's go break into a fortress. Argoz grinned. Now you're speaking my language. The forest pressed in around them, thick with damp earth and the scent of moss. Argoz led the way, moving with the confidence of someone who had spent her life slipping between shadows. Lyra followed just behind, steps light, her new dagger resting against her hip, fingers twitching in anticipation. They had been walking for nearly an hour, navigating through overgrown trails that only Argoz seemed to recognize. The deeper they went, the quieter everything became. No birds, no distant patrols, just the eerie silence of a place long forgotten. Lyra kept her voice low. Tell me again why you're so sure this tunnel is still here. Argoz shot her a smirk over her shoulder. Because I used it before. Back when Draven's idiots were still setting this place up, I scouted every tunnel, every path. He never found them all. Lyra hummed. So, we hope this entrance is still intact. Argoz didn't answer right away, which wasn't exactly reassuring. They reached a dense thicket, and Argoz crouched low, pushing some of the tangled branches aside. This is it. Lyra knelt beside her, peering past the brush. At first, she saw nothing, just more roots, more dirt, more forgotten wilderness. But then, as her eyes adjusted, she spotted the archway. The tunnel. Lyra grinned. Oh, that's inviting. Argoz huffed, standing. It's better than trying to go through the front door. They moved forward carefully, brushing aside more of the debris. The entrance was intact, but a partial cave-in blocked their way. Old stone and dirt had collapsed, but not entirely, just enough to be a problem. Lyra sighed, rolling her shoulders. All right, how much work are we talking here? Argoz crouched, running a hand along the edges of the fallen rocks. She nodded to herself. It's not bad. Some of this is loose, probably just the weight of time pressing down. We clear a few key pieces and we can squeeze through. Lyra smirked. You are small. Argoz shot her a glare. And you can learn to crawl. Lyra chuckled, shaking her head as she knelt beside her, pulling out a knife. Let's get to work. They worked in near silence, shifting stones and pulling loose the smaller chunks of debris. The air was thick with dust, and Lyra wiped a streak of grime from her cheek as she moved another stone aside. It was slow progress, but it was working. The tunnel beyond was revealing itself, inch by inch. Then, snap! Lyra stilled. That wasn't them. Argoz's head jerked up, eyes locking onto hers. A twig. Behind them. Lyra inhaled slowly, fingers curling around her dagger. "We've got company." Argoz didn't move, barely breathed. Her voice was just a whisper. "How many?" Lyra listened. The faint rustle of movement, slow and cautious. Not a patrol. Something smaller, quieter. "Just one," Lyra murmured. Argoz turned slightly, angling her head toward the brush. "I can handle it." Lyra smirked. "I'd love to see that." Argoz glared at her before slipping into the shadows. Lyra stayed where she was, crouched near the tunnel entrance, eyes sweeping the tree line. Whoever it was, they were watching. Waiting. Another crunch. Closer this time. Lyra tightened her grip on her blade, shifting her weight forward, ready to strike. Then, a sharp yelp, a scuffle, and a muffled curse. Lyra sighed, standing up and walking casually toward the noise. She pushed aside a branch and found Argoz standing over a figure sprawled in the dirt, pinned by a well-placed knee. A kid, no older than 16, dressed in ragged clothes, eyes wide with terror. Argoz had a blade pressed lightly against his throat, but she looked unimpressed. Lyra raised a brow. "Seriously?" Argoz huffed. He was sneaking. The kid swallowed hard, eyes darting between them. I wasn't..." Lyra crouched beside him, smirking. "Relax, kid. If we thought you were Black Dawn, you'd already be dead." The kid visibly paled. Argoz rolled her eyes. "You're not helping." Lyra shrugged. "It's not my fault he's bad at sneaking." Argoz sighed, easing off him slightly. "All right. Who are you? And why are you out here?" The boy hesitated before sitting up, rubbing his throat where Argoz's blade had been. I live nearby. My village is a few miles east." Lyra tilted her head. "And what exactly were you doing this far from home?" The kid hesitated, then whispered, "I was following them." Argoz's eyes narrowed. "Them?" The boy nodded. "Black Dawn. They came through here earlier, just a few, but they were looking for something. I saw them heading toward the ruins, but I didn't want to get too close." Lyra and Argoz exchanged glances. That was not good. Argoz frowned. "How long ago?" The kid swallowed. "A few hours." Lyra muttered a curse under her breath. If they were here, then they might already know about the tunnels. Argoz stood. "Then we don't have time to waste." She pulled the boy up by the collar, setting him on his feet. "Go home. Stay out of trouble." The boy hesitated, looking between them. "Are you going after them?" Lyra smirked. "Something like that." He swallowed hard but nodded, stepping back. "Be careful. They're dangerous." Argoz snorted. "So are we." The boy hesitated a second longer, then turned and vanished into the trees. Lyra sighed. "Well, that complicates things." Argoz huffed. "We still need to clear this tunnel, faster now." Lyra smirked, cracking her knuckles. "Then let's get moving." The tunnel was their best bet. If the Black Dawn had already searched the ruins, they clearly hadn't found what they were looking for. Otherwise, the place would have been crawling with patrols. Instead, the facility ahead was still quiet. Too quiet. Argoz wiped a streak of dirt from her cheek, glancing at Lyra. "If they didn't find this tunnel, that means they weren't looking hard enough." Lyra smirked. "Or they're just as dumb as I remember." Argoz huffed, pulling the last bit of debris away from the tunnel's entrance. A gust of stale air hit them as the darkness yawned open before them, deep and silent. Lyra adjusted her grip on her dagger. "How long is this thing?" Argoz peered inside. "Few hundred meters. It runs beneath the fortress walls, then leads up through a storage chamber near the vault." Lyra raised a brow. "And you're sure we're not about to crawl through some rat-infested, trap-laden death hole?" Argoz smirked. "No more than usual." Lyra sighed, shaking her head. Great. Let's go. They moved in near silence, the tunnel walls pressing close around them. It was just wide enough for them to crouch and move steadily forward, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and time-forgotten decay. Lyra kept a hand on the hilt of her dagger, eyes scanning ahead as they crept deeper. So, this storage chamber. How well do you remember it? Argoz kept her voice low. Enough. There's a back exit that leads into the main compound. If we get to the vault without raising alarms, we can strip it clean before the Black Dawn even knows we're here. Lyra hummed. And if they do know we're here? Argoz shrugged. Then we kill them. Lyra smirked. Now you're speaking my language. The tunnel eventually widened into a small enclosed chamber. Wooden crates and rusted metal shelves lined the walls, most of them covered in a thick layer of dust. Argoz ran a hand over one of the crates, checking for movement. No fresh tracks. No signs of a sweep. Lyra moved to the far side of the room, finding the old iron door embedded into the stone wall. She pressed a gloved hand against it, testing. Locked. Argoz grinned. Not for long. She pulled a thin set of lockpicks from her belt, crouching beside the door. The metal was old but sturdy. This was no ordinary storage room. It had been reinforced, built to keep something inside. The lock clicked once, then twice, then a low hiss. Lyra stiffened. Was that... Argoz froze. Get back. Lyra didn't hesitate. She moved, grabbing Argoz by the back of her collar and yanking her away from the door, just as a burst of gas hissed from the keyhole. Argoz swore, coughing as she pulled a scarf over her face. Shit, I should have known. Lyra narrowed her eyes at the faint, sickly green mist curling through the air. That's not a normal booby trap. Argoz nodded. That's voidstone gas. Lyra clenched her jaw. They weren't just storing the stuff, they rigged this place to kill anyone who tried to break in. Argoz wiped her sleeve across her face, standing slowly. This means we're in the right place. Lyra exhaled, watching as the gas started to settle. And it means getting in won't be as easy as cracking a lock. Argoz took a deep breath, rolling her shoulders. All right, we still have options. Lyra arched a brow. Oh yeah? Argoz smirked. Yeah, 1. I picked the lock without setting off another trap. Lyra crossed her arms. Risky. 2. We blast the door open. Lyra snorted. Loud. 3. We find another way in. Lyra sighed. Slow. Argoz grinned. So, what's it going to be? Lyra tilted her head, thinking. The vault held the remaining weapons and chemicals the Black Dawn had been stockpiling. Whatever was inside, it was important. She exhaled slowly, then smirked. Argoz crouched beside the vault door, rolling her shoulders as she pulled a thin set of lockpicks from her belt. The trap had already been sprung, the void stone gas now settled into harmless residue across the floor. But that didn't mean there weren't more waiting for them. She exhaled sharply. This is going to take a minute. Lyra leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching. You know, for someone who brags about their skills, you sure do take your time. Argoz shot her a glare before returning her focus to the lock. You want fast or you want quiet? Because we don't get both. Lyra smirked. Fair point. The metal was old, the mechanism intricate, but this wasn't the first time Argoz had cracked something she wasn't supposed to. She felt out the pins, moving slow, her fingers precise. One by one, the lock started to shift. Click, click. Lyra adjusted her grip on her dagger, staying alert. What are the chances they left something nasty waiting on the other side? Argoz didn't look up. Depends. You want to be optimistic or realistic? Lyra sighed. Realistic. Then yeah. Something nasty. Click. The last pin slid into place, and with a faint metallic snick, the lock disengaged. Argoz let out a slow breath, wiping the sweat from her brow. We're in. The air in the tunnel was stale, thick with the scent of damp earth and rusted metal. Lyra moved ahead, silent as a shadow, her Black Dawn rifle slung across her back. Behind her, Argoz followed, lighter on her feet now that she was back in her element. Lyra glanced over her shoulder. How much further? Not far, she whispered back. The facility's main power runs through a maintenance hall up ahead. If we follow it, we should reach the vault chamber. Lyra arched a brow. Should? Argoz smirked. Only one way to find out. They moved swiftly, sticking to the shadows, their boots barely making a sound against the packed dirt floor. The deeper they went, the colder it got. This place was ancient, an old structure repurposed by the Black Dawn, reinforced with steel and magic. The first obstacle appeared 10 minutes in, a checkpoint. 2 Black Dawn guards sat at a metal table playing a quiet game of dice. Their rifles leaned against the wall beside them, their armor loosened, helmets off. Lazy. Lyra exhaled. Amateurs! Argoz unsheathed her dagger. We can slip by if we hug the left wall. Lyra smirked. Or, Argoz twirled the blade between her fingers. Or we make sure they never sound the alarm. A beat of silence. Then Lyra nodded. Quietly. They split up. Lyra moved first, silent as death, her dagger flashing in the dim light. The first guard barely had time to react before she was behind him, slicing a clean line across his throat. He slumped forward, a gurgled breath escaping as Lyra eased him down without a sound. Argoz took the second. She was fast, efficient. Her dagger found its mark beneath his chin, angled up, one thrust, clean and silent. He went limp immediately, eyes wide with shock. Argoz caught his body before it hit the floor, lowering him carefully. Then, with practiced ease, she wiped her blade on his uniform. Lyra eyed her. You've done this before. Argoz smirked. Did you think I stole the celestial gem by asking nicely? With the checkpoint cleared, they pressed on. The corridor opened into a larger chamber, an old loading bay, long abandoned. Rusted catwalks crisscrossed above, and rows of empty crates lined the walls. A single reinforced door stood at the far end, sealed shut with a glowing magical lock. The vault. Argoz let out a slow breath. There it is. Lyra studied the area. Too open, too exposed. She pointed upward. Think we have company? Argoz scanned the catwalks. No movement, no noise. But that didn't mean much. Lyra pulled her rifle, flipping the safety off. I'll cover. You crack it. Argoz didn't hesitate. She crouched at the door, fingers working quickly. The magic lock was a problem. The runes pulsed faintly, shifting in sequence, a magical pattern constantly changing. Argoz cursed under her breath. What? Lyra whispered. They're using a shifting rune lock, Argoz muttered. I need a few seconds. Lyra exhaled sharply. You've got 10. Argoz worked faster. The magic flickered, the patterns shifting unpredictably. Lyra's grip tightened on her rifle. She counted the seconds. Then, a faint clink. The runes dimmed, the mechanism clicked, the door was unlocked. Argoz grinned. Told you. A shot rang out. Lyra spun, rifle raised. A Black Dawn patrol had entered from the opposite side of the chamber, 4 men, weapons raised. No time for silence. Lyra fired first, dropping one instantly. The remaining 3 scattered for cover. Move! Lyra barked, shoving Argoz toward the vault. Argoz didn't argue. She pushed the door open, diving inside. Lyra followed, slamming the door behind them. That could have gone smoother, Argoz panted. Lyra rolled her eyes. Yeah, well, when do things ever go smooth? The inside was cold, not naturally but magically. The walls shimmered faintly with runes, the air thick with something unnatural. And the contents? A nightmare. Rows of voidstone vials lined the walls, dozens of them. Weapons carefully arranged, humming with energy. Lyra approached a crate, popping the lid. Rifles, the new model. Argoz clicked her tongue. This is bad. Lyra nodded. Then let's make it worse. They moved fast. Argoz grabbed one rifle, her trophy, her weapon. But the rest? They burned. A set of detonators lined the back wall. Lyra rigged them to the major crates, voidstone, weapons, supplies. She stepped back, admiring the work. We should leave. Argoz flicked the detonator on. She grinned. Let's light it up. They ran. Behind them, fire roared. The explosion hit hard. The vault erupted behind them, a wave of searing heat chasing Lyra and Argoz into the corridor. The detonation wasn't just fire, it was pure destruction. The voidstone vials went up in a chain reaction, blue and violet flames racing across the chamber, igniting everything. The walls cracked, smoke poured through the tunnels, and then shouting. The Black Dawn patrol outside the vault had heard it all. Lyra barely had time to shove Argoz against the wall before a hail of gunfire ripped down the passage. Sparks showered from ricochets, the air filled with the sharp scent of burning magic as energy rounds impacted the stone. Guess they noticed, Argoz muttered. Lyra scowled. No shit. Move. They broke into a sprint. The first wave of Black Dawn soldiers surged forward, weapons raised, moving in formation. Too slow. Lyra didn't stop. She lifted the stolen Black Dawn rifle and fired. The energy blast took the lead soldier in the chest. The paralysis effect hit instantly, locking his muscles mid-step. He toppled forward like a statue, smashing into the ground face first. Argoz was already moving. She flicked a knife from her belt and threw it mid-run. The blade buried itself into the next soldier's neck. He hit the wall, gurgling before sliding lifelessly to the floor. The remaining three scattered for cover. "Damn it!" one of them shouted. "They're inside!" Lyra clicked her tongue. "Not for long!" She sprinted forward, closing the distance fast. The first soldier barely had time to swing his rifle before Lyra ducked low, slammed the butt of her weapon into his gut, and drove her knee into his face. Bone crunched. He collapsed, unconscious. Argoz, meanwhile, vanished. The last two soldiers hesitated, searching for her. Lyra grinned. "You should really check your pockets." One of them frowned. "What?" Click. The grenade Argoz had just slipped onto his belt went off. A flashbang. The explosion of light and sound sent the last two guards into a staggering, blinded panic. Argoz reappeared from the shadows, swept behind them, and slashed the back of their knees. They hit the ground, screaming. Lyra strode past them without a glance. "You're welcome to stay here and burn," she said coolly. The next corridor opened into a loading dock, their exit. And waiting there? More reinforcements. "Shit," Argoz muttered. 3 more Black Dawn soldiers, these ones in heavier armour, better trained and armed with the Black Dawn rifle. They had been waiting. An ambush. Lyra's mind raced. Not enough ammo, no cover. But she wasn't the only one thinking. Argoz grabbed Lyra's rifle mid-step. Lyra barely had time to react before the goblin whipped around and fired, but not at the soldiers. At the fuel barrels behind them. Boom! A secondary explosion rocked the loading dock. The force ripped through the room, sending fire and debris cascading outward. The Black Dawn soldiers were blown off their feet, armour smoking as they hit the floor. Argoz grinned. "Told you I never leave supplies behind." Lyra blinked. "I hate you." "Love you too. Now move." The firestorm raged behind them as they bolted toward the exit, slipping through the open cargo doors just as another detonation roared through the tunnels. The facility was coming down. The moment they hit open air, Lyra didn't stop. She grabbed Argoz's arm, dragging her toward the tree line as the ground quaked beneath them. The Black Dawn base behind them collapsed in on itself, flames consuming what was left. No alarms, no survivors, no evidence. Draven was going to lose his mind. They disappeared into the murk dust shadows, the night swallowing them whole. The hum of the overhead lights in Gunner's office barely cut through the silence. A battered fold-up table sat in place of his shattered desk, its flimsy aluminum legs already bowing slightly under the weight of scattered reports. The air smelled of stale coffee and gun oil. Gunnar sat in his chair, back against the wall, reading the latest reports. It had been 3 days, and the cost of war had stacked up like corpses on a battlefield. The scars of the fight lingered everywhere. The war room still smelled of burned circuits from Eli's overload. The medical bay still carried the scent of blood. And out in the training grounds, the ground had yet to settle from the battle that nearly tore them apart. His fingers curled against the paper in front of him. Gunnar leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly, staring at the ceiling. He could still feel the tension in his cybernetic arm, the weight of everything pressing down on him. The fold-up table collapsed without warning. The weight of his arm had been too much. The legs buckled, and the table crashed to the floor, sending papers flying in every direction. The metal mug Bianca had brought him earlier clattered across the room, spilling cold coffee across the concrete. Gunnar swore under his breath. A soft knock came at the door. He didn't answer immediately, just dragged a hand down his face before finally growling, "Come in." The door swung open, and Eliana stepped inside. She took in the scene at a glance, the shattered table, the mess of reports, the broken coffee mug. Her piercing blue eyes settled on him with quiet understanding. She closed the door behind her, letting it click softly into place. "You seem well," she said dryly. Gunnar let out a sharp exhale, shaking his head. "Furniture's got a grudge against me." Eliana stepped over the mess, moving toward the only remaining intact chair in the room. She brushed dust off the seat before sitting gracefully. For a moment she said nothing, just studying him with that calm, knowing gaze that had always irritated him. "I spoke with the council," she finally said. Gunnar's hands curled into fists against his knees. "And?" Eliana folded her hands in her lap, tilting her head slightly. "The meeting is set for tomorrow morning." Silence filled the room. Gunnar let the words sink in, his jaw tightening slightly. So this was happening. There was no avoiding it, no postponing it. "They expect Sophia and Regin." Eliana's voice remained even. "They want to meet Echo Division's new leadership. They'll be assessing everything." Gunnar's grip on his knee tightened almost imperceptibly. "Assessing?" he repeated, the weight behind the word unmistakable. Eliana sighed softly. "Gunnar, they're questioning whether Alfheim should continue supporting this war." That hit harder than he expected. Gunnar exhaled slowly through his nose, forcing himself to stay calm. He shouldn't be surprised. He'd expected this. He'd told himself 100 times that the council never truly supported Echo Division. They supported Eliana. And now, with her loyalty in question, they were weighing their options. His eye flicked up to hers. "They say that outright?" Eliana's expression didn't change. They implied it. That was worse. Gunnar leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, his organic hand running through his hair. "They're looking for a reason to pull out." Eliana didn't answer immediately. Gunnar gave a dry, humorless chuckle. "Guess it's a good thing I'm bringing Sophia and Regin. Nothing makes politicians feel safer than shaking hands with their own kind." Eliana's lips quirked, but it didn't reach her eyes. She studied him for a long moment before speaking again. "I also have something else. For Rose." Gunnar looked up. "There's a portal prepared," she continued. "She'll have access to what she needs to begin her work. You'll have to tell her." Gunnar nodded absently, his mind already moving past it. This wasn't just about Rose or Sophia, or even the council. This was about control. Who had it, and who was losing it? And right now, it sure as hell wasn't him. He exhaled slowly, shifting in his chair before pushing himself to his feet. His cybernetic arm whirred slightly with the movement. He cast a glance at the broken table, the mess on the floor, and let out a tired grunt. "Need a ride?" he muttered. Eliana arched a brow. "Where are you going?" "Facility." Gunnar grabbed his jacket from the chair, shrugging it on as he moved toward the door. "Not wasting time with a damn radio call." She hesitated for only a second before standing as well. "Then I'll accompany you." Gunnar held the door open, waiting. She stepped past him, and together they walked out of the office. The garage smelled of oil, gunpowder, and frustration. Darren and Caleb stood over the disassembled minigun, its parts spread across the workbench in a meticulous yet chaotic mess. Caleb was deep in concentration, carefully aligning a component, while Darren stood beside him, arms crossed, clearly annoyed at the damn thing for jamming in the first place. This piece of shit has fired thousands of rounds and suddenly decides to lock up on me? Darren muttered, shaking his head. I swear, if this was a woman, I'd be calling my ex to see if she hexed me. Caleb didn't look up. Maybe it just doesn't like how you handle it. Darren turned, giving him a deadpan look. That's supposed to be a joke, Junior? Caleb smirked, still focused. Nah, just saying. Maybe it needs a gentler touch. Darren scoffed. It's a goddamn minigun. It doesn't need a gentle touch. It needs respect. Gunnar pushed open the garage door, stepping in with Eliana at his side. Both men immediately looked up, because Gunnar never walked in casually. He either stormed in or barked orders from the doorway. But this was different. Then it got weirder. Gunnar stopped beside the Wolfmobile, running a hand over the reinforced armor before turning to Darren. Mind if I take your baby for a drive? He asked, completely straight-faced. Silence. Darren blinked. Caleb froze mid-adjustment. Eliana arched a brow, watching the exchange with mild amusement. Darren looked at Gunnar, then at the Wolfmobile, then back at Gunnar. You feeling okay, boss? Caleb, smirking, muttered. Might want to check if he's been drinking. Gunnar ignored them, pulling open the passenger door. He turned to Eliana, and for the first time in a long time, he grinned. Hang on, he told her. Eliana gave him a skeptical look, but didn't hesitate as she stepped into the Wolfmobile. Darren's brain finally caught up. Wait, what the… Hey! Too late. Gunnar dropped into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and tore out of the garage like a bat out of hell. The Wolfmobile fishtailed, tires kicking up gravel and dust as it rocketed forward. Darren cursed, throwing up an arm against the dust cloud. Caleb, watching the Wolfmobile tear off into the distance, muttered, Well, that just happened. Darren turned, pointing a finger at Caleb. That's it. We're adding a damn tracking system to that thing. The engine roared, the reinforced suspension absorbing the terrain as Gunnar pushed the limits on the barely paved road toward the facility. Eliana, gripping the handlebar on the side, glanced at him. This level of speed is unnecessary. Gunnar smirked, eyes still on the road. Told you to hang on. Gunnar nodded. Yeah, figured they'd appreciate that over a radio call. Eliana studied him for a moment. You're taking this well. Gunnar's grip on the wheel tightened slightly. Not much choice, is there? Eliana said nothing, just watched him. Gunnar kept his eyes forward, but his mind wasn't on the road. Echo Division was changing. The pack was separating from it. And now Alfheim was re-evaluating their involvement. He didn't say it, but Eliana knew. This wasn't just another fight. This was the beginning of something much bigger. And Gunnar wasn't sure if they'd be ready for it. The Wolfmobile roared across the terrain, tearing through the distance between the workshop and the facility with reckless speed. Dust kicked up in thick clouds behind them, the powerful engine growling like a beast unleashed. Gunnar was at the wheel, his single blue eye locked on the road ahead, mouth set in a smirk that wasn't quite humour but something close to satisfaction. In the passenger seat, Eliana clutched the grab bar, her usual composed demeanour shaken, just slightly. She'd fought demons, stood before the council, faced horrors beyond imagination. But this was new. When the Wolfmobile hit a rut, the entire vehicle jerked violently. Gunnar barely reacted. Eliana, on the other hand, let out a sharp breath, her silver hair whipping around her face as she shot him a look. That was, she inhaled, steadying herself, unnecessarily reckless. Gunnar just smirked, one hand on the wheel as he maneuvered them toward the facility gates. You think that was reckless? You should have seen me in my prime. Maybe both. Her usual ethereal poise was shaken, her hair dishevelled, adrenaline still humming in her veins. She hadn't experienced anything quite like Gunnar behind the wheel of a high-powered war machine. The Wolfmobile slid to a stop just outside the facility, the sudden halt sending another wave of dust into the air. Gunnar casually stepped out, not even winded, while Eliana took a moment longer. As she climbed out, she ran a hand through her silver hair, attempting to restore some order, but it was futile. Her usual pristine elegance had been completely ruined by the ride. The facility guards at the gate stared. Not at Gunnar. They were used to his gruff, no-nonsense attitude. But Eliana, the regal poised guardian of Alfheim, she looked utterly rattled. Even the elves standing post glanced at each other, not quite sure what to make of the sight. Darren would have had a field day if he'd been here to witness this. Eliana straightened, regaining composure, though the slight flush in her cheeks remained. With a sharp exhale, she shot Gunnar a look. "I assume you drive like that to test the resilience of those around you?" Gunnar snorted. "Nah, that was me taking it easy." She narrowed her eyes but didn't argue. Instead, she tilted her chin up, stepping forward as if she hadn't just been rattled within an inch of her life. Inside, Sophia was waiting, along with Regin. The moment Gunnar walked in, Regin arched a brow. "Enjoy the ride?" Eliana just exhaled sharply and brushed past them. "Let's get this over with." Gunnar smirked, falling into step behind her. It was time to make this official. The tactical operations center at the facility was quieter than usual, a stark contrast to the tension that had filled it just days ago. Sophia sat with Regin at her side, both watching as Gunnar leaned against the reinforced table, his cybernetic fingers tapping a slow rhythm. Eliana stood nearby, silent but present. Gunnar didn't waste time. "The deal is set. Echo Division belongs to you now, Sophia. The pack is out. We'll remain allies, but the workshop and its personnel will answer to me, not to Homeland Security, not to Echo Division." Sophia nodded, her expression unreadable. "And the elves?" Eliana stepped forward. "They remain where they are for now. Once the new facilities at the workshop are completed, they'll relocate. Until then, they operate independently within the facility, coordinating with Echo Division when necessary." "And the supply chain?" Regin asked, arms crossed. "You'll have what you need," Gunnar said simply. "Weapons, ammo, enchanted gear, we'll keep the production going, but don't expect a blank check. We're running operations, not charity." Sophia exhaled. "And what about the land?" "It's mine," Gunnar said flatly. "You get the facility, we get the expansion. The engineers are coming in to clear it, and we'll use the Base X for temporary operations. Once the construction is done, the pack and the elves will fully transition there." Sophia studied him for a moment. "It's done, then." "Almost," Gunnar said. "We have one more thing to handle before it's official. Tomorrow morning, you and Regin are meeting the Alfheim High Council. They need to see exactly who they're working with." That got a reaction. Regin straightened slightly. "The elves are that involved?" Eliana's expression remained calm. "You're stepping into a war that affects more than just Earth. The Council needs to recognize your leadership if this alliance is going to hold." Sophia exhaled, rubbing her temples. "Fine, we'll be there. What do we need to know?" Gunnar pushed away from the table. "I'll handle the politics. You two just have to show up and not piss them off." Sophia snorted. "No promises." Regin smirked. "I like a challenge." Eliana nodded. "Good. Then we leave at dawn." The room fell into silence for a moment. Then Sophia stood, extending her hand to Gunnar. "Looks like we're in this for the long haul." Gunnar clasped it briefly, his grip firm. "Let's just try not to get each other killed." The deal was done. Tomorrow, the real battle for the future of Echo Division would begin. As the meeting concluded, Gunnar turned to Eliana, a rare flicker of amusement in his one good eye. He tilted his head toward the door. "You ready for the ride back, or should I have someone fetch you a horse?" Eliana scoffed, smoothing down the loose strands of silver hair that had come undone during the wild drive to the facility. "I don't know how you humans have survived this long without teleportation." Where's the fun in that? Gunnar said, guiding her toward the exit. They stepped out into the cool night air, the facility's floodlights casting long shadows across the pavement. The Wolfmobile sat waiting, its exposed framework still coated in dust from the battlefield. A machine built for war, not comfort. Eliana sighed dramatically, muttering something in Elvish about reckless humans before stepping up to the passenger side. Gunnar climbed behind the wheel, tapping the dashboard. Buckle up, Guardian. Round 2. As the engine roared to life, Eliana braced herself, clutching the side rail as Gunnar tore away from the facility, kicking up a cloud of dust behind them. She wasn't sure what was more dangerous, the war they were preparing for, or Gunnar's driving. Gunnar gripped the wheel with practiced ease, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth as he veered off the main trail onto a narrower path. The Wolfmobile's tires dug into the dirt, kicking up a thick plume of dust behind them. Eliana clutched the side rail tighter, her usual composure slipping as the vehicle hit a sharp incline. "Gunnar!" she warned, but it was too late. The Wolfmobile launched into the air, the front end lifting as they cleared a small ridge. For a moment, everything hung suspended. The weightlessness of flight, the world catching its breath before gravity took hold. Then, thud! The vehicle hit the ground hard, bouncing once before Gunnar expertly corrected, tearing back onto the dirt road without hesitation. Eliana let out an exasperated breath, eyes flashing with frustration and, beneath it, adrenaline. That was unnecessary. Gunnar grinned, barely sparing her a glance. "You lived!" She muttered something sharp in Elvish, straightening in her seat as they finally approached the workshop. By the time they pulled into the garage, the usual suspects were gathered near the workbenches. Darren, Caleb, Eli, and Alatharis stood around the disassembled minigun, deep in conversation. The moment Gunnar threw the Wolfmobile into park, Eliana practically launched herself out of the passenger seat, her silver hair completely dishevelled from the wild ride. She smoothed it down hastily, straightening her robes in a desperate attempt to regain her usual elegance. Darren took one look at her, then at Gunnar, then at the Wolfmobile, and burst out laughing. "Oh, damn, Keebler, you good? You look like you lost a fight with the wind." Eliana shot him a glare that could have frozen fire, but she was too busy pulling herself back together to reply. Gunnar, completely unfazed, strode past the group and jerked his chin toward the workbench. "Build another one." Darren blinked. "Another Wolfmobile?" "Yeah." Gunnar didn't break stride. "And call the guy. Get the MK-19 for it." Darren's face lit up like Christmas. "Wait, are you serious? You're actually letting me—" Gunnar walked past him without slowing down. "You're still standing here, so clearly you haven't called yet." Darren grabbed his radio, already barking orders. Eli just sighed, rubbing her temples. Gunnar just smirked, grabbing a water bottle off the nearby table and taking a long swig. "Yeah, but I get results." Gunnar sat behind his makeshift desk, a sturdy fold-up table that still bore the weight of battle reports, maps, and scattered ammunition manifests. The room was dim, lit only by the low glow of his desk lamp and the ever-present hum of tension that seemed to cling to the walls. He rubbed a hand down his face, exhaustion pressing heavy against his shoulders. But there was no time for that. Not now. With a sigh, he keyed his radio. "Rose, my office. Now." A long pause. Then her voice crackled back through the channel, full of its usual dry sarcasm. "Miss me already? Just get here." Gunnar clicked off the radio before she could say anything else. Minutes later, the door swung open. Rose strode in like she owned the place, fire-kissed armor reflecting the dim light, her bullwhip coiled at her hip. She stopped a few feet from his table, arms crossed, expression unreadable. "This better be good." Gunnar didn't waste time. He tapped a single finger on the table, a silent command to sit. Rose arched a brow. "Not even a please? You're slipping, Gunnar." He gave her a flat look. "Sit." She did, but with exaggerated ease, draping one arm over the back of the chair. "All right, bossman. What's this about?" Gunnar leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. You're going to Alfheim. At sunup. The smirk that had been playing at the corners of her lips vanished. She straightened slightly. You're serious? Aeliana's arranged a portal. He watched her closely. It's time to get into Draven's network. You said you could do it if you had access. Well, now you do. Rose was quiet for a moment, processing. Then the smirk returned. And here I thought you'd never let me have any fun. Gunnar exhaled slowly, shaking his head. Just be ready. Oh, I'm always ready. She stood, flipping a strand of red hair over her shoulder before heading for the door. Then she paused, glancing back. You sure you trust me with this? Gunnar met her gaze evenly. I don't trust anyone, but I trust you'll get the job done. Rose tilted her head slightly, something flickering in her eyes. But then, just as quickly, she smirked again. Fair enough. See you at sunup. And with that, she was gone. Gunnar sat back in his chair, the hinges creaking under his weight as he exhaled a slow, steady breath. The war room was quiet now. Just him and the low hum of the monitors still running their endless scans. It had been a long week. Too many fights, too many losses. And tomorrow would be another battlefield, just a different kind. He grabbed his radio. Darren, Eli. Be ready at sunrise. We're going to the meeting. A pause. Then Darren's voice crackled back, full of its usual sarcasm. Oh, great. Another day, another party. Wear your Sunday best. Silence. Then, what the hell does that even mean? Eli's voice cut in next, her tone dry as ever. I think it means don't show up looking like a degenerate, Darren. Darren scoffed. I'm always presentable, it's my charm that's the problem. Gunnar shook his head, already regretting the conversation. Just be there, and don't make me regret this. Darren muttered something about no promises, and Eli simply responded with a clipped, understood. Gunnar clicked off the radio and leaned forward, rubbing his hands together. Tomorrow they'd be walking into a room filled with politics, power plays, and expectations. Gunnar didn't care much for any of it. But one thing was certain, he was walking in there with his people and they weren't taking orders from anyone. The air was crisp, a soft wind stirring through the trees as the early morning light filtered through the canopy. The group gathered near the portal entrance, tension thick despite the lack of immediate danger. This wasn't a battlefield, not in the traditional sense, but it carried the same weight, the fate of alliances, logistics, and the future of their operations depended on what happened next. Gunnar stood at the head of the group, his arms crossed as he surveyed the gathered team. He wasn't in his usual battle-worn gear, the faded, scuffed-up armor he always wore like a second skin. Instead, he was clad in a new set of reinforced tactical gear, clean, functional, fresh. Too fresh. It wasn't Gunnar's style, and it showed. Darren noticed immediately. He let out a low whistle, tilting his head. Damn, boss, I didn't know you had a Sunday best. Gunnar barely spared him a glance. Shut up, Darren. Darren grinned but straightened his uniform. He had traded his usual relaxed appearance for his army dress blues, the crisp fabric tailored to perfection. If he was going to be negotiating between Homeland Security, Echo Division, and Alfheim, he figured he might as well look the part. Still, he wasn't about to let Gunnar off the hook that easily. You clean up real nice, almost didn't recognize you, he added, smirking. I will turn this meeting into your funeral, Gunnar shot back dryly. Darren held up his hands in mock surrender. Then, Eli stepped forward, and Darren immediately lost his train of thought. She was wearing elven ceremonial robes, the intricate fabric draping over her form, embroidered in fine silver thread with ancient runes woven into the sleeves and collar. Her usual tech-enhanced gear was nowhere in sight, replaced by something that looked far more regal, far more refined. The shimmering silver and deep violet hues suited her, lending an air of mysticism that made her look every bit the elven technomancer she was. Darren blinked, then blinked again. What the hell? He said flatly, openly staring. Keebler, is that you under there? Eli lifted a perfectly arched brow, expression cool. Careful, Darren. I could enchant your uniform to make it tighter. Want to walk into this meeting looking like you stuffed yourself into a sausage casing? Darren cleared his throat and quickly moved on. Right. No need for that. Moving along. Clara approached next, wearing her elven ceremonial armour, polished to a near-mirror sheen. Her lieutenant rank insignia gleamed under the portal's soft glow, her commendations carefully arranged along her chest plate. She had earned every single one of them, and they were displayed with quiet pride. Omega padded at her side, his sleek fur reflecting the morning light. The young dire wolf had grown stronger since the battle, but there was still a restless energy to him, his sharp eyes scanning their surroundings, ever watchful. Gunnar met Clara's gaze, noting the rigid set of her shoulders. She was still carrying the weight of the merge, still adjusting to what it meant to fight like that, to become something more, something primal. You ready for this? He asked quietly. Clara nodded once, always. There was an edge to her voice, something still simmering beneath the surface, but Gunnar let it be. They'd have a conversation later. Altheris arrived last, his movements composed, precise. As Alfheim's lead artisan, he carried himself with the grace of someone who had spent centuries honing his craft. His robes were lined with runic embroidery, and he carried a small, ornate case, likely something for the meeting. It is good to see you all prepared, he remarked smoothly, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembled group. Let us proceed. The High Council does not enjoy being kept waiting. The portal flickered with energy, the air humming with the magic that connected their world to Alfheim. Gunnar rolled his shoulders. Time to get this over with. He stepped forward, leading the way. Darren muttered behind him, Great, more elves. Eli smirked. Try not to embarrass us. Darren huffed. No promises. Then, with a final glance toward one another, they stepped through the portal, vanishing into the shimmering light. As the shimmering light of the portal faded, Gunnar stepped out onto the Alfheim side, his boots crunching against the smooth, polished stone of the portal chamber. The air was crisp, carrying the distinct scent of ancient forests and charged magic, a stark contrast to the earthy, industrial scent of home. Waiting for them just beyond the portal's boundary was Aeliana, Sophia, and Regin. Aeliana stood with her usual composed grace, but there was something different about her today, a quiet intensity behind her gaze. She had arranged this meeting, had put her own name and influence on the line to make it happen. The High Council didn't simply grant audiences on a whim. This was a move that could change everything. Sophia, standing beside her, looked every bit the battle-tested operative she was. Clad in a black tactical uniform, she had the air of someone who had seen too much, done too much, and wasn't about to be intimidated by a bunch of elves, no matter how ancient and powerful they were. And then there was Regin. She stood tall in her army service uniform, her rank of colonel gleaming under the ethereal Alfheim light. Her posture was perfect, her expression unreadable, but her eyes took in everything: the architecture, the people, the subtle tension in the air. Regin had spent her entire career navigating military politics, leading troops in battle and making the tough calls. But this was different. She was about to walk into a room full of immortal beings who had been playing the long game for millennia. Even she knew she was out of her depth. Aeliana took a step forward, addressing them all. We are expected. Follow me. She turned smoothly, leading them down the long, ornate corridors of the High Council's domain. The architecture was breathtaking. Tall, curved structures of silver-veined stone, intricate magical runes glowing softly along the walls. The very air vibrated with power, ancient and unyielding. Darren, walking just behind Gunnar, let out a low whistle. All right, I'll admit it. Place is fancy. Eli shot him a warning glance. Try to act professional. Darren scoffed. Hey, I'm here, aren't I? That's already professional. Gunnar ignored them, keeping his focus ahead. His posture was stiff, his mind already running through what was about to happen. This wasn't going to be like their meetings on Earth. The High Council didn't negotiate. They dictated. They saw themselves as the keepers of balance, and if they felt things were tipping too far in one direction, they would act accordingly, which meant they had leverage. Gunnar hated that. As they reached the towering double doors of the council chamber, Aeliana paused. She turned to face them, her gaze meeting Gunnar's first, then sweeping over the rest of the team. They will ask difficult questions, she warned. They will press you for weaknesses. Be direct, but do not show hesitation. They respect confidence, not uncertainty. Sophia gave a curt nod. I've dealt with bureaucrats before, this isn't new. Regin exhaled sharply, adjusting her uniform. They're not bureaucrats, Aeliana corrected. They are the ones who decide whether Alfheim fights beside us or leaves us to fight alone. Silence. The weight of her words settled over them. Gunnar's jaw tightened, but he nodded once. Then let's get this over with. With that, Aeliana turned, pressing her palm against the rune-carved doors. A pulse of ancient magic surged outward, and the doors groaned open, revealing the High Council waiting within. The air in the High Council chamber was thick with tension, the weight of ancient authority pressing down on the visitors from Earth. Gunnar, Sophia, Regin, Eli, Darren, Clora, and Alatheris stood before the assembled council, their expressions schooled, but the reality was clear. This was not their domain. The council's chamber was a grand, circular hall carved from pristine white stone, lined with intricate glowing runes that pulsed with Alfheim's very essence. At the far end, the council elders sat elevated, their expressions unreadable. Their robes shimmered with arcane energy, and their piercing gazes settled on the delegation from Earth like hawks assessing prey. Aeliana stood at the head of the Earth delegation, poised, every movement carefully measured. She alone understood just how delicate this situation was. Sophia, ever the commander, stepped forward first. She had the bearing of a woman who had led countless men and women into battle, who had survived political bloodbaths just as vicious as the ones fought on the battlefield. She offered the traditional Alfheim greeting, placing a fist over her heart and bowing her head slightly. "We come in peace," Sophia began, her voice steady, diplomatic. "I am Sophia Mercer, Director of Homeland Security's Paranormal Division. With me is Colonel Regin Vaughn, the new commanding officer of Echo Division. We are here to—" A sharp sound, almost like a sigh, cut through the chamber. "The humans bring yet another commander." The words came from Elder Valen, his tone laced with thinly veiled condescension. The elder's silver eyes flickered with mild amusement, but there was no warmth in his expression. "The last leader of your Echo Division came to us under unfortunate circumstances." His gaze landed pointedly on Gunnar. "And now you stand before us, again asking for aid." Sophia's jaw tightened, but she held her ground. "Echo Division has undergone changes, but—" "That is evident, Director Mercer." This time, it was Elder Lyrian, her sharp voice laced with exasperation. Her violet robes shimmered with imbued power, and the way she looked at Sophia and Regin was the way a mother might look at two children who had wandered somewhere they didn't belong. "We granted Alfheim's aid because one of our own fell in battle, defending your world. That was not an agreement to pledge ourselves to your war," Lyrian continued. "And yet," Elder Valen added, his voice smooth as silk, "you return." Regin stepped forward now, straight-backed and formal, but there was a flicker of unease in her eyes. "I am Colonel Vaughn," she said. "I speak for Echo Division, and respectfully, we are not here to demand your aid. We are here to strengthen our alliance." Silence. Then soft chuckling. It wasn't humour. It was mockery. Strengthen an alliance? Elder Lyrian arched a brow. With a division that no longer exists in the same capacity? Regin faltered, not expecting the challenge so soon. We are a military faction in disarray. Elder Valen's voice cut through, slicing through whatever authority Regin had been trying to wield. You lost your independence. You have been absorbed by your government's machine. And now you come here, asking us to place our trust in that. Sophia took a careful step forward, her voice measured. We did what was necessary to ensure the survival of our people. The survival of your people does not dictate the will of Alfheim, another elder cut in, their voice curt and final. Regin stiffened, her composure slipping ever so slightly. She had expected diplomacy. She had not expected this. Sophia, too, was starting to see the problem. This wasn't a simple meeting. This was an interrogation. A crucifixion. The High Council had already sized them up and found them lacking. Gunnar, up until now, had been standing with his arms crossed, watching Sophia and Regin flounder. He had been here before. He had dealt with Alfheim's bureaucratic nightmares, the weight of their judgment. And he was not surprised that they had just thrown Sophia and Regin to the wolves. But now it was starting to piss him off. Because while the council debated politics, their people were still dying. And he had enough of it. Ileana must have sensed it because she glanced at him sharply as if silently warning him not yet. But Gunnar was done playing nice. He took a step forward, drawing all eyes to him. All right, we're done with the posturing. The words dropped like a thunderclap in the room. The elders stilled. Sophia and Regin turned slightly, eyes flickering toward him. Even Ileana's lips parted slightly, as if bracing for impact. Gunnar's blue eye burned cold as he surveyed the council. We're not here to beg. We're not here to play word games. We're here because the war you're all so damn hesitant to join is already at your doorstep. Lyrian's expression turned icy. You presume much? I don't presume. I know. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried, rippling across the chamber like the echo of distant thunder. Your warriors have already bled for this fight. His gaze swept over them. And I buried one of them myself. Silence. The weight of that statement crashed down like a hammer. Ileana's eyes flickered, something raw in her expression. Gunnar took another slow step forward. You're trying to pretend this isn't your fight. But it is. Because the same people coming for us, they'll come for you too. Elder Valen studied him carefully. You speak as though Alfheim cannot defend itself. Gunnar let out a sharp breath, shaking his head. Oh, you can defend yourselves. That's not the point. His gaze locked onto Valan's. The point is, you shouldn't have to fight this alone, and neither should we. Lyrian exhaled through her nose, but something in her expression had changed. They were listening now. Gunnar turned slightly, nodding toward Ileana. You wanted a reason to help? She already made that choice for you when she risked everything to stop the Demon King. And you know what? He met their gazes, unapologetic. She was right. A heavy silence settled, and this time, none of the council argued. This was only the beginning. The war of words wasn't over yet, but Gunnar had just forced their hand, and he wasn't backing down. The silence in the chamber was deafening. The weight of Gunnar's words hung in the air like a storm cloud, crackling with unspoken tension. Elder Lyrian's gaze was sharp, her silver brows furrowing ever so slightly. Elder Valan's fingers tapped against the polished armrest of his ornate chair, a subtle tell, but Gunnar saw it. They weren't ignoring him anymore, but that wasn't enough. Not yet. Gunnar inhaled slowly, his stance solid, his single blue eye flicking across the council. He didn't just want them listening. He wanted them to feel it. You think this is still politics? He said, his voice low, steady, the kind of tone that preceded a storm. You think this is about convenience? Let me tell you what this war has already cost us. He took one step forward, his cybernetic fist clenching at his side. Shade. He met Lyrian's gaze. Shot in the leg by one of their new weapons. His nervous system shut down in seconds. Another step. Lyra. Missing. We don't know if she's alive or dead. His voice hardened. That's not an assumption. That's our reality. His fists tightened, the metal joints of his cybernetic arm groaning under the pressure. Erendil. The name alone made the room feel colder. Gunnar didn't glance at Eliana, but he felt her shift slightly beside him. One of yours. A warrior who fought at our side, who died because we weren't prepared for the kind of war coming for all of us. The chamber was stone silent. Even the elders who had scoffed at Sophia and Regin earlier looked unsettled. Gunnar turned, nodding to Eli. She stepped forward, her violet eyes burning with an intensity that rivaled the glow of the magical runes lining the chamber walls. Without a word, she lifted her hand, and a glowing projection flickered to life above her palm. The image spun slowly in the air, a Black Dawn energy rifle, its design sleek, brutal, and utterly foreign to Alfheim's weaponry. Elder Valen's brow twitched slightly, but he said nothing. This, Eli began, her voice strong and unwavering, is what nearly crippled Shade. It doesn't use conventional ammunition. It fires a concentrated energy blast, one that disrupts the nervous system on impact. The rifle projection expanded, breaking apart into its individual components. A glowing blue crystal pulsed at its core. Eli's voice hardened. A crystal we have confirmed to be voidstone. A murmur rippled through the council. That got their attention. Elder Lyrian narrowed her eyes, leaning forward slightly. Voidstone? Eli flicked her fingers and the rifle projection vanished, only to be replaced by another image. This time, it was the dead super trooper. His massive frame loomed in the projection, veins blackened with something unnatural, his eyes empty and lifeless. We recovered this body, Eli continued, her tone sharper now. You may not recognize it, but I can tell you exactly what it is. She turned slightly, nodding to Alatharis, who stepped beside her, his face grim. Eli didn't pause. This soldier was enhanced, not by training, not by magic, by something else, something engineered. She turned, facing the council fully. This body is full of an alchemical compound derived from voidstone. A ripple of shock moved through the chamber. Alatharis spoke now, his deep, even voice carrying across the hall. We studied the substance. It's unlike anything seen before. A combination of forced mutations, magical reinforcement, and physical augmentation. And the worst part? His golden eyes flicked toward Lyrian. This one was just a prototype. Elder Valen's fingers stilled. The gravity of the revelation settled over the council like a suffocating fog. This is not a hypothetical threat, Eli pressed. This is happening, right now, and if we don't stop it, we will be facing an army of these. Gunnar took another step forward. This isn't just Earth's war, he said, voice low, lethal. This is your war. You either fight it now, on our terms. His single blue eye locked onto Elder Valen. Or you fight it when it reaches your gates. Silence. The elders didn't speak. They didn't have to. The weight of the truth was already crushing them. The heavy silence stretched in the chamber, thick with the weight of Gunnar and Eli's revelations. The council members looked rattled, some shifting in their seats, others gripping the arms of their chairs as if trying to anchor themselves. Then Clara stepped forward. She moved with purpose, her presence commanding. The polished plates of her ceremonial elven armor gleamed under the soft glow of the chamber's enchanted lights, her lieutenant's rank standing stark against the silver detailing. But it wasn't the armor that made them take notice. It was the fire in her eyes. Nothing had changed since the day she had fought beside their warriors in Alfheim. She had bled with them. She had earned her place among them. She was Pack, and they needed to understand that. Her voice, steady and unyielding, cut through the silence. The elven troops stationed on Earth are under my command, she said, her gaze sweeping across the assembled elders. They are here to fight, not to debate. And make no mistake, they will follow me. Not Echo Division, not your bureaucracy. Her voice hardened. They are warriors first, and I am their commander. She let that settle in. A murmur moved through the chamber. A few elders exchanged uneasy glances. Others looked ready to argue, but none spoke yet. Clara wasn't finished. I am Pack. She looked each of them in the eye, daring them to challenge her. Not Echo Division, and neither are they. The last words landed like a hammer. Aeliana stood silently at Gunner's side, watching Clara with something close to pride in her expression. Then a new voice broke the tension, a smooth, familiar one, tinged with sarcasm. Well, Darren said, stepping forward with his usual easy confidence. Now that we've got that cleared up. He made a show of adjusting the cuffs of his army dress blues before clasping his hands behind his back in mock formality. His eyes, however, were sharp. I'd like to officially inform the Council, he continued, that a human army battalion, specifically the 5077th Engineer Battalion, is currently on Earth, clearing land and constructing permanent facilities for both the Pack and your elven forces. He gave an easy shrug. Because, warriors need somewhere to sleep. That got a reaction. Some of the elders' brows furrowed. Others muttered amongst themselves, their expressions unreadable. Darren grinned slightly, not missing a beat. And before you ask, yes, that means human forces and elven forces will be training, living, and working together. Because, well, his smirk turned sharp. Turns out when you're in a war, it helps to actually prepare for it. The silence that followed was different this time. Not just uneasy. It was acceptance, realization, maybe even reluctant respect. Gunnar could see it. So could Aeliana. This wasn't just an update, this was power shifting. The Pack was not Echo Division. The elves on Earth followed Clara, and the human military had already begun supporting them. Alfheim's council was now faced with a choice. Either they acknowledged the new reality, or they got left behind. A deep, resonant voice filled the chamber, smooth yet unwavering in resolve. I stand with the Pack. Aletharis stepped forward, his artificer's robes settling around him as if he had just declared a sacred vow. The master artisan of Alfheim was not a warrior, but his presence commanded its own weight. His shimmering, silver-threaded sleeves, embroidered with symbols of craftsmanship and magic, bore the mark of someone whose skill built legacies. And he was staking his claim. The artisans of Alfheim have long upheld tradition, but tradition alone will not see us through this war. His gaze swept across the High Council, his voice calm, measured, but absolute. We have seen what our enemy is capable of. We have witnessed their weapons, their abominations, and their willingness to sacrifice anything for power. And what have we done in return? Silence. Aletharis's sharp blue eyes narrowed. We sent our warriors to Earth, he said, and we left them to fight alone. His words cut through the room like a blade. I will not allow that again. He placed a hand over the artisan's crest on his chest. I have already pledged my support to both the Pack and Echo Division. My artisans will continue to craft the weapons and enchantments needed to turn the tide. A murmur rippled through the elders, some clearly uneasy. Others, particularly the younger council members, nodded in silent agreement. Aletharis turned, his gaze falling on Gunnar and Clara. Then, on Eli. And as if summoned by that very gaze, Eli stepped forward, her violet eyes bright with purpose. Unlike Clara, she did not wear elven armor, nor did she stand in ceremonial robes of Alfheim's nobility. Instead, she wore what she had always worn, her technomancer's gear, a fusion of sleek elven craftsmanship interwoven with technology. Because that was what she was, the bridge between two worlds. I am a pack member, Eli said, her voice steady, carrying through the chamber. The first non-human member of the pack. That alone sent shockwaves through the room. A few council members stiffened, their expressions unreadable. Others leaned in, intrigued. Eli met their gazes without hesitation. I am proud of my elven heritage, she continued, but I am also proud to stand with the pack. They welcomed me as one of their own, not because of my magic, not because of my lineage, but because I earned it. Aliena, standing just behind Gunnar, remained silent, but her gaze burned with approval. Eli wasn't done. We have spent centuries keeping our realms safe, she said, her tone calm but unyielding. And yet, for all our magic, for all our strength, we have allowed others to carry the weight of the fight for us. Her eyes swept the room. The pack fights for all of us. Her final words hung in the air, heavy with truth. Alatheris stepped beside her, nodding once. We will continue to support both the pack and Echo Division with what is required of us, he said. That is my commitment. Gunnar stood silent, watching. Aliena had told him long ago, the council did not move easily, but now they were forced to move. The lines were drawn. Alfheim's warriors followed Clora, its artisans followed Alatheris, and one of their own, Eli, stood proudly as pack. For the first time, the council wasn't dictating terms, they were being given them. The chamber was silent. Gunnar had seen this before, the hesitation, the internal debates behind the stoic faces of the High Council. They sat in their ornate seats, watching, deliberating, weighing their options like scholars instead of warriors. It was the same cycle over and over. Gunnar was done waiting. He took a step forward, his presence alone commanding the room. His single blue eye burned with an intensity that brooked no argument. He lifted his hand and pointed directly at Regin and Sophia. I have served with both of these women, he said, his voice cutting through the stillness like a blade. They are not outsiders. They are warriors, leaders. And I personally chose Regin to command Echo Division. His words landed heavily. A murmur swept through the chamber. Some of the councillors exchanged uneasy glances. Others, particularly the younger, more progressive members, nodded in recognition. I will work with them, Gunnar continued, his voice steady, unshakable. Just as I work with Alfheim, just as I have always worked with those willing to stand and fight. His gaze swept the chamber, landing on each individual council member. You speak of balance, he said. You hold your traditions, your neutrality, your high ideals. But balance means action. It means being part of the fight, not just watching from the side. He let the words settle. Then he dropped the hammer. I have a place for you. He let his words carry, deep and final. A place for Alfheim to construct an embassy on Earth. The weight of that statement rippled through the room. Gasps, stiff postures, widened eyes. The council had preached balance for centuries. Gunnar was giving them a way to prove it. He took a step back. You wanted a reason to act? His voice was low, measured, deadly serious. This is it. No more arguments, no more negotiations. It was a challenge, a demand. And then, without waiting for a response, Gunnar turned on his heel. One by one, his people followed. Clora, her ceremonial armour gleaming, head held high. Eli, her violet eyes sharp, her purpose unshaken. Darren, adjusting his army dress blues, murmuring, Damn, that was dramatic. Alatheris, silent but proud, walking beside them. Aliena nodding once to the council before stepping away. They left, each step echoing through the chamber. Sophia and Regin lingered, glancing at one another. The council sat, unmoving. Finally, slowly, Sophia turned and followed the others. Regin stood a moment longer, her eyes flicking across the gathered elves. Then she let out a breath and strode after them, leaving the High Council to decide their own damn fate. The heavy doors of the High Council chamber shut behind them, as Gunnar led the group through the winding halls of Alfheim's royal stronghold. The meeting had been a war of words, a battle fought not with swords, but with calculated maneuvers, cold facts, and undeniable truths. The elves had listened, begrudgingly, but they had listened. Now, as they entered the portal chamber, the air was thick with the tension that still lingered from their confrontation. Gunnar exhaled slowly, rolling the tension from his shoulders as he stepped toward the portal. He was done with politics. It was time to get back to work. Darren adjusted his dress blues, side-eyeing Gunnar with a smirk. Well, that was fun. Eli shot him a dry look. If that's your definition of fun, you need a better hobby. Eliana, ever composed, stepped toward the portal, preparing to open the way back to Earth. Then, the portal flared, and before anyone could react, a figure stepped through. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Rose. She stormed into the chamber, boots hitting the polished floor with purpose, eyes blazing with a mix of fury and disbelief. You left me, she hissed, staring straight at Gunnar. Silence. Darren blinked. Then, oh, damn, he muttered under his breath. Rose's glare swung to him like a loaded weapon. Oh, don't even start. She turned back to Gunnar, stepping in closer. You walked past me, through the halls, had a whole conversation, and not one of you idiots thought to bring me? A beat of dead silence. Then, Darren burst out laughing. Oh, this is beautiful, he wheezed, bracing a hand on Eli's shoulder. I mean, really, the Pack's fire mage, left behind like an unwanted side quest. Rose snapped her gaze to Eliana, fury still crackling off of her. And you let them go? Eliana, completely unbothered, simply lifted a brow. You were late. Rose's jaw dropped. Eli, still studying a floating holographic interface, finally chimed in. To be fair, you do have a habit of disappearing. Rose let out a sharp, frustrated exhale, dragging a hand down her face. You are all the worst. She turned back to Gunnar, who had yet to say a word. You forgot me. Gunnar folded his arms, staring her down. I didn't forget you. Then what do you call it? A long pause. Darren grinned. I call it hilarious. Gunnar shot him a side-eye that promised consequences. Rose groaned. You know what? Forget it. She turned toward the portal, rolling her shoulders. I'm here now. Let's just get this over with. As she stepped past Gunnar, she muttered low enough for only him to hear. Next time, try not to treat me like an afterthought. Gunnar said nothing. Didn't need to. The portal chamber in Alfheim was still humming with residual energy as the rest of the team stepped through, returning to Earth. Gunnar remained standing near the fading glow, his lone blue eye hard and unreadable. Eliana was beside him, her expression softer but no less aware. She could see the tension in his posture, the weight pressing heavier than usual. But it wasn't just the council meeting that had him wound tight. It was the fact that he had forgotten Rose. And now, standing a few feet away, arms crossed and expressions seething with unamused sarcasm, was the woman herself. Rose. You forgot me, she said flatly, her amber eyes burning into him. A pause. Then, in a voice so quiet, so uncharacteristic, Gunnar muttered, Sorry. Rose blinked. Eliana tilted her head slightly but wisely said nothing. No excuses, no gruff reasoning, no blame. Just sorry. Well, damn, Rose muttered, shifting her weight onto one hip. Didn't think you had that in you. Gunnar exhaled sharply, not quite a sigh, not quite annoyance, just acceptance. I don't make a habit of forgetting my people, he said. Rose smirked. Well, guess there's a first for everything. Eliana cleared her throat, stepping forward slightly. We still have a mission to handle. Rose shifted, her frustration melting into business mode. Right, she said. The portal. With a flick of Eliana's wrist, A separate rift shimmered into existence, silver-blue magic swirling in gentle arcs of power. This portal will lead you to a remote access point in Alfheim, Eliana explained. One that isn't tied to any permanent structure, meaning Draven's network won't recognize it as a standard threat. Rose studied the magic carefully, weighing the risks. And if he has traps set up. You'll know as soon as you try to force access, Eliana admitted. But if anyone can break through, it's you. Rose smirked. Damn right it is. Gunnar finally spoke up again. Find what you can. If it's compromised, you pull out. No risks. Rose gave him a knowing look. I don't take risks I can't handle. Gunnar didn't argue. Didn't need to. She turned toward the portal but hesitated, glancing back over her shoulder. So, you gonna forget me again? Or are we even now? Gunnar exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Get going before I change my mind. Rose grinned and stepped through. Eliana closed the portal behind her, the glow fading into nothingness. Gunnar rubbed a hand down his face, exhaustion creeping into the edges of his stance. That was the right call, Eliana murmured, watching him. He didn't respond immediately, just nodded, gaze still fixed on where the portal had been. A beat of silence. Then, let's go home. Together they stepped back toward the portal that would take them back to Earth. The air inside the cramped hideout was stale, thick with dust and the scent of old, untouched supplies. The small cavern was half natural, half dug out, hidden beneath a rock overhang deep in murk dust. Lyra sat on an overturned crate, hands wrapped around a canteen as she listened to the distant echo of movement outside. Patrols. Too many patrols. Argoz, pacing, muttered a string of curses under her breath. She was digging through an old stash, sorting through worn leather pouches, faded maps, and a few emergency rations she hadn't touched in years. This is bad, she finally said, voice tight. No kidding, Lyra muttered, taking another swig from her canteen. The Black Dawn wasn't letting up. If anything, they were tightening the net, sending more troopers than before. It wasn't just grunts anymore. Draven was serious. And that meant they were running out of options. The weight of the situation. Argoz slammed a pouch down onto the crate next to Lyra, looking at her, jaw tight. We can't keep this up, she admitted. I know these forests better than anyone, but they've got numbers and they're closing in. Lyra ran a hand through her hair, exhaling sharply. She hated this. The running, the hiding, the waiting for an opening that never came. She wasn't built for it. Argoz wasn't either. For all her talk about laying low, Argoz was a fighter in her own way. Always moving, always scheming. And now, she was running out of schemes. Argoz kicked the crate in frustration, scowling. If I knew this would happen, I'd have buried more stashes out west. But no, past me thought. Hey, no way Draven gets this bad. Lyra smirked. Yeah, past you was an idiot. Argoz shot her a glare. Thanks, so helpful. Lyra leaned forward, elbows on her knees. All right, Goblin. Then what do we do? A beat of silence. Argoz sighed, rubbing her face. We need to move out of this area, but we can't risk losing track of the pack. Lyra frowned. Even if they come back, how do we know they'll even look for us? Argoz hesitated. She didn't have an answer. A risky gamble. Lyra sat back, thinking. Then, we leave a sign. Argoz blinked. A sign? Lyra nodded, already working through the idea. Something at the old portal site. Something only they'll recognize. If they come back, they'll search there first, right? Argoz hesitated, then nodded slowly. Yeah, it's where they lost me. It's where they'd go first. Lyra grinned. Then we make sure they find something. What to leave behind? They both sat in silence for a moment, thinking. Then Argoz reached into her pocket, pulling something small and worn from within the folds of her coat. She turned it over in her fingers, then held it up. A small, worthless coin. Lyra's brow furrowed. What's that? Argoz gave a wry smirk. First thing I ever stole. She flipped it once, catching it. I've never lost it, never spent it. It's my lucky coin. Lyra arched a brow. And you're willing to part with it? Argoz hesitated. The first thing she ever stole, it had followed her through everything. Through murk dust, through Draven's rise, through the escape, the chase. And now? She flicked it into the air, caught it again. I trust Rose will know what it means. Lyra moved to the table, pulling out an old, worn map of murk dust that Argoz had hidden in a metal case beneath the supplies. She spread it out between them, eyes scanning for the best route. All right. Let's say we make it to the portal site. How do we do this without setting off every damn alarm in this wasteland? Argoz studied the map, fingers tracing old paths, forgotten escape routes. Most of them weren't safe anymore. She sighed. We can't take the main roads. We'll have to move through the underpaths. Old smuggler trails. But they're close to Draven's search zones. If they're tracking movement, we'll have to be ghosts. Lyra rolled her neck, cracking her knuckles. Ghosts I can do. What's the risk? Argoz hesitated, then tapped a section of the map. This is the only real bottleneck. If Draven's patrols are smart, they'll have scouts posted here. It's a perfect spot to get ambushed. Lyra's expression darkened. So we either risk the ambush, or we waste time backtracking. Argoz nodded. Pretty much. Contingency plan. What if it goes sideways? Lyra exhaled through her nose. All right. If we get spotted, we break right. These trees here look dense enough to lose them. Argoz nodded, then hesitated. And if we can't shake them? Lyra gave a sharp grin. Then we give them something else to chase. Argoz narrowed her eyes. Like what? Lyra reached into her pack, pulling out a small Black Dawn communication device. She tossed it between her hands. This thing can still broadcast on their short-range frequency. If we need a distraction, I can rig it to send out a false distress call a few miles from the portal site. Argoz smirked. Not bad, you've been hanging around Eli too much. Lyra scoffed. Please, I've always been this smart. The final plan. Argoz tapped the map again. All right. We move just before dawn. Patrols will be swapping out, less alert. We go quiet, plant the sign, and get the hell out before anyone notices. Lyra cracked her knuckles. Sounds like a plan. Argoz looked at her coin one last time, then clenched it in her fist. This better work. Lyra smirked. It will. Trust me. The night air was thick, heavy with the stench of damp earth and old magic. They were close, too close. Lyra crouched behind the rotting husk of a fallen tree, one hand gripping the hilt of her ice dagger, the other steadying the Black Dawn rifle at her side. Just ahead, the ruins of the old portal site loomed in the darkness. Argoz knelt beside her, barely visible in the shadows, her breathing controlled but tense. They had made it past the worst of the patrols, only having to silence 3 sloppy Black Dawn soldiers along the way. But now, standing before the remnants of where Echo Division had once entered this realm, the weight of what they were about to do settled hard in Lyra's chest. We do this fast, Argoz murmured. You carve, I cover. The site itself was nothing but a shattered stone foundation, cracks webbing through the scorched ground where the portal had once stood. Strange distortions in the air flickered around them, unstable rifts forming at random, warping the space just beyond the ruins. Even the Black Dawn gave this place a wide berth. That worked in their favour. Lyra moved first. She stepped up to a flat piece of rock and pulled a knife from her belt. With quick, practiced strokes, she carved the symbol, a mark she and Rose had used for years. Cleared, safe, waiting. It wasn't much, but Rose would know. Behind her, Argoz knelt, pressing the small worn coin into the dirt just beneath the carving. The little metal piece glinted faintly in the eerie light of the flickering rifts. It was done, but just as Lyra stepped back, her gut twisted. A sound, movement in the trees beyond the ruins. She turned sharply, raising the rifle. Shadows shifted beyond the perimeter. They weren't alone. A voice rang out from the dark. There! I see them. Lyra fired first. The energy blast lit up the ruins, slamming into the first Black Dawn trooper who had stepped too far forward. He went down, body convulsing from the paralysis, but more shapes surged toward them. Time to go, Goblin! Lyra hissed. Argoz was already moving. They bolted, weaving through the ruins as boots thundered behind them. The shouts grew louder, cutting through the thick air like knives. Then everything went to hell. A deep bone-shaking rumble echoed across the ruins, followed by a shrill, inhuman shriek. Lyra whipped her head around, just in time to see the rift open. It wasn't the same flickering distortion as before. This one tore open wide, a swirling vortex of darkness yawning into existence at the edge of the ruins. Something stepped through. Massive. Gnarled claws and twisted limbs. A face that didn't belong to any creature of this world. A night beast. The Black Dawn soldiers skidded to a halt, their weapons snapping up, confusion and horror freezing them in place. Lyra didn't hesitate. Move! She snarled, grabbing Argoz by the back of her cloak and yanking her forward. The beast let out a piercing shriek, its limbs lashing out, snaring the closest Black Dawn soldier and ripping him from the ground with terrifying ease. The screaming didn't last long. Lyra and Argoz didn't look back. They vanished into the darkness, letting the chaos consume the forces behind them. By the time they stopped running, breathless and unseen in the thickest part of the woods, the ruins were nothing but distant echoes of carnage. Lyra let out a breath, smirking. Well, that went better than expected. Argoz shot her a glare. Better? We almost got ripped apart. Lyra shrugged. Yeah, but we didn't. Argoz exhaled sharply, looking back toward where the old portal had stood. The message was left. The coin was placed. Now they just had to hope Rose and the pack found it. Rose sat hunched over the console, fingers flying across the keyboard, eyes bloodshot and burning. 36 hours. That's how long she had been at this, and she had nothing to show for it. She growled under her breath, stretching her neck as the screen flickered again, flashing another access denied message. God damn it! She had to be close. Draven's network was stronger, smarter than it had been the last time she had fought him in cyberspace. Layers of encryption, failsafes, firewalls embedded with self-repairing runes. It wasn't just a digital fortress, it was magic-infused security. The bastard had learned, adapted. And now she was running out of options. She slammed her fist down on the table, exhaling sharply, trying to think. Every time she found an opening, something shifted, sealed up, like the system was learning her tactics. She had broken through twice only to be kicked out before she could map the network or find an active portal. Draven was one step ahead of her every single time, and that pissed her off. A sharp knock sounded at the door. She didn't bother looking up. If it's not coffee or a new brain, I don't care, she snapped. The door creaked open and a familiar voice dripped with sarcasm. Yeah, well, I was going to offer both, but now I think I'll just keep 'em to myself. Rose's head snapped up. Darren. He strolled in like he owned the place, carrying a fresh cup of coffee in one hand and an infuriatingly amused expression on his face. Rose sighed, rubbing her temples. I'm working. No, you're losing. He dropped into the chair across from her, setting the coffee down. Big difference. She glared at him but snatched the cup anyway, taking a long sip before slamming it back down. What do you want? Darren leaned back, arms crossed. Oh, I don't know. Maybe to check in on the rage-fueled fire mage who's been locked in here for nearly 2 days? Maybe to remind you that humans need sleep? I'll sleep when Draven's network is in flames. Darren snorted. Yeah? How's that going for you? Rose gritted her teeth. She didn't answer. Because they both knew the answer. Darren's smirk widened. That bad, huh? She huffed, leaning back in her chair, arms crossed. It's not just firewalls, Darren. The entire system is self-repairing. Every time I make progress, the damn thing fixes itself. He frowned, his usual teasing expression shifting to something more thoughtful. That's not normal. No shit. Darren drummed his fingers against the table. Sounds like magic. Rose exhaled sharply. Of course it's magic, but what kind? Darren shrugged. Dunno. You're the mage, not me. Rose rolled her eyes and turned back to the screen, glaring at the barriers standing between her and Draven's secrets. A soft beep echoed from the console. Rose's head snapped up. A weak link. A vulnerability. It was small, almost insignificant, but it was there. Her pulse jumped. Gotcha, she muttered, fingers already moving. Darren arched a brow. That good or that bad? She didn't answer. She was in. A thread. Thin, frayed, but real. She followed it, digging deeper, pushing harder, bypassing failsafes. And then everything went black. The screen shut down. The power died. The room went dark. And then a voice, cold and sharp as a blade, whispered through the speakers. Nice try, apprentice, but you'll have to do better than that. Draven. A chill shot down Rose's spine. Darren tensed. Oh, that's not good. Rose sat frozen, hands clenched into fists. She had been caught. A chill shot down Rose's spine. Darren tensed beside her. Oh, that's not good. The line on the monitor had gone silent, too silent. Rose's fingers hovered over the keyboard, hesitation flickering in her eyes for the first time in 36 hours. She had been caught. You still there, Draven? She asked, keeping her voice cool, unaffected. A few seconds of static, then his voice came through. Calm, controlled, a little too much so. Well, I was wondering when you'd slip up. Rose swallowed hard. Number? There was no way he traced her, not yet. Not this fast. Darren leaned forward, voice lower now. Rose, did he just... Draven's tone sharpened. You really thought I wouldn't notice? That you could dig into my system, poke around and just walk away? That you and your little lapdog there could taunt me without consequences? Lapdog? Darren scoffed. Oh, hell no. Rose's smirk returned, her fingers flying over the keys. She wasn't locked in with him. He was locked in with her. Draven's sweetheart, she drawled. I don't know what's more pathetic, the fact that it took you this long to notice, or the fact that you think you can stop me now. Another few keystrokes. His firewalls shifted, but she was faster. She was already into his comm grid. His alerts were already screaming. Darren grinned. Oof! Gotta admit, Dravey, this is embarrassing for you. A sharp growl cut through the speakers. I will skin you alive. Darren barked out a laugh. You wish you could, buddy. Rose's screen flashed red. Draven's countermeasures were moving. Oh no, he's trying, Rose teased. How cute. Darren leaned toward the mic. Hey, Dravey, real talk. Do you ever get tired of losing? Like physically exhausted? Or is it more of an emotional thing? Draven's voice dropped to a deadly whisper. You think this is funny? Rose grinned. I think it's hilarious. The comms flared, then cut to static. Darren blinked. Did he just rage quit? Rose snorted. That or he's throwing things. Darren smirked. Call it a win? Rose leaned back, arms crossed. Oh, it's a win. But her fingers still hovered over the keys, because something about this felt off. Draven had taken the bait, but too easily. She exhaled, shaking off the feeling. Whatever it was, she'd deal with it later. For now, she just ruined his day, and that was more than enough. The comms flare back to life. Draven's voice is too calm now, too smug. You're enjoying this, aren't you, Rose? She rolls her eyes. Oh, immensely. Draven chuckles. Not angry anymore. Not rattled. Just amused. Tell me something. Why do you think I let you poke around? You really think I didn't notice you creeping through my systems? No. I wanted you to see what I left for you. I wanted you to come knocking. Rose's smirk flickers just slightly. Draven leans in, because now I get to tell you the truth. There's a faint sound through the feed. It's hard to tell what it is, but it's there. Darren's brows furrow. What is that? Draven sighs. Poor little Argoz. She really thought she could run forever. But we always find our own, don't we? The sound sharpens. A muffled voice. It's garbled, distorted, but... Rose freezes. It's Argoz. And she sounds terrified. You're full of shit! Rose snaps. But there's a sliver, just a sliver of uncertainty now. Draven chuckles. Am I? Argoz was taken days ago. She's already broken Rose. And Lyra? He laughs softly. Let's just say, I'm sure she had her reasons for screaming the way she did. Rose's knuckles go white. Darren grimaces. Oh, that son of a... Draven's voice dips into something cold. You're going to break soon too, just like them. You don't even know it yet, but you're already losing. The moment the comms cut, Rose lunges forward, fingers flying across the interface. Oh, no you don't, you smug son of a... Crackle. Static. Error. The screen flashes red. The portal interface overloads in a violent burst of energy. Sparks spit from the console, the glyphs flaring one last time before everything goes dark. She slams her hands down on the console. Damn it! Darren, still standing off to the side, exhales slowly. His usual cocky smirk? Nowhere to be found. He runs a hand down his face. Welp, that was dramatic. Rose turns on him like a storm about to break. Not now. Darren holds up his hands. Hey, I'm just saying, if the goal was to get under your skin, mission accomplished. Rose's jaw tightens. He's lying. Darren nods. Yep. Rose's fingers curl into fists. He's bluffing. Darren shrugs. Probably. Rose's breath comes sharp and fast, her entire body coiled like a live wire. Darren watches her for a moment, then folds his arms. And what if he's not? That stops her cold. She glares at him, the fire in her eyes burning bright, but she doesn't answer. Because she doesn't know. Darren sighs. Listen, I get it. You want to rip his throat out through a comm line. Hell, I'd pay to see it. But right now, we got nothing. He pushed you out, he cut off the line, and we both know what that means. Rose grinds her teeth. He's got the last word. Darren nods. And I don't know about you, but that pisses me right the hell off. Rose looks at the console again, at the darkened runes and dead systems. Her heartbeat pounds in her ears. She had him, and now? She had nothing, except his voice echoing in her head. Argoz was taken days ago. She's already broken Rose. And Lyra. Let's just say... I'm sure she had her reasons for screaming the way she did. Her fingers flex and her knuckles crack. Then, finally, she straightens. We need to get to Gunner. Darren lifts a brow. Oh? So now you need my help? Rose scowls. You can walk or I can light your ass on fire and drag you there. Darren was not having it. No, Rose blinked. Excuse me? Nope. He crossed his arms over his chest, leaning casually against the stone pillar. Whatever batshit scheme you're cooking up, I want no part of it. Rose let out a slow breath, forcing a calm she absolutely did not feel. Darren. Rose. She squared her shoulders, then gave him her best fire-eyed glare, the one that made people reconsider their life choices. Darren was unimpressed. This is important, she said, voice even. I need someone watching my back, and frankly, you're the only one I trust for this. Darren made a show of looking around. Where's the part where I give a shit? Rose clenched her jaw. I have to go back to Concordia. Come on, we gotta tell Gunner, Darren muttered. We are so gonna regret this. Gunner looked like hell. When Rose and Darren stepped into his office, he was hunched over reports, his cybernetic fist resting against his temple, a deep frown etched across his face. Eliana stood nearby, arms crossed, watching Gunner with something between patience and concern. The moment he looked up at them, Rose immediately reconsidered her life choices. His expression was pure exhaustion. Darren sighed. Oh good, he's already pissed. That'll make this easier. Gunnar narrowed his eyes. If you're here, it means something's gone wrong. Rose hesitated for half a second, then launched into it. Draven knows I'm alive. Eliana straightened, her piercing blue eyes sharpening. Explain. Rose gave them the short version. The failed hack. Draven's taunts. The fact that he shut her down completely. By the time she finished, Gunnar was rubbing his temples like he had an incoming migraine. Let me get this straight, he said slowly. You poked the bear laughed in your face, and now you want to go running straight into a bear den to fix it. Rose lifted a finger. Technically, Concordia is not a bear den. Gunnar levelled a look at her. Rose cleared her throat. Okay, fine. Maybe it is, but I have a plan. Darren held up a hand. Correction. She has a plan. I was dragged into this under protest. Gunnar crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. All right, someone explain before I lose my patience. Rose exhaled, shifting her weight. I need to go to Concordia. Eliana, standing just behind Gunnar, frowned. Why? Rose hesitated. She never liked laying her cards on the table, but this wasn't something she could keep to herself anymore. Because I left something there. Something I need to get back. Eli, always the analyst, adjusted her glasses. Something Draven wants. Rose smirked. You're quick. Eli crossed her arms. That wasn't a compliment. Gunnar's expression hardened. Rose. His tone was the kind that cut through bullshit. What did you leave? Rose let out a breath and finally said it. The Flameheart crystal. And a portal crystal from Eldermire. The room fell silent. Eliana blinked, her lips parting slightly. You're joking. I don't joke about power like this. Eli's eyes narrowed. A Flameheart crystal? As in, one of the Flameheart crystals? And an Eldermire portal crystal? Rose nodded. Yeah. Gunnar clenched his jaw. You mean to tell me that one of the most powerful magical artifacts, an artifact that could give Draven everything he needs to take control of the realms, has been sitting in Concordia for the last 8 years? Rose crossed her arms. It was the best place to hide it. Darren ran a hand down his face. Oh yeah, because Concordia is so secure. Totally not full of backstabbers, power-hungry syndicates, and people who'd sell their own mother for a handful of gold. Rose grinned. Exactly. Too many people watching each other. Makes it hard for one person to take control of everything. Eli muttered. That is both the smartest and dumbest thing I've ever heard. Eliana pinched the bridge of her nose. Where in Concordia? Rose hesitated. A place no one would look. A pocket dimension I created years ago, before I even met most of you. It's not connected to the main portal network. It's secure. Gunnar's fingers drummed against the table. And you think Draven doesn't know? He knows it's in Concordia, but he doesn't know where. Eli's mind was already racing. You're not just going back for the crystal, Rose smirked. Damn, you really are quick. Eli glared. Shut up and explain. Rose's smirk faded slightly. I can't just walk into Concordia and grab the thing. Draven has eyes everywhere. I need help. Gunnar's expression darkened. You want backup? No, Rose corrected. I need someone who won't set off every alarm in the damn city. Eliana's eyes flickered with understanding. You need Darren. Darren, who had been happily staying out of the conversation, froze. Oh, hell no. Rose turned to him, smiling too sweetly. Come on, Darren. You and me? Concordia? Just like old times. We've never worked together in Concordia, Darren shot back, and you absolutely just tried to use that look on me. Rose's eyes widened in mock innocence. What look? Darren pointed at her. The one where you bat your big fiery eyes and pout like a sad little orphan girl, so I'll do what you want. Rose blinked dramatically. I have no idea what you're talking about. Darren turned to Gunnar. See? This is what she does. She pulls you in, makes you think it's your idea, and before you know it, you're getting shot at in some shady back alley while she smirks at you from a rooftop. Gunnar's eye twitched. I'm aware. Rose's grin widened. Darren groaned, rubbing his face. Number absolutely not. No way in hell. Rose pouted. Please? Darren clenched his jaw. Rose's smile turned smug. Darren cursed under his breath. I hate myself. Gunnar sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. You two better not make this worse. Rose slung an arm around Darren's shoulders. Oh, please. When have I ever made things worse? Darren glared. Do you really want me to start a list? The war room was silent as Rose stood at the table, her fingers drumming a slow, deliberate rhythm against the worn wood. Her mind raced with possibilities, risks stacking against each other like an unsteady tower. Darren stood beside her, arms crossed, his usual smirk absent for once. Gunnar sat across from them, his expression unreadable, his cybernetic fingers tapping idly against his knee. Eliana leaned against the far wall, arms folded, watching. This was a bad idea, but it was the only one she had. Concordia's locked down, Rose muttered, more to herself than anyone else. Every back door I knew is sealed, every hidden route, burned. She exhaled sharply, rubbing her forehead. I need another way in. Gunnar's one good eye flicked toward her, waiting. Darren snorted. And? Rose hesitated, then muttered the name like she hated it. Athrun. The air in the room shifted. Darren snapped upright. Wait, Athrun? A slow grin spread across his face. You mean where the hot demon chicks live? Eliana groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose. Gunnar shot him a glare, but Darren just raised his hands innocently. What? I'm just saying. If we're going to a realm ruled by 3 deadly beautiful demon queens, I'd like to know how much trouble we're walking into. Rose rolled her eyes. Less trouble than trying to break into Concordia alone. Lysandra controls the strongest transport network between realms. If anyone can smuggle me in, it's her. Gunnar's jaw tightened slightly, and for the first time since she said the name, he spoke. Lysandra and her sisters don't take charity work. No, Rose agreed, but they do honor debts. Silence. Gunnar leaned forward, his voice calm but edged. You're assuming she'll help you. You're assuming she won't. Eliana cut in, voice smooth. You're also assuming she doesn't already know about Draven's movements. If the Black Dawn's network is expanding, Athrun has felt it. Lysandra's smart. She won't let his forces reach her borders unchecked. Rose nodded. Exactly. She has just as much reason to keep Draven out as we do. That's leverage. Darren snorted. Or she'll just kill us for fun and call it a day. Gunnar exhaled through his nose, then pushed back from the table. Without another word, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a small, rune-inscribed talisman, a relic of his past dealings with Athrun. The last time he'd held it, he'd lost an arm and an eye. He tossed it onto the table. If we do this, we do it my way, he said. I reach out to Lysandra. If she agrees to a meeting, we go. But if she decides we're worth more dead than alive, we won't be walking out. Rose picked up the talisman, rolling it between her fingers. When do you call her? Gunnar didn't answer. He just activated the rune. The room was silent as the talisman's glow dimmed, the weight of ancient magic settling over them. Then the connection solidified, and a familiar voice slipped through, smooth, knowing, edged with amusement. Gunnar, it's been too long. Lysandra. Eliana exhaled sharply while Darren leaned against the desk with a smirk. Gunnar, as always, remained unreadable. Lys, he greeted, his voice measured. I should be offended, she continued, all these years and not even a message. And now when you do reach out, it's because you need something. Typical. Rose rolled her eyes. We don't have time for the guilt trip. Lysandra laughed, a low, rich sound. And who is this? A new recruit. Gunnar cut in before Rose could snarl back. She's the reason I'm calling. We need quiet passage into Concordia. Silence. Then her voice lost its teasing edge. Concordia? Something in that single word sent a prickle of unease through the room. I assume this has to do with Draven? Lysandra continued. Gunnar didn't answer. He didn't have to. He's making moves, she said, her tone shifting into something closer to calculation. The Black Dawn is expanding. I've had reports of his forces near the Outer Territories. Rose stepped forward. Then you know he's after something. We need to get ahead of him. Lysandra hummed softly. And why should I care? That time Gunnar didn't hesitate. Because I saved your life. A sharp silence followed. Lysandra wasn't one to be cowed by debts, but Gunnar wasn't playing games. He didn't barter with empty words. Finally she sighed. You never did let me forget that. You owe me, he said evenly. I'm calling it in. And just like that, I'm supposed to open my borders and smuggle your people across? If I had asked for anything else, you'd have already agreed. Another pause, then a soft, almost grudging chuckle. Fine, Gunnar. You win. Darren grinned. He always does. Lysandra ignored him. I'll arrange transport, but listen closely. Things aren't the same here. If you're coming to Atherin, tread carefully. I have control, but stability is fragile. Understood, Gunnar said. I'll send a guide. Meet them at the crossing point by sundown tomorrow. And, Gunnar? He waited. Next time, try calling just to talk. The connection cut. A heavy silence settled in the room. Rose arched a brow. She likes you. Darren burst out laughing. Oh yeah, she definitely likes you. Gunnar just exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Pack your gear. We leave at dawn. Darren, hands casually shoved into his pockets, leaned toward Rose, a lazy smirk playing at his lips. He kept his voice low, but just loud enough to carry. Did you catch that tone? Damn, thought she was going to melt through the floor when Lysandra purred Gunnar's name like that. Rose arched a brow, glancing toward where Gunnar stood with Eliana. She smirked. Wonder if she still makes him call her Mistress Lysandra, or if she's dropped the formalities. Darren snorted, biting back a laugh, but his eyes flicked toward Eliana. Not directly, no, that'd be too obvious. Just enough to watch for it, that tiny reaction, that small tell. And there it was. It was subtle, a fraction of a second, but it was there. The slightest tightening of her fingers before she relaxed them, the way she squared her shoulders just a bit too precisely. She wasn't looking at them, but she wasn't not looking at them either. Darren grinned like a wolf catching scent of fresh prey. Oh, damn, he murmured. We got tension. Eli, you seeing this? 'Cause I'm seeing this. Eli, standing nearby with a datapad in hand, didn't even glance up. Nope. Not getting involved? Not today. But Darren, he was just getting started. He took an exaggerated step toward Gunnar, tilting his head back like he was really thinking it over. Gotta say, boss, never seen you light up for anyone quite like Lysandra. He stroked his chin in mock contemplation. Maybe we should stay a few extra days, huh? Catch up. Get reacquainted. Gunnar's gaze snapped toward him, blue eye flat, deadly. It was that look. The one that said, you keep talking and I'm testing Thunderstrike's new ammo on you. Darren grinned wider. Or maybe, he continued, thoroughly enjoying himself, we bring her back with us. Really strengthen those alliances. Hell, she could help us train. Eliana finally turned then. Slow, measured, controlled, the look she gave Darren. Deadly. It wasn't anger, not exactly. It was that regal silence, that perfectly unreadable elven calm that somehow carried more weight than an outright threat. Darren knew that look. Victory. Ah, there it is, he said, tapping his temple with a knowing smirk. You're good, but you're not that good, Guardian. Eliana simply tilted her chin up slightly, composed as ever. You mistake pragmatism for concern, she said smoothly. Darren let out a long, satisfied hum. Oh, absolutely, he replied, lying through his teeth. Rose turned away quickly, shaking with silent laughter. She faked a cough, trying to compose herself, but Darren could see the mirth dancing in her eyes. And Gunnar? He exhaled, long, slow, exasperated. He pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered, I hate you. Darren beamed. I know, Darren grinned, eyes sharp with mischief, opening his mouth to push just a little further. And bah! The sound echoed through the portal chamber loud, clear, and distinctly. Ovine. Silence. A slow, creeping horror spread across Darren's face. He blinked once, twice, then snapped his mouth shut and tried again. Bah! Gunnar choked. Rose lost it. Eli, ever the professional, took exactly 3 seconds before doubling over in laughter, dropping her datapad. Darren scowled, pointing an accusing finger at Eliana, whose face remained perfectly neutral, though there was the faintest glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Bah! That was it. Rose collapsed against the wall, shaking with laughter while Gunnar turned away, rubbing his hand down his face hard, shoulders trembling. You can't. Bah! Eli was wheezing. Darren stomped forward, attempting to regain some dignity, though it was impossible when his words kept translating into perfect farm, animal dialect. This is abuse of power. Bah! Eliana merely tilted her head, cool as ever. I have no idea what you mean. Darren jabbed a finger at her. You're a menace. Eliana smiled, just slightly. Then, with a casual flick of her wrist, the spell lifted. Darren glared at her, rubbing his throat like it had personally betrayed him. He opened his mouth cautiously, tested the air. You are the worst. Eliana simply gave the faintest nod of agreement. Gunnar, still standing off to the side, finally exhaled through his nose and muttered, That's what you get. Darren threw up his hands. Unbelievable. I get punished for telling the truth. You all heard it. This is why we can't have nice things. Rose wiped at her eyes, breathless from laughing. Oh no, we're keeping this. Forever. Eli, still recovering, picked up her datapad with a wheeze. I swear I will reprogram the facility's security system to play that sound every time you walk in. Darren scowled, but the corner of his mouth twitched. I hate all of you. We know. Eliana's smirk was barely there. Barely. But it was there. The portal room emptied, leaving only Gunnar and Eliana, standing amidst the quiet hum of residual magic. The echo of laughter still hung in the air from Darren's well-earned humiliation, but now it was just them. Eliana exhaled softly, letting the moment settle. The flickering glow of the runes lining the portal cast shifting light across Gunnar's face, highlighting the sharp edges of a man who rarely allowed himself stillness. He turned to her, expression unreadable at first, but then a smile. It was a rare thing, something small, just the faintest pull at the corner of his mouth. But it was real. Eliana found herself studying it, caught off guard by the warmth in it, by how much it softened the hardened lines of his face. You free for dinner? Gunnar asked, his voice rough but almost light. Eliana blinked. Dinner? His one good eye held hers, steady as ever. Bianca's making fettuccine. She tilted her head slightly, her mind turning over the unfamiliar word. Fettuccine. Gunnar huffed a quiet laugh, shaking his head. You've had Bianca's cooking before. You'll like it. Eliana considered. She had, indeed, experienced Bianca's food before, and while mortal cuisine often varied wildly in quality, Bianca was different. There was something about her cooking, something crafted with care, as though every meal was an offering rather than a necessity. Very well, Eliana nodded. But if this fettuccine is unpleasant, I will hold you responsible. Gunnar smirked, already heading toward the door. That's a risk I'm willing to take. Eliana followed, an amused glint in her eyes. For once, just once, neither of them had to think about the war, the battles ahead, or the weight of the choices they'd made. Just dinner. For now. The scent of garlic and simmering cream drifted through the air as Gunnar and Eliana stepped into the mess hall. Eliana paused, brows lifting slightly. The space had been completely transformed, gone were the lingering signs of destruction from the fight between Rose and Lyra. The shattered tables, the scorch marks, the cracked tiles. In their place stood a sleek, polished mess hall, its rustic charm somehow preserved despite the new reinforcements. The floors gleamed under the soft glow of overhead lights, and the walls bore subtle reinforcement panels that blended seamlessly into the decor. At the far end, Bianca stood behind the counter, arms crossed over her apron, a satisfied smirk tugging at her lips. "Well, well, look who finally decided to grace my kitchen," she teased, waving them over. Gunnar exhaled, eyeing the space. "Didn't think they'd finish this fast." "Neither did I," Bianca admitted, grabbing 2 steaming plates from the counter. "Those damn contractors have been breathing down my neck for weeks, but I finally got them out of here. My kitchen is mine again." She turned, setting the plates down in front of them. Rich, golden pasta piled high with a creamy sauce, seasoned chicken resting on top, garnished with fresh herbs. Eliana leaned in slightly, taking in the scent. It was different. She had eaten mortal food before, some of it good, some of it bland, but this smelled inviting in a way she hadn't expected. "Fettuccine Alfredo," Bianca declared proudly. "Made fresh, just for you two." Then Bianca grinned, her eyes flicking between them before gesturing toward a specific booth in the corner. "I even had that one put in special." Gunnar narrowed his eyes at her smirk. "Special how?" "Just for occasions like this," Bianca winked. Eliana tilted her head, intrigued by the cozy setup, a corner booth, slightly secluded, with plush seating that looked more comfortable than the rest. A warm, dim light hung above it, casting an inviting glow. Gunnar exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "You're getting real bold, Bianca." "I live dangerously," she smirked, waving them off. "Now go sit down before your food gets cold." With an amused huff, Gunnar grabbed both plates, glancing at Eliana. "After you, princess?" Eliana arched a brow but accepted the gesture, moving toward the booth. She slid into the seat, and Gunnar followed, setting their food down before sinking into the cushion opposite her. For a moment it was just the two of them. The mess hall still buzzed in the background, agents chatting, silverware clinking, the faint murmur of the news playing on one of the wall-mounted screens. But here, in this booth, it felt distant. Bianca had known exactly what she was doing. Eliana picked up her fork, glancing at Gunnar. "If this is unpleasant, I will blame you." Gunnar smirked, taking a bite first. "I'll take my chances." Eliana finally lifted her fork, twirling the pasta and tasting it. Her eyes widened slightly, but she quickly masked her reaction, swallowing with practiced composure. "So?" Gunnar prodded. Eliana set down her fork carefully, lifting her chin. "It is acceptable." Gunnar huffed a laugh, shaking his head. "High praise coming from you." She merely smirked, taking another bite, and for the first time in what felt like ages, Gunnar allowed himself to just breathe. No war, no battles, no politics, just good food. And Eliana, as the last remnants of their meal disappeared, Gunnar leaned back, exhaling in contentment. For once, he actually felt full, not just from the food, but from the brief moment of peace. Across from him, Eliana finished the last bite of her fettuccine with quiet satisfaction, though she kept her expression composed. Bianca swooped in before either of them could stand, wiping her hands on her apron as she approached their booth with an unmistakable air of purpose. "So, tell me, princess," Bianca began, crossing her arms, "what kind of food do you elves eat?" Eliana lifted a delicate brow, setting her napkin down with practiced grace. "We eat many things, Bianca. You will need to be more specific." "Oh, don't you go giving me that diplomatic answer," Bianca waved a hand. "I mean, I want to know what you all actually like. Your comfort food, your feasts, whatever passes for home cooking in Alfheim." Eliana regarded her with mild amusement. "Why?" Bianca leaned forward, planting both hands on the table. "Because I ain't letting those elves suffer through the swill they serve over at the facility." Gunnar chuckled, shaking his head. "Sounds like a personal problem, Bianca." "Damn right it is," Bianca shot back. If they're going to be stationed here, working alongside us, then they deserve better than processed cafeteria rations. She turned back to Eliana. So, you going to help me out, or do I gotta bribe you? Eliana tilted her head, considering the request was unexpected. Most humans barely considered elven cuisine beyond the occasional stereotype, light, ethereal, more art than sustenance. But Bianca was different. She wasn't asking for novelty, she was asking because she genuinely wanted the elven forces to feel welcome. Respect. That was rare. I suppose I could provide a few traditional recipes, Eliana allowed, her lips curving into the slightest smirk. Damn right you can, Bianca grinned. But then she smoothly pivoted to her real objective, folding her arms and giving Eliana a knowing look. Course you know what would really help, Bianca mused, tilting her head. Eliana sighed softly, already sensing where this was going. Let me guess. An elven assistant. Bianca beamed as if Eliana had just given her the best idea in the world. See? I knew you were smart. Bianca snapped her fingers. Look, I don't need some five-star royal chef. Just someone who actually knows what the hell they're doing with elven ingredients. Someone who won't look at me like I'm committing war crimes every time I season something. Eliana chuckled softly, shaking her head. You have an interesting way of making requests, Bianca. Yeah, but you'll help, right? Eliana took a thoughtful pause, then nodded gracefully. I will see what I can do. Bianca clapped her hands together, satisfied. That's all I ask. She turned, already muttering about reorganizing her kitchen. Gunnar smirked as he watched her go. You just got recruited, didn't you? Eliana lifted her chin imperiously. Number I merely agreed to assist in ensuring proper nutrition for our allies. The soft murmur of the mess hall had quieted as the last of the night shift cleared out. The overhead lights were dimmed, casting a golden glow over the room. The scent of Bianca's cooking still lingered in the air, mixing with the faint, crisp scent of Eliana's elven robes. Gunnar leaned back against the booth, his single blue eye studying Eliana in the low light. For once, there was no crisis, no reports, no battles waiting at the edge of every conversation. Just the two of them, the remnants of dinner, and the rare sense of something easy. Eliana tilted her head slightly, observing him in return. You're smiling, she noted. Gunnar snorted. Am I? She nodded, a small smirk tugging at her lips. It's rare. Gunnar shifted, exhaling slowly. Well, gotta keep people guessing. Eliana chuckled, reaching for her glass. A moment of peace, then. Looks like. For a few seconds, neither of them spoke. The world outside didn't exist. No war, no Black Dawn, no Echo Division, just a quiet moment that had been a long time coming. Then, bang! The doors to the mess hall slammed open. Eliana sighed deeply. Gunnar pinched the bridge of his nose, and Eli, still in her work clothes, hair pulled back in a messy bun, strode in like the world was ending. Interrupting something? She asked casually, though the glint in her violet eyes said she knew exactly what she was doing. Gunnar didn't even look at her. Keebler. Eliana, ever composed, merely took a sip of her drink. Eli grinned unapologetically. Yeah, save the grumbling for later. I've got something. She slid into the booth across from them, setting a tablet on the table between them. Gunnar's patience was wearing thin. This better be good. Eli tapped the screen, and a low burst of static crackled before a voice filtered through. It was distorted, garbled from whatever security measures had been in place, but the words were unmistakable. The birth went as expected. The child is stable. They've moved her. Eliana stiffened slightly. Gunnar leaned forward. Who? Eli looked him dead in the eye. Trinity. Silence settled over the table, heavy and suffocating. Gunnar's jaw tightened. She gave birth. Not a question, a statement, a fact. Yeah, Eli confirmed, her usual sharpness subdued. And Black Dawn is keeping the kid close. Eliana's fingers curled slightly against the tabletop, her mind already racing through the implications. Gunnar exhaled sharply. "Do we have a location?" Eli shook her head. "Not yet. I only picked up the chatter. I need time to backtrace it and pinpoint where they moved her." Eliana leaned forward, voice even but laced with concern. "Who is the father?" Eli hesitated. "No mention of that. But let's be real. If Black Dawn is involved, this isn't some normal birth." Gunnar ground his teeth. "You think it's engineered?" Eli shrugged. It'd be stupid not to assume that. Eliana exchanged a glance with Gunnar. The tension was growing by the second. Gunnar sat back, crossing his arms, his cybernetic fingers tapped once against his bicep. "So, what do we know?" Eli leaned on the table. "Not much yet. But this?" She pointed to the tablet. "This just became priority number 1. Eliana's eyes darkened. "If they've moved her, they won't keep her in one place for long. The longer we take, the harder it will be to track them." Gunnar nodded slowly. "Then you'd better get to work." Eli smirked. "Already on it." She stood, stretching. "By the way, you two enjoy your... whatever this was." She winked, spinning on her heel. The moment she was gone, Eliana exhaled and shook her head. "Do you think she does that intentionally?" Gunnar rubbed his temple. "Absolutely." Eliana gave him a small, knowing smile. "You should eat faster next time." Gunnar chuckled dryly. "Noted." But the moment was gone, and war was back on the table. The portal room crackled with arcane energy, the runes along the stone walls pulsing in steady waves of violet light. The air was thick with the weight of old magic, an unnatural chill clinging to the chamber despite the warmth of the torches lining the walls. Gunnar stood rigid, arms crossed, dressed in fresh tactical gear, a departure from his usual battle-worn attire, though no less menacing. His cybernetic arm flexed absently, the silver dagger embedded within humming faintly with power. He was ready. This was a meeting that would either go very well or very, very badly. Rose was less patient, shifting her weight from foot to foot, her black leather gear hugging her frame as she checked over the weapons strapped to her belt. "All right," she muttered, exhaling sharply. "Let's get this over with." And then there was Darren. Darren, who looked like he was ready to commit murder, not because of the mission itself, but because of what he was wearing. Eliana had warned them that modern tactical gear would stand out too much in Atherin. Blending in was the smarter play, so naturally Rose had taken it upon herself to find something for Darren to wear. And he hated it. "This is stupid," Darren grumbled, tugging at the high collar of the dark, fitted coat Rose had forced on him. It was a hybrid of Elven and Atherin designs, long reinforced with plated leather along the shoulders, sleeves lined with intricate silver embroidery to mimic the style of local mercenaries. It was expensive looking, which was exactly why Darren hated it. Rose smirked. "Oh, relax. You look dashing." Darren shot her a look. "I look like some prissy-ass noble who lost a duel and was forced into exile." "Exactly," Rose said, grinning. "Now you'll fit right in." Darren adjusted Thunderstrike, his trusty 12-gauge, which was slung across his back, non-negotiable. "I don't care what I look like, but if someone tries to take my shotgun, I'm shoving this entire coat down their throat." Rose made a show of adjusting his belt sash, patting his shoulder dramatically. "There, now you're ready for the masquerade ball." "Go to hell. We're already going." Before Darren could come up with a comeback that would make Rose's ancestors cry, Gunnar cleared his throat. "Enough." His lone eye shifted to Eliana, who stood by the portal control panel, watching them with a quiet, unreadable expression. "You're sure they'll meet us?" Rose asked. Gunnar nodded. "Lysandra owes me a debt. She won't refuse this meeting." "She better not," Rose muttered. Eliana's gaze softened just slightly, as if she wanted to say more, but instead she lifted her hands, her magic flaring as she activated the portal. The runes ignited in pulsing violet light, the air shifting as the gateway stabilized into a swirling, shimmering vortex. Beyond it, Atherin awaited. Gunnar exhaled sharply, his jaw tightening. Without another word, he stepped forward, crossing into the abyss. Rose followed without hesitation, and, after one last murderous glare at Rose, Darren stormed through after them. The portal shimmered, casting eerie shadows along the craggy stone floor beneath their feet. The moment Gunnar, Darren and Rose stepped through, the air changed. Atherin smelled different, like rain-soaked embers and old magic. The realm was caught in its eternal twilight, the sky painted in hues of deep crimson and muted violet. They stood at the entrance of Lysandra's fortress, a castle still bearing the wounds of past battles. Walls were half rebuilt, scorch marks from magical fire still clinging to the stone. The banners of Atherin's new reign flew high, but the weight of its past still clung to the air. Armed guards flanked the path leading inside, but the moment Lysandra stepped forward, the tension in the air shifted. She was a warrior queen, tall, elegant, but every movement spoke of discipline and power. Her silver hair was braided back, exposing the sharp angles of her face, her piercing golden eyes locking onto them with intense calculation. A dark cloak billowed behind her, trimmed in deep sapphire embroidery, the only real mark of her station. For a long moment she simply studied Gunnar. Then a slow, knowing smirk spread across her lips. "I was wondering when you'd come back, Gunnar." Gunnar gave a small nod, his expression unreadable. "Lysandra." Darren, standing just behind him, grinned wide. "You look good, Princess." Lysandra shot him a look, but there was no real malice behind it. "Still an insufferable bastard, I see." Darren placed a hand over his chest, feigning offence. "Wounds me every time." She huffed out a breath, then stepped forward and clasped Gunnar's forearm. It was not a soft gesture, but one of respect, acknowledgement between warriors. "You saved me twice," she said, her voice quieter now. "And my realm owes you a debt that will not be forgotten. If you come seeking my aid, you have it. No conditions, no hesitation." Gunnar inclined his head. "I won't waste your time." Lysandra's eyes flicked to Rose, her expression turning shrewd, assessing. "And who is this?" Rose smirked and tipped her head. "Someone who needs access to your realm, and someone you'd be wise not to underestimate." Lysandra's gaze lingered on her a moment longer, then she nodded. "If Gunnar vouches for you, you may pass freely through Atherin, but I warn you—" Her golden eyes sharpened. "This realm is not what it once was. You will find no safety here. The old world is still trying to consume the new." Without hesitation, Gunnar nodded. "She's pack adjacent." Darren snorted. "That's a fancy way of saying she's a pain in the arse, but she's on our side." Lysandra exhaled slowly, weighing her options. She owed Gunnar and Darren, twice now. They had fought for her, saved her when they had no reason to. Honor demanded repayment. "You'll have your passage," she finally said, her gaze locking onto Gunnar's. "But this makes us even." Gunnar held her stare. "Understood." With a wave of her hand, Lysandra motioned to one of her attendants, a tall, armoured figure who stepped forward and bowed. "Prepare the portal to Concordia," she ordered. "They leave within the hour." Darren clapped his hands together. "Well, that was easy. Almost like you like having us around." Lysandra smirked, stepping closer to him. "Enjoy it while it lasts, Darren. Because if I ever do have to kill you, I won't hesitate." Darren grinned. "Knew there was a reason I liked you." Lysandra rolled her eyes before turning to Gunnar one last time. "You're not going with them?" Gunnar shook his head. "They can handle it." She studied him for a moment longer, then nodded. "Good. Because Atherin is not the only realm at war, and I doubt you'll be able to keep your hands clean for long." Gunnar's expression darkened. "I never do." With that, the deal was struck. The path to Concordia was open. The portal hummed with arcane energy, casting flickering light against the twilight-stained stone walls of Lysandra's stronghold. The air thrummed with latent power, ancient and potent, woven into the very foundation of Atherin. Rose stood before the swirling gateway, adjusting the strap of her bag over her shoulder. Darren, arms crossed, shifted his weight impatiently, his fingers resting on the strap of Thunderstrike slung across his back. He gave a last glance toward Gunnar, as if silently confirming that this was their best course of action. Gunnar returned the look, nodding once. Find what you need, get in and get out. His voice was steel, firm and unwavering, but there was an undertone of something else. Something only those who had served with him for years could hear. He didn't like sending his people into unknown dangers. Rose rolled her shoulders, shaking off the weight of his gaze. Don't worry. I'll bring Darren back in one piece. I know he's your favourite. Darren snorted. Damn right I am. Gunnar shot them both a dry look. Don't make me regret this. Lysandra stood beside him, arms folded, watching the exchange with quiet curiosity. Though her stance was regal, her eyes held a glint of familiarity. She had seen these kinds of bonds before, among warriors who had walked through fire together. Rose gave Gunnar one last look, then turned to the portal. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, vanishing into the swirling light. Darren lingered a moment longer, rubbing a hand down his face before muttering under his breath, We are so gonna regret this. Then, with a smirk at Gunnar, he stepped through and the portal sealed shut behind him. A heavy silence settled in the chamber. Gunnar exhaled slowly, turning toward Lysandra. We need to talk. Lysandra arched a brow. Do we? He gave her a look. You know we do. She studied him for a moment, then motioned toward an adjoining chamber. Then let's talk. Together they left the portal room, stepping into the warlord's private council chamber. The room was grand yet functional. Maps stretched across the walls, battle plans scattered across the long wooden table, and weapons mounted like trophies, reminders of the wars fought before her reign. Gunnar took it all in, but his focus remained on Lysandra as she leaned against the table, arms crossed. This isn't just about Rose and Darren, is it? No. His voice was low, controlled. It's about Atherin, and you. Her expression didn't falter, but there was something in her posture that shifted. Go on. He stepped forward, his cybernetic arm flexing as he planted both hands on the table. You've got two sisters still fighting you for control. You've got remnants of your father's power still tainting parts of this realm. And with Draven making moves, the last thing you need is for him to start eyeing Atherin. Lysandra's jaw tightened. You think he will? Gunnar nodded. Draven doesn't just want power, he wants control. And if he gets wind that your realm is still fractured, he might see that as an opportunity. Lysandra exhaled, pushing off the table. I'm aware of the risks. My sisters and I. We're not at war, but we're not exactly unified, either. That needs to change, Gunnar said bluntly. You don't have the luxury of internal strife anymore. If Draven makes a move, you won't have time to rally forces. You need to be ready before he does. She turned away, walking toward a map pinned against the far wall. Easier said than done. My sisters have their own ideas of what's best for Atherin. Gunnar watched her for a moment. Then remind them what happens when someone like your father gets too much power. They lived through his reign. They saw what it did to this realm. They know what's at stake. Lysandra's fingers curled into fists at her sides. And if they refuse? Then you do what you have to. His voice was firm but not unkind. Atherin needs a leader, not a fractured court. She turned back to face him, her expression unreadable. For a long moment neither spoke. Then slowly she nodded. I'll handle my sisters. Gunnar studied her, then gave a curt nod. Good. Because if Draven does come knocking, I need to know where Atherin stands. Lysandra smirked. You're not going to ask me to pledge loyalty, are you? He shook his head. I don't need your loyalty. I need your word. She regarded him carefully, then extended a hand. You have it. He clasped her forearm. A warrior's grip. Then we'll hold the line. Together. The tension in the room settled slightly. There was still much to do, many battles ahead, but for now, a line had been drawn. Gunnar released her arm and stepped back. I'll let you know if I hear anything on Draven's movements. In the meantime, if you need anything, you know how to reach me. Lysandra gave him a knowing smile. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. He didn't respond, just gave a short nod before turning toward the exit. As he walked away, Lysandra's voice stopped him. Gunnar. He turned back, her expression softened just a fraction. Stay alive. His lips quirked in a rare half-smile. No promises. With that, he disappeared into the shadows of the stronghold, leaving Atherin and its warlord to prepare for whatever storm was coming next. And Rose and Darren had one hell of a mission ahead of them. Rose and Darren stepped through the shimmering veil of the portal and into the bustling streets of Concordia. The air smelled of spice, ozone, and the ever-present pulse of magic woven through the city's veins. The architecture was a strange mix of old-world charm and arcane innovation. Floating lanterns lit cobblestone streets, while glowing sigils pulsed across stone facades, marking buildings of power and influence. But something was off. Rose felt it immediately, like a static charge under her skin. The usual ebb and flow of Concordia's portal network, dozens, sometimes hundreds of tiny rifts, shimmering at once, was missing. She glanced around, taking in the heavy presence of armoured enforcers patrolling key intersections. Her gaze followed the glowing sigils along the buildings. Except now they weren't just markers. They were seals. Draven's been busy, she muttered. Darren adjusted the sling on Thunderstrike, his sharp gaze scanning the crowd. I take it this isn't normal? No, Rose said, frowning. Concordia's always been a free-flow trade city. You don't control portals here, not unless you want a war. But Draven's done it. He's sealed them. They walked further into the city, slipping through the throngs of merchants, mages, and weary travellers. The portal stations, once the lifeblood of Concordia, now stood empty, their gates dark and inactive. The usual hum of transport magic was gone, replaced by the heavy weight of control. She pulled Darren into a shadowed alcove and lowered her voice. The portals that are still open? They're controlled. Controlled how? Darren's expression hardened. By him, Rose said, nodding to a set of armoured enforcers standing watch at one of the few active stations. Black Dawn sigils gleamed across their chest plates. Draven's locked down Concordia. No one comes in or out unless it benefits him. Darren exhaled through his nose. And let me guess. If he controls all the portals, that means no one moves goods, information, or people without his say-so, Rose confirmed. Which means if we want to get to the crystal, we're going to need another way. Darren frowned. I thought you had backup here. Rose hesitated. I might. He arched a brow. You might? Rose exhaled, rolling her shoulders. There's an organization here, Night Whispers. I worked with them when I was last in Concordia. They're discreet, they deal in information, and most importantly, they control the only portals Draven doesn't. Darren grunted. Let me guess, you burned that bridge? Rose smirked. I torched it, but business is business. If they're still running their private network, they'll want a favour in return, and I know exactly where to find them. Darren sighed. Yeah, this is going to go great, she grinned. That's the spirit. With that, Rose led him into the heart of Concordia, toward the one place Draven hadn't conquered. Yet, the city of Concordia pulsed with life, its streets teeming with merchants, travellers, and those who thrived in the shadows. The towering structures of polished stone and enchanted glass reflected the amber glow of the ever-burning lanterns, while bridges of woven magic arched gracefully between the buildings. It was a city of trade, of secrets, and of power plays that never ceased. Rose took in the sight with a deep breath, the weight of familiarity pressing down on her. It had been 8 years since she'd last stepped foot in Concordia, but it still carried the same scent of damp stone, burning incense, and the subtle tang of portal magic in the air. Beside her, Darren adjusted the strap of Thunderstrike, scanning their surroundings. His tactical instincts kicked in immediately. Too many eyes on them, too many unknowns. He could feel the tension in the air, the barely veiled dangers lurking beneath Concordia's polished surface. Rose exhaled sharply. Draven's been busy. She gestured toward the city skyline. Used to be a dozen portals in this district alone, easy access for traders and smugglers alike. Her fingers twitched as she pointed at the most notable locations. Now, all but a handful are gone or locked down. The only ones still operating outside his control are mine, the ones I built with the House of Night Whispers. Darren crossed his arms, eyes narrowing. So, what's the move? You gonna go knock on their door? Or are we doing this the hard way? Rose snorted. You are the hard way. Damn right, he smirked. But come on, you're not exactly the popular girl here, are you? 8 years is a long time. What makes you think they'll even talk to you? Rose didn't answer immediately. Instead, she scanned the passing crowds, her mind already sifting through names and connections. The House of Night Whispers wasn't just an information network. It was an empire of shadows, one that she had carefully woven herself into years ago. She had burned that bridge when she fled Concordia. Now she needed to see if there were still embers left to rekindle. Only one way to find out, she muttered, adjusting her coat. Come on, I know where to start. Darren fell into step beside her as they moved through the winding streets, slipping into the underbelly of the city. The grand marketplace gave way to tighter corridors, damp stone alleyways, and flickering lanterns that barely kept the darkness at bay. The further they went, the quieter it became. At last, Rose stopped in front of a nondescript door built into a weathered brick wall. There was no sign, no indication that this was anything more than an abandoned structure. But she knew better. Darren raised a brow. We knocking, or do you have a secret handshake? Rose pulled out a small silver token from her pocket, an old marker of the House of Night Whispers, and placed it into a concealed slot in the doorframe. There was a click, followed by the faint shimmer of a magical scan running over her. Then, the door creaked open. A pair of sharp golden eyes met hers from the shadows within. A tall robed figure stepped forward, their voice a quiet hum of amusement. Rose, they purred. We were wondering when you'd come crawling back. Darren muttered under his breath. Yeah, this is going to be fun. Rose smirked. You have no idea. The robed figure stepped forward, their golden eyes gleaming in the dim candlelight of the hidden entryway. The air inside smelled of ink, aged parchment, and something faintly metallic, magic woven into the very walls. Rose crossed her arms, tilting her head as she met the figure's gaze. Still dramatic, I see. The figure chuckled, a low, velvety sound. And you're still reckless, I see. Their gaze flicked to Darren, scanning him up and down with a slow, deliberate amusement. And you've brought a new toy. Darren exhaled through his nose. Oh yeah, this is going to be a blast. The figure ignored him, stepping back into the shadows. Come inside. If the house wanted you dead, you'd be bleeding in the street already. Comforting, Darren muttered, shooting Rose a look. She smirked. Come on, try not to insult anyone important. They stepped inside, the door sealing shut behind them with a soft click. The hallway beyond was narrow, leading into a grand chamber filled with flickering lanterns and bookshelves that stretched up into the darkness above. Hooded figures moved silently between them, their faces hidden behind smooth silver masks. Darren kept his steps light, his eyes sweeping over the room, cataloguing exits, cover points, and potential threats. He could feel it. This place was ancient, filled with whispers of old magic and older grudges. The golden-eyed figure strode ahead, leading them toward a circular table at the center of the chamber. Behind it, seated like a king on a throne of old tomes, was a figure Darren didn't recognize. But Rose clearly did. She stopped a few feet away, her smirk fading into something sharper. "Lucienne." The man lounging in the chair looked up, his violet eyes gleaming with amusement. He was dressed in midnight-coloured robes, his dark hair swept back, revealing the delicate silver markings tattooed along his jawline, a mark of the house's inner circle. "Rose," Lucienne said, resting his chin on his hand, "you look surprisingly alive." "Sorry to disappoint." Lucien's smile was slow, predatory. "Oh, I wouldn't say I'm disappointed. Just surprised. You burned a lot of bridges last time you were here." Rose shrugged, her posture casual, but Darren caught the slight tension in her fingers. "Bridges can be rebuilt, if the price is right." Lucian leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled as he studied Rose. The casual amusement in his eyes didn't quite reach the rest of his face. He was calculating, assessing. He knew she wouldn't be here unless she needed something, and Lucienne had always been good at making people pay for their needs. "The Hall of Silver Mirrors," he murmured, rolling the words over his tongue as if savouring their weight. "That's a dangerous place to be poking around these days." Rose smirked, feigning ease. "Dangerous? I remember it being a place of order, of power." Lucienne chuckled, shaking his head. "That was before Lady Vess sold you out, before Draven fixed the network and took it from her." Rose's expression didn't waver, but inside, she was cursing. She had expected security, expected trouble, but Draven fully controlling the portals meant time was against her. Darren shifted beside her, arms crossed, his keen gaze flicking between them. He was listening. Always listening. Rose knew he'd smell a rat the second one showed up. "What changed?" she asked, keeping her tone neutral. Lucienne shrugged. "Vess tried to save herself. She thought selling you out would keep her in control. Draven had other ideas. He let her think she was safe, then took the whole damn network for himself." Rose fought to keep her expression blank. They didn't know. They couldn't know. The Fireheart crystal was her secret. But if Draven's people were searching, it meant they suspected something was there. "I need to get inside," Rose said flatly, "and I need to get out clean." Lucienne smirked, drumming his fingers against the table. "That's a tall order, darling." Rose's smirk matched his. "Then it's a good thing I have leverage." Lucienne raised an eyebrow, waiting. "The hidden portals," Rose said smoothly. "The ones Draven doesn't know about. The ones I built." Lucian's amusement flickered, replaced by something sharper, more serious. "Go on." "If you help me, you keep your access. Draven doesn't touch your roots, your safe houses. I don't let him find what he's missing." Lucienne exhaled, staring at her for a long moment. Then he laughed, shaking his head. "You always were good at negotiations." Darren finally spoke, voice low. "And what's stopping you from helping Draven instead?" Lucian turned his golden gaze to Darren, eyes narrowing slightly. "Because we don't take orders from warlords." Darren snorted. "Everyone takes orders from someone. Question is, who's giving yours?" The air shifted, subtle, but Rose felt it. A tension, a hesitation. Lucian wasn't rattled, but he wasn't as confident as he wanted them to believe. Rose leaned forward. "I don't have time for games, Lucian. You know the house isn't untouchable, no matter how much you like to pretend it is. Draven's pressing in. If you help me, you keep your network, and you keep me owing you a favour. If you don't..." She let the words hang. Lucian studied her for a long moment before sighing dramatically. "Fine. You'll get your information." "And if things go sideways?" Rose smiled coldly. "That's why I need you for the exit." Lucien smirked, shaking his head. "Oh, Rose, you're going to make such a mess, aren't you?" She stood. "Only if they make me." Lucien gestured to one of the masked figures lingering nearby. "Get her the details quietly." Rose turned to Darren. Looks like we have a plan. Darren exhaled, watching Lucienne carefully. Yeah, let's just hope we don't regret it. The night air was thick with the scent of damp stone and incense as Rose led Darren through Concordia's twisting back streets. They walked in silence, navigating the city's underbelly with an ease that spoke to Rose's past familiarity. Eventually they reached an unassuming wooden door at the base of a worn, weathered building. Rose knocked 3 times in a slow, deliberate rhythm. The door creaked open just enough for a pair of watchful eyes to peer through. A sharp intake of breath followed. Mistress Rose? Rose allowed herself a small smile. Hello, old friend. The door swung open fully, revealing a middle-aged man in modest robes. His dark hair was streaked with silver, his sharp features hardened with age, but still familiar. Jiro had once been Master Chen's quiet shadow, the ever-present servant in the background. Now he stood alone, the sole keeper of this place. You are here, Jiro said, eyes flickering with recognition. When he passed, Rose nodded. I was. Jiro hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside. Then you already know. He left everything to me. Darren took in the sparse yet well-kept interior. The scent of old parchment and dried herbs filled the air. Cozy, he muttered. Jiro eyed him but said nothing, moving to light a lantern. The guest chamber remains as it was, Rose. You will find it upstairs. Rose nodded. Thank you, Jiro. Darren followed her up the narrow staircase and into a small but warm room. A single bed sat against the far wall, with soft lantern light casting shadows over the wooden floor. The realization struck at the same time for both of them. One bed, Darren remarked, leaning against the doorframe with a smirk. Cozy indeed. Rose rolled her eyes. You're sleeping on the floor? Darren placed a hand over his heart in mock offense. You wound me. You'll live, Rose shot back, pulling off her boots. Unlike you, I need my rest. Darren smirked as he leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Oh, I rest just fine. It's the sharing a room with an evil mastermind part that makes it tricky. Rose snorted. Please, if I wanted you dead, I'd have let Draven deal with you back in the brownstone. Darren smirked. Touching. So, how do we do this? I take the floor, you take the bed? Obviously. Yeah, see, I have this bad back. Darren. And you wouldn't want me to be injured before the big job. Rose threw a pillow at him. Floor. Now. Darren caught it easily, laughing. All right, don't get all stabby. Later in the night, Darren stirred. The floor was hard, cold, and entirely beneath him. Unacceptable. Half asleep, he rolled onto his feet, stretching before silently slipping onto the far edge of the bed. Rose, barely conscious, grumbled. If you snore, you die. Darren smirked but didn't push his luck. Noted. By morning, the bed was empty. Darren woke with a start, blinking at the absence of warmth beside him. He sat up, glancing around the room. Rose was gone. His gut tightened. She wouldn't just leave. He found her downstairs in Master Chen's old office, fingers trailing over the spines of old ledgers. Her expression was distant, unreadable. Darren leaned against the doorframe. You planning on running off without me or just reminiscing? Rose didn't turn, her fingers pausing on one book in particular. She opened it carefully, eyes scanning the delicate ink strokes of Chen's handwriting. Just remembering, she murmured. But there was something more to it. Darren stepped closer, watching her. He could see it now, the way her posture had shifted, the slight crease in her brow. She wasn't just reading, she was absorbing. Chen's notes weren't just records, they were philosophies, his thoughts on power, deception, patience. Lessons Rose had once embraced but had long since abandoned in favor of brute survival. She turned a page, running her fingers along the margins where Chen had written in tiny, precise script. Power is not in dominance, but in control. Those who fight with strength alone are bound to be outmatched. The one who sees the field before the battle begins has already won. Rose exhaled slowly. She had been fighting for so long, relying on instinct and brute force. She had forgotten this side of herself, the side that saw the long game. Darren, watching, crossed his arms. That actually making sense to you, or should I be worried? She closed the book with a small, knowing smirk. You should always be worried, Darren chuckled. That's what I was afraid of. For the first time in a long time, Rose wasn't just reacting to the fight ahead. She was planning for it. The smell of warm spices and fresh bread filled the air as they stepped into the dining area. Jiro had prepared a simple but rich breakfast. Steamed rice, roasted meats, pickled vegetables, and tea that smelled of jasmine and something Rose couldn't quite place. She hesitated, the familiarity of it striking a note she hadn't expected. It had been years since she'd sat at this table. Jiro gestured for them to sit. Eat. You'll need your strength. Darren didn't hesitate, grabbing a plate and digging in with enthusiasm. All right, I'll say it. This beats ration bars. Rose shot him a look but picked up her chopsticks anyway. The first bite was almost startling, the taste transporting her back to a time before everything had become about survival. For a moment, she wasn't the fire-wielding strategist fighting to stay ahead of Draven. She was just Rose, Master Chen's student, sharing a meal in a place that once felt like home. Darren studied her between bites, noticing the shift in her expression. He didn't comment, but the look in his eyes said he saw it. Jiro poured tea into a small ceramic cup and placed it in front of Rose. You've changed. Rose arched a brow. Time does that. Jiro nodded. Perhaps, but some things should not be forgotten. His gaze flicked to the book she had taken from the office, then back to her. Master Chen would have said the same. Rose wrapped her fingers around the warm cup, letting the heat seep into her skin. He had a lot to say. Jiro smiled faintly. And you were the only one stubborn enough to argue with him. Darren smirked. That tracks. Rose ignored him, taking a sip of her tea. The warmth settled something inside her, grounding her in a way she hadn't realized she needed. We should go soon. Jiro nodded. Be careful, Mistress Rose. Darren wiped his mouth and stood. Careful's not exactly our style. Rose set her cup down, standing as well. The brief moment of peace was over. It was time to move. But instead of heading straight for the Hall of Silver Mirrors, Rose led them outside into Master Chen's garden. The space had once been vibrant, filled with delicate koi ponds, shaped trees, and the scent of blossoms in the air. Now it was quieter, more worn with time but still standing. Jiro had cared for it well. She stepped toward the small shrine near the pond, where incense sticks rested in an old brass holder. Without a word, she reached into her coat and pulled out a small silver charm, a token she had carried for years, one that had once belonged to Master Chen. She placed it beside the incense and knelt, bowing her head for a long, silent moment. Darren watched from a respectful distance, arms crossed but his usual sarcasm absent. He didn't understand all of Rose's past, but he could tell this wasn't just a ritual. It was a moment of truth for her. After a few moments, Rose exhaled and stood, brushing off her knees. She glanced at Darren. All right, now we go. Darren raised a brow. You good? Rose smirked faintly. I'm better. Jiro, standing in the doorway, gave a small nod of approval. Master Chen would have been proud. Rose didn't reply, but something in her eyes softened before she turned away, leading Darren toward the mission ahead. The fight was coming, but for the first time in a long time, Rose felt ready. The Hall of Silver Mirrors loomed ahead, its once grand entrance now shadowed beneath the cold glow of Concordia's sky. The mirrored panels that had once reflected the elegance of the city were now tarnished, cracked in places, some deliberately darkened to prevent easy surveillance. This was no longer a place of prestige. It was Draven's hub. Rose and Darren moved carefully through the streets, keeping to the edges, avoiding the wandering patrols. The hall wasn't overrun with guards, but it had just enough of a presence to keep ordinary people away. "This is too easy," Darren muttered as they reached a side alley near one of the old maintenance entrances. Rose's lips pressed into a thin line. "Feels like a trap." But she didn't stop. Hesitation got people killed. She knelt by the access panel, fingers gliding over the old security scanner. This was her system, her old network. The framework was still in place, but someone had added redundancies. Extra layers of clearance beyond what should be necessary. "Cute," she murmured, reaching into her belt and retrieving a slim silver device. She slid it into the panel's hidden port and tapped the controls. The system flickered, old authorization codes wrestling with new overrides. A second too long. A low beep sounded, a proximity alert. Darren shifted. "We got company." Rose barely looked up. "Stall them." Darren let out a breath and turned as a pair of security personnel rounded the corner. They weren't hardened soldiers, just mercenary types, bored but competent enough to recognize when something was off. "You're not supposed to be here," one of them said, hand hovering near his belt. Darren put on his most irritatingly confident grin. "Oh, you know how it is. Places to be, doors to open, secrets to steal. The usual." The second guard narrowed his eyes. "Identify yourself." "Uh-huh, sure. I'm—" Darren's fist shot out, cracking the first guard across the jaw before he could reach for his weapon. The second barely had time to react before Darren grabbed his collar and yanked him forward, slamming his head into the metal panel beside them. Both guards dropped. Rose's device beeped softly. The panel flickered green. "You done?" she asked dryly. Darren shook out his fist. "You know, you could have let me finish my line. I had something good." Rose didn't dignify that with a response. Instead, she opened the access door and slipped inside, Darren close behind. The air inside was thick, stale, like a place too lived in but never truly inhabited. Rose walked with confidence, but every step sent unease curling in her gut. The grandeur was still here, but it had soured. The walls bore the same intricate carvings, the floors still held the faint luster of polished stone, but the details were wrong. Too clean in some places, too neglected in others. Darren's fingers twitched near his weapon. "You feel that?" "Yeah," Rose murmured. "It's watching us." The hall wasn't just occupied, it was aware. She took them through the quieter paths, old servant corridors, passages only she would remember. The ones never meant for guests, for important people. They were the veins of the hall, once filled with quiet movements, workers who passed unseen. Now they were hollow. Their footsteps echoed. Too loud, at a turn a shadow flickered. A figure moving just out of sight. Darren stiffened. Rose pretended not to notice. If they were being followed, no need to tip their hand yet. She kept moving, reaching another security panel near the west wing, a direct path toward her office. The panel was new, sleek, modern, not hers. "Not going to be as easy this time," she muttered, kneeling beside it. "Give me a sec." Darren's eyes stayed on the darkened halls behind them. He didn't like this. "Make it quick." Rose worked fast, pulling a thin wire from her sleeve, feeding it into the panel's side. A bypass, not perfect, but quick enough. The screen flickered, and she entered an old override code. The lock clicked. A breath of relief. She rose to her feet. A shuffling sound 2 halls over, too careful to be random movement. They weren't alone. Darren turned his head slightly. "Still think we're walking into a trap?" Rose gave a wry smirk. "Oh, I know we are." She pushed the door open, stepping inside, and Darren followed, scanning the space. Ahead of them, down the dim corridor, was the heavy wooden door to her old office. It stood slightly ajar, waiting. A chill crawled up Rose's spine. Something was very, very wrong. Rose took a slow step forward, eyes locked on the door to her old office. She knew this room, every inch of it, but now it felt foreign. as if someone had worn her skin and tried to live in it, but hadn't gotten it quite right. Darren pressed his back against the wall beside the door, giving her a look. On 3? She nodded, pulse steady despite the weight settling in her chest. 1. 2. Rose exhaled and reached for the handle, turning it silently before slipping inside. Darren followed, closing the door just as quietly behind them. The office was still. Rose took in the room with a careful, measured gaze. The furniture was mostly as she had left it. The heavy wooden desk, the scattered notes pinned along the wall, the workbench covered in fine tools. A thin layer of dust settled over most surfaces, except for one key difference: the storage cabinets. Those were new. Her fingers ghosted over the desk, scanning for anything out of place. The weight of familiarity pressed against her, tangled with unease. If Draven's people had been in here, why hadn't they stripped the room? Why leave her things untouched? Darren moved toward the cabinets, eyes flicking between them. "I'll check these," he murmured, voice low. "You do your thing." Rose nodded, already kneeling beside the desk. Her hands moved swiftly, pressing against a series of hidden grooves beneath the wood. The trick was muscle memory, an old habit trained into her by necessity. She felt for the right panel, fingers brushing against the barely there seam in the floorboards. A sharp push, a twist of the wrist, and a faint click echoed. A shimmer flared as the pocket realm reacted to her touch, a dim ripple in the air forming along the wall next to the desk. Her gaze flicked to her old workbench where her set of delicate tools lay untouched, exactly where she had left them. That alone sent a ripple of unease through her. Draven's people had ransacked so many places, yet they had left this alone. That meant either they hadn't found it, or they were waiting for her to. She reached for a slender needle-like instrument from the kit and knelt beside the wall. Her fingers found the tiny, near-invisible seam where the pocket portal was hidden. With precise, practiced movements, she inserted the tool and twisted gently. The wall shimmered, the stone appearing to ripple like disturbed water. The moment stretched impossibly long before the enchanted surface gave way, revealing the small portal she had left behind. Heat rolled out, pulsing like a living thing. The Fireheart crystal lay inside, its molten glow casting flickering red and gold patterns on the walls. Rose exhaled, steadying herself. It had been waiting for her. She worked quickly, reaching into the void, fingers stretching through the enchanted barrier. The heat met her first, a familiar pulse against her skin. Then her fingers brushed the smooth surface of the Fireheart crystal. Rose's breath hitched as she grasped it fully, feeling the fire within hum in response. Across the room, Darren cracked open one of the storage crates. His brows furrowed as he rifled through the documents inside. "Rose," he said, sharper this time. She turned her head just as he lifted a file, flipping it open to reveal rows of names, locations, shipments. Black Dawn wasn't just in murk dust. They were operating across multiple realms. Experiments, augmentations, something bigger than just weapons manufacturing. Rose tucked the crystal into a secure pouch, rising to her feet. "We need to move." Darren grabbed a handful of files, stuffing them into his coat before slinging Thunderstrike off his shoulder, keeping it low but ready. The weight of the enchanted 12-gauge in his grip was a comfort. He had a feeling he was going to need it soon. Yeah, because this just became a hell of a lot bigger than we thought. Rose slung the pouch carrying the Fireheart crystal securely at her side, feeling the heat seeping through the fabric, coiling up her arm like a whisper of power waiting to be called. She flexed her fingers, already sensing the difference. The control, the amplification, the raw energy now coursing through her veins. She didn't just feel powerful, she felt precise. Darren moved to the door first, stepping to the side as Rose eased it open. And there, waiting in the dim corridor, stood Lady Vess. A smug smile curled her painted lips, dark eyes glittering with amusement. Behind her, blocking the exit, stood 4 of Draven's elites, battle-hardened, armoured, and armed to the teeth. "Rose," Vess purred. "I was beginning to think you'd never come home." Rose's jaw tightened. Vess. I'd say it's good to see you, but I try not to lie more than necessary. Darren, standing just behind Rose, caught sight of the elites shifting subtly, preparing to move. He didn't hesitate. Thunderstrike came up in an instant, his first shot punching a storm of enchanted buckshot into the nearest elite at point-blank range. The man barely made a sound, just a violent crack as his body was thrown back against the wall, armor useless against the sheer force of the impact. The air filled with the scent of burning fabric and blood. The other elites reacted instantly, too late. Darren had already shifted, cycling Thunderstrike's next round. The second elite barely had time to register the movement before a 2-ounce enchanted slug turned his chest into a ruin, the force throwing him backwards like a ragdoll, shattering ribs, piercing armor like paper. Rose, already supercharged with the Fireheart crystal's energy, flicked her wrist. A burst of heat erupted from her palm, the fire surging outward in a tight, controlled blast. The last elite made the mistake of raising his weapon at Rose. She didn't even hesitate, her fingers flexed, and with a sharp twist of her wrist, fire wrapped around his throat like a serpent, squeezing and searing in a single motion. He tried to scream, but there was no air left to do it with. Within seconds, he collapsed into a charred husk. His scream cut short as he collapsed in a heap of charred metal and flesh. And Lady Vess. Lady Vess was staggering back, her face pale, her breath unsteady. She barely had time to register Rose moving before a fist connected hard with her jaw, snapping her head to the side. The explosion of fire and gunfire had sent heat licking at her skin, and the acrid stench of burning flesh filled the corridor. Her carefully composed facade cracked just for a second before she masked it with a sharp inhale, eyes flicking to the ruined remains of her guards. Rose took a slow step forward, the fire dancing in her palm, not wild, but precise, controlled, a direct contrast to the storm of chaos that had just erupted around them. Vess's throat bobbed, her confidence faltering, but she didn't retreat. Instead, she straightened her shoulders, a forced smirk tugging at her lips, as if to pretend she still had control over this situation. "You betrayed me," Rose said, voice low and steady. "I haven't forgotten." The blaring of security sirens shattered the lingering silence of the corridor. Red emergency lights pulsed along the walls, casting erratic shadows that made the scene even more chaotic. Darren didn't waste a second. He shoved Rose forward, gripping Lady Vess by the arm and dragging her along as he pushed toward the nearest exit. She struggled, dazed from the punch, but he tightened his grip, shoving her toward Rose as they moved. "Here," he barked. "You watch her. I'll clear the way." Rose caught Vess by the collar, keeping a tight hold on her as Darren surged ahead, Thunderstrike already reloading in practiced fluid motions. Click, shell in, click, shell in. The weight of the shotgun was solid in his hands, the alternating enchanted rounds promising devastation to whatever came next. They didn't have time for finesse anymore. More boots pounded down the hall. Reinforcements. Rose tightened her grip on Lady Vess, the heat of the Fireheart crystal thrumming at her side. She could feel it, waiting, eager to be used. Darren pressed forward, jaw tight. "We need to be out of here now." The exit was close, but so was the fight. They had seconds before the next wave hit. A trooper rounded the corner at full speed, weapon raised. Darren reacted instantly. He lunged forward, using Thunderstrike like a battering ram. The butt of the shotgun smashed into the trooper's face with a sickening crack, sending him sprawling backward. Blood sprayed against the wall as the man hit the ground hard, his weapon skidding across the floor. Darren didn't even pause. He grabbed the nearest cover point and kept moving, scanning ahead as more movement flickered at the edges of the corridor. "Move, move!" he snapped, pushing Rose ahead as she dragged Lady Vess along. Rose didn't need to be told twice. She kept her grip firm on Vess, her mind racing through the fastest way out. The crystal's energy buzzed under her skin, making her faster, sharper, her reflexes heightened in a way she hadn't felt in years. Up ahead, a security door loomed, their only exit before the lockdown sealed them inside. Darren jaw set. That door open? Or am I blowing it down? Rose gritted her teeth. Give me a second. You've got 3. The pounding boots behind them were getting closer. 3 seconds was all she needed. Rose shoved Lady Vess against the wall, keeping her in place with a firm grip as she tore open the security panel beside the door. Her fingers moved fast, grabbing a slim tool from her belt and jamming it into the wiring, overriding the lock manually. Sparks flickered as the system resisted her input. Darren pivoted, raising Thunderstrike as another pair of troopers burst into view at the far end of the hall. He fired. The first shot, enchanted 0-0 buckshot, shredded through the first trooper's armor, sending him crashing against the wall in a spray of blood and torn plating. The second, smarter than his partner, hit the ground and rolled into cover, firing wildly down the corridor. Energy sparked off the walls, forcing Darren to duck. Rose! Almost there, she snapped, fingers twisting the last circuit into place. The second trooper leaned out, raising his weapon for another shot. Rose didn't let him. She flicked her fingers toward him, and a controlled burst of white-hot flame shot down the hall, engulfing him before he could scream. His armor glowed red-hot as he writhed, collapsing to the floor in a smouldering heap. The security panel let out a sharp beep. Unlocked, Rose yanked the door open. Go! Darren didn't hesitate, grabbing Vess by the arm and hauling her through the threshold. Rose followed, slamming the door shut behind them just as more shouts echoed from behind. They were in the final corridor now, mere yards from the outer exit. But they weren't out yet. The hallway stretched before them, too open for comfort. If reinforcements flanked them now, they'd be trapped. The sound of shouting echoed behind them, boots pounding against the floor, closing in fast. Darren didn't slow. He shoved forward, dragging Lady Vess as Rose kept pace beside him. The Fireheart crystal thrummed at her side, its power whispering, urging her to let it loose. Up ahead, the final security checkpoint loomed, a reinforced barrier standing between them and the open air. A single guard was stationed near the panel, his eyes going wide as he registered the situation. He moved for his weapon. Darren was faster. The shotgun roared, a 2-ounce enchanted slug obliterating the console and punching through the guard's chest, sending him crashing into the wall. The barrier lock shorted out, sparks flying as the metal doors groaned slightly ajar. Go, go! Darren barked, shifting his grip on Lady Vess as he forced the doors open further. Rose turned, just as the first of the pursuit came through the previous door. Her fingers twitched. A wall of fire erupted in the doorway, cutting off their pursuers in a blast of heat and light. Shouts of alarm rang out behind the flames, but they wouldn't hold for long. Vess thrashed in Darren's grip, half-dazed but still stubborn. You don't know what you're doing, she hissed at Rose. Rose yanked her forward with a smirk. I never do. That's what makes it fun. With one last shove, they burst through the exit and into the Concordian night, the air crisp and dangerously free. But the city wasn't safe yet. They still had to disappear. Rose didn't hesitate. She grabbed Lady Vess's wrist and pulled her hard into the nearest alley, Darren keeping his shotgun raised and scanning the rooftops for potential snipers. The sirens behind them blared louder, echoing through the streets as security forces scrambled to contain the chaos. This way! Rose hissed, leading him through a maze of tight corridors between buildings where the shadows were deep and the air smelled of rain-soaked stone. They weaved past crates, old storage units, and rusted pipes, their boots slapping against the damp ground. Ahead, hidden in the deepest stretch of the alley, a faint blue shimmer rippled in the air, the escape portal to Atherin. Rose didn't slow. She tightened her grip on Lady Vess, practically dragging her toward the glowing gateway. Get ready, it's not going to stay open forever. Darren pivoted, turning his back to the portal as he raised Thunderstrike, scanning their 6. They weren't out of this yet. Heavy boots pounded closer, Security forces had picked up their trail. "Move it, Rose," Darren snapped. With a final shove, they plunged into the portal, leaving Concordia's chaos behind. The transition through the portal was seamless, but the moment they stepped out onto Atherin's soil, the weight of the realm settled over them. The sky above was cast in perpetual twilight, painting the world in hues of deep violet and gold. The air smelled of damp earth, ancient magic, and the lingering traces of something darker, a reminder of the corruption that still scarred this land. Around them, the land shifted from ashen wastelands to dense forests, signs of both destruction and renewal in the wake of the Demon King's fall. Darren scanned the horizon, keeping Thunderstrike at the ready. "Well, this place is just full of charm." Rose barely acknowledged him, her attention on Lady Vess, who had landed hard on the uneven stone beneath them. The woman lifted her head, eyes flicking across their surroundings with calculated wariness. Atherin wasn't just another stop, she knew what this place meant. Rose grabbed her by the arm and pulled her to her feet. "On your feet. We're not done." Darren wasted no time. He pulled out his communicator and pressed a secure channel to Lysandra. "We're back. Let Gunnar know, and tell Ileana to open the portal to the workshop. We'll be there soon." A crackle of magic buzzed through the device before Lysandra's voice came through, steady and composed. "Understood. I'll notify them immediately. The portal will be ready. Be quick. Atherin is no place to linger." Darren smirked, glancing around at the eerie twilight landscape. "Yeah, no argument there." Meanwhile, Rose wasn't waiting. She shoved Lady Vess down onto a jagged stone slab, her grip tight as the fire of the Fireheart crystal flared along her arm. Heat pulsed in the air between them, making Vess flinch despite herself. "You and I have unfinished business," Rose said, voice low and sharp. "I'd ask if you wanted to do this the easy way, but I know you too well for that." Lady Vess exhaled slowly, shaking off the lingering daze from their escape. "Torture isn't exactly your style, Rose. You wouldn't risk ruining that little moral line you like to dance on." Rose leaned in, the firelight casting dangerous shadows across her face. "You don't know me as well as you think you do." Darren checked his weapon, keeping one eye on the tree line and the other on the interrogation. He didn't interrupt. This was Rose's moment. But this wasn't just about payback anymore. Draven had attacked Echo Division. He had taken Argoz. The thought made her blood burn hotter than the flames licking at her fingertips. She had been fighting to get ahead of Draven's game, but he had still managed to strike first. Vess knew things that could lead Rose straight to Argoz, straight to Draven's weaknesses. For days she had been trying to breach Draven's network, attempting every trick she knew. But nothing worked. His control over the portal system was too tight, his defenses too well placed. But now, with the Fireheart crystal fused to the portal crystal, she finally had the means to break through. She could hack into his system directly, override his controls, and find Argoz. And if Lady Vess knew anything that could make that easier, she'd be giving it up, whether she liked it or not. Lady Vess lifted her chin, her smugness still intact. "Then go ahead. Let's see if you've changed as much as you claim." Rose smiled, slow and razor-sharp. "Oh, you'll see. Trust me. And when you start talking, I suggest you choose your words carefully." Behind them, the portal flared to life, a bright shimmer of energy slicing through the twilight air. A deep, familiar voice cut through the crackling magic. "Darren Rose? Status?" Gunnar's tone was sharp, all business. Darren turned, still gripping Thunderstrike as he stepped closer to the portal. "We're coming through. Me, Rose, and a drag-along." He glanced over at Lady Vess, smirking. "Try to guess who." There was a brief pause before Gunnar responded. "Copy that. Ileana's holding the portal open. Move fast." Darren looked over his shoulder at Rose. Time to go. The portal flared, crackling with raw energy as Rose, Darren and Lady Vess stepped through, emerging into the controlled chaos of Echo Division's underground facility. The sharp scent of metal, ozone, and old machinery filled the air, a stark contrast to the eerie twilight of Atherin. The moment they arrived, Gunnar was waiting, arms crossed, his single blue eye sharp as it swept over them. His gaze lingered on Lady Vess, then flicked to Rose. "Everything in one piece?" he asked, voice gruff but measured. Darren didn't slow. He slung Thunderstrike over his shoulder, reached into his coat and yanked out the stack of files he pulled from Concordia. "Got intel. No time to waste. I'm heading to the war room." Gunnar gave a short nod. "Go. I want a full breakdown in 10. Darren was already moving, disappearing down the corridor, boots thudding against the reinforced flooring. That left Rose, Lady Vess and Gunnar standing in the portal chamber. Rose tightened her grip on Vess's arm, the heat from the Fireheart crystal still buzzing under her skin, urging her forward. She could feel Gunnar watching her, reading the tension in her shoulders, the tightness of her jaw. "She's mine," Rose said flatly, already dragging Vess toward the interrogation wing. Gunnar didn't argue. "Make it count." Lady Vess let out a slow breath, her mask of composure slipping just enough for Rose to catch it. "Good." Without another word, Rose pulled her down the dimly lit hallway, past reinforced doors and surveillance nodes, toward lockup. The reinforced door of the interrogation room slammed shut behind them, the sound echoing through the chamber. The space was cold, clinical, designed for breaking people down. A single metal table sat in the center, flanked by bolted-down chairs. The walls were lined with surveillance runes, pulsing faintly with containment magic. Rose shoved Lady Vess into the chair, tightening the restraints around her wrists. "Get comfortable," she said flatly. "We'll be here a while." Before Vess could respond, the door hissed open again. Eli strode in, eyes blazing, her sleek scanner braces already activating with a low hum. The glow from the enchanted circuits flickered over Lady Vess like a scanning beam, the readings appearing in holographic projections above Eli's wrist. "Are you out of your damn mind?" Eli snapped, barely looking at Rose as she worked. "You brought her into our base without a full search? Without clearance? Did you even think about magical tracking, concealed enchantments, or hidden tech?" She tossed a jumpsuit onto the table with a sharp flick of her wrist. "Strip." Lady Vess arched a brow. "Charming." Eli's gaze was ice. "I don't care how smug you think you are. Take off the clothes or I'll burn them off." Rose crossed her arms, impressed. "You heard her, Vess. Don't make her repeat herself." Vess let out a slow sigh but didn't argue. She stood, shedding her expensive coat and outer layers with calculated indifference, tossing them onto the floor before slipping into the provided jumpsuit. Eli wasted no time. Her scanner braces flashed brighter as she swept them over Vess's body, the runes adjusting for any active enchantments, tracking marks or cybernetic implants. The device beeped once. A faint magical residue clung to the fabric of Vess's former clothing. Eli cursed under her breath, opening the containment box from she brought in with her and tossing the garments inside before sealing it shut. "Yeah, that's what I thought. Tracking glyphs." "You were tagged." Rose's eyes flashed with anger, her fists slamming against the table. "You knew they'd be able to follow you, didn't you?" Vess gave a small, lazy shrug. "Would it have stopped you from bringing me here?" Eli cut in before things got explosive. "Relax. The glyphs are neutralized now that the clothes are contained, but we don't take chances. I'm doing a full sweep." Eli continued her scan, meticulously checking for anything hidden. A slow, methodical process that neither Rose nor Vess interrupted. Finally, Eli finished, tapping her bracer to shut it down. "She's clean now. But next time, search first. Interrogate second." She gave Rose one last sharp look before stepping toward the door. "She's all yours. Try not to burn down the room." With that, Eli was gone, the door hissing shut behind her. Rose turned back to Lady Vess, her expression unreadable. Whatever she felt at this moment, she buried it deep, ensuring not even the faintest flicker of recognition crossed her face. Let's talk, Rose said smoothly, pacing slowly around the table. Draven's operations. Merkdust is a front, isn't it? She let the words hang, her tone laced with certainty. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't. Vess chuckled dryly, shaking her head. You always did have a way of making your own truths. Rose moved closer, her fingers trailing over the surface of the table, her voice quiet. Here's how this goes. You tell me what I want to know, or I start getting creative. Vess's smirk barely flickered, but Rose saw the tightness in her jaw. She wasn't afraid yet. That was about to change. Rose leaned down just close enough that Vess could feel the heat rolling off her from the Fireheart crystal. The air between them grew heavy, charged with power waiting to be unleashed. You think I'm bluffing? Rose murmured. You think I wouldn't turn this entire room into an inferno if it got me what I needed? She let the fire flicker at her fingertips, just enough for Vess to feel the heat creeping closer to her skin, just enough to remind her that Rose was in control. For the first time, Vess's confidence wavered. Draven's main facility isn't in Merkdust, she admitted, her voice low. Rose arched a brow, pulling back slightly. Then where? Vess exhaled, knowing she was cornered. Umbral. Rose's mind went blank for a fraction of a second. That was impossible. Umbral wasn't even on her radar. Her voice remained steady. You're lying. Vess smiled thinly. Am I? Or do you just not want to believe it? Rose felt her stomach tighten, but she didn't let a single ounce of doubt show. You better start talking. Now. Vess leaned back, resigned but willing to cooperate. Draven rebuilt the Order of the Grey's facility, your old stomping grounds, and he's using it for something much worse. Rose stayed still, her expression unreadable. But deep inside, she felt the weight of her past crashing down. Darren dropped the stack of stolen intel onto the war room table, the papers fanning out across the surface. The overhead lights flickered against the holographic display, casting shifting shadows across the faces of Gunnar, Eli, and Desera as they leaned in. Gunnar picked up one of the documents, his sharp gaze scanning the contents. Tell me this was worth the mess you caused. Darren smirked, leaning back in his chair. Oh, it's worth it. You're gonna love this. Eli, already sifting through the reports, muttered under her breath. Looks like standard Black Dawn supply chains at first glance, but... Wait. Her fingers danced across the interface of her bracer, enhancing the scrawled notes. 2 realms, 2 major locations. Umbral, Shadowfall. Desera exhaled, pulling a page closer. Umbral is here again. Shipments of weapons, enchanted gear, and personnel movements. It looks like a major training base. She glanced up. A staging ground. Eli swore under her breath. This second location, though, Shadowfall. That one's new. But look at this. She pointed to a section of handwritten notes. This isn't just another Black Dawn base. It's where everything is coming from. Weapons, supplies, soldiers. It all traces back to Shadowfall. It's not just logistics. It's the center of their operations. Gunnar's jaw tightened. So Umbral is where they train, but Shadowfall? That's where Black Dawn is truly operating from. Darren rubbed a hand down his face. So we've got a fight on 2 fronts, a training base and a damn war factory. Gunnar placed the document down with deliberate force. Then we find out what's in Shadowfall, and we burn it to the ground. Eli, already running the documents through her scanner, looked up. First, we need to figure out how to get in. If this place is as important as it looks, we won't be able to just walk in. Desera, flipping through more of the reports, narrowed her eyes. There's another problem. If they're training in Umbral and funneling out of Shadowfall, that means they've already got troops and resources deployed in other realms. This isn't just one stronghold. It's a full-scale operation. Silence settled over the room for a beat before Gunnar finally spoke. Then we take the fight to them before they bring it to us. Darren cracked his knuckles. Now you're talking? Before anyone could say more, the war room door swung open and Rose walked in, her expression unreadable. She had just finished with Lady Vess, and if the set of her jaw was any indication, she had a lot to say. Gunnar glanced up. "Got something for us?" Rose nodded, stepping closer to the table. "Yeah, we've got a problem with Umbral." Eli raised a brow. "Define problem." "Draven rebuilt the Order of the Greys facility there," Rose stated flatly. "It's not just a training base, it's personal. That's where they're making their elite forces, the ones infused with void stone." A beat of silence followed, the weight of her words settling over the team. Darren, ever the master of timing, leaned back and smirked. "All right, since you're in a sharing mood, what do you know about Shadowfall?" To everyone's surprise, Rose answered without hesitation. "Not much. Just that Lyra and I assassinated a high-level Black Dawn leader there once." Eli blinked. "That's not much." Rose shrugged, unbothered. "It was a long time ago, but if Shadowfall was their core supply hub, then now? It's probably worse." Darren gave her a long, considering look, then shook his head with a smirk. "Man, you got around." Rose just shook her head. "You have no idea." Eli exhaled sharply, tapping a few commands on her bracer, the holographic interface shifting as she pulled everything together. "All right, let's break this down. We have two key locations, Umbral and Shadowfall." She gestured at the displayed notes. "Umbral is functioning as a major Black Dawn training base, reinforcing their ranks with enhanced soldiers and likely conducting their Voidstone experiments there. If they're running an elite training program, that means they're preparing for something big." She turned to the next set of intel. "Then we have Shadowfall. This isn't just another stronghold. It's the beating heart of their operation. Logistics, resources, personnel, all of it flows from here. That means if we take out Shadowfall, we don't just hurt them, we cripple them." Desiree nodded. "But if all of this has been running in the shadows, what's their endgame? You don't build up an army like this just to sit on it." Gunnar's expression darkened. "You do it to win a war. The question is, who's the first target?" For 2 days, Argoz and Lyra had moved like ghosts through the ruined wilds of Murkdust, travelling by night, keeping low by day. They were exhausted, but alive. Every hour had been a game of patience and instinct. The Black Dawn patrols were relentless, sweeping through the forests and ruined structures, forcing them to change course more than once. More than once they'd been seconds away from discovery, barely slipping through the cracks before being pinned down. But today, something had changed. The usual drone of distant soldiers, the ever-present sound of boots crunching against dead leaves, the low hum of distant machinery, all of it had faded. The activity was thinning. Argoz crouched in the underbrush, her sharp goblin eyes darting over the tree line. "I don't like it." Lyra, crouched beside her, wiped sweat from her brow. "I was just about to say the same thing." For 2 days, the pressure had been constant, Black Dawn forces combing the landscape, hunting for any sign of them. And now, silence. Lyra narrowed her eyes. Either they think we're already dead, or they have bigger problems. Argoz frowned. "You think Rose got the message? Maybe she's already making moves?" "Maybe." Lyra glanced toward the horizon where the distant ruins of Draven's fortress loomed like a dark scar against the twilight sky. Or maybe whatever they're planning is finally starting. Argos's fingers curled against the dirt. She hated waiting, hated not knowing, but they had survived this long by being careful. And if something was shifting in the way Black Dawn moved, they needed to figure out why. Lyra exhaled. "We're not going to last much longer like this. We need a plan, and fast." Argoz nodded. "Then let's find out what the hell is going on." They spent the next few hours watching from the cover of the tree line, waiting for any sign of movement. Something was off. The patrols were gone, the checkpoints abandoned, and where once the roads had been crawling with Black Dawn forces, now there was nothing but emptiness. Even the northern facility, one of Draven's key outposts, looked like it had been stripped down overnight, Argoz shifted, uneasy. He's pulling back. Lyra nodded. Consolidating. They're bringing everything back to the fortress. Argoz's stomach twisted. That meant whatever was coming next was big, and Black Dawn wasn't worried about spreading themselves thin anymore. We need to get closer, Lyra muttered. If Draven's moving everything into the fortress, that means whatever he's been working toward, it's about to happen. Argoz swallowed hard. And if we don't stop it, murk dust is going to burn. They exchanged a look, knowing there was only one move left to make. Moving under the cover of dusk, they crept through the outskirts of what had once been a heavily patrolled zone. Now it was eerily empty, the silence pressing in around them. Something wasn't right. Then they saw him. A lone Black Dawn officer, his uniform dusty from travel, picking through a supply cache that had been left behind. He moved with urgency, rifling through crates, muttering under his breath. He was alone. Argoz and Lyra exchanged a glance. They had questions, and he was going to give them answers. They moved quickly, silent as the night. Lyra struck first, stepping from the shadows with her blade at his throat before he even realized he was being watched. Argoz pressed a dagger to his ribs. "Don't scream," Argoz whispered, "or I'll make sure you won't get the chance." The officer froze, hands trembling. "But please, Lyra's eyes narrowed. "What's going on? Why is Draven pulling everyone back?" The officer hesitated, his gaze darting between them like a trapped animal. I don't know, I swear. Orders came down suddenly." "Relax," Lyra said, voice calm but firm. "We just want to talk. And if you're smart, you'll keep your voice down and answer our questions." The officer swallowed hard, shaking his head. We weren't told why, just that we had to move fast. Everything, supplies, troops, research, it's all being relocated." Argoz's grip tightened on her blade. "Where are they going?" The officer hesitated. His breath hitched, panic flashing in his eyes. "I don't know." Lyra's blade pressed a fraction closer. "Try again. What's going on? Why is Draven pulling everyone back?" The officer's breathing grew uneven. I don't know the full details. Orders were urgent. Some of us were told to pack, others were reassigned. But the higher-ups, they already knew this was coming." Lyra narrowed her eyes. "Where? Where are they going?" The officer swallowed, visibly sweating now. "I don't know. Only command had access to the full orders. But I heard whispers, something about Shadowfall." The officer shook his head violently. "I swear I wasn't told. They're moving everything. Soldiers, supplies, weapons. But they didn't say where." Then, suddenly, his face twisted in horror, his pupils dilated, realization striking him as if he had only now understood what he had just said. His lips parted, but no more words came. "No," he gasped. "No, no, no." Before either of them could react, his body convulsed, and then he began to dissolve, evaporating. Argoz stumbled back as the officer's form faded into nothing, his final silent scream still lingering in the air. Lyra cursed, stepping away fast. "What the hell? He was just about to crack." Argoz scowled, frustration tightening her grip on her dagger. "Draven's not leaving loose ends. Whatever's happening, it's big enough that he's making sure no one talks." Argoz's stomach twisted. They put a failsafe on him. He couldn't talk. The only thing left of him was dust on the wind. Lyra stared at the empty space where he had been. "Draven's tying up loose ends." Argoz exhaled sharply. "Then we're running out of time." The tension in the war room was thick, the air buzzing with the weight of everything they still didn't know. Rose stood at the edge of the table, arms crossed, her mind already calculating the next move. "We need a way in," Eli muttered, scrolling through her hollow display, frustration evident in her sharp movements. "But we're still blind. If murk dust is sealed off, we don't have an access point. No portals, no clear transport lanes. Nothing." Darren leaned back, arms behind his head. "Yeah, I don't like going in blind." Makes it hard to shoot the right people. Rose exhaled, then reached into her pocket, pulling out the small glowing shard of the fire heart crystal. It pulsed warmly against her palm, its energy wrapping around her fingers like flickering embers. "I have a way," she said, her voice steady. Eli's gaze snapped up. "You're going to use it, aren't you?" Rose nodded. "I set up the portal network in Concordia. Draven took it over, but I know how to fix what he's broken. More importantly, I know how to rebuild a working portal." She looked at the others. "I can use the flame heart and portal crystal together to repair the portal in Alfheim." Gunnar, who had been silent up until now, finally spoke. "That's a big risk." Rose met his gaze. "We don't have a choice. We need a way to murk dust, and this is it. If I can repair the portal, I can override Draven's control and create our own access point." Darren let out a low whistle. "So, we're just going to let you wander off to Alfheim to mess with ancient magic and hope you don't explode?" Rose smirked. "Pretty much." Gunnar sighed, rubbing his temple. "And I assume you know more about what Draven is up to than you're telling me." Rose hesitated for just a fraction of a second, then shook her head. "I don't have all the answers, Gunnar, but I know enough to be sure that if we wait, we lose. Draven is making his final move, and I'm not sitting on my ass while he does it." Gunnar exhaled slowly, watching her carefully. There was something she wasn't saying, but now wasn't the time to push. "And I assume nothing I say is going to stop you?" "Nope. Figures." He exhaled sharply, then straightened. "All right. If you're going, you better be damn sure this works. We can't afford to lose time. Or you." Rose's smirk softened just slightly. "I'll make it work." Darren let out a low whistle. "Well, that sounds like a great plan. Alone, I assume?" Rose rolled her eyes. "Unless you're volunteering." Gunnar exhaled sharply, rubbing a hand down his face. "You're not going alone. Darren's going with you." Darren pushed off the wall, grinning. "Knew that was coming." Rose narrowed her eyes. "I don't need a babysitter." "And I don't need more dead people," Gunnar shot back. "You might know how to work that portal, but if something goes sideways, you'll want backup." She clenched her jaw but didn't argue. Time was short. "Fine, let's go." The familiar twist of magic pulled them through the portal, landing them in the cool, ethereal glow of the Alfheim portal chamber. The room was lined with intricate elven designs, glowing runes embedded in the floor, pulsing with the remnants of broken portal magic. To her surprise, 2 elves were already working at the portal, their hands moving over the damaged runes, adjusting fragments of arcane energy that flickered like dying embers. One of them, a tall elf with silver-threaded robes, glanced up as she approached. "You must be Rose. We were sent to begin repairs." She gave a curt nod. "Thanks, but I've got it from here." The second elf hesitated, exchanging a glance with his companion. "This portal is delicate. We've been carefully—" "I know exactly how delicate it is," she interrupted, stepping forward. "And I know exactly how to fix it. But I need the space to do it." The elves studied her for a moment, then gave a slow nod, stepping back. "Very well." Darren watched the exchange, shaking his head. "You really know how to make friends, huh?" Rose ignored him. She took a deep breath, reaching into her coat and pulling out the flame heart crystal, its fire-like glow illuminating the chamber. The moment she held it near the damaged portal, the runes reacted, flaring with sudden energy. "All right," she muttered, rolling up her sleeves. "Let's get to work." Darren crossed his arms, watching her with a wary eye. "Yeah, this definitely isn't going to explode." Rose smirked. "Not if you shut up and let me concentrate." The chamber filled with the crackling hum of magic as she began her work. Rose moved to the control console, eyes scanning over the intricate elven inscriptions and the fractured power crystal embedded within. The edges were burned, the once pristine structure cracked and darkened from the overload Draven had caused. She exhaled sharply. "All right, first things first. Gotta pull this fried crystal." She crouched beside the console, fingers tracing along the locking mechanisms. With a flick of her wrist, her tools appeared in her palm, summoned from the small belt pouch she carried. As she worked to dislodge the damaged crystal, Darren stepped up beside her, peering over her shoulder. "So, let me guess, this is the part where you ask me to hold something and then yell at me when I do it wrong?" Rose smirked, not looking up. "Hold this." She grabbed a thin metallic rod from her kit and shoved it into his hands. Darren arched a brow. "Do I at least get to know what I'm holding?" "It's a stabilizer. Keeps the portal from shorting out while I pull the crystal. Just hold it steady." He waggled it slightly. "Like this?" The runes on the console flickered violently and a sharp pulse of magic surged through the room. Rose shot him a glare. "Darren!" "Hold the damn light." Darren snorted. Got it, no wiggling. Geez, you sound like my old man working on a truck." Rose rolled her eyes and went back to work. With a final click, the burned-out crystal slid free, releasing a soft wave of heat that made the air shimmer. She carefully placed it on the floor before reaching into her coat, pulling out the flame heart crystal fused with the portal crystal. Its glow intensified as soon as it neared the console, heat rolling off it in waves. Rose swallowed hard. This was the moment of truth. She carefully aligned it with the slot, taking a slow, steady breath before sliding it into place. The second it connected, the entire portal room flared to life. The runes blazed, raw power surging through the ancient structure. The air crackled, the once dormant portal responding to the influx of energy with a deep, resonant hum. Darren took a cautious step back. Is it supposed to be doing that?" Rose ignored him, eyes locked on the portal as she adjusted the connection. The glow of the runes pulsed in time with her heartbeat, syncing with the new crystal's magic. For a split second, something shifted in the air. A connection forming. Then, with a final pulse, the portal stabilized. Rose exhaled, tension bleeding from her shoulders. It's done. But she wasn't finished. Now came the real test. She crouched in front of the console, fingers gliding over the controls as she began systematically testing the portal's stability. The runes flickered in rhythmic pulses, responding to the Fireheart crystal's energy. So far, everything held. "You're really taking your time with this," Darren remarked, arms still crossed as he leaned against a stone pillar. "You afraid it's going to bite?" Rose didn't look up. "Portals aren't weapons, Darren. They have to be respected. Forced magic leads to disaster." He arched a brow. "That from personal experience?" She hesitated just for a second, but kept working. "Something like that." Darren pushed off the pillar, stepping closer. "So, you built Draven's original portal network, right? What else did you do for him?" Rose's fingers stilled over the controls. Her expression didn't change, but the silence stretched just long enough for Darren to notice. "I was his apprentice. I built things," she said finally, voice flat. "That's all you need to know." Darren snorted. "Yeah, see, that kind of answer just makes me want to know more." Rose ignored him, her eyes scanning the interface. She carefully pressed her palm to one of the active runes, sending a slow pulse of energy through the system. The portal crystal held, responding smoothly. "Good. We're stable. No power fluctuations, no instability," she murmured. "Now let's see if we can access the network." Darren leaned in slightly. "So how does this hacking thing work exactly? Do you, whisper sweet nothings to the portal?" Rose smirked. "More like I remind it who built it." She reached for the deeper functions of the portal, tracing for connections, any lingering tethers to Draven's systems. At first, everything looked normal. Too normal. The pathways were clear, but there was no sign of Draven's network. Then Darren spoke again, almost offhandedly. "Didn't Draven experiment with a portal in Eldermire? Maybe one that didn't play by normal magic rules?" Rose stiffened. A flash of memory. Cold stone halls deep beneath Eldermire, layered with magic-dampening wards. A portal hidden away, one that no spell could locate unless you already knew where to look. Her pulse quickened. That was it. That was her way in. "You're a damn genius," she muttered. Darren blinked. "I mean, yeah, but why?" Rose's hands flew over the controls. Draven had an experimental portal under Eldermire, warded, buried, invisible to outside magic. I'd forgotten about it until now. That's the one I need. If I can connect to that, I can slip into his network unnoticed. Darren let out a slow whistle. All right, now this is getting interesting. Rose exhaled, steadying herself. This had to be done carefully. She began tracing the network cautiously, ensuring she left no digital or magical imprint. Portals, especially ones tied to Draven, had layers of encryption, tripwires set to detect unauthorized access. She moved slowly, her fingers dancing over the controls, letting the portal's energy guide her. Instead of forcing her way in, she allowed the pathways to reveal themselves, letting the magic unfold naturally. It was delicate work, something that required patience. Darren, however, didn't share her patience. "You find anything yet, or should I grab a snack?" Rose ignored him, narrowing her focus. Then, there it was. The hidden portal in Eldermire. She hesitated. The logs showed it hadn't been accessed in over 100 years, not since the fall of Eldermire itself. That was strange. If Draven was so careful about covering his tracks, why had he never shut it down? Her gut twisted. Something wasn't right. "Found it," she murmured, adjusting the interface. The portal still held a connection, dormant but intact. She just needed to wake it up. She reached toward the command rune, preparing to activate it, when Darren grabbed her wrist. "Whoa, stop!" Rose shot him an annoyed glare. "What?" Darren's expression was uncharacteristically serious. "You really want to open a portal into Draven's old playground without a team, without backup, without Gunnar knowing?" She hesitated. She hated when he had a point. "We're not ready for this yet," he continued. "We got what we came for. Now we go back, tell Gunnar, and get a team together before you start poking the bear." Rose clenched her jaw, but after a moment she exhaled and leaned back. "Fine. We do it your way. For now." Darren smirked. "See? You're learning. Now, let's go home before you decide to change your mind." Darren whistled low, and nobody exploded. "Guess I owe you a drink." Eli leaned over her workbench, eyes narrowed behind a pair of magnifying lenses as she meticulously inspected the disassembled components of the Black Dawn rifle. Pieces of the weapon were spread across the lab in perfect order, each part labelled and tagged. She had spent hours tearing it down, analysing every mechanism, searching for weaknesses. Across from her, Alatharis watched in quiet interest, arms folded, his keen elven eyes flickering between the components. "You look like you're expecting this thing to whisper its secrets to you." Eli snorted. "If weapons could talk, this one would be screaming bad design choices. Look at this." She lifted a small crystalline core, holding it up to the dim lab light. The crystal, meant to be the rifle's primary energy source, was riddled with microscopic fractures. "There's your problem," she muttered. "This thing is defective." Alatharis stepped forward, tilting his head. "Explain." Eli set the crystal on a testing slab, pressing a rune-etched probe against its surface. Black Dawn's rifles are powered by enchanted energy crystals, right? The problem is, these things are unstable past 25 yards. The flaws inside the crystal cause minor energy refractions, meaning every shot lands in a slightly different place, even if the shooter's aim is perfect. That's why these rifles are inconsistent at long range. Alatharis studied the reading on the display. That would explain their poor accuracy beyond close combat. But why would they continue producing flawed crystals? Eli leaned back, rubbing her chin. Either they don't have the means to perfect the refinement process, or they don't care. Black Dawn fights like a blunt instrument. They prioritize volume over precision. Make 100 rifles that mostly work instead of 10 perfect ones. Alatheris nodded. A disposable army with disposable weapons. Eli smirked. Exactly. And that means we can break them without ever having to fire a shot. She turned back to the rifle's internals, pulling another piece from the array. And it gets worse. The firing mechanism? Cheaply made. Overheats if fired too quickly. I'd bet 10 rounds at rapid fire, and this thing locks up. The enchantments on the barrel? Poorly layered. If you overload the energy feed, you could cause a mana feedback loop, maybe even a backfire. Alatheris raised a brow. So, it's a ticking time bomb in the wrong hands? Eli grinned. Exactly the kind of flaw we can exploit. She placed the crystal back onto the table, pulling out a new datapad and beginning to sketch modifications. If we can pinpoint the right stress points, we could design an enchantment to accelerate the degradation of these crystals, force them to crack in combat. Alatheris considered this. He picked up the crystal, turning it over between his fingers, his gaze sharp with thought. What if we take it a step further? Instead of just accelerating the degradation, what if we create a dampening field, something that disrupts these crystals in close range? Eli looked up from her datapad, intrigued. Like a localized pulse that overloads them? Alatheris nodded. Exactly. If we tune the frequency to the instability of the crystal lattice, we could make them fail on command. In the best-case scenario, they don't just crack, they overload and explode. Eli's grin widened. Now that's a nasty little trick. A dampening field would mean that anywhere we are, their weapons become useless, if not outright dangerous to them. She immediately began sketching out calculations. It would have to be a contained disruption, too wide a field, and we risk interfering with our own gear. But if we keep the effect radius small, say 15, maybe 20 feet, that should be enough to render any Black Dawn rifle a liability. Alatheris tapped the crystal against the table, deep in thought. Then his gaze shifted to a grenade resting on the workbench, one of their enchanted prototypes. He picked it up, weighing it in his palm. What if we make it throwable, like this grenade? Instead of a constant dampening field, we create a pulse grenade that disrupts their rifles on impact. Eli's eyes lit up as she caught on. So instead of worrying about keeping the field away from our own gear, we just throw it into their ranks and let it do the work. Black Dawn's own rifles become the grenades. Alatheris nodded. Exactly. We stay outside the 25-meter range, and they take themselves out. Eli spun back to her workstation, already pulling together components. I can work with that. We enchant the grenade with a targeted resonance pulse, tuned to the fracture points in their rifle crystals. When it detonates, the pulse overloads every rifle in range, turning them into time bombs. Alatheris smirked. And just like that, their entire battlefield strategy collapses. Eli grinned. Oh, I like this. Let's get to work. After several hours of painstaking adjustments, recalibrations, and arguments over rune placement, Eli and Alatheris had their first prototype pulse grenade ready for testing. All right, moment of truth, Eli muttered, placing the grenade and a fractured Black Dawn crystal into the containment chamber. She stepped back and tapped the reinforced glass with her knuckle. This should be safe. Alatheris gave her a skeptical look. You sound very sure of that. Eli grinned as she flipped the activation rune on the remote trigger. What's the worst that could happen? The grenade detonated. The resulting explosion was far larger than anticipated. A blinding pulse of mana surged outward, sending a shockwave that blasted the containment room door clean off its hinges. The heavy metal door slammed against the opposite wall with a resounding clang, and overhead, alarms shrieked as the lab's fire suppression system kicked in, dousing everything in a fine mist of enchanted fog. Eli and Alatheris stood in stunned silence. From just outside the lab, Caleb, who had been working on the Wolfmobile, witnessed the entire thing. Slowly, he poked his head around the doorway, blinking at the wreckage before letting out a low whistle. You know, he mused, crossing his arms. For once. I can't even blame Darren for this. Eli wiped mist from her face, coughing. Okay, so maybe the pulse was a little too strong. Alatheris turned to her, his usually composed expression barely holding back amusement. A little? Caleb snorted. I'm pretty sure you just made a portable war crime. You gonna bottle that and sell it? Eli shot him a glare before turning back to Alatheris. All right, we tone it down, but admit it, it worked. Alatheris exhaled, nodding. That it did. Now let's make sure the next one doesn't blow up our own people. Caleb grinned. Yeah, 'cause I'd hate to explain to Gunnar that our own weapons are deadlier to us than the enemy's. Eli groaned. All right. Back to the drawing board. But at least now we know. This grenade is going to ruin Black Dawn's day. Eli shot him a smirk. Bingo! We're not just dismantling their weapons, we're turning them into their own worst enemy. She leaned forward, eyes gleaming as she got to work. Now she had a plan. Gunnar sat at his desk, a thick report spread out before him, but he wasn't reading it. His attention was split between Clara, who was seated across from him, and the growing headache forming behind his eyes. Meetings like this had become routine, strategizing, reallocating resources, planning their next move against Black Dawn. We need to reinforce our supply lines, Clara said, flipping through her notes. If Draven's consolidating forces, he might try cutting us off from our suppliers. We should... The entire building shook violently. The floor beneath them trembled, rattling their desks, shaking the light fixtures above. The sound of an explosion thundered through the halls, followed almost instantly by the shrieking wail of the fire alarms. Gunnar's coffee mug tipped over, spilling across his desk. For a split second, neither of them spoke. Then Gunnar shot to his feet, slamming his hands on the table. What the hell was that? Clara was already moving, pushing back from her chair as she reached for her sidearm. That was an explosion, inside the base. Gunnar stormed toward the door, his cybernetic fist clenched tight. If we're under attack again, I swear to God. But as soon as they reached the hallway, they weren't the only ones reacting. Bianca, Ashley, Desira, Jewel, and Evelyn were already converging from different corridors, weapons drawn, the wolves pacing alongside them, their hackles raised. Anyone got eyes on what the hell just happened? Gunnar barked, his blue eyes scanning the tense faces around him. Jewel tapped the comm unit in her ear, already working through their internal security feeds. No breaches, no intruders. But, you're going to want to see this. She gestured toward the nearest screen mounted on the wall. A live feed flickered to life, showing the lab. Or what used to be the lab. The blast doors were blown clean off their hinges, smoke and emergency mist, still billowing from the ruined containment chamber. Inside, standing among the wreckage, were Eli and Alatheris, covered in soot and very much alive. And Caleb, standing in the doorway, arms crossed, watching the entire disaster unfold with an almost disappointed look. A heavy silence filled the hallway as everyone stared at the screen. Then Ashley sighed, lowering her rifle. All right. Who's killing them first? Evelyn shook her head. No, let Gunnar do it. I want to see the vein in his forehead pop. Clara, who had been tense and ready for a fight, simply exhaled. It's the lab. Of course it's the lab. Gunnar turned slowly, grinding his teeth. I am going to... Talk to them first before throwing anyone through a wall, Clara cut in, placing a hand on his shoulder. Let's at least let them explain before you murder them. Gunnar took a deep breath through his nose, nostrils flaring. Then, wordlessly, he turned and stormed toward the lab. Behind him, the rest of the team followed, some more amused than others. Caleb's voice crackled over the security feed as they walked. You know, for once, I can't even blame Derelith. By the time they reached the lab, the smoke was starting to clear, but the damage was undeniable. The blast doors were crumpled against the far wall, scorch marks seared into the surrounding stone. Emergency mist still clung to the air, the lab's fire suppression system struggling to compensate for whatever magical detonation had just occurred. Eli, still brushing soot off her sleeves, froze mid-motion when she spotted Gunnar marching in like an incoming storm. Alatheris, to his credit, kept his composure, though he was notably keeping himself positioned just slightly behind Eli. Caleb leaned against the wall, watching it all unfold like he was front row to a theatre performance. Gunnar didn't stop walking until he was standing directly in front of Eli. His blue eye burned with barely restrained fury. "Explain, now." Eli, ever the professional, cleared her throat and straightened. "So, good news. The grenade works." Gunnar's cybernetic fist clenched. "And the bad news?" Eli winced. "The blast radius was a little more than expected. But that just means we need to tweak the enchantments." "You blew the damn doors off my lab, Eli." Gunnar's voice was dangerously low. "After we just got attacked. Do you have any idea what I was thinking when this entire building shook?" Alatheris decided it was safer to contribute. In our defense, the experiment was completely contained. In theory. Clara exhaled, rubbing her temple. "In theory?" Ashley folded her arms. "So do we even need to fight Black Dawn at this point, or are we just planning to nuke them with Eli's failed experiments?" Eli threw up her hands. It wasn't a failure. It was just a little over-enthusiastic. "Like Darren at an open bar," Caleb added helpfully. Gunnar inhaled sharply, forcing himself to regain control. He turned to Eli, pointing at her chest. "You're going to fix this, and before you run another test, I want a full report on how you're containing the next one. I do not need our own weapons taking us out before the fight even starts." Eli nodded quickly. "Absolutely. Full containment, full safety measures. No more surprises." Gunnar took another long, steady breath. "All right. Everyone clear out. Eli, Alatheris, you clean this up. Caleb," he pointed at him, "stop enjoying this so much." Caleb grinned, making a small zipping motion over his lips, but his eyes were still gleaming with amusement. As the team dispersed, Eli turned back to Alatheris, exhaling. "Well, that could have gone worse." Alatheris arched a brow. "He didn't throw you through a wall. That's about as good as you could have hoped for." Eli smirked. "All right. Let's make a version that doesn't level the damn building." Alatheris, still holding one of the remaining grenades, examined it thoughtfully. "What if we make it adjustable?" Eli frowned. "Adjustable?" He nodded, flipping the grenade between his fingers. "Think about it. There may be times we want a bigger explosion, like taking down a structure, hitting a heavy weapons emplacement, or clearing a battlefield. If we build in a tunable enchantment, the user could select the intensity before throwing it." Eli considered that, then a slow grin spread across her face. "A grenade with a dial. Low setting for a nice contained disruption. High setting for, well, what we just did." Alatheris smirked. "Exactly. Just, with a warning label this time." Eli clapped her hands together. "All right, back to the workbench. We need to refine this thing. Smaller, more efficient, and definitely grenade-sized." Alatheris nodded, already reaching for tools. "Less of a portable catastrophe, more of a precision magical EMP grenade." Eli grinned as she pulled up the schematics, making adjustments. "Let's get to work, and this time, let's try not to blow up the damn lab again." Gunnar stood in his office, arms crossed, staring at the live tactical map spread across the table. The tension in the room was thick, the fallout from the recent attack still fresh, the explosion in the lab just another headache stacked onto an already impossible situation. Clara stood beside him, arms folded, watching his expression carefully. Before either of them could speak, the door swung open. Darren stepped inside first, his usual smirk in place, but there was an edge to it. A second later, Rose followed, her face unreadable as she shut the door behind her. "Took you too long enough," Gunnar grumbled, straightening. "Tell me you've got something worth my time." Darren snorted, leaning against the back of a chair. "Oh, don't worry, boss. Rose here. She found something big." Gunnar's gaze snapped to Rose. "Well." Rose held his stare, her voice measured, controlled. "I found a way into Draven's network." Clara shifted slightly, eyes narrowing. How? Rose reached into her coat, pulling out a small enchanted crystal, the flame heart fused with the portal crystal. It flickered in the dim light, the power within barely contained. This, she said, placing it on the table, I used it to repair the portal in Alfheim. And in doing so, I found an old, forgotten link, one Draven hasn't touched since the fall of Eldermire. A portal he thought was buried. Gunnar frowned. What portal? She took a slow breath. A hidden one beneath Eldermire. When I was working under Draven, he took me to a lower level, a place warded so heavily that no magic could penetrate it. I never thought much of it before, but he was experimenting on a separate portal down there, and it's still active. Darren grinned. And, since it's from before Draven took full control of the network, it means we have a way in, a blind spot he didn't account for. Gunnar's expression hardened. And you're sure this is still operational? Rose nodded. I traced it. The link is there. It hasn't been accessed in over 100 years. No security measures, no defenses. It's like he forgot about it. Clara exhaled. Or it's a trap. Rose met her gaze. I thought of that too. Which is why I didn't open it. Gunnar studied her for a long moment, then exhaled, rubbing his temple. All right. If this is legit, it's the best lead we've got, but we don't go in blind. We prep a team. We analyze everything before making a move. Darren grinned, nudging Rose. Told you he'd say that. Rose rolled her eyes. I already locked the portal's connection. It's not going anywhere. We move when we're ready. Gunnar nodded, his voice firm. Good. Because if we're doing this, we do it on our terms. No mistakes. The war room was tense with quiet urgency as the key players of the pack gathered around the large central table, the weight of the mission pressing down on them. The holographic projection of Eldermire's ruins flickered in the air above them, a grim reminder of the city's destruction at Draven's hands. Gunnar stood at the head of the table, arms crossed, his gaze sharp as he scanned the room while the last of the team filtered in, the wolves restless in the background, Clara, Eli, Darren, Ashley, Desira, Bianca, Jewel, Evelyn, Alatheris, Shade, and Katrina, all ready for whatever came next. The wolves paced in the background, ever watchful. All right, listen up, Gunnar began, his voice sharp. Rose found us a way into Draven's network, a forgotten portal beneath Eldermire. Problem is, it's buried under tons of rubble. No clear way out. He nodded to Rose, his voice firm. You're up. Walk us through it. Rose stepped forward, her expression unreadable as she activated a holographic projection of Eldermire's ruins, the glowing display flickering to life above the table. The projection zoomed in on a collapsed underground chamber, hidden beneath layers of stone and twisted metal. This is where the portal is located, she said, pointing to the center of the ruins. Draven fought his father here. The entire structure collapsed when the city fell. The portal itself is still intact. I traced its signature. We'll have to dig our way out. Darren leaned forward, arms resting on the table. Let me guess, we have to do this without making a damn sound. Rose nodded. If we make too much noise, Draven's forces will know we're there. And if the wrong structure collapses while we're digging, we're dead. A silence settled over the group before Gunnar exhaled sharply. All right, that means we need ideas. Quiet ways to clear a path, safe ways to extract, and contingency plans if things go sideways. He swept his gaze across the table. So, who's got suggestions? Eli adjusted the strap on her wrist, then spoke up. Before we send anyone through, we should send a drone first. If the portal chamber is unstable, or if there are any surprises waiting for us, it's better to find out before we step into a death trap. Rose nodded. Good call. I can adjust the portal's frequency to allow for a controlled signal relay, so the drone doesn't lose connection once it's through. That way, we'll get a real-time feed of what's inside. Gunnar considered this, then nodded. Fine. We test it first. If the chamber is clear and the portal is stable, we move in. If it's compromised, we rethink our approach. Darren smirked. Finally, a good use for Eli's expensive toys. Darren leaned back in his chair, tapping a finger against the table. We portal directly into the underground chamber. That gets us in without disturbing the rubble up top. Once we're there, we start digging toward the surface, but we don't break through completely until we're ready. Eli nodded, arms crossed. I can enchant the walls and supports as we excavate to keep the structure from caving in. Alatheris and I can work together to reinforce weak points and make sure the tunnel is stable. Shade glanced at Darren. Your 5077th Engineering Battalion is stationed in the region, right? If we need equipment, they'd have it. Darren smirked. Damn right they do. I can have them on standby with excavation gear. No explosives, nothing loud, but they can help clear the path once we're close. Clara nodded. So, we dig carefully from the chamber, reinforcing as we go. When we're almost through, we stop, check our surroundings, and only break through when we're certain it's safe. Gunnar folded his arms, nodding. All right. This gives us control over the situation. We stay ahead of Draven and avoid unnecessary risks. We're not rushing in blind. We move in quiet, dig our way out under controlled conditions, and keep reinforcements ready in case things go south. He looked around the room, letting the silence settle as he met each of their gazes. No objections? Good. Gear up. We move soon. An hour later, the select team assembled in the portal chamber. Rose, Clara, Eli, Shade, and Katrina. Darren had split off to coordinate with the 5077th Engineering Battalion, ensuring they had the equipment and manpower ready for extraction once the path was cleared. The rest of the team remained on standby, waiting for confirmation before full-scale operations could begin. Rose stepped forward and placed the Flameheart portal crystal into the console. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the runes on the gateway flared to life, pulsing with energy as the portal system rebooted. The swirling vortex remained dim, waiting for full stabilization. Eli stood nearby, setting up the drone. All right, the signal relay is ready. Once you open the portal, I'll send the drone through first. If the chamber's unstable, we'll know before anyone steps in. Clara adjusted the strap on her gear. Let's just hope we're not stepping into a collapsed tomb. Shade crossed his arms. Or worse, a void space. If too much debris has crushed the chamber, we might be looking at a collapsed gateway, which means recalibrating the exit point. Rose exhaled, focusing as the console interface flickered online. She began calibrating the power flow, ensuring the portal stabilized before activation. All right, let's bring it online. The portal flared to life, swirling with energy. The faint, shadowed outline of the underground chamber appeared within the shimmering vortex. Eli activated the drone. Sending it through now. Let's see what we're dealing with. The drone whirred to life, its small, reinforced frame hovering forward before vanishing through the shimmering portal. The team watched in tense silence as Eli monitored the live feed on her tablet, the display flickering with static before resolving into a clear image. The chamber was massive, larger than expected. Despite the collapse of Eldermire above, this underground space remained intact, a vast stone hall, lined with ancient carvings and towering support pillars that still held strong. Dust drifted in the air, but there were no signs of immediate danger. Eli scanned the data. Structural integrity looks solid. No cave-ins, no visible threats. The drone's camera panned toward the far end of the chamber, revealing two massive sealed doors, untouched by time, their engravings still gleaming faintly in the dim light. We've got something, Eli murmured, adjusting the zoom. Doors at the far end, sealed. No immediate threats in sight. The chamber is safe to enter. Katrina exhaled, rolling her shoulders. All right, we're up. Gunnar's voice crackled over the comms. Move in, stay sharp. Without hesitation, Katrina, Eli, and Shade stepped through the portal, their forms vanishing into the swirling light as they entered the underground chamber. The trio landed smoothly on the solid stone floor, their footsteps echoing faintly in the vast, open space. Eli quickly unhooked a compact light set from her pack and set it up, casting a pale glow across the chamber. Shadows stretched along the carved walls, revealing the intricate details of the ancient architecture. Eli swept her scanner across the area. Still no signs of movement or energy fluctuations, no hidden traps or residual magic. So far, this place is as dead as it looks. Shade, already moving toward the massive doors, ran his gloved hands along the surface. The engravings were deep, the stone cool to the touch. He gave the door a slight push, testing the weight. A low, creaking groan filled the chamber as the door shifted slightly beneath his hand. Dust trickled from the edges, but it didn't resist. Shade braced himself, pushing harder, and the ancient doorway swung open, revealing a dark passage beyond. He turned back to the others, nodding. "It's open. The other side is intact." Eli adjusted the drone's settings. "Let's not go rushing in blind just yet. Sending the drone through again. Let's see what's beyond this passage." The drone hovered forward, its small lights cutting through the darkness as it moved deeper into the revealed corridor. The feed displayed a series of connected rooms, each appearing untouched by time. Old crates and storage containers lined some of the walls, their surfaces coated in thick layers of dust. Eli studied the readings. No signs of life, no residual energy signatures. Whatever this place was, it's been sealed off for a long time. Shade's brow furrowed. What's in those crates? Supplies? Artifacts? Katrina shifted slightly, watching the feed. Could be anything. Weapons, documents, or just abandoned junk. We won't know until we get a closer look. The drone continued forward, reaching another set of doors at the far end of the corridor. Unlike the first, these doors were heavier, their hinges reinforced. Shade stepped up to the real version, running a hand over the surface before cautiously testing them. The moment he applied pressure, a deep metallic groan echoed through the chamber. Dust trickled down from above as the doors slowly creaked open, revealing what lay beyond. A collapsed stairwell. Shade muttered a curse. Well, that's not ideal. Eli frowned at the drone's display. Stairs are completely destroyed. Looks like they led up to another level. Maybe an old exit point. But from this, we're going nowhere. Katrina sighed. So much for an easy way out. Shade turned back to the others. All right, let's check those crates. If there's anything useful here, now's the time to find out. Katrina nodded and moved toward the nearest stack, brushing away a thick layer of dust before prying open the lid. Inside, she found old supplies, dried-out rations, aged parchment, and rusted tools. She picked up a metallic piece, examining its worn engraving. Looks like remnants of whoever used this place before. Nothing immediately useful. Shade cracked open another crate, revealing metal components, possibly old weapon parts or machinery. He ran a gloved hand over the pieces, frowning. Some of this might still be salvageable, but it's ancient. Meanwhile, Eli straightened. I'm heading back to Alfheim to check in with Gunnar. If we're going to work on clearing a way out, we need to coordinate with the rest of the team. Shade glanced at her. You sure you don't want to stick around and see if we uncover some lost treasure? Eli smirked. I trust you to hoard all the junk without me. Keep your comms open, I'll be back soon. She stepped toward the portal, activating her interface before vanishing into the shimmering vortex, leaving Katrina and Shade to continue their search. Eli stepped out of the portal and back into the Alfheim facility, where Rose and Darren were already waiting. The moment she stabilized, she reached for her comm unit, connecting directly to the war room. Gunnar, it's Eli. We've completed the first sweep. Sending you the data now. Gunnar's voice came through, sharp and direct. Go ahead. What's the status? Eli pulled up her tablet, her fingers moving quickly over the display as she relayed the drone's footage and scanned reports verbally over the comms. The underground chamber is intact. Structural integrity is solid. No cave-ins, no magical interference, no immediate threats. The portal's stable. Shade and Katrina are still inside, but so far, we're alone down there. Rose, arms crossed, leaned in. What about exits? What's our way out? Eli exhaled. That's where things get complicated. We found a passage leading deeper, several rooms filled with old crates, probably storage from whatever this place used to be. But at the far end there was another set of doors. Shade opened them and... She hesitated. The stairwell beyond is completely collapsed. There's no clear way up. A heavy silence settled over the room before Gunnar spoke again. So we're boxed in? For now, Eli confirmed, which means our plan to excavate from the chamber is still the best option. We'll need to dig our way out carefully and reinforce as we go. But that's not all. Exactly, Eli confirmed. I don't know if it's just more ruins or something Draven's people sealed away. We'll need to decide if we want to crack them open. Darren, leaning against the console, smirked. So, to recap, no clear exit, possible treasure trove, and the risk of waking up something nasty in the process. Sounds about right. Gunnar exhaled. All right. We stick to the plan. Everyone get your gear. We're moving soon. Darren, get your battalion moving. Make sure every soldier has signed their NDA and security clearance before they deploy. We'll need their equipment prepped ASAP. Eli, stay on standby in case we need magical reinforcement. Clara, prep the perimeter teams. We'll need to be ready in case Black Dawn has eyes on this place. His voice came through the comms again. And you, Rose smirked. I'm staying here. Katrina and Shade are still searching through the crates. If there's anything useful, I want to be there when they find it. Gunnar's expression was unreadable for a moment before he nodded. Fine, but we do this smart. No unnecessary risks. We dig carefully, and we figure out what we're dealing with before we touch those doors. We'll rendezvous at the chamber soon. Eli tapped her comm unit, closing the feed. Understood. We'll be ready. Darren turned to Gunnar, adjusting his gear. All right, I've got to round up my engineers and make sure everything's in order. Try not to break anything while I'm gone. Eli exhaled, tucking away her tablet. I'll make sure the portal stays stable while we're running ops. If anything shifts, we'll know before we step into a death trap. Gunnar's voice crackled through the comms once more. We move within the hour. Get everything locked down. No loose ends. I want regular updates. Darren gave a mock salute. Copy that, boss. Rose rolled her shoulders and turned back to the portal. All right, let's get back to work. Katrina and Shade are waiting. Darren moved through the staging area, scanning the progress the 5,077th Engineering Battalion had made over the past week. The once-scarred battlefield was now levelled and reinforced, with new command structures rising where chaos once reigned. The engineers had done their job well, and the skeleton of the base was taking shape. Life support systems were being installed, and within a few more days, this place would be fully operational. As he passed through, soldiers and engineers gave him respectful nods, recognizing him as someone with authority even if he was no longer in uniform. The battalion had been instrumental in clearing the battlefield and constructing the forward base, though they still had no idea what they were truly working around. That was about to change. Inside the command post, the battalion commander, Colonel Vasquez, and the command sergeant major, CSM Holt, were waiting for him. Both were seasoned veterans. Vasquez had seen decades of combat engineering work, while Holt was the backbone of the battalion's operations. Darren shut the door behind him, nodding to Colonel Vasquez and Command Sergeant Major Holt. Colonel, Sergeant Major, appreciate you making time. I need you both in the war room for a classified briefing. Gunnar wants you fully up to speed on what's really going on out here. Vasquez gave him a measured look. You're being real careful with your words, Darren. That tells me whatever this is, it's big. Darren smirked faintly. Let's just say you're about to get some answers, and they might change the way you see this mission. Vasquez stood, curiosity flickering in his eyes. All right, let's see what kind of classified mess you're dropping us into. Darren nodded and opened the door. This way. Time's short, and we've got a lot to cover. With a nod, Darren led them toward the war room, knowing full well that by the end of this briefing, everything Vasquez and Holt thought they knew about this mission and the world was about to change. The war room was an impressive sight, far more advanced than anything Vasquez or Holt had expected. Holographic displays hovered over the large strategic table, providing real-time data on the surrounding terrain, active operations, and the developing base. Alongside them, physical maps and reports were neatly organized, reinforcing the high-tech yet grounded nature of the Pack's operations. Vasquez and Holt took in the sight, their eyes flicking between the cutting-edge technology and the seasoned warriors seated around the table. This was no ordinary war room. As Darren stepped inside with Vasquez and Holt, their eyes immediately locked onto Gunnar. The man at the head of the table was an imposing figure, tall, broad-shouldered, and carrying the weight of countless battles in his hardened stance. His left arm, a sleek cybernetic limb, rested casually on the table, its polished surface catching the dim light. The tech was unlike anything either of them had seen before. Holt muttered under his breath, "Well, damn, that's new." Gunnar's one blue eye settled on them, unreadable. "Colonel Vasquez, Command Sergeant Major Holt," he greeted, his voice firm. "Take a seat." Vasquez sat slowly, exchanging a look with Holt. "All right, Darren. We're here. Start talking." Darren exhaled, leaning against the edge of the table. "You've been here a week, cleaning up the battlefield, setting up the base." A heavy pause settled over the room. Darren nodded toward Vasquez. "Colonel, before we get into anything deeper, let's start with the current status of Base X. Please give us a full situational report." Vasquez exchanged a glance with Holt before turning to Gunnar. "All right, here's what we have so far." He pulled out a large map and a folder of documents, spreading them across the table. Base X is at 70% completion. The battlefield has been fully cleared, and structural reinforcements for the command center are in place. The barracks and supply depots are functional, but life support systems are still being calibrated. We estimate another 72 hours before full operational readiness. Holt leaned forward. "Power grid is stable, and we've run infrastructure checks across the site. No major structural weaknesses, but we're still stress testing the foundations before finalizing expansions. We've also got our security teams running scheduled patrols, but nothing outside the ordinary so far." A brief silence followed as Gunnar absorbed the report. Then, he leaned back slightly and gave Darren a look, one that Darren recognized immediately. It was time to start easing them into the truth. Darren cleared his throat. "All right, good. That means we're in a stable position to move forward. But now we need to talk about the bigger picture, because Base X isn't just sitting on an old battlefield." Vasquez raised an eyebrow. "Here we go." Darren smirked. "Yeah, here we go. You ever hear of Alfheim?" Holt frowned. "Sounds like something out of a fantasy novel." Before Darren could respond, the door to the war room opened and Eli stepped in. She was dressed in her usual field gear, her silver hair tucked beneath a cap, but the second she entered, the tension in the room shifted. There was something about her presence, sharp, perceptive, like she was sizing up Vasquez and Holt just as much as they were sizing up her. Holt gave a slow nod. "All right. And you are?" Darren leaned back, arms crossed, and smirked. "Oh, you're gonna love this part." Gunnar remained silent, watching as Eli removed her cap, letting her silver hair fall free, revealing her pointed ears. The room went dead quiet. Vasquez blinked, his expression unreadable, while Holt let out a dry chuckle, shaking his head. "This some kind of joke? Some new experimental gene-modding program? Because I've seen some weird classified tech in my time, but pointed ears ain't on the list." Darren smirked. "Oh, trust me, you're taking this better than I did. I at least had the courtesy to freak out a little." Before either of them could respond, a deep, rumbling growl echoed from the hallway. A moment later, the door swung open again, and Alpha stepped inside. The massive wolf's piercing yellow eyes locked onto Vasquez and Holt, his imposing form filling the doorway. His gait was slow, deliberate, assessing, judging. Holt stiffened, hands hovering near his belt. Darren? You want to tell me why there's a damn dire wolf in here looking at me like I'm lunch? Darren clapped him on the shoulder with a grin. Relax. If he wanted you dead, you wouldn't have heard the door open. Alpha let out a soft huff, his gaze never wavering. Vasquez, to his credit, held his ground, though his fingers were gripping the edge of the table just a little tighter. Eli stepped forward, placing a calm hand on Alpha's thick fur. It's all right, she murmured. And with that, the massive wolf let out a final exhale before lowering himself onto the floor beside her, his posture relaxed but his eyes still watching the two officers. She turned to Vasquez and Holt. I imagine this is a lot to take in, but let's start simple. My name is Eli, and I'm an elf from Alfheim. Our people have made an alliance with Earth, an alliance that has already saved lives on both sides. She let the weight of her words settle before continuing. I know this isn't what you expected when you were sent here, but there's more you need to see. Gunnar finally pushed himself up from his seat. Come with me. Vasquez and Holt exchanged a wary glance but stood, following Gunnar as he led them toward a secure corridor at the back of the war room. Darren fell in beside them, his usual smirk in place. The walk through the facility was longer than expected. Vasquez and Holt took in their surroundings, reinforced walls lined with runes and symbols they didn't recognize, layered security systems, and checkpoints that required multiple forms of clearance. The deeper they went, the more it became clear that this wasn't a standard military installation. Vasquez slowed, eyes narrowing at a set of glowing etchings along one of the walls. What the hell is that? Eli, walking just ahead, answered smoothly. Wards. Protective enchantments. They help secure the facility. Holt scoffed. Enchantment? You mean, like magic? Darren grinned, not missing a beat. Yep. And trust me, it works better than your standard security cameras. Holt and Vasquez exchanged looks, both clearly unsettled, but neither spoke as they pressed on. As they neared the reinforced doors, Darren casually said, Either of you ever seen Stargate? Holt frowned. What? Darren gestured ahead. Because this is the part where you either step through and expand your understanding of reality, or you start questioning every choice that led you here. Either way, it's going to be fun. The heavy security doors hissed open, revealing the portal chamber beyond, and with it, a sight neither Vasquez nor Holt was prepared for. Inside, two elven guards stood at attention, clad in finely crafted armor, their expressions neutral but watchful. Their presence alone was enough to set Vasquez and Holt on edge. Beyond them, the room was dominated by a massive circular structure, runes glowing softly along its edges. Vasquez and Holt barely had time to take in the sight before Gunnar stepped forward, activating the console. A shimmering gateway of energy roared to life, casting the chamber in an ethereal glow. Eli crossed her arms, glancing toward the officers. Now, do you believe me? Gunnar motioned for them to follow. We're not stopping here. Step through. Vasquez and Holt hesitated for only a second before moving forward. The energy of the portal rippled as Gunnar stepped through first, disappearing into the glow. Eli followed, then Darren, who glanced over his shoulder at the two officers and smirked. Try not to puke. First time can be a little weird. With that, he stepped in, vanishing into the light. Vasquez exhaled sharply and muttered, This is insane! Holt grumbled, Yeah. And yet here we go. Together they stepped through. The transition was disorienting, like moving through a current of light and pressure before it abruptly released them onto solid ground. The air was different, crisper, ancient, alive. Before them stood Eliana Vale, regal and calm, her piercing blue eyes watching them with measured interest. Behind her, sprawling in the distance, was the breathtaking realm of Alfheim, lush greenery, towering crystalline spires, and a sky painted in soft golden hues. It was a world untouched by modern industry, pulsing with magic in ways the two officers had never imagined. Eliana inclined her head slightly. Welcome to Alfheim. Holt barely managed to shut his mouth while Vasquez muttered under his breath, "Well, I'll be damned." Before either of them could fully process their surroundings, Aeliana turned, raising her hand to another gateway shimmering behind her. "This way. There's someone waiting for you." The moment to take in Alfheim was brief, before they were rushed forward once again, stepping through the next portal. The portal deposited them inside a dimly lit chamber, the soft hum of magic thrumming through the air. At the far end of the room, Rose sat at the control console, her fingers idly tapping against the surface as she studied the readings. 2 elven guards flanked the entrance, their expressions neutral but alert. Darren stepped forward, his usual smirk forming as he took in the sight of Rose at work. "Well, well, look at you. All official and stuff. Didn't know they let troublemakers run the show." Rose didn't even glance up. "And yet, they let you in here, so I guess the standards aren't that high." Eli sighed, shaking her head. "Great. We're back to this." Gunnar exhaled sharply. "Focus. We've got work to do." Rose finally looked up from the console, acknowledging Vasquez and Holt with a slight nod. "So, these are the new guys? Hope they like surprises." Without waiting for a response, she turned back to the console and began the process of opening the next portal. The runes embedded into the stone pulsed in sync with her movements, the energy rippling through the air as she adjusted the power flow. The 2 elven guards remained stationed at the entrance, silent but ever watchful. As the portal began to form, Rose glanced over at Darren. "Try not to fall on your face this time." Darren smirked. "You wound me. I was graceful as hell last time." The portal stabilized, revealing the Murkdust site on the other side. Shade, Katrina, and a group of elven technicians were just finishing setting up lighting, their figures visible through the shifting gateway. The cavern beyond looked stable, but the atmosphere remained heavy with tension. Rose stood, brushing off her hands. She glanced over at Vasquez and Holt, who were looking a little worse for wear. Their faces had taken on a pale tinge, and they swayed just slightly, as if their stomachs hadn't quite caught up with the rest of them. She smirked. "Oh, don't tell me you 2 are getting queasy already. That was what? Your second portal jump today?" Holt grumbled, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Feels like my insides are on a delay." Vasquez took a steadying breath, muttering, "This is not normal." Darren, ever helpful, clapped Vasquez on the back. Don't worry. First 10 times are the worst. After that, you only feel like puking every other jump." Rose chuckled, turning back to the console. "All right, go make some history. And try not to fall over when you land." The portal flared as the team emerged into the underground chamber in Murkdust. The space was now illuminated by newly installed lighting, casting long shadows against the ancient stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of dust and old magic. Shade and Katrina were waiting, standing near a makeshift work table where various artifacts and equipment had been arranged. A few elven technicians moved about, securing power sources for additional lights and preparing tools for excavation. Shade crossed his arms as the group stepped through. "Welcome to the party. Took you long enough." Katrina smirked, nodding toward the portal behind them. "And I see you brought some fresh faces." Darren rolled his shoulders. "Yeah, figured we'd let the new guys get their feet wet." Vasquez and Holt were still taking in their surroundings, visibly on edge but keeping their composure. Gunnar, noticing their pale expressions, raised an eyebrow. "You 2 need a moment?" Vasquez took a steadying breath. "No, sir, just adjusting." One of the elven technicians, overhearing the exchange, stepped forward and handed them each a small, ornate flask. "Drink this. It will help." Holt hesitated, sniffing the liquid suspiciously before taking a tentative sip. His eyes widened slightly as a warmth spread through him, settling the nausea almost instantly. Vasquez followed suit, exhaling in relief. "All right. That's surprisingly effective. What is it?" The elf merely smiled. A remedy for portal sickness. Ancient recipe. Gunnar exhaled and motioned for Vasquez and Holt to follow. All right, listen up. We have a job to do here, and it's not just sifting through old artifacts. We need to clear the stairwell to the surface. That's priority one. As he led them further into the chamber, he gestured toward the far end where a collapsed passage loomed. This is our only way up. We need a controlled excavation, nothing that risks bringing the whole place down on us. Your engineers will coordinate with the elven technicians to stabilize the structure as we clear it. CSM Holt, arms crossed, frowned at the blocked passage. Why not just portal straight to the surface? Seems a hell of a lot easier. Gunnar's expression didn't change. That information is classified. Holt opened his mouth to press further but thought better of it. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Vasquez, who gave a subtle nod of understanding. Whatever the reason, they weren't getting an answer here. All right, Vasquez said. Then let's get to work. Gunnar nodded. Good. Now I need your input. How many troops can you spare for this operation? I need men who are not only capable but also trustworthy. We can't afford leaks or mistakes. Vasquez considered for a moment before responding. We'll have to evaluate our available personnel, but I can put together a detachment that meets your criteria. Do it, Gunnar said. I also want a list of required supplies. Tools, reinforcement materials, rations, whatever you need to get this done efficiently and safely. Holt straightened. Understood. We'll need to coordinate with our logistics officers and the engineers on site. Gunnar's gaze was firm. I expect a full briefing in the morning. I want your team ready to deploy by noon. He let the weight of his words settle before continuing, his voice quieter but no less intense. And let me be clear, this is classified beyond anything you've encountered before. If this ever got out, the damage it could cause would be catastrophic. A brief silence followed. Vasquez and Holt exchanged glances, the gravity of the situation settling in. Whatever they had stepped into was bigger than anything they had ever handled. The classified nature wasn't just protocol, it was absolute necessity. Vasquez glanced at Holt before speaking. Sir, do we have any intelligence on what caused the collapse? Was it natural, or should we expect interference? Gunnar's expression remained unreadable. We don't take chances. Assume the worst and be ready for anything. Holt frowned. What's the time frame on excavation? Are we expecting a days-long dig, or will the elven tech speed things up? Eli, who had been listening, chimed in. With the right balance of structural reinforcements and controlled removal, we can make progress faster than conventional methods. But this isn't something we can rush. Stability comes first. Vasquez nodded. Understood. One last thing. What's the fallback plan if something goes wrong? Gunnar's expression remained firm. The portal is our only way in and out. There's no backup escape route, so we don't take unnecessary risks. And one more thing. Never enter both sides at the same time. This portal works one way at a time. If someone tries to step through from both ends simultaneously, best case scenario, nothing happens. Worst case, you don't want to find out. Darren smirked, leaning slightly toward Vasquez and Holt. Yeah. So, ever seen Men in Black? Don't make me flash you. Vasquez narrowed his eyes slightly, unsure if Darren was joking or not. Wait, that's not actually a thing, right? Holt let out a skeptical grunt. Considering everything else we've seen today, I'm not ruling anything out. Darren clapped a hand on Holt's shoulder, grinning. Relax. You'll only forget this conversation if you do something stupid. Gunnar let the moment settle before nodding. All right, gentlemen. That's enough for tonight. Get some rest. I expect your full briefing in the morning, and your team ready to deploy by noon. Darren walked through the dimly lit corridors of the temporary command structure, hands tucked into his pockets, his usual smirk replaced with something more subdued. He had been around enough military bases to know when men were unsettled, and tonight, he had no doubt the 5077th had more than a few uneasy minds after the war room briefing. He found CSM Holt in a makeshift office, seated at a table with a thick stack of reports and a half-empty cup of coffee. The man didn't look up immediately, but Darren knew he'd heard him coming. "You lost, civilian?" Holt asked dryly, flipping a page without looking up. Darren snorted, stepping inside and leaning against the doorframe. "Didn't think I needed a map to check in on an old warhorse. You good, Holt?" The sergeant major finally glanced up, eyes sharp despite the exhaustion evident on his face. "Been better, been worse." He leaned back in his chair. "You here to give me the real rundown on what the hell we just signed up for?" Darren crossed his arms. "You ever know me to sugarcoat anything?" Holt huffed. "Fair enough. So, what's the angle here? Magic? Portals? Elves? I mean, I got the official line, but you and I both know there's always more under the surface." His gaze darkened slightly as he leaned forward. "And another thing, I know what a war zone looks like, Darren. My men have been clearing that battlefield all week, but today I walked past the workshop and saw scorch marks, marks that weren't made by conventional firearms. I've seen enough battlefields to know what small arms fire does to a structure. That wasn't it. So tell me, what the hell really happened here?" Darren let out a slow breath. "Yeah, you're not wrong, and since you're asking, I'll tell you this much. It wasn't just an attack, it was a full-scale incursion. Supernaturals hit us hard. And those scorch marks? Magic. Fire slung by someone who doesn't need a flamethrower to do the job." Holt's jaw tightened. "So, you're saying the enemy is packing more than just bullets?" He paused, then fixed Darren with a sharp look. "And what about Gunner?" "He's asking me to put my men on the line for this. I've worked under plenty of commanders who had their own vendettas, guys who were willing to risk lives chasing personal ghosts. Is he one of them? Or can I actually trust that he knows what he's doing?" Darren exhaled sharply, choosing his words carefully. "Look, this isn't some rogue faction playing warlord. These guys are well-funded, well-trained, and they know exactly what they're doing. And yeah, they're packing a lot more than just bullets." Darren rubbed the back of his neck, his tone shifting to something more serious. "I get why you're asking. You don't know Gunner, not like I do. But he's not some loose cannon on a personal revenge tour. He's been fighting this war long before the rest of us even knew it existed. And trust me, if he says we need boots on the ground, it's because he's already considered every other option." He met Holt's gaze directly. "You're worried he's reckless? He's the opposite. Gunner doesn't waste lives. He carries every single one he's lost. That's why he fights the way he does." Holt rubbed a hand over his face. "Christ. And here I thought dealing with insurgents was complicated." Darren chuckled. "Yeah, well, insurgents don't usually hurl fireballs at you." The room fell quiet for a beat before Holt nodded. "All right. What do you need from me?" Darren pushed off the doorframe and took a step closer. "Your best men, people you trust with your life. This op, we can't afford leaks, hesitation, or screw-ups. We need professionals who can handle the unknown and keep their mouths shut." Holt sighed, rubbing his temple. "That's a tall order, but I got a few names in mind." "Good," Darren said. "Sort it out. Gunner wants a full list by morning." Holt smirked slightly. "And here I thought retirement was supposed to make a man soft." Darren grinned, turning toward the door. "Nah, just makes us more dangerous." As he stepped out, Holt's voice followed him. "You still owe me a drink for this." Darren chuckled. "Only if you survive the week." With that, he disappeared into the night, leaving the sergeant major to his thoughts. The next morning, the war room was buzzing with activity as Gunner stood at the head of the long briefing table, arms crossed, waiting as the final participants filtered in. The large holographic display flickered to life, showing a detailed schematic of the Merc Dust site, overlaid with notes and excavation plans. Darren strolled in, coffee in hand, giving a mock salute before taking his seat. "All right, let's get this show on the road." CSM Holt and Captain Vasquez entered next, both looking well-rested but carrying the weight of responsibility. Holt placed a thick folder of personnel files on the table and slid it toward Gunnar. Here's your team. Every name on that list is solid. No liabilities, no weak links. Gunnar took the folder without a word and flipped it open. He scanned the names, nodding slightly. Good. Now let's get into the details. Eli leaned forward, hands clasped together. We have two primary objectives. 1. Clear a stable path to the surface without triggering another collapse. 2. Secure any potential intel or artifacts within the site before any unknown parties can interfere. We don't know who might have had an interest in this site in the past, or who might be watching now, so we assume nothing. Clara, seated next to Eli, added, We'll be coordinating efforts between the Elven engineers and the 5077th Combat Engineers to reinforce the structure while excavation is underway. The elves have already started assessing the integrity of the remaining passageways. Holt folded his arms. And what about security? We clearing dirt, or are we expecting company? Gunnar exhaled, resting his hands on the table. We're treating this as a hostile environment until proven otherwise. We don't know who or what might still have an interest in this place, so we assume nothing and keep our guard up. No assumptions. We dig, we secure, and we get out. Vasquez exchanged a look with Holt before nodding. Understood. Gunnar interjected. Security is covered. My team will handle all perimeter and internal security. Clara will be leading a detachment of elven guards, and Omega will be assisting in scouting for any potential threats. Jewel will also be on site, handling medical support. Your men focus on excavation and support. We'll keep everyone safe. Darren leaned back in his chair. All right, so we're walking into a potential death trap full of collapsed tunnels and other fun surprises. Sounds like a great time. Gunnar shot him a look. If you're scared, Darren, you can stay up here and take notes. Darren grinned. Nah, I live for this kind of thing. Holt smirked slightly, but then turned serious again. All right, we have our orders. We'll have teams geared up and ready to move by noon. Anything else before we break? Gunnar glanced around the table. When no one spoke up, he gave a firm nod and stood. We deploy at noon. Get your teams ready. 4 days on the run, and the landscape had changed. Argoz and Lyra lay prone on the jagged edge of a rocky cliff, the wind whipping dust around them as they peered down at the sprawling fortress below. The Black Dawn presence had thinned considerably over the last 2 days, their patrols nearly non-existent compared to when they first fled into the wilderness. And yet, here, the fortress was still a fortress. Lyra adjusted the Echo Division-issued binoculars scanning the perimeter. She could see multiple guard towers, heavy turrets, and troop formations moving in tight rotations. Even with Draven pulling his forces back, he hadn't left himself vulnerable. Still thinks sneaking in is an option, Argoz muttered beside her, barely above a whisper. Lyra exhaled through her nose, shifting the binoculars slightly. Not unless we suddenly develop the ability to walk through walls. They've sealed this place up tight. Whatever he's planning, he's making sure no one gets in or out. Argoz's sharp eyes flicked to Lyra. That mean we're screwed? Lyra shook her head. Not yet. But we're not going anywhere until the pack shows up. They know where to find us. She lowered the binoculars and frowned. Draven pulled all his forces here. That means something. Either he's preparing for a fight, or he's about to leave. The only question is, where the hell is he going? Argoz shifted uncomfortably. And more importantly, how do we make sure we're ready when the pack gets here? Lyra raised the binoculars again, watching the fortress gates closely. She hated waiting. Every instinct told her to move, to do something, but she wasn't stupid. Trying to sneak into that fortress was suicide, and she knew it. Still, the idea of just laying here, waiting, made her itch with frustration. Argoz shifted beside her, fingers drumming lightly against the rock. Sitting here is getting us nowhere. We've got eyes on the fortress. But what if we're missing something? We could check the portal site, see if anyone's been sniffing around. Lyra didn't answer right away. chewing on the inside of her cheek as she considered. If the pack is coming, staying here gives us the best vantage point. We can track movement, get an idea of what's going on before they arrive. But if Draven's got plans in motion, the portal site might tell us more. Argoz exhaled sharply. So which is it? Sit tight and hope we don't miss something, or take the risk and check the portal? Lyra let out a slow breath, weighing the options. Argoz glanced at her. How much charge is left in your comm unit? Lyra blinked, then instinctively reached up, feeling the small device still clipped to her gear. Haven't checked. With how long it's been, I doubt it's got much juice left, she frowned. Argoz smirked slightly. Well, let's hope it still works when Gunnar shows up. Gunnar sat at his desk, rubbing the bridge of his nose as he reviewed the final logistics reports for the excavation. He had already gone through them twice, but he wasn't about to leave anything to chance. A subtle shift in the air made him look up just as Aeliana Vale stepped into his office, her presence as poised and commanding as ever. Dressed in her usual flowing elven robes, she carried an air of effortless grace, but her sharp blue eyes held the weight of urgency. I take it preparations are complete, she asked, closing the door behind her. Gunnar exhaled, leaning back in his chair. As close as they're gonna get. The engineers are prepped, the security teams are in place, and the portal team is ready to deploy at noon. Aeliana studied him for a moment, her gaze piercing. And you? Are you ready for what lies ahead? Gunnar scoffed. I don't have the luxury of ready, Aeliana. I get the job done. A small smile ghosted across her lips, but it didn't reach her eyes. A familiar response, but this excavation isn't just about clearing rubble. There are forces at play that are shifting, and I worry the deeper we dig, the more we may unearth, things that should remain buried. Gunnar crossed his arms. If you're holding something back, now's the time to spill. Aeliana hesitated for only a fraction of a second before she spoke. The energy around the murk dust site, it's old, but it's stirring. Echoes of something long dormant. My people have sensed it. Gunnar's jaw tightened. That site's been buried for over a century. What kind of echoes are we talking about? That's what I intend to find out, she said. I will be accompanying you. Gunnar arched a brow. Figured you'd say that. Aeliana smirked. Figured you wouldn't argue. Gunnar shook his head, pushing up from his chair. Let's get moving then. It's time. He and Aeliana strode through the corridors, their steps purposeful as the base hummed with activity. Soldiers and engineers moved with tense efficiency, finalizing preparations for the operation. The weight of the upcoming mission loomed over everyone, but Gunnar carried it as he always did, silently. As they neared the war room, Clora and her 10 elven guards fell in step behind them, their armor gleaming subtly under the artificial lights. Omega, the half-grey, half-dire wolf, padded alongside her, his keen gaze sweeping the halls as if already assessing threats. When they entered, CSM Holt's 20 engineers stood waiting, gear packed and weapons slung. Their expressions were neutral, professional, but the tension in the room was unmistakable. They had been briefed, but nothing could prepare them for what they were about to see. The first shock came when they laid eyes on Clora's elves. The engineers stiffened as they took in the tall, regal warriors, their elegant armor seeming almost otherworldly compared to the human tactical gear. Their disciplined stance and unwavering gazes only added to their unsettling presence. The engineers exchanged glances, whispering under their breath. Then Omega padded in, his massive frame moving with eerie intelligence. One of the younger engineers whispered, "Holy shit." Another muttered, "That's a wolf?" "That's not just a wolf," another corrected. "That's a monster." Omega gave a short huff, amused by their reactions, but it was nothing compared to what came next. Then Alpha entered. The moment his massive frame stepped through the doorway, the room fell into a stunned silence. Twice Omega's size, Alpha was a force of nature, his deep blue eyes gleaming with intelligence and dominance. Some engineers instinctively took a step back. Alpha didn't just exist in the room, he owned it. His gaze swept across them, unblinking, assessing. A low, rumbling growl vibrated from his chest, not aggressive, just a warning, a reminder of who was in charge. Jesus, someone breathed. Gunnar let the silence linger before speaking. You're going to see things you don't understand. You might not like it, but you will follow orders, and you will get the job done. Holt, sensing the moment needed to shift, cleared his throat. You heard the man. Eyes front. We've got a mission to execute. Gunnar nodded, then turned toward the assembled troops. We portal in 5. Get your gear ready. We move fast, we move quiet, and we don't take risks. Understood? Aliena stepped forward, her calm presence commanding attention. To minimize strain on the teams, I will open a direct portal to Rose first. From there, we will make the final jump to murk dust. This will reduce the number of transitions and keep movement efficient. Gunnar gave her a nod. That saves us a step. Good. Aliena stepped back, raising her hands slightly as the air around her shimmered. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees as arcane energy gathered, swirling in intricate patterns that pulsed with power. The engineers tensed, eyes widening as a brilliant silver-blue rift expanded before them, its edges crackling like contained lightning. "Holy hell," one of them muttered, eyes glued to the glowing vortex. "This isn't like anything I've ever seen," another whispered. "What did you expect? A giant metal ring and some kawoosh?" Darren quipped from the side, grinning. "Sorry, boys, no Stargate here. This is the real deal." The engineers, still staring in awe, seemed torn between fascination and sheer disbelief. Gunnar let them have a moment before stepping forward. "Eyes up. Move with purpose. We step through in formation, no hesitation. If this is your first time using a portal, try not to puke on the other side." Some of the engineers exchanged nervous glances but quickly fell in line, gear secured, faces set with forced determination. Aliena glanced toward Gunnar, waiting for his signal. "Let's move," Gunnar ordered, and without another word he stepped through the portal. The shift through the portal was jarring for those unaccustomed to it. The engineers staggered slightly as they emerged on the other side, blinking against the sudden change in atmosphere. The crisp air of Alfheim's portal chamber greeted them, its ethereal glow casting faint silver hues along the polished stonework. 2 elven guards stood at attention near the control console, their expressions unreadable. At the center of it all sat Rose, legs crossed, leaning lazily against the console as if she had all the time in the world. Her violet eyes flicked up as Gunnar and the others emerged. "Took you long enough," she drawled, arms crossing over her chest. "What? Did Darren stop for a snack?" Darren smirked, stepping through behind Gunnar. "Nah, had to let the new guys take in the sights. Figured they should get a good look before they start crying." Several engineers shot him a glare, but their attention was quickly pulled to Aliena, who stepped forward toward Rose. "We move quickly," Aliena said. "Open the portal to murk dust. We do not waste time." Rose sighed dramatically but moved to the control panel, fingers moving deftly across the enchanted runes. The energy pulsed, responding to her touch, and another portal flared to life. This one a deeper blue with flickers of red surging through its edges. "All right, kids," Rose said, stepping back with a mocking flourish. "Step right up. Next stop, Murkdust Ruins. Watch your step. Try not to breathe in the dust. And if you see something ugly on the other side, shoot first, ask questions later." Gunnar didn't hesitate. "Move." One by one, they stepped through once more, into the ruins of Murkdust. The engineers wasted no time getting to work. What was expected to be a slow, grueling process of clearing rubble quickly turned into a streamlined operation. With the structure of the stairwell still intact beneath the collapsed debris, the team worked with efficiency, clearing large sections faster than anticipated. Clara and her elven guards remained stationed throughout the chamber, weapons at the ready, while Omega paced along the perimeter, sniffing the air, ever watchful. Though the underground space remained eerily quiet, no one let their guard down. Eli monitored the excavation with a critical eye, keeping track of structural stability readings while the engineers removed chunks of stone. "Surprisingly intact for something this old," she muttered, adjusting the device in her hand. "I expected a lot more foundational decay." Shade, standing beside Katrina, gave a low whistle as another massive slab was pulled away. "Gotta say, I thought we'd be down here a hell of a lot longer." "You and me both," Katrina replied, brushing a bit of dust from her sleeve. "Not that I'm complaining." With each layer of debris they cleared, the way up became clearer. The smooth, ancient stone of the stairwell emerged, untouched by time. Whatever had caused the collapse had only buried it, rather than destroying it. "Stairwell is intact," one of the engineers called to Gunnar. "We're almost at the top." Gunnar gave a curt nod, glancing toward Eli. "Anything we should be concerned about?" Eli shook her head. "So far, nothing abnormal. No energy fluctuations, no weird interference. Seems like a straightforward excavation." Rose, who had been observing from the side, leaned against the wall with a smirk. "For once, something is actually going easy. Almost makes me nervous." Darren, who had been lingering nearby, scoffed. "Yeah, don't say that too loud. You'll jinx it." Within another half hour, the engineers reached the top of the stairwell, clearing the last layer of debris, only to come to a halt. A thick, solid slab of stone lay over the exit, different from the surrounding rubble. Intricate runes faintly glowed across its surface, pulsing with magical energy. The engineers exchanged uncertain glances before stepping back, unwilling to touch it. One of them turned to Gunnar. "Sir, we've got a problem." Eli was already stepping forward, pulling one of her scanning devices from her belt. She ran it slowly over the solid stone slab, watching the readings flicker across the small screen. Her eyebrows lifted slightly in surprise. "Well, that's impressive," she murmured. "These wards are old. Still active. Strength and protection based." She adjusted the settings, running a second pass with the scanner. "Whoever put this here wanted it to stay." Gunnar crossed his arms. "What are we dealing with?" Eli frowned, shifting the device to another mode. "From what I'm reading, this isn't just debris. We're looking at a 5-foot-thick section of solid wall that collapsed perfectly over the stairwell's exit. It didn't crumble, didn't break apart, it just fell." "And the kicker? There's nothing above it." She glanced at the team. "I'm not picking up any additional weight or structural stress above this section. It's almost like it was placed here deliberately." One of the engineers let out a low curse. "So, what are you saying? This wasn't just a natural collapse?" Eli gave a short shake of her head. "Not a chance. The enchantments are too precise. This was designed to block access while still maintaining the structural integrity of the stairwell. Someone sealed this off on purpose." Shade exhaled sharply, eyeing the glowing runes along the surface. "All right, so how do we move it?" The engineers exchanged uneasy glances. "We've tried brute force, but with these enchantments, we don't want to risk breaking something that could bring more of the structure down." Katrina tapped her fingers against her arm. "That means it's Magic's turn." Rose, standing just behind Eli, folded her arms. "Well, I guess it's my time to shine, huh? Let's see what kind of mess we're dealing with." She stepped forward, running her fingers lightly along the ancient runes, her eyes narrowing as she began her assessment. Rose and Eli wasted no time clearing the stairwell of unnecessary personnel. "Out. All of you," Rose commanded, her tone leaving no room for argument. Gunnar gave a short nod, motioning for the engineers and soldiers to clear the space. Even Clora and the elven guards backed off, though their wary gazes lingered. The tension in the air was palpable. Once alone, Rose crouched beside Eli, both of them studying the glowing runes etched into the stone. Eli's scanners flickered as she carefully mapped out the magical energy still coursing through the ancient seals. "It's layered," Eli murmured, adjusting a dial on her device. There are multiple overlapping enchantments, strength, reinforcement, protection, but some of these have decayed over time. Rose traced a symbol with the tip of her finger, feeling the hum of latent power beneath her skin. This wasn't just meant to block entry, it was designed to keep something inside. Eli exhaled sharply. Fantastic, let's just hope it's not still in there. With that, they began their work. Rose took a measured approach, channeling small, controlled bursts of fire to heat specific rune patterns, disrupting their sequence, while Eli used her scanners and tools to counteract the residual magic holding them in place. The first two wards fizzled out, their ancient power unraveling as the two worked in tandem. So far, so good, Eli muttered, fingers gliding over the screen of her scanner. I think we're... A pulse of sickly blue energy surged from a previously dormant rune, lighting up the entire surface of the collapsed wall. Rose's stomach twisted as she saw the ward flicker to life. A protection ward. And it was still active. Before either of them could react, the ward lashed out violently, a blinding arc of magical force crackling through the air. Eli didn't have time to dodge. The energy slammed into her chest like a sledgehammer, lifting her off the ground and hurling her backward down the stairwell. A strangled yell tore from her throat as her body hit the stone steps hard, tumbling downward in a blur of motion. Eli! Rose's heart leapt into her throat. The protective ward's energy was still writhing, looking for another target. Rose barely had time to react before it lashed at her next. Instinct took over. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she summoned a flame shield, redirecting the ward's strike just before it could hit her square in the chest. Searing heat illuminated the stairwell as Rose pushed through the lingering energy and lunged after Eli. The technomancer had come to a ragged halt at the bottom of the stairs, groaning as she clutched her ribs. "You with me, Keebler?" Rose asked urgently, kneeling beside her. Eli coughed, groggy. "Well, that sucked." Jewel was already moving, her medical bag unzipped as she dropped to her knees and began checking Eli over. "You just got thrown down a stairwell by an ancient, angry ward. Hold still." Rose kept her flame shield up, warily eyeing the still glowing runes above. "That thing wasn't active before. We must have triggered it when we broke the first two seals." Eli groaned. "Noted. Also, ow." Jewel pressed a hand against Eli's shoulder, focusing her scanning device on her ribs. "You're lucky. Just bruises, no fractures. But that was a hell of a hit. You'll feel it for a while." Rose exhaled slowly, jaw clenched. The ward was still there, still burning with residual magic. The only reason it wasn't attacking again was because she was holding it at bay. But for how long? "Okay," Eli muttered as she sat up, wincing. "So, maybe brute force isn't the way to go." "No kidding." Rose's eyes never left the unstable ward. "We need a new plan. Fast, before that thing decides it wants round two." Eli winced as she pushed herself to sit upright with Jewel's help. "Great. Got any bright ideas? Because I really don't feel like taking another trip down the stairs." Rose's gaze flicked back to the barrier, her mind racing. If brute force wasn't the answer, then they needed to think like the person who placed this here. "Whoever built this didn't just throw up a wall," Rose muttered. "They sealed it, which means there has to be a way to unseal it." Eli gritted her teeth, nodding. "Yeah, well, let's figure it out quick, before I have to start billing you for medical expenses." Jewel smirked as she secured her medical bag. "I'd say hazard pay applies here." Rose exhaled, already moving back toward the stairwell, her flame shield flickering in the dim light. "Let's crack this thing before it cracks us." Rose exhaled, rolling her shoulders as she faced the enchanted wall once more. They had already tripped one nasty ward. She wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. Eli, still wincing from the hit she took, was back on her feet, determined as ever. "All right," she muttered, adjusting her scanner. "If brute force is off the table, we need to work smarter, not harder." "For once, I agree with you," Rose quipped. "So let's figure out how to open this thing without getting fried." Eli tapped at the glowing runes again, watching the energy pulse beneath her fingertips. "This isn't just a protective barrier," she said after a moment. "It's a fail-safe. If someone tries to force it open the wrong way, the entire ward system retaliates." "Yeah, we figured that part out already," Rose deadpanned. "Question is, how do we get past it?" Eli narrowed her eyes, scanning the runes in a slow, methodical manner. Wards like these usually have a keystone, a focal point that ties the entire enchantment together. If we can disrupt that, the whole thing should unravel. Rose ran a hand through her hair. "So where's the keystone?" Eli squinted at the symbols before stepping back, following the flow of energy through the runes. Her gaze landed on a particular set of glyphs near the base of the collapsed wall. "There. Those symbols are slightly out of sync with the rest of the pattern. If I had to guess, that's where the magic is anchored." Rose cracked her knuckles. "All right. I'll handle the magic part, you just tell me when to stop." Eli gave her a skeptical look but nodded. "Fine. But the second something looks off, you pull back," Rose smirked. "What, you don't trust me? Not even a little?" With a small chuckle, Rose stepped forward, summoning a controlled thread of fire in her palm. Unlike before, she didn't attack the ward directly. Instead, she let the flames dance over the glyphs, testing their reaction. The runes flickered, shifting in response. "Slower," Eli murmured, watching intently. "Let them adjust. Don't force it." Rose kept her movements fluid, the fire tracing the symbols, gently unraveling the enchantment piece by piece. The glow of the ward pulsed erratically, its energy destabilizing. A low vibration rumbled through the stone as the keystone symbols began to break apart. "That's it," Eli breathed. "Keep going. Almost there." Rose gritted her teeth, adjusting her magic carefully. The ward fought back, a final surge of energy crackling through the runes, but she was ready for it. Redirecting the pulse, she let the flames absorb the backlash. The runes fizzled out, their glow fading into nothing. A deep crack echoed through the stairwell, and with a slow, deliberate groan, the enchanted slab shifted, dust and debris cascading down as the weight of the magic holding it in place collapsed in on itself. The wall was no longer sealed. Rose exhaled, stepping back as the last remnants of the ward vanished. "Well, that was fun," Eli huffed. "Define fun." Gunner's voice rang from below. "Is it done?" Rose turned, grinning. "Yeah, it's done. Let's get the hell out of here." She turned back to Eli, giving her a smug look. "See? No explosions." Eli gave her a tired glare. "Shut up, Rose." Jules smirked from the bottom of the stairs. "I hate to break up this touching moment, but are we actually moving? Or are we camping out here?" Rose wiped her hands off on her pants, then nodded toward the now open passage. "Let's go see what's on the other side." The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie silver glow over the murk dust landscape. Lyra and Argoz moved swiftly but cautiously through the rocky terrain, keeping their silhouettes low. It had been 2 days since they left the ruins where they planted the message, and while Black Dawn patrols had dwindled, neither of them dared to let their guard down. Lyra adjusted the strap of her pack, scanning the darkness ahead. "I hate waiting." Argoz snorted. "You hate patience. There's a difference." "Same thing." Lyra shifted her grip on the binoculars slung over her shoulder. "You think they got the message?" Argoz sighed. "If they didn't, we're going to have to get creative." They had been careful, moving only at night, using the terrain to their advantage, and avoiding open ground where possible. But tonight, the air felt different, quieter, more still. The usual distant hum of activity from the fortress had faded, leaving only an unsettling silence in its wake. "I don't like this," Argoz muttered, glancing over her shoulder. "Feels wrong." Lyra felt it too. Something had shifted, and not in their favour. Either they're setting up for something big, or they don't think anyone's out here anymore. They pressed on, covering the final stretch to the portal site. The clearing came into view, bathed in dim moonlight, and for the first time in days, Lyra felt the whisper of hope. If anyone had made it here, there would be signs. Disturbed earth, footprints, anything. Argoz crouched near a cluster of rocks, scanning the ground. No fresh tracks. If they came, it was a while ago. Lyra pulled the comm unit from her belt, flipping it over in her hand. The once glowing indicator light was dark. With a sinking feeling, she held the button down. Echo Division. This is Lyra. Do you read? Nothing. She tried again. Gunner. Rose. Anyone. Do you copy? More silence. Damn it, she muttered. She popped the panel open, revealing the drained battery. Dead. Argoz leaned in, peering over her shoulder. Well, that complicates things. Lyra clenched her jaw. We wait here until dawn. If no one shows, we find another way to reach them. Argoz sighed and leaned against a rock, keeping her dagger within easy reach. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. The night stretched on, the stars above offering no answers. All they could do now was wait. A faint noise broke the silence. Lyra's head snapped up, eyes narrowing as she strained to hear. It was barely a whisper, a muffled sound coming from somewhere near the rocks, at the edge of the clearing. "Did you hear that?" she murmured. Argoz stiffened, ears twitching. "Yeah. Came from over there." They moved cautiously, stepping lightly as they approached the fallen slabs of stone near the edge of the site. The sound came again, a soft scraping, a shuffle of movement beneath the rubble. Lyra's pulse picked up. The ruins were ancient, abandoned for over a century. There shouldn't be anything alive down there. Argoz raised her Black Dawn rifle, her expression tightening. That's not wind, and it's not an animal. Lyra slowly unslung her own weapon, keeping her voice low. Could be a burrowing creature, could be something else. The noise came again, more distinct this time. A rhythmic scraping, then silence. Both of them instinctively took cover, positioning themselves behind scattered rocks and fallen debris. Lyra flicked her rifle's safety off, her eyes locked on the rubble. Minutes passed, nothing moved. Then, a deep groaning shift of stone, a tremor rippled through the ground as dust trickled from between the cracks. Argoz shot Lyra a look. That's coming from underneath. Lyra's grip on her rifle tightened. Something's trying to get out. The two remained still, watching, waiting. If it was an enemy, they'd take the shot. If it was something worse, well, they'd deal with that when it came. Another shift, another scrape. Then a muffled noise, almost like a cry, distant and distorted. Lyra's breath caught. It wasn't a growl. It wasn't an animal. It was a voice. Argoz's ears flicked toward the sound. "Did you hear that?" Lyra swallowed. "Yeah, but I couldn't make it out." Another sound, faint but sharper this time, followed by a dull thud. Something or someone was moving beneath the rubble. Argoz shifted uncomfortably. "You think it's—" Lyra's mind raced. If it was a voice, it meant something human was down there. But how? This place had been abandoned for over a century. She exhaled, keeping her rifle raised. "We hold position. We don't move until we know exactly what we're dealing with." They listened as the noises grew louder, still unclear, still buried deep. But there was no mistaking it now. Something was alive beneath them, and it was trying to get out. The ruins fell into silence again, the tension stretching unbearably between them. 20 minutes passed, the quiet pressing in like a weight. Then a sudden burst of light erupted from the cracks in the stone, faint at first, then stronger, pulsing with unnatural energy. Lyra and Argoz flinched back instinctively, their rifles trained on the glowing rock. The light flickered, intensifying, before a sharp, splitting sound echoed through the clearing. The stone cracked open. Dust and debris rushed outward, rolling through the air in thick clouds. A low rumble followed as the rubble shifted, parted, then collapsed inward. The entrance, whatever it was open. Argoz adjusted her grip on her rifle. Well, that's new. Lyra kept her weapon raised, eyes narrowed. Stay ready. We don't know what's coming through. The dust slowly began to settle, but they weren't moving an inch. They were not going to be caught off guard. A deep, ominous crack echoed through the underground chamber. Eli's head snapped up as fine dust rained down from the ceiling, catching the glow of the lanterns. The rune-marked slab at the top of the stairwell, once solid and unmovable, was now splintering. Rose didn't hesitate. "Move!" she barked, grabbing Eli's arm and yanking her back down the stairs. The first chunk of stone broke free, smashing onto the steps where they had stood just moments before. More fractures raced across the enchanted slab, splitting like veins of lightning. A deep groan rumbled through the stairwell as the weight of centuries finally gave way. By the time they reached the bottom landing, a deafening crash roared above them. Dust and debris billowed into the tunnel, swallowing the light and filling the air with choking grit. Coughing, Eli turned, her eyes wide. "That was too damn close," Rose cut in, brushing off a layer of dust. "Everyone okay?" The engineers had scrambled back, some shielding their heads from the falling debris. Clara had Omega on edge, his hackles raised. Gunnar remained still, scanning the collapse with a sharp, assessing gaze. The dust began to settle, silence followed, thick and uneasy. "Status?" Gunnar's voice cut through the tension like a blade. One of the engineers coughed before stepping forward, flashlight in hand. "Checking now, sir." Eli pulled out her scanner, running a quick assessment. The readings were erratic at first, but then stabilized. The structure's still intact. The walls held. No further collapses detected. The engineer nodded, cautiously stepping forward. "Looks like we lost the top of the stairwell, but the passage itself didn't cave in. We should still be able to get out." Rose exhaled, tension still coiled in her shoulders. "Well, that's something." Gunnar's gaze lingered on the ruins above them, his mind already working through their next move. "All right," he said finally, turning towards Shade and Katrina. "You two are up. Move out and check the area. Make sure it's clear." Shade gave a quick nod, adjusting his gear. Katrina rolled her shoulders, her expression set in determination. They exchanged a glance before stepping toward the exit, weapons at the ready. The stairwell was treacherous, filled with uneven rubble. Shade climbed first, his movements swift and deliberate, testing each step before shifting his weight. Katrina followed close behind, both of them keeping their senses sharp. Behind them, the engineers wasted no time getting to work, assessing the best way to clear the debris. The air was thick with dust, every movement sending small stones tumbling down the steps. As Shade neared the top, something caught his eye, a flicker of moonlight reflecting off metal just beyond the exit. He froze. "Hold up," he murmured, lifting a hand to stop Katrina. He narrowed his gaze, adjusting his angle. A rifle. Someone was out there. Katrina tensed, her hand already shifting toward her blade. "How many?" Shade kept his voice low. "Just one that I can see. But if there's one, there's more." Katrina nodded, silent understanding passing between them. Hostiles weren't an option. Not now. They needed the element of surprise. Without another word, both of them melted into the darkness, activating their shadow walk. Their forms disappeared into the gloom, silent as wraiths, slipping through the shadows of the broken stairwell and into the ruins above. Beyond the rubble, Argoz and Lyra lay low, rifles trained on the exit, tense and waiting. Neither of them saw what was coming. Shade and Katrina materialized behind them in an instant, weapons drawn, poised for a swift takedown. Lyra's sharp instincts flared just before impact. She felt the shift in the shadows, the unnatural movement that signaled something or someone closing in. Too late. She barely had time to react before cold steel pressed lightly against the back of her neck. Katrina's voice was calm, almost amused. "Drop it." Argoz stiffened as Shade appeared at her flank, gun raised. You move, you die. For a heartbeat, no one breathed. The tension was razor-thin, ready to snap at the slightest wrong move. Then Shade exhaled sharply, recognizing Lyra's profile. His stance eased just a fraction. Well, that's awkward. Lyra's grip on her rifle tightened, eyes flicking toward him with slow recognition. Then, without missing a beat, she scoffed. If you wanted to flirt, you could have just said hi. Shade smirked. Was trying to be polite. Guess I'll just shove you next time. Katrina rolled her eyes, stepping back and lowering her weapon. You two done? Argoz muttered something under her breath, lowering her gun but not quite relaxing. Damn it, you scared the hell out of us. Lyra exhaled, finally letting the tension slip away. Same. What the hell are you guys doing here? Shade's grin remained, but his eyes flicked toward the ruins behind them. Funny. We were about to ask you the same thing. The dust swirled between them, but the fight was over. They weren't enemies. They were allies. For the first time in days, the teams had reunited. Shade tapped his comm, his voice crackling over the channel. Gunner, you there? Gunner's reply was immediate. Go. Garage is cleared. We're on our way back inside, and we've got company. A pause. Then Gunner's voice sharp and assessing. Define company. Shade glanced at Lyra and Argoz before replying. 2 strays. You'll want to see this. The group made their way down the passage, stepping carefully through the recently cleared debris. The engineers were still securing the space, reinforcing the stone supports. Clara and Omega were posted near the entrance, the massive wolf's golden eyes flicking toward the newcomers with quiet scrutiny. Inside the chamber, Rose was at the control console, her fingers idly drumming against the metal surface as she monitored the portal readings. She barely acknowledged the approaching footsteps until a familiar voice cut through the air. Hey, boss. Miss me? Argoz. Rose turned sharply, her gaze landing on the goblin standing beside her. Number not just her, Lyra. For a moment Rose said nothing, just letting the weight of recognition settle. The air between them stretched tight. Lyra held her gaze, unreadable but composed. The room stilled, then Rose exhaled, her lips curling into something between amusement and disbelief. Miss you? Number expecting you to find trouble? Absolutely. Argoz grinned. Well, you know me. Trouble's my middle name. Lyra's smirk was small but present. Good to see you too, Rose. Rose gave her a long look before responding. Yeah, suppose it is. Gunner stepped forward, arms crossed. Someone want to explain how the hell you two ended up here? Shade answered first. Found 'em outside the ruins, staking out the place. They weren't expecting us, and we weren't expecting them. Thought they were hostiles at first. Almost got ugly. Almost, Argoz muttered. You shadow-crawling bastards scared the hell out of us. Shade smirked. You'll live. Lyra nodded. We've been moving at night, staying out of sight. Black Dawn's pulling back. We saw them consolidate near the fortress, but they aren't spread out like before. Something's shifting. That got Gunner's full attention. He glanced at Rose, then back at Lyra. Keep talking. Lyra folded her arms. We were heading to the portal site to see if anyone had come through. Then we heard movement under the rubble. Didn't know who it was. Turns out it was you lot. Argoz chimed in. Oh, and Lyra's comm unit is fried. Dead battery. Otherwise, we might have checked in sooner. Rose rolled her eyes. Of course it is. Eli, who had been quiet up until now, finally stepped forward, scanning both of them. You two look like hell. Lyra smirked. Thanks, Keebler. Eli gave her a dry look but didn't argue. Gunner exhaled sharply. All right, we debrief in 10. Get cleaned up, get food if you need it. Then we figure out our next move. He turned to Clara. Make sure the elves secure the exit. Last thing we need is an uninvited guest. Clara nodded. On it. Lyra and Rose exchanged one last glance before parting ways. Whatever history lingered between them, neither was about to unpack it here. Not yet. Eli stepped forward, pulling a compact device from her belt. She tapped a few commands and a shimmering holographic field materialized, covering the entry. To the untrained eye, it now appeared as though the passage had been sealed just as before. "That should keep wandering eyes away," Eli muttered, inspecting her work. Meanwhile, the elven guards moved into position, securing the perimeter with practiced efficiency. Their sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, ensuring that no threats lingered in the shadows. The engineers, now satisfied with the stabilization, began packing up their gear. Tools clanked softly as they secured their equipment, the tension in the room finally starting to ease, if only slightly. Gunnar gave a final nod. "All right. We regroup in 10. Darren leaned against the nearest stone wall, watching as the engineers gathered in the corner, speaking in hushed tones. He knew that look. Soldiers talking when something wasn't sitting right. And after a week of clearing battlefields, something had clearly clicked for them. His eyes narrowed as the CSM stepped away from the group, walking toward him with purpose. Darren pushed off the wall, arms crossing over his chest. "Something I should know about?" The CSM didn't waste time. "We're staying." Darren blinked, then scoffed. "The hell you are!" Behind the CSM, the other engineers turned, standing tall. Their silence spoke volumes. "You don't get a say in this, CSM," Darren continued. "Your mission was cleanup, not joining the fight. You're getting reassigned as soon as the next transport." "With all due respect," the CSM cut him off, "that's not your call." Darren felt his jaw tighten. "I'm not losing civilians." "We're not civilians." The CSM's voice was firm, unwavering. "Every single one of these men and women have done multiple tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. We've built, fought, and rebuilt again. And we've seen what's out there. We've been clearing battlefields, Darren. You think we don't know a war zone when we see one?" Darren exhaled sharply, trying to keep his irritation in check. "This isn't your fight." "Is Earth in danger?" the CSM asked. Darren hesitated. The CSM pressed. "Is our home at risk?" Darren sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose before finally muttering, "Yeah." That was all it took. The CSM squared his shoulders. "Then we're in. Every single one of us swore an oath to defend our country, but more than that, we defend home. We're not walking away." Darren glanced at the engineers behind him. Their faces were set, determined. This wasn't a negotiation. He let out a slow breath, shaking his head. "Gunnar's gonna love this. And if you're staying, that means you're under his command now." The CSM smirked. "Then I guess we work for him now." Darren chuckled despite himself. "Fine. But if you're staying, you're getting briefed." The engineers nodded, already turning to prep their gear. The decision was made. They were in the fight now. Darren ran a hand down his face as he made his way toward Gunnar's position. He knew this conversation wasn't going to be easy. Hell, convincing Gunnar of anything usually required some sort of tactical finesse, or sheer stubbornness. And right now, Darren didn't have the patience for finesse. Gunnar stood near the command console, arms crossed as he reviewed reports from the engineer's excavation efforts. His cybernetic arm flexed slightly as he scrolled through the data, his remaining eye narrowing in thought. He looked up the second Darren approached, already sensing that something was coming. "You look like you've got bad news," Gunnar muttered, his voice edged with suspicion. Darren let out a breath. "Depends on how you look at it." Gunnar arched a brow. "That's so." Darren crossed his arms. "The engineers are staying." Gunnar blinked, then exhaled sharply. "Excuse me?" "They're staying," Darren repeated. "They've seen the battlefields. They know this isn't just some classified dig site. They're all combat vets, Gunnar. Iraq, Afghanistan, multiple tours. And they know a war zone when they see one." Gunnar's expression darkened, his jaw tightening. "I never asked them to stay. This isn't their fight." Darren's smirk was dry. "Yeah? Well, you didn't ask me to stay either, but here I am. And you know what else? They swore an oath to defend their home, and Earth is their home." Gunnar rubbed his temple, exhaling slowly. They're engineers, Darren, not infantry. I don't need unnecessary casualties. They're combat engineers. That means they know how to work under fire, build defenses and blow obstacles to hell when needed. You think Black Dawn's going to sit back and let us do our thing? We're going to need fortifications. We're going to need controlled demolitions. We're going to need people who can keep the ground stable while we work. Gunnar didn't reply immediately. His gaze flicked past Darren, toward the engineers still checking their gear in the distance. He knew Darren wasn't wrong. The battlefield was shifting, and they needed all the help they could get. But bringing in more people meant more lives on the line, and Gunnar had seen enough loss. Darren seemed to pick up on his hesitation. He took a step closer. Look, I get it. You want to protect people. But these guys, they don't need protecting. They need a leader who knows how to use them right. You let them walk, and that's manpower we can't replace. Gunnar was silent for a long moment. Then, finally, he let out a slow, measured breath. You really believe they're ready for this? Darren nodded. I do. Gunnar's lips pressed into a firm line before he finally gave a curt nod. Then they'd better be ready to work. I don't have time for hesitation or mistakes. They fall in, they follow orders. No exceptions. Darren grinned. Oh, you'll love 'em. They're real good at following orders. Gunnar shot him a glare. Get them in line, Darren. We deploy soon. Darren gave a mock salute. Aye, aye, boss. As he turned to walk away, Gunnar exhaled slowly, watching the engineers in the distance. He still wasn't sure if this was the right call, but at this point they needed all the help they could get. And if Darren was vouching for them, that was enough for now. The battle was coming whether they were ready or not. Gunnar pressed a button on his comm. Desera, Operation Payback is in motion. Prepare to deploy assets in 3 hours. But first, get Bianca and her drones here ASAP. We need recon coverage now. Desera's voice crackled back. Understood. I'll have her there within the hour. Gunnar turned to Eli, who was already eyeing him with an expectant look. What's the status on enchanted weapons for the engineers? Eli smirked. Lucky for you, I've got enough M4s to equip them. Enchanted rounds included. They'll have the firepower they need. Gunnar nodded. Good. Make sure they're armed and ready. We don't have time to waste. Eli crossed her arms. I'll make sure they're good to go. Just try not to break anything before we get there. Gunnar exhaled, steeling himself. The pieces were falling into place, but this was just the beginning. The real fight was still ahead. The preparations unfolded quickly. Bianca arrived first, stepping through the portal with a hard look in her eyes, carrying the drones in a case, small but lethal, scanning the surroundings before she even spoke. I'll have eyes over the entire area in 15 minutes. You want stealth recon or intimidation? Stealth first, Gunnar responded. If they don't know we're watching, we keep the upper hand. Bianca gave a sharp nod and immediately set to work, unpacking and setting up the control station. Not long after, the elven artisans arrived with the shipment of enchanted M4s. Clara took inventory while Eli inspected the weapons. Each rifle shimmered faintly, runes glowing along the barrels as she checked their enchantments. She gave a satisfied nod. These will do. The engineers will have no excuse now. The engineers lined up, receiving their weapons with a mix of curiosity and silent respect. They weren't mages, but they knew how to handle a firearm. One tested the weight of the rifle before muttering, "Feels solid. Not like any M4 I've handled before." Because it's better, Eli said simply, moving down the line to ensure everything was distributed properly. Meanwhile, Jules set up a medical triage area near the portal. She worked quickly, laying out supplies with the precision of someone who had done this too many times before. As she adjusted one of the medical stretchers, the CSM approached. I've got 2 combat lifesavers with my team, he told her. They're trained for battlefield care. They're yours if you need 'em. Jewel glanced at him before giving a nod. Good. I'll get them up to speed on the setup. If this goes south, we'll need all the hands we can get. The CSM motioned for his men to step forward. You heard her. Get to work. As supplies rolled in and final preparations took shape, Gunnar surveyed the camp. The pieces were in place. The forces were set. It was time to move. He exhaled sharply, knowing full well that this was the calm before the storm. We deploy in 3 hours. Get ready. This fight isn't waiting for us. Bianca knelt beside the portable console, her fingers dancing across the holographic interface as her drones hovered in stealth mode high above the battlefield. The recon feeds flickered to life, sending real-time data into her visor, marking troop positions and defensive measures spread throughout Black Dawn's fortress perimeter. Each camera angle told the same story: fortifications, overlapping patrol routes, and a lot of well-armed bastards. This place is a damn fortress, Bianca muttered, zooming in on one of the listening observation posts LPOPs concealed within the ruins. Well-placed, minimal movement, camouflaged into the terrain. Black Dawn had learned a thing or two about hiding in plain sight. A low whistle came from her right. That's some impressive tech you've got there, one of the engineers muttered. Staff Sergeant Riggs, the CSM's designated drone specialist, leaned in closer. A seasoned combat engineer with multiple tours under his belt, Riggs was no stranger to tactical reconnaissance. You running them in full passive mode? Bianca smirked. You think I'd let them ping us? These babies are ghosts. 0 emissions, running on thermal and motion tracking. No chance in hell they're picking us up. Riggs nodded approvingly, his eyes flicking to the various data points appearing on their tactical overlay map. Got a cluster of LP/OP sites positioned along the west approach. Looks like Black Dawn is expecting something from that direction, Bianca murmured, tagging the positions on the digital battlefield map. Another one covering the rear. Minimal movement, but it's got a clear line of sight to the entire valley. She expanded the recon field, pushing the drones farther out while keeping them below enemy sensor thresholds. Riggs let out a slow breath. Damn. This is some next-level security. They're dug in deep. Bianca's expression darkened. Yeah, and we're about to rip them right out. She keyed her comm. Gunnar, you're going to want to see this. The tension in the air was thick as the battlefield map flickered across the war table inside their forward command post. Gunnar, Clara, Eli, and Darren all leaned in, eyes scanning the new data. They've got 4 confirmed LPOPS, covering every viable approach, Bianca briefed. No major troop movements yet, but those positions are hard to crack without setting off alarms. Gunnar exhaled sharply. So much for sneaking in quietly. Darren chuckled. Did you really think we'd get lucky this time? Clara folded her arms. If we don't take out those LPOPs first, we won't make it within 100 yards before they call for reinforcements. Bianca nodded. Agreed. We take them out. We cripple their eyes. I've marked them all on the tactical map. She tapped the console, and the LPOPS pulsed red on the hologrid. The question is, how do we want to deal with them? Gunnar's gaze swept the table. The time for planning was over. Now they had decisions to make. Gunnar's gaze flicked toward the trio standing off to the side, Lyra, Shade, and Katrina. He didn't need to say much. You 3 are up, he said, tapping the LPOP markers on the map. 4 sites, 3 Black Dawn operatives per post. Eliminate them quietly, no alarms, no bodies left in the open. If they get a signal out, this whole thing is shot before we even start. Lyra smirked. Stealth is what we do. Shade gave a slow nod. We'll get it done. Katrina studied the map for a moment, tracing a finger along the approach routes. We'll need synchronized takedowns. Black Dawn might not be expecting us, but they're disciplined. One guy goes silent and the other 2 will know something's off. Bianca adjusted the drone feeds, zooming in on the posts. I can give you movement patterns and timing gaps. They rotate every 20 minutes. You'll have a window between shift changes where they're at their most vulnerable. Gunnar's tone remained steady. Work in pairs for each target. Katrina, you and Shade take the first LPOP on the ridge. Tight quarters, but it's got the best line of sight into the valley. Lyra, you move solo on the second. Deep cover post near the ruins. Take your time. Make it clean. Once you're done, regroup and take the last two together. Darren leaned back, arms crossed. So let me get this straight. We're sending the shadow-walking infiltrator, the elven assassin, and the most ruthless close-quarters specialist we've got to make three-man teams disappear. He let out a low chuckle. Yeah, this isn't even fair. Clara shot him a look. The point is for them to not even know it's happening. Gunnar ignored the banter, shifting his focus back to the team. You all move as soon as I give the order. Keep your comms on a closed loop. Radio silence unless absolutely necessary. Once the LPOPS are clear, we move in. The three operatives exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. The mission was set. The hunt was about to begin. While the strike team prepared to move, Gunnar turned to the CSM and Eli. We need a mobile command center in the bunker. I want this set up before the first shot is fired. The CSM gave a sharp nod. Understood. I'll take 2 of my guys and set up a C2 station. We've got supply drops inbound, so we'll establish a secure logistics hub alongside it. Eli was already moving, running a quick diagnostic on the incoming gear. I'll go over the equipment with you. Everything's enchanted to run on a closed circuit, so no outside interference. I'll also need to distribute comms to everyone, including the engineers. The CSM turned to his assigned men. All right, let's get moving. Ammo storage here, medkit staged near triage, and command setup in the back. Eli quickly ran through the operational instructions, showing the CSM and his men how to cycle the encrypted communication lines and interface with their battlefield uplinks. Once set up, they would be able to relay data between recon teams, strike forces, and command in real time. As the mobile command center solidified, Clara and her elves moved back out into the field, pushing toward familiar terrain. This was the same location Echo Division had worked out of before, and Clara knew the lay of the land better than most. Her team spread out in disciplined formations, slipping through the ruins like shadows. They moved silently, avoiding open spaces and ensuring no Black Dawn patrols could detect them. We're setting up our own LPOPS, Clara radioed in. 2 elves and 1 of our engineers at each site. We'll have eyes on all movement zones. Each LP/OP was strategically placed to maximize line of sight and minimize exposure. Elevated positions in the ruins gave the teams clear vantage points, and natural concealment ensured they remained undetected. The elves and engineers worked efficiently, setting up observation perches, sensor nodes, and camouflaged nests. 1 engineer activated a passive motion sensor at one of the higher vantage points. No unnecessary risks, no surprises. Black Dawn's watching the main paths, Clara murmured, scanning the valley through her scope. But they're not watching the ghosts in the dark. She marked the final perimeter placements on the tactical map, ensuring every approach was covered. If Black Dawn moved, Echo Division would see them first. Meanwhile, the engineers set to work reinforcing and preparing breaching points at key fortifications. They moved with precision, their experience in demolition and fortification clear as they placed controlled breaching charges at structural weak points. At the entry point to the underground bunker, engineers carefully positioned claymore mines to cover their retreat, ensuring a failsafe in case of pursuit. These mines were concealed, their triggers set to activate remotely if Black Dawn attempted to follow them into the tunnels. Eli worked alongside them, double-checking the charges and incorporating enchanted fuses that would ensure a precise detonation sequence. The CSM oversaw the placements, nodding approvingly. Controlled destruction. We bring down what we need, when we need it. Nothing more. In addition to the charges, the engineers also laid barriers and fallback points, preparing defensible positions should they need to hold their ground. If we get pinned down, one engineer noted, we have these fallback points set. We hold, push back, and collapse the tunnels behind us if it comes to it. Gunnar inspected the final setup, arms crossed. I don't plan on retreating, but if we do... We make sure they don't follow, the CSM finished, his tone firm. With the breaching charges ready, Defensive positions established and tactical retreat measures in place, Phase 1 was nearing completion. The battlefield was set. Now it was time to start the hunt. Gunnar stood at the center of the mobile command bunker, arms crossed, expression set in stone as he keyed into the secure line. The encrypted signal connected, and after a brief delay, Sophia's face flickered onto the hollow screen, her expression already taut with irritation. Reagan stood behind her, arms folded, his sharp eyes narrowing the moment she saw Gunnar. "Gunnar," Sophia said, her voice tight. "Nice of you to finally check in. You've got about 10 seconds to explain why I'm just now hearing about a full-blown assault you're about to launch?" Gunnar didn't even blink. "Because I wasn't going to risk your mole leaking it." Sophia's jaw tensed. "Damn it, Gunnar!" "No," he cut in, voice hard. "You know damn well I wasn't bringing Echo in until I was sure we had a clean shot. You still haven't flushed out whoever's feeding Black Dawn intel, which means I couldn't afford to clue you in until now." She exhaled sharply, rubbing her temples, her frustration evident. Reagan, however, hadn't taken her eyes off Gunnar, studying him carefully. "You really think you can pull this off without backup?" Reagan asked, measured but skeptical. "I don't think," Gunnar replied bluntly. "I know. My team's in position, our recon is solid, and we're moving before Draven pulls another trick." Sophia's eyes flashed. "You think this justifies cutting Echo out? We have operatives in the field who should have been looped in days ago. Hell, even if you don't trust my command structure, you could have at least given me something. Instead, I have to find out when you're already committed to an op." She shook her head. "You're asking for a lot of faith, Gunnar." He let out a slow breath, barely holding back his own irritation. "I'm not asking for anything. I'm telling you what's happening. You want to put Echo Division on alert? Fine. But this is happening with or without your approval." Sophia's nostrils flared, but she didn't argue. She knew Gunnar well enough to realize that once he'd set something in motion, there was no stopping it. Reagan finally broke the silence. "You're expecting pushback?" Gunnar nodded once. "Once we hit them, Draven's going to counter fast. I need Echo Division on alert for any movements outside of Murkdust. If he has contingencies, if he's repositioning forces somewhere else, I need to know. That's where you come in." Sophia let out a long breath, then glanced at Reagan. She met her look, clearly weighing their options before nodding. "All right. We'll monitor everything and relay any intelligence we pick up. But Gunnar," Reagan's voice lowered slightly, herb tone carrying a warning, "if this goes sideways, don't expect us to clean up the mess." Gunnar smirked, but there was no humor in it. "Wouldn't dream of it." He cut the line. Sophia let out a frustrated sigh and turned to Reagan. "You believe him?" Reagan hesitated for only a moment before answering. "He's got his flaws, but he's never wrong about a fight, and if he says they're moving in now, that means we're already late." She exhaled sharply. "Then we better be ready. Get every available Echo Division unit watching the other realms. If Draven so much as breathes the wrong way, I want to know about it." Reagan nodded, already keying in the orders. The war had begun. The room was silent for a long moment after the call ended. Then, from the corner, the CSM let out a low whistle. "Damn, Gunnar. Ever thought about a career in diplomacy?" The sarcasm was thick, but there was something else underneath it. Respect. Gunnar exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. "Not my style." The CSM folded his arms. "I figured. But hell, I've seen officers get their asses chewed for half the things you just pulled, and you walked away still calling the shots." Darren chuckled, leaning against the wall. "Yeah, well, that's Gunnar for you. Pisses people off, but somehow they still end up doing what he wants." The CSM nodded thoughtfully, watching Gunnar for a long moment. "If Echo's really got a leak, you were right to keep this locked down. That kind of breach gets people killed. And from what I just saw, I'd say you've got bigger problems than just an op going sideways." Gunnar met his gaze, his expression unreadable. "We've got work to do. Get the men ready. We move soon." The CSM gave him a curt nod. "Roger that." He hesitated for a moment before adding, "And for what it's worth, you've got my respect, Gunnar, even if you're a mean bastard." Gunnar smirked. Wouldn't dream of being anything else. Now get moving. With the exterior of the bunker secured and forward positions established, the remainder of the elven forces arrived through the portal. Clara was already waiting, arms crossed as the 80 additional elven warriors stepped into formation, their movements disciplined and precise. She strode forward, meeting the detachment leader, an elf named Valeth, who offered a respectful nod. Commander Phelan, our forces are in position. Orders? Clara gave him a sharp nod. We're integrating into the defensive perimeter. Your squads will reinforce the forward observation points we've set up. I want teams shadowing any potential Black Dawn patrols, but no engagements unless necessary. We're waiting for the op to begin, and I don't want them catching wind of what's coming. Valeth signalled to his warriors, and they dispersed seamlessly, disappearing into the ruins and high ground positions. The elves moved like wraiths, silent and unseen, slipping into position with an efficiency only centuries of training could produce. Darren watched from the side, letting out a low whistle. Damn, makes our recon teams look like amateurs. Clara smirked but didn't respond. Instead, she turned her focus back to Valeth. You and your best fighters stay close. If Black Dawn gets wise and sends reinforcements, I want them stopped before they even see the bunker. Valeth gave a slight bow. Understood. We'll hold the line. With their positions set, Clara keyed her comms to Gunnar. All elven forces are deployed and in position. We're ready when you are. Gunnar's voice came through calm but firm. Affirmative. As final preparations were being made, a medic from the 5077th arrived, escorted by 2 engineers. Darren, catching sight of the unfamiliar face, immediately stalked over, irritation clear on his face. "Who the hell is this?" he demanded, eyes shifting between the medic and the soldiers who had brought him. The CSM stepped forward, arms crossed. "I sent for him. Thought we might need another set of hands in case things go sideways." Gunnar's eyes narrowed, but before he could speak, Jewel stepped in. Is he trained? Combat experience? The medic straightened. Yes, ma'am. 2 tours overseas, trauma certified. I know my way around a war zone. The CSM held his gaze steady on Gunnar. He's one of mine, trustworthy. You're going to need more than one medic out there. Gunnar exhaled slowly before nodding. Fine, but he works under Jewel. Her word is final. Understood. The medic gave a crisp nod. Understood, sir. Jewel smirked. Guess you're stuck with me then. Hope you don't mind getting your hands dirty. With that settled, final preparations resumed. The clock was ticking. The war room was tense, every operative and soldier standing by as Gunnar prepared to give the go order. The command centre buzzed with readiness, the weight of the coming battle pressing down on everyone in the room. Then the portal flared. Not the controlled, tactical opening the team had expected. This was something else entirely. A wave of radiant energy surged through the room, crackling with raw magic. The air turned charged, electric, making the hair on the back of Gunnar's neck stand up. The light was almost blinding, pure and absolute. And then she stepped through. Eliana Vale. But not as they had ever seen her before. She was clad in full guardian armour, a sight none of them had ever witnessed. Unlike the flowing elven robes she normally wore, this was regal battle armour, glowing with ancient magic, inscribed with runes of power and balance. Her very presence demanded respect and reverence. The elven warriors in the room reacted instantly. Some dropped to a knee, heads bowed. Others straightened, their expressions shifting from hardened warriors to something bordering on awe. She was a guardian of Alfheim, the highest honour an elf could achieve, a role that existed beyond kings and councils. Eliana was here for one reason, to maintain balance, and she was radiating power. Gunnar didn't move at first. He took her in, the light reflecting off her polished armour, the way the very air seemed to bend around her presence. His voice, when he finally spoke, was steady but low. Hell of an entrance. Eliana's piercing blue eyes locked onto his. I am here to observe. The room was dead silent. Even Darren, normally the first to crack a joke, said nothing. He just exchanged a glance with Clara, who gave a barely perceptible nod. They had seen this moment coming for a long time. Eli's fingers twitched against the workbench, as if she were resisting the urge to scan Eliana's armor for magical properties. She had seen Eliana's power before, but never like this. The humans, the soldiers from the 5077th Engineers, stood rigid. Their world had already been shattered by everything they had seen. But this was something else entirely. A god walking among them. But Gunnar wasn't just another soldier. He met her gaze, unflinching. "You're not just here to observe." His voice was quieter now. "Are you?" Eliana's expression softened just slightly. "You stand at the edge of something vast, Gunnar." She took a step forward, closing the space between them. The glow of her armor illuminated his face, casting strange reflections against the darkened war room. Her next words were for him alone. "Do not be Gunnar," she whispered. "Be Clara." His eye narrowed slightly, his expression tightening. "You want me to sit back and strategize instead of leading from the front," he said, tone unreadable. "I want you to trust your pack," she corrected. "I want you to command, not just fight." There was a flicker of something in his gaze. Eliana had always been the only one who could speak to him like this, the only one who dared to push past the walls he built. Clara's jaw tightened slightly. She knew exactly what Eliana meant. She had fought beside Gunnar long enough to know that his instinct would be to take the heaviest blows himself. But this time, that wasn't the answer. Eliana turned slightly, glancing at the room at the warriors preparing for battle. Then she looked back at him, and for a moment, the glow of the Guardian armor seemed to dim just slightly. She reached out just for a second, her fingers brushing against his calloused, cybernetic hand. "Come back to me," she whispered. Gunnar's jaw clenched. He didn't speak, didn't move, because if he said something it might break the moment. Instead, he gave a single sharp nod. That was enough. Eliana let her fingers slip away, stepping back into the light of the war room, the Guardian armor once again blazing with celestial energy. Then, just like that, she turned, moving to stand near the holographic display, silent, watchful. Her presence had shifted everything. The battle hadn't even begun, but the war had already changed. In the silence that followed, Darren's gaze flickered toward the corner of the room. Leaning against the wall, almost forgotten, was an AT-4 anti-tank launcher. His eyes narrowed, lips twitching as he slowly strolled over, keeping it casual. Eli spotted him first. "Darren, no." "What?" he asked innocently, running a hand along the launcher like a prized possession. "I mean, who just leaves this beauty unattended?" Gunnar sighed heavily. "Put it back." Darren slung it over his shoulder instead. "Nah, I think I'll hold on to it. Never know when we'll need to, you know. Vaporize something." Clara crossed her arms. "And you think now is the time to grab an anti-tank weapon?" "When is it not the time?" Jewel didn't even look up from her medical gear. "If you fire that thing underground, I swear." Gunnar exhaled slowly, rubbing his temple. "Fine, but if you kill us all, I'm haunting your ass." Darren patted the launcher affectionately. "See? He gets it." And just like that, the AT-4 was coming with them. Gunnar's voice cut through the charged air of the war room. It was time. "Everyone, move to primary positions," he ordered. "We hit hard, fast, and clean. No mistakes." The room erupted into motion. DeSera slung her enchanted .50 caliber sniper rifle over her shoulder, her gaze sharp and calculating. At her side, a combat engineer assigned as her spotter double-checked his rangefinder and adjusted their gear. "We move now," she muttered, her tone clipped. Together they slipped out into the shadows, making their way toward the high ground overlooking the battlefield. The sniper's perch was carefully selected. a position that provided a full view of the fortress and the Black Dawn patrol routes. As they climbed into place, Dezera scanned the area through her scope, marking out priority targets. "We've got multiple hostiles on rotation. Let's get these bastards dialed in." Ashley, her two 40B machine guns strapped across her chest, moved into position with her designated engineer ammo bearer following closely behind. Beta trotted alongside her, ears perked, eyes sharp. The gunner and her assistant moved into a defensive position, fortifying a natural bottleneck in the terrain. "This is it," Ashley muttered, setting up the bipod and locking the belt into place. "When it goes loud, we don't stop until Gunner calls it." Her engineer, noticing the size of Beta, gave her a wary glance. "That thing ever bite?" Ashley smirked. "Only if I tell her to." Bianca spread out her stealth mode recon drones, activating their silent flight patterns. One of the 5,077th engineers, a specialist in drone surveillance, had been assigned to assist her, monitoring the real-time data feeds. "All right," Bianca murmured, eyes flicking between screens. "We've got multiple LP/OP sites, marking them now." The digital map updated in real time as the drones tagged hidden threats, enemy positions, and potential breaches in the fortress defences. Bianca's partner glanced at the data. "That's a lot of bodies," he muttered, "and a hell of a lot of guns." She smirked. "Good thing we've got plenty of bullets." Moving like shadows through the ruins, Shade, Katrina, and Lyra closed in on their targets. The Black Dawn LP/OP teams had been marked on Bianca's tactical grid, and now it was time to take them out, quietly. Lyra took point, leading them toward the nearest outpost where 3 Black Dawn operatives were stationed. Their positions were standard, one keeping watch, one resting, and one on comms. Shade held up a fist, signalling a halt. He scanned the positions, then looked at Katrina and Lyra. 3-man teams, same setup on each LPOP, he murmured. "How you want to do this?" Lyra smirked, already drawing a blade. "Quickly," Katrina nodded. "Let's spread out. We hit all 3 sites in sync. No alarms, no mess." The 3 operatives moved like phantoms, each one slipping toward their assigned LP/OP. One by one, the Black Dawn lookouts would fall before they even knew they were being hunted. Gunner's voice came sharp and direct over the comms. "Pack! On me!" Rose, Clara, and Omega fell in step, moving swiftly. Gunner and Alpha took point, both radiating controlled aggression. The wolves padded silently beside them, their presence a grim promise of what was to come. As they moved out, Gunner locked eyes with the CSM and gave him a firm nod. "You're in charge of the war room." No further instructions were needed. The battle was in motion. Darren formed up with 2 engineer sappers, their packs loaded with breaching charges. Eli and Alatheris moved alongside them, their task clear: handle any magical interference that could complicate the breach. Darren adjusted his grip on Thunderstrike, his shotgun locked and loaded. "All right, Keebler," he muttered to Eli, flashing a smirk. "You make the magic go away, we'll make the doors go boom." Eli rolled her eyes, already scanning for potential arcane threats. The fortress would fall, but first they had to get inside. Gunner's voice crackled over the comms. "Unleash the dogs." With that, Shade, Katrina, and Lyra sprang into action. Every movement was precise, every strike deadly. At the first LP/OP site, Lyra moved like a wraith, her blade slipping between ribs before the Black Dawn soldier could make a sound. 1 down. Shade materialized from the darkness behind another, wrapping an arm around the target's throat and driving his dagger into the base of the skull. 2 down. Katrina ghosted through the shadows, her target never realizing she was there until the blade cut through his spine. 3 down. They regrouped, pressing forward to the next position. At the second site, a guard turned, sensing something. Too late. Lyra's dagger severed his throat in a clean, silent motion. Shade and Katrina followed suit, dispatching their marks with swift, merciless precision. They moved in perfect synchronization, eliminating each LP/OP site with chilling efficiency. 1 mistake, One misstep, and alarms would have sounded. But they were flawless. As the final outpost fell, Shade keyed his mic. All clear. The battlefield belonged to the pack. With the LPOPS eliminated, Gunnar, Clara and Rose formed the spearhead. Katrina's confirmation came through the comms, and Gunnar wasted no time. Advance! Desera's voice crackled over the radio. Give me a target. Gunnar's gaze flicked to the battlefield as Bianca's drones fed live data onto their tactical HUDs. Find me their highest value asset and drop it, Gunnar ordered. Bianca adjusted the drones, zooming in on key movements. Copy that. Once rounds start flying, I'll let the attack drones loose. The strike force moved forward. The real battle was about to begin. The elven scouts picked up movement first, shadows shifting along the flanks, barely perceptible among the ruins. Contact left, one of the elves hissed over the comms. Multiple hostiles moving into position. The wolves growled low, sensing the shift before any human could. Then the fortress erupted. A piercing alarm blared, its echoes slicing through the air like a blade. The moment stretched taut. Then hell broke loose. Bianca's voice came over the comms, sharp with urgency. It's a trap. Black Dawn forces are pouring out of the fortress, multiple squads converging on your position. Gunnar's stomach clenched. Draven knew they were coming. Take cover, he roared, his cybernetic arm flexing as he ripped Starbreaker from his shoulder. The assault rifle's grenade launcher attachment gleamed in the dim light, a promise of destruction. Alpha and Omega snarled, their hackles raised, sensing the bloodshed about to unfold. The first wave of Black Dawn troopers surged forward, weapons raised, the air filled with the roar of gunfire and the crackling of magic. The battlefield was ablaze. Desera's rifle cracked, and the first Black Dawn officer collapsed mid-command, a clean hole through his skull. The battlefield exploded into violence. Ashley's 240B barked to life, cutting down a squad of advancing troopers. Her assistant gunner fed belts of ammunition, their position turning into a brutal stronghold. Eli's voice rang out. Magical interference incoming. I've got energy signatures. Left flank. Lightning lanced through the battlefield, one of Black Dawn's warlocks hurling arcs of deadly magic. Eli countered with a pulse grenade, the detonations sending a ripple through the energy field, knocking the warlock backward. Gunnar led from the front, Starbreaker bucking in his grip as he unleashed controlled bursts of fire. His cybernetic arm absorbed the recoil effortlessly, allowing him to transition from target to target with ruthless precision. The grenade launcher thudded, sending an explosive round into an advancing squad, their screams lost in the detonation. Omega and Alpha tore into the enemy ranks, their feral rage unmatched. The wolves worked as a deadly unit, their bond to their alphas fueling them with supernatural precision. Darren's shotgun boomed, enchanted slugs punching through armor. He turned to Eli and Alatheris. You two better start pulling some magic out of your ass. Alatheris smirked, raising his hands. Ask, and you shall receive. A wave of magical force erupted, sending Black Dawn soldiers tumbling. Clara seized the moment, leading a flanking maneuver with her elven warriors, blades and arrows cutting down enemy reinforcements. Bianca's drones swooped in, targeting heavy weapons squads and disrupting Black Dawn's formations. The battle was a whirlwind of destruction. Yet, even as Black Dawn forces fell, more poured from the fortress, their numbers seemingly endless. Gunnar growled into his comms. We need that breach open now. Darren's status? Darren gritted his teeth, slamming another slug into a trooper's chest. Working on it. We're pinned. Give us cover. As the firefight intensified, the pack and elven warriors tightened their lines, forming an unbreakable defensive wall. Their combined firepower cut down wave after wave of Black Dawn troops, but it wasn't enough. In the war room, Eliana watched through the drone feeds, her hands clenched tightly behind her back. Her glowing blue eyes flickered as she studied the battlefield. Then Bianca's voice came through, tense and urgent. New contacts incoming, better armor, heavier weapons. Black Dawn elites are on the field. Gunnar barely had time to register before a squad of Black Dawn elites pushed through the chaos. Their enchanted armor provided added durability, but the pack's enchanted rounds still punched through with enough force. Desera lined up a shot, her voice calm, over comms. Not so tough. Her rifle cracked, dropping an elite before he could react. Ashley's 240B barked, tearing into their ranks with enchanted rounds. The sheer volume of fire shredded armor and sent troopers collapsing into the dirt. Eli's voice cracked through the comms. "Watch out! Their rifles are enhanced. We can't take direct hits from those things." Omega lunged at one of the elites, but the trooper sidestepped, unloading an arcane-infused burst at point-blank range. The massive wolf barely dodged, his fur singed from the energy. Gunnar fired Starbreaker's grenade launcher, the explosion engulfing two of them, sending them sprawling, but they regrouped instantly, falling into defensive formations. A deadly realization set in. These weren't mindless grunts. They were Black Dawn's trained soldiers. And they were ready for war. In the war room, Aeliana's expression darkened as she watched the battlefield unfold. The pack's forces were holding, but the enemy was pushing harder than anticipated. She tapped a rune on the console, establishing a secure link. Melorian. The image of the elven High Guardian flickered to life, his sharp gaze narrowing at her expression. Aeliana, it is not yet time to act. She narrowed her eyes. Earth is on the brink. If they fall, the balance breaks. Melorian exhaled, his hands steepled in thought. The scales must be maintained. You must hold. Aeliana's lips pressed into a thin line. She stared at him for a long moment, then muttered under her breath. To use the words of Darren, bite me. She severed the connection, turning back toward the battle map, her jaw clenched. The war room was silent for a moment. Then Caleb let out a low chuckle. Damn, remind me never to piss her off. Argoz, leaning against the table, tilted her head. I like her style. Evelyn gave a half smile, crossing her arms. So, what now? We sit on our hands while they're out there bleeding. The CSM exhaled, rubbing a hand down his face. Number, we stay ready. The moment she acts, we'll be moving too. Caleb nodded, voice more serious now. They've got this. Gunnar, Clara, Rose, they don't go down easy. We hold the line here. When it's time, we hit back twice as hard. Aeliana's fingers hovered over the controls, her decision settled. She was done waiting. In the war room, Aeliana severed the link with Melorian. Her expression was set. She was done waiting. Without another word, she turned and walked straight into the portal. The battlefield shifted the moment she arrived. Draped in her radiant guardian armor, she strode forward, her presence unmistakable. The elves saw her first, and the tide of battle seemed to pause. Then, the magic exploded outward. Aeliana lifted her hands, and arcs of shimmering energy coiled through the air, forming a protective barrier that stopped incoming Black Dawn fire in its tracks. Then she advanced. With a flick of her wrist, raw arcane force swept through the enemy ranks, sending Black Dawn soldiers crashing through the air like rag dolls. The elves rallied to her, their formation tightening, their morale surging. They followed her like a beacon. Black Dawn soldiers rushed her, but she didn't slow. Where they fired, their bullets dissolved mid-air. Where they charged, they were cut down by unseen forces. She moved like an unstoppable force of nature, magic crackling around her, walking through the enemy as if they weren't even there. For the first time, Black Dawn hesitated. Gunnar, breathless from the chaos, muttered over the comms. I'll be damned. Clara, beside him, let out a smirk. You just might be. Aeliana's voice rang out, cutting through the battlefield, strong, unwavering. For Alfheim. The elves answered in unison, voices like thunder. For Alfheim! Darren, bloodied and grinning, pushed himself up, raising his shotgun high. For Earth! He roared. The engineers and soldiers echoed the cry, voices joining the battle's fury. With Aeliana drawing most of Black Dawn's forces, Gunnar, Clara, Rose, Darren, and the engineers moved toward the fortress. The engineers quickly began setting up to breach the outer door, preparing charges as the rest of the team covered their advance. The real fight was only beginning. Suddenly, the portal within the war room flared violently, and the very air in the room seemed to hum with power. A commanding presence stepped through, Melorian, clad in full battle regalia, his piercing gaze sweeping across the room. Behind him, 111 warriors followed, their armor gleaming, weapons at the ready. His expression was carved from stone, eyes crackling with barely contained anger. "Where is Aeliana?" Before anyone could answer, Caleb leaned casually against the table, arms crossed. "Oh, you know, just walked straight into the middle of a war zone, like a normal, sane person." Melorian's eyes narrowed. "She did what?" Evelyn coughed lightly. "Yeah, she kinda went to hell with waiting and stepped right into the fight. And, she's winning." The elven warriors behind Melorian exchanged uncertain glances, but he exhaled sharply, reining in his temper. His gaze fell on the tactical display, watching as Aeliana moved like a force of nature, rallying the elves and tearing through Black Dawn ranks with ease. He let out a slow breath. So be it. Then, with a glance at the gathered team, he straightened. "We fight." Myalorian led his warriors into battle. The battlefield surged as the elven reinforcements crashed into Black Dawn's flank, Myalorian taking a stance next to Aeliana. Together they moved like an unstoppable force, magic and steel intertwining as they carved a path through the enemy ranks. The engineers moved quickly, setting the final charges along the reinforced door. The sappers worked with efficiency, planting breaching charges in precise locations, their hands steady despite the chaos outside. Gunnar gave the nod. "Blow it." A controlled explosion ripped through the door, sending a shockwave through the air. The reinforced metal crumpled inward, debris scattering as the entryway lay open. "Move," Gunnar ordered, leading the charge inside. Eli stepped through, immediately raising her scanner. The readings were unlike anything she had seen before. "Something's wrong," she muttered. "The ley lines. They're being pulled here." Alatharis swept his hand through the air, his own magical senses flaring. This isn't natural. Someone's redirecting the magical flow directly into the fortress. The energy in the air was thick, almost suffocating. The deeper they moved, the more intense the pull became. It was as if the very foundation of magic was bending to the will of something inside. Darren, gripping his shotgun, frowned. "That ain't normal, right?" Eli's eyes flickered between readings. "Number this is deliberate. Someone built something to do this." The hallway widened into a vast chamber, its walls lined with intricate machinery and glowing conduits that pulsed like veins, feeding energy into a single focal point. At the center of the chamber stood a massive construct, metallic and arcane in design, glowing with eerie blue and violet energy. Runes covered its surface, and the air around it hummed with unstable power. Eli's voice was hushed. "This is it. This is what's pulling the ley lines." Alatharis ran his fingers over the air, tracing the currents of magic. "They're using this to tap directly into the realm's lifeblood. This is siphoning power on a scale I've never seen." Rose stepped forward, her eyes locking onto the intricate patterns and structure of the machine. Her breath hitched. "This is Draven's work," she murmured. "I recognize the design, but it was never more than a theory when I was with him." She traced a hand over the engravings, her expression a mix of awe and unease. "He actually built it." Darren, setting his AT-4 launcher down beside him, arched a brow. "Great, and I'm guessing it's not some fancy light show." Rose exhaled, regaining her composure. "Number, this thing is designed to manipulate ley lines. Forcefully. If we shut it down the wrong way, we could trigger a backlash." Gunnar narrowed his eye. "Can we shut it down?" Eli's expression darkened as she studied the energy flow. "Maybe. But if we do, we better be ready for whatever happens next." The team exchanged glances. Whatever this machine was, It was a keystone to Black Dawn's plans, and dismantling it was going to be anything but simple. A mechanical hiss echoed through the chamber as a hidden side door slid open, releasing a slow gust of chilled air. Gunner's hand clenched tighter around Starbreaker, his single blue eye locked onto the darkened threshold as figures emerged, their silhouettes stark against the eerie glow of the ley line machine. The first to step through was a figure etched into Rose's nightmares, and Gunner's list of men marked for death. Draven. He moved with practiced arrogance, his dark combat armor polished, his long coat flowing behind him. The cold amusement in his gaze lingered on them like a vulture circling carrion. Well, well, I was wondering when you'd get here. At his side, Trinity stalked forward, Gunner's old assistant turned traitor, now draped in Black Dawn's finest. Her hair was pulled back into a tight braid, and her piercing eyes found Gunner immediately. A smirk touched her lips, but it didn't reach her eyes. She looked different, harder. A warrior who had nothing left to lose. Behind them, 10 enhanced Black Dawn troopers fanned out in formation, their movements precise, calculated. And then, the real threat emerged. A towering super trooper, his armor bulkier, plated with additional reinforcements, a void stone core pulsing at the center of his chest. His helmet obscured his face entirely, a single visor glowing red. The air around him felt wrong, charged with unnatural power. Darren let out a slow exhale. Well, this just got interesting. Rose's stomach twisted. She had known Draven had plans for something like this, but she never thought he'd actually build it. The ley lines, the machine, the enhancements. He had been playing the long game, and now they were standing in the center of it. Draven took a casual step forward, his voice dripping with confidence. I'll admit, I thought my men would put up a better fight outside. My elites were supposed to hold you off a little longer, but... He let out a sigh, shaking his head. I suppose even trained dogs get lucky. Gunner didn't move, but his jaw ticked. Trinity's gaze never left him, her fingers flexing at her sides, as if expecting him to launch at her at any moment. You've got two options, Draven continued, his smirk widening. Lay down your weapons and I might let you live. He tilted his head toward Rose. Well, most of you. Rose's fingers twitched at her sides, but her face remained impassive. Then, slowly, a smirk tugged at her lips, a cruel, knowing smile. Draven, she purred, tilting her head. You look different. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he masked it quickly. Rose took a step forward, casually inspecting his face, her smirk growing sharper. Ah, she mused. That's right. You were on your knees last time. Begging, if I remember correctly. Draven's expression darkened. His fingers twitched at his side, his amusement fading. I do hope the mark healed well. Rose's voice was velvet, edged with venom. That little rose I branded into your cheek. It suited you. Darren let out a low chuckle. Damn, Rose, you been giving souvenirs? Draven's jaw clenched, his posture stiffening. The soldiers around him tensed, feeling the shift in energy. Trinity, however, smirked slightly, as if amused by the exchange. Draven exhaled through his nose, the smirk returning, but this time it was forced. Funny, you always did have a sharp tongue. His voice lowered, colder now. Shame I'm going to cut it out. Rose simply tilted her head, unbothered. You can try. Gunner finally exhaled, a sharp breath, his voice gravelly, cold. Yeah? And what's option 2? Draven's grin widened. You die screaming. The room held still for a fraction of a second. Then chaos erupted. The flickering tactical display drew Caleb's attention, a momentary blip, then nothing. He frowned, leaning closer to the monitoring station where Bianca's drone feeds mapped the battlefield outside. Everything looked clear. Too clear. Something's not right, he muttered, eyes narrowing as he scanned the perimeter grid. Bianca adjusted the gain on her receiver, brow furrowed. I'm getting interference on the eastern quadrant. Could be nothing. The screen stuttered again. pixels fragmenting before resolving. 3 of her drones had gone dark simultaneously. Shit! Bianca's fingers flew across the keyboard, trying to re-establish connection. Something's jamming my signal. They're using a localized EMP disruptor. The CSM moved toward them, expression sharpening. Deliberate? Before she could answer, a proximity alarm blared. Not from the main entrance, but from a maintenance access point on the eastern side of the bunker, the side they'd thought was secure. "Contact east!" Bianca shouted, abandoning her station and drawing her pistol in one fluid motion. "Side access breach!" The 5,077th soldiers reacted instantly, muscle memory kicking in as they grabbed weapons and moved to defensive positions. The army engineers might have been new to supernatural threats, but they knew combat. Caleb was already in motion, his M4 pressed against his shoulder as he positioned himself near the entrance to the command center. Evelyn fell into position beside him, her hands already glowing with the pale blue shimmer of prepared defensive magic. Argoz stood near the tactical display, eyes wide but stance ready, one hand gripping the dagger at her hip. This wasn't her first fight, but the panic in her eyes betrayed her. She knew exactly who was coming. "It's me," she hissed. "They're here for me." The bunker's reinforced door groaned under impact. Once, twice. On the third hit, it blew inward. 10 Black Dawn troopers poured through the breach, their movements precise and synchronized. These weren't standard soldiers. Their armor bore the elite insignia, and their rifles hummed with the telltale glow of Voidstone enhancements. Caleb didn't hesitate. His M4 barked, enchanted rounds tearing into the lead trooper. The bullets punched through the reinforced armor, dropping the soldier before he could even raise his weapon. "Contact!" he shouted, already sighting his next target. The Black Dawn squad spread out, 4 moving to engage the defenders, while 6 broke formation, driving straight toward Argoz. Their objective was clear. The engineers opened fire, but the Black Dawn soldiers moved with unnerving speed. Energy weapons discharged, filling the air with the scent of ozone and burning metal. Evelyn thrust her hands forward, a shimmering barrier materializing just as the first volley of Black Dawn rifle fire erupted. The energy rounds slammed into the magical shield, crackling with angry blue light as they were absorbed. "I can't hold this long," she shouted, the strain evident in her voice. One of the 5,077th soldiers, Staff Sergeant Miller, broke cover to gain a better firing position. A Black Dawn trooper pivoted, his rifle discharging with an unearthly hum. The energy round struck Miller center mass. There was no blood, no exit wound, just a sudden rigidity as his entire body locked up, muscles seizing as neural pathways shut down. He collapsed to the floor like a toppled statue, eyes wide with terror but unable to move a single muscle. "Man down!" someone shouted. Jewel was already moving, medkit in hand, the combat lifesaver from the 5,077th right beside her. She dropped to her knees beside Miller, immediately assessing. "Neural shutdown," she barked, yanking open her kit. "CLS, get that counteragent in him. Blue vial, right carotid injection." The medic didn't question, simply followed orders, hands steady despite the chaos as he administered the injection. Meanwhile, the 6 troopers pressing toward Argoz met resistance from the CSM and 2 of his engineers, who laid down suppressive fire from behind overturned tables. Argoz backed away, her breath coming in short gasps. She wasn't a warrior like Lyra or a mage like Rose. She was a survivor, a thief, someone who lived by her wits. But with nowhere to run, instinct took over. One of the Black Dawn troopers broke through, closing the distance. His gloved hand shot out, grabbing her cloak, yanking her forward. Argoz didn't hesitate. She drove her dagger straight into his thigh, twisting the blade with vicious precision. The trooper screamed, his grip loosening. Argoz tore herself free and lunged forward, driving the blade up and into his throat. Hot blood sprayed across her face as she ripped the dagger free. The trooper collapsed, gurgling, clutching at his ruined throat. Argoz stood over him, chest heaving, eyes wild with the primal understanding that this was kill or be taken. "Argoz, down!" Caleb shouted. She dropped instinctively as his M4 thundered, rounds punching through the Black Dawn trooper who had been advancing on her blind side. The battle condensed into brutal close-quarters combat. Two troopers broke through the line of fire, pushing toward the triage area where Jewel was working desperately to stabilize the fallen soldier. Jewel glanced up, saw the threat, and reacted without hesitation. She yanked her enchanted silver dagger free from its sheath just as the first trooper reached her. The blade glinted in the harsh bunker light as she pivoted, sidestepping his lunge and driving the dagger up under his ribs. The enchantment on the blade activated. Silver light coursed through the trooper's body, and he twitched violently before collapsing. Bianca wasn't so lucky. A Black Dawn trooper closed on her position, knocking her pistol away with an armoured forearm. She ducked the follow-up strike, drawing her combat knife and slashing at her attacker. The blade skittered across his armour but found the gap at his neck, drawing blood. It wasn't a killing blow, but it bought her space. She dove for her fallen weapon, rolled, and came up firing. The first round missed, the second hit his shoulder, but the third caught him square in the face. His helmet shattered, and he dropped. "Argoz, move to me!" Evelyn shouted, her barrier flickering as it absorbed another volley. Argoz darted across the room, ducking as gunfire ripped over her head. Two more troopers spotted her movement and adjusted, closing in. Evelyn saw them coming. Her lips formed words in an ancient elven dialect, and power surged through her outstretched hands. The force spell slammed into the troopers, picking them up and hurling them into a stack of supply crates. Argoz seized the opportunity. She rushed forward, dagger flashing, and slashed across one's throat before he could recover. Blood fountained, and he dropped. The last trooper, seeing his team decimated, turned to flee. Caleb raised his M4, breathed out, and squeezed the trigger. One shot, clean. The trooper crumpled mid-stride. And then, silence. The bunker fell still except for the laboured breathing of the defenders and the pained groans of Miller, still partially paralysed on the floor. Caleb moved cautiously among the bodies, making sure the threats were neutralised. "Well," he panted, sweat dripping from his brow. "That was fun." Argoz wiped her bloody dagger on a fallen trooper's uniform, her hands shaking slightly. "This is insane." "No argument here," Evelyn agreed, her face pale from the magical exertion. Jewel didn't even look up from her wounded patient. "Somebody get me another pair of hands. I've got wounded here." One of the 5,077th engineers moved to help her, applying pressure to Miller's shoulder where he'd struck the ground during his fall. The CSM surveyed the carnage, exhaling slowly, his weathered face showing a new kind of understanding. "So, this is what you people deal with every day?" Caleb ejected his magazine, checked his remaining ammunition, and slapped it back in with practiced ease. He smirked. "Nah, sometimes it gets worse." The acrid smell of gunpowder and spent magic hung in the air as the 5,077th engineers dragged the Black Dawn bodies to one side of the bunker. The immediate threat had been neutralised, but tension remained thick in the recycled air. Everyone knew that first attack was just the beginning. CSM Holt moved away from the main group, expression grim as he assessed the situation. After 20 years in combat zones, he could read the signs. They needed to fortify, and fast. He stepped toward the far wall, keying his radio, his voice clipped and professional. "Alpha Regiment, this is CSM Holt. We have engaged enemy forces. Request immediate reinforcements. Heavy weapons team. We need to hold this position at all costs." A tense moment of static, then a response crackled through. "Roger. CSM. Heavy weapons inbound. ETA 20 minutes. Holt glanced at his watch, lips pressed into a thin line. 20 minutes was an eternity in combat. "Acknowledged. We'll maintain position. Holt out." He turned back to his men, already in motion. "All right, listen up. We've got 20 minutes to turn this place into a fortress. I want a full defensive perimeter. Fields, Harrison, secure the eastern breach. Rodriguez, set up your team at the northern entrance. Everyone else, prepare for close quarters engagement. The soldiers moved with practiced efficiency, their training kicking in despite the supernatural nature of their enemy. They'd fought in Baghdad, Kandahar, Mosul. The enemy might be different, but combat was combat. Miller, how you feeling? Holt asked, crouching beside the soldier who'd taken the Black Dawn rifle hit. The man was pale, still trembling slightly from the neural disruption, but conscious. Like I just got hit by a damn freight train, Sergeant Major, Miller answered, voice hoarse. But I can still shoot. Holt nodded. Good man. Stay with the medics for now. He stood, surveying the room as his troops fortified their position. Sandbags appeared from storage, stacked in defensive formations around key entrances. A wounded engineer was carefully moved behind a reinforced position, his weapon propped within easy reach despite Jules' protests that he should rest. M4s, magazines checked, and sightlines established. These men had built forward operating bases under enemy fire before. A bunker was practically luxury. Bianca returned to her drone station, fingers moving rapidly over the controls as she tried to re-establish her surveillance network. Damn it, she muttered. They've set up jammers. I'm only getting partial telemetry. She looked up, meeting Resnick's eyes. They won't give us 20 minutes if they realize we're waiting. Then we make sure they don't realize, Holt replied. He turned to Caleb. You've fought these Black Dawn bastards before. What's their standard approach for a second wave? Caleb ejected his magazine, checked it, and slammed it back home with practiced precision. They're methodical. First wave was a probe. Test our defenses. Figure out what they're dealing with. Second wave will be heavier, more firepower. He glanced at the bodies of the fallen troopers. And after seeing what happened to their elite squad, they'll come in force. Holt nodded grimly. Then we'll be ready. While the soldiers worked, Argoz found a quiet corner, leaning against a supply crate. Her shoulder throbbed where one of the Black Dawn troopers had slammed her into a wall. She flexed her fingers, wincing slightly. Caleb approached, his rifle slung across his chest. He crouched next to her, still catching his breath from the fight. His hands shook slightly as he offered her a canteen. Drink, he said. Adrenaline crash is a bitch. Argoz accepted the water, taking a long pull before handing it back. She studied him for a moment, his calm demeanor despite the slight tremor in his fingers, the way his eyes never stopped scanning the room. You know, she said quietly, I keep thinking about how none of this would have happened if I hadn't stolen the gem. Caleb lifted a brow. That's so. Argoz nodded, staring at her blood-stained hands. Yeah, but then I remember... She flexed her fingers, watching the faint shimmer of latent power beneath her skin. If I hadn't, Draven would have had more forces, and no one to stop him. Caleb studied her, then nodded slowly. That's one way to look at it. Argoz tilted her head, staring toward the distant sounds of battle filtering through the bunker walls. Guess I better make it count, then. A faint smile touched Caleb's lips. That's the spirit. He pushed himself to his feet, checking his weapon again. Now, how about we make sure you stay alive long enough to do that? Across the room, Evelyn finished reinforcing the arcane barrier she'd cast over the main entrance. Sweat beaded on her forehead from the exertion, but the shimmering wall of energy held strong. She turned to Bianca, who was still fighting with her drone controls. Any luck? She asked. Bianca shook her head. Limited. I've got 2 drones still functioning, but they're not giving me much. Too much magical interference. She gestured to a flickering display showing scattered heat signatures moving toward their position. They're reorganizing. Looks like a pincer movement. Evelyn's expression hardened. How many? More than we can handle without help. Jewel approached, wiping blood from her hands with a towel. Miller's stable. The counter-agent worked, but he needs real medical attention soon. She glanced at the eastern entrance where the first attack had come. We're not equipped for a prolonged siege. We won't have one, Holt interjected, joining their conversation. We hold for 20 minutes until reinforcements arrive. Then we evacuate the wounded and regroup with the main force. Bianca looked skeptical. And if reinforcements don't make it? Holt's expression didn't change. They'll make it. The confidence in his voice was steadying, even if no one fully believed it. Sometimes in combat, believing was half the battle. Evelyn returned to her position, hands glowing faintly as she prepared another spell. The CSM moved among his men, checking positions, offering quiet words of encouragement. Jewel restocked her medical supplies, her movements brisk, professional. And in the quiet corner, Argoz watched them all. These humans fighting a war that wasn't theirs, defending her when they barely knew her. She curled her fingers around her dagger, feeling its weight, drawing strength from its familiar presence. Whatever came next, she would not hide. The timer on Holt's watch ticked down. 15 minutes until reinforcements. The bunker fell into tense silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of Bianca's comms and the distant thunder of battle outside. They were as ready as they could be. Now they waited. Blood spattered across ancient stone as Lyra's ice dagger slid between the ribs of a Black Dawn scout. She twisted the blade, ensuring a quick, silent kill before lowering the body to the ground. The blue-white shimmer of enchanted ice dissipated any lingering warmth, leaving no steam to rise from the fresh corpse in the cold night air. 20 yards away, she spotted Katrina materializing from the darkness, her silver katana gleaming faintly in the moonlight, before disappearing into its scabbard. No blood stained the enchanted blade. It shed such impurities instantly, a weapon fit for royalty. Though she had only recently learned of her heritage as Nythoria's rightful queen, Katrina carried herself with the same deadly grace she always had. "That's the third reinforcement squad we've intercepted," Katrina said quietly, her voice barely carrying to her companion. "They're trying to flank Gunner's position." Lyra wiped her daggers clean, resheathing both the ice blade and its ever-sharp twin. Black Dawn's getting desperate. These weren't even elites, just cannon fodder. Shade appeared last, keeping a cautious distance from Katrina, as he always did. His massive enchanted greatsword was already back in its sheath, but his eyes, always watchful around the woman who had repeatedly bested him in combat, scanned the perimeter with predatory focus. "Something's wrong," he murmured. "Their movements are too chaotic. It's like they're—" He hesitated, searching for the word. "Scared," Katrina finished, barely acknowledging his presence. The tension between them remained palpable, a constant reminder of how she had stripped him of his Nithorian birthright. "They're running scared." Shade nodded stiffly. "Exactly. And that makes them unpredictable." Lyra's elven senses picked up movement in the distance, the heavy tread of armoured boots, trying and failing to move quietly. "More incoming. Southeast ridge. Moving fast." Katrina's hand drifted back to her katana's hilt. Numbers? At least 8, maybe 10. Lyra's eyes narrowed as she peered through the darkness. Better equipped than the others. Could be an elite squad. They slipped into the shadows, using the ruined landscape for cover as they circled toward the approaching squad. Katrina and Shade melded with darkness itself, their bodies becoming like living shadow despite their mutual animosity. Lyra, without their natural abilities, relied on her centuries of training, moving with such fluid precision that not even twigs snapped beneath her feet. They positioned themselves at different vantage points, surrounding the approaching squad. From her elevated position, Katrina could make out the Black Dawn soldiers' formation. Tight, disciplined, moving with purpose. These weren't disorganized troops, this was a tactical unit. Something cold settled in her stomach. A warning. She signaled to the others with hand gestures. Caution. Something's off. Lyra acknowledged with the barest nod, her hand already drawing her ice dagger. Shade adjusted his position, preparing to strike from the flank. The Black Dawn squad moved into the clearing, and then stopped in perfect unison. The leader raised a fist. "I know you're there, Katrina," he called out, voice clear and confident in the night air. "You never could fully cloak your presence from me." Katrina's blood froze in her veins. That voice, it couldn't be. From the shadows, she watched as the Black Dawn leader removed his helmet, revealing a face she hadn't seen since the fall of her homeland. Sharp features, silver eyes that seemed to cut through darkness itself. Eyes that had once looked upon her with kindness as he spirited her away from the burning ruins of her home. Andalin, fellow Nithorian, the man who had taken her from her parents as their realm collapsed, promising to keep her safe. The traitor who had sold out Nythoria itself. Her grip tightened on her katana, the enchanted silver humming in response to her fury. But she remained hidden, mind racing. How had he found them? How had he known they would be here? The silent treatment? Andalin laughed, scanning the darkness with his Nythorian eyes. Come now, little princess. Or should I say, Your Majesty? That's what they call you now, isn't it? Nythoria's lost queen. Andalin turned slowly, seeming to savour the moment. His gaze stopped, focusing on a patch of deeper shadow. And Shade? I sense you lurking there too. Still nursing your wounds after our last encounter? Still bitter? Through the comm, Katrina heard Shade's breath catch. A small sound, but enough to confirm that this was more than a chance encounter. Shade had history with Andalin too. Andalin gestured casually, and his squad raised their weapons, new models, different from the standard Black Dawn rifles. These are specially calibrated, Andalin explained conversationally, designed specifically to disrupt Nythorian shadow magic. One hit, and your little disappearing act ends. Painful way to die, I'm told. Katrina felt rage building in her chest, cold and sharp. He had come prepared, had known they would be here, how they would fight. I'll make this simple, Andalin continued. Surrender, Katrina, and I only take you. Resist, and your friends die messy deaths. A muscle twitched in Katrina's jaw. He was using her care for her teammates as leverage, just as he'd done years ago when he convinced her parents to give her up for her own protection. She stepped from the shadows, silver katana drawn, its enchanted blade catching the moonlight. Just me and you, Andalin, she said, voice steady despite the fury burning inside her. Let them go and I'll give you the fight you're looking for. Andalin smiled, drawing his own weapon. A long, curved blade that pulsed with dark energy, unlike anything she'd seen before. The blade seemed to radiate corruption, tendrils of darkness curling from its surface. The Demon King's influence was unmistakable in its aura. Always so noble. Just like your father before I put him down. Lyra's voice hissed in Katrina's ear through their comlink. It's a trap, Cat. Don't do this. Katrina ignored her, stepping forward. You killed my father? Her voice was dangerously quiet. Andalin's smile widened. Who do you think led the Black Dawn forces into Nythoria? Who do you think gave them the palace blueprints? Your father trusted me until his last breath. He tilted his head. He died calling my name, you know. Begging me to save you. Andalin replied. You were too valuable to waste. The Ultranacious had special plans for Nythoria's blood royalty. You're working for Draven. With, Andalin corrected. Allies in a necessary revolution. The old realms are dying, Katrina. Nythoria, Earth, Alfheim, all of them clinging to outdated structures while the darkness closes in. Draven understands what's coming. He's preparing. For what? Andalin smiled coldly. The endgame, but you won't live to see it. Without warning, he attacked. His blade sliced through the air where Katrina had been a split second before. She had anticipated the strike, her body flowing like water as she sidestepped, bringing her katana up in a defensive arc. Silver met darkness with a screech of arcane energy. Around them, chaos erupted. Shade broke from the shadows with a roar of fury, his great sword arcing toward two of Andalin's soldiers. His hatred for the traitor was palpable, burning through the air like a physical force. Lyra dropped from her position, ice dagger flashing as she engaged two other soldiers. Their specialized weapons discharged, filling the air with crackling energy that disrupted the shadows themselves, making it harder for the Nithorians to maintain their shadow form. One blast caught Shade in the leg. The energy rippled through him, forcibly dragging him out of shadow form. He stumbled, a grunt of pain escaping his lips as the magic burned through his body. Lyra fought like a demon, her two daggers a blur of motion. The ice blade left a trail of frost in its wake, slowing those it wounded, while her ever-sharp dagger cut through armor as if it were cloth. Two soldiers fell to her in rapid succession, but the others adapted quickly, spreading out to surround her. One fired, the energy blast nearly catching her shoulder. She rolled, coming up behind a fallen column, eyes flashing with cold fury. "These aren't standard troops," she hissed into her comm. "They're too coordinated." Meanwhile, Katrina and Andolin duelled with lethal precision. He fought with the distinctive style of Nithorian elite guards, the very ones who had protected her family before the fall. But there was something different now, something corrupted. His movements were unnaturally fast, his strikes carrying an otherworldly power that hadn't been there before. Andolin's face was inches from hers, his silver eyes now tinged with an unnatural red glow. "I saved you because Ultranacious needed a living heir of Nithoria. The blood of your line carries power, little queen. Power he intended to harvest." The words hit like physical blows. Andolin had given her to the Demon King. He had preserved her like livestock, kept alive for slaughter. Her katana blazed with silver light, responding to her fury. She broke the blade lock with a surge of strength, pressing forward with a flurry of strikes that should have forced Andolin to retreat. But he didn't retreat. He matched her speed, his corrupted blade leaving trails of darkness in the air. The Demon King's enhancement was evident in every movement. This wasn't the same Andolin she had known. "You betrayed my family," she snarled, her katana becoming a silver blur. "You betrayed our people." Andolin parried her strikes with unnatural precision. "Your family was weak," he spat back. "They would have led Nithoria to ruin. Ultranacious offered a future." He sidestepped her next attack and slashed at her exposed side. Katrina twisted, avoiding the worst of it, but his blade still cut through her armor, drawing blood. Where the corrupted blade touched, her skin burned with freezing cold. She didn't flinch, didn't slow. Across the battlefield, Shade had recovered enough to rejoin the fight. Despite the burning pain in his leg where the disruption rifle had hit him, he swung his greatsword in wide, devastating arcs that kept the soldiers at bay. One ventured too close and paid with his life, the massive blade cleaving through his chest armor like paper. "Andolin!" Shade roared, cutting down another soldier as he tried to close the distance. "Face me, you coward!" Andolin's eyes flickered toward Shade, a cruel smile playing at his lips. "Patience, fallen caption. You'll get your turn to die." Lyra had taken a more strategic approach, using her superior agility to stay mobile, striking from unexpected angles. Her ice dagger found the gap in one soldier's armor at the back of the knee, the magic instantly freezing the joint. The man collapsed, unable to stand as ice spread through his leg. But 3 more soldiers were converging on her position, their disruption rifles charging for another volley. "Lyra, move!" Katrina shouted. Lyra sprang away, just as energy blasts tore through the stone where she had been crouching. Debris scattered across the battlefield as the soldiers adjusted their aim, tracking her movement. Katrina, locked in combat with Andolin, caught a glimpse of her teammates being pressed back. They were outnumbered, and these soldiers knew exactly how to counter their tactics. Andolin saw her momentary distraction and pressed his advantage, his dark blade slicing toward her throat. Katrina parried at the last possible moment, the clash of magic sending sparks cascading around them. "Your friends are going to die," Andolin said, cold certainty in his voice. "And then I'm going to take you to Draven. We have special plans for Nithoria's last royal." Something inside Katrina snapped. Years of buried pain, of unresolved grief for a homeland she barely remembered, of living without knowing her true heritage. It all rose to the surface in a single, terrible moment. She wasn't just an pack operative anymore. She was the rightful queen of Nythoria. And this man had betrayed not just her, but her entire realm. Her katana's enchantment responded to her rage, the silver blade blazing with blinding light. Andolin flinched, momentarily blinded, and Katrina struck. Her blade moved with impossible speed, a dance of silver light that even Andolin's enhanced reflexes struggled to track. Where before they had been evenly matched, now his defenses began to crumble. A cut to his arm, a slash across his thigh, each blow precise, deliberate, weakening him step by step. Andolin's confident expression faltered, his enhanced powers meeting their match in Katrina's royal fury. His corrupted blade began to slow, each parry coming a fraction of a second later than the last. "What are you doing?" he gasped, barely deflecting another strike that would have opened his throat. Katrina didn't answer. Her katana sang through the air, each strike flowing into the next in a seamless pattern of destruction. This wasn't a technique she had learned. This was something deeper, more primal, the fighting style of Nythorian royalty encoded in her blood. Andolin stumbled backward, his dark blade wavering under the onslaught. "Katrina, wait. I can tell you everything about your parents, about why—" Her katana flashed one final time, driving toward his heart. At the last possible instant, Andolin twisted, the blade missing his heart but slicing deep into his shoulder. He cried out, dark blood spilling down his armor. Katrina pulled her blade back for the killing blow, but Andolin was already reaching for his wrist, activating a device strapped there. A swirling vortex of energy began to form beside him. "No!" Katrina lunged forward, but it was too late. Andolin stumbled backward into the rift, clutching his wounded shoulder. "This isn't over, little queen," he gasped, the corruption around his eyes pulsing with malevolent energy. "The mole still walks among you." The rift began to close, but before it could seal completely, Shade appeared, charging through the remaining Black Dawn soldiers with reckless abandon. "You don't escape this time," he roared, diving toward the collapsing portal. "Shade, no!" Lyra shouted, but he was already moving, propelled by hatred and vengeance. Shade hurled himself through the shrinking rift just as it collapsed, vanishing into whatever dark destination Andolin had fled to. Then they were gone, leaving Katrina and Lyra standing amid the bodies of the fallen Black Dawn soldiers. The silence of the battlefield was broken only by their ragged breathing. Lyra approached cautiously, her daggers sheathed but her expression grim. "Cat, are you all right?" Katrina stared at the spot where the rift had been, her silver katana still gleaming in her grip. "He got away," she said, voice tight with barely contained fury. "Again." She took a step forward and stumbled, her hand pressing against the wound on her side. The cut from Andolin's blade wasn't deep, but the flesh around it had turned an unnatural black, dark veins spreading outward beneath her skin. "Katrina!" Lyra rushed to her side, catching her as she faltered. "I'm fine," Katrina insisted, but her face had gone pale, sweat beading on her forehead. "Just need to—" She winced, the dark energy from Andolin's corrupted blade pulsing through her veins like poison. Lyra's expression darkened as she examined the wound. This isn't normal. That blade was enchanted with dark magic. She pressed her palm against the spreading corruption, her elven healing abilities barely containing it. "We need to get you back to the bunker. Jewel and Evelyn can treat this properly." Katrina's hand tightened around her katana's hilt, her knuckles white. "Shade," she whispered, anger and something else, concern, flickering across her features. "That fool." She shook her head. He had no right to go after Andolin alone. "He was protecting you in his own way," Lyra said softly, supporting Katrina's weight as they began moving. "You know how he is. Impulsive. Reckless. Loyal to a fault," Katrina added bitterly. She stumbled again, the corruption spreading faster now. Lyra caught her, genuine fear crossing the elf's face as she felt the unnatural cold radiating from the wound. "This is bad," Lyra muttered. "We need to hurry." She activated her comm unit. "This is Lyra. We've engaged a Black Dawn elite team led by Andalin. Katrina's wounded. Dark magic contamination. We need immediate extraction and medical preparations." The comm crackled. "Copy that. What's your position?" Jules' voice came through, sharp and focused. "Southeast quadrant, moving toward the bunker," Lyra responded, already guiding Katrina through the ruins. Shade pursued Andalin through a rift portal. "He's MIA. A beat of silence. Then, "Understood. Evelyn's preparing the treatment. Get here fast. Dark magic corruption moves quickly." Katrina's breathing had become laboured, each step more difficult than the last. The wound wasn't fatal in itself, but the corruption spreading from it could be. "If Shade dies out there," she said through gritted teeth, her voice faltering. "He won't," Lyra assured her, though she had no way of knowing if it was true. "He's too stubborn, and he has too much to prove to you still." Katrina's lips quirked in a pained smile. Her eyes grew distant, memory overtaking the present pain. "He spent years tracking me down, teaching me about Nythoria, about my heritage. And now he might die because of his damned pride," Katrina whispered. They moved as quickly as they could through the battlefield, avoiding Black Dawn patrols. In the distance, explosions still rocked the fortress, where Gunnar and the main force were engaged. The war was far from over. Katrina's condition worsened with each passing minute. By the time they reached the bunker's hidden entrance, she was barely conscious, the dark veins spreading up her neck and toward her face. Evelyn was waiting for them, her hands already glowing with counter-magic. "Get her inside, quickly!" Jewel had prepared a triage station, magical implements and healing runes laid out beside traditional medical equipment. "How long since she was wounded?" she demanded as they lowered Katrina onto the treatment table. 15 minutes, maybe 20, Lyra answered, her voice tight with worry. Jewel nodded grimly. "Still time, then." She turned to Evelyn. "We need to contain the corruption before it reaches her heart. Purge protocols." Evelyn nodded, placing her glowing hands on either side of Katrina's wound. "This is going to hurt," she warned. Katrina barely nodded, her eyes unfocused but still burning with determination. "Do it." As healing magic and counter-enchantments began to flow, Katrina's mind drifted to Shade, wondering where the rift had taken him, and if she would ever see him again. Her captain, her protector, her challenger. Her final thought before pain overtook her was a silent promise. "Find your way back, Shade, so I can kill Andalin myself." The sky above the battlefield had darkened to an unnatural shade of crimson, streaked with the black smoke of explosions and the glittering traces of magical energy. From her elevated position on the ridge, Desera steadied her breathing, her eye pressed against the scope of her enchanted .50 caliber rifle. Beside her, Specialist Torres of the 5077th maintained silence, his rangefinder trained on the same target. "Range, 850 meters, Torres whispered, his voice barely audible above the distant rumble of battle. "Wind, 3 knots, easterly." Desera adjusted minutely, compensating for the variables, her finger hovering over the trigger. The rifle hummed with magical energy, runes along the barrel glowing faintly blue. This wasn't standard military hardware. The enchantments allowed the bullets to pierce enchanted armor and disrupt magical shields on impact. "Target acquired," she murmured, centering her crosshairs on a Black Dawn officer directing troops at the edge of the battlefield. "Firing." The rifle cracked, the enchanted round streaking through the air in a blur of blue light. A millisecond later, the Black Dawn officer crumpled, the back of his helmet exploding outward as the bullet punched through his skull. "Target down," Torres confirmed, scanning the area with his spotter's scope. "Good effect on target." Desera expelled her breath slowly, already cycling her bolt action to chamber another round. One less commander. Their position provided an overview of the entire battlefield, where the brutal conflict had escalated into something approaching a war zone. The Black Dawn forces had pushed hard against the Pack's perimeter, testing every weak point, probing for any gap in their defences. So far, they'd found none. But they kept coming. 500 yards below, Ashley was entrenched with her M2 40B machine gun, the weapon's heavy barrel glowing faintly from the enchantments that made its rounds devastatingly effective against Black Dawn troops. Specialist Rodriguez crouched beside her, feeding belts of ammunition into the weapon with practiced precision. Beta, the grey dire wolf bonded to Ashley, prowled the perimeter of their position, her heightened senses detecting threats before they materialized. Together they'd created a killing zone that Black Dawn troops had learned to fear. Ashley's machine gun cut down anyone foolish enough to approach head-on, while Beta would emerge from seemingly nowhere to take down flankers, her massive jaws and supernatural speed making her as deadly as any weapon. Movement, left flank, Ashley said quietly, not to Rodriguez, but to Beta. The dire wolf's ears perked, her golden eyes narrowing as she turned toward the threat Ashley had spotted. Without hesitation, Beta disappeared into the rubble, moving with the silent grace that made grey wolves such formidable predators. Seconds later, a strangled cry echoed from behind a collapsed wall, followed by silence. Beta reappeared moments later, muzzle slick with fresh blood, returning to Ashley's side. "Good girl," Ashley murmured, one hand briefly stroking the wolf's thick fur while her other remained steady on her weapon. "Reloading!" Ashley called out, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. Rodriguez immediately took over, slamming a fresh belt into place as Black Dawn forces attempted to use the brief pause to advance. Beta growled, sensing their movement before they fully emerged from cover. "Belt set," Rodriguez reported, slapping Ashley's shoulder to signal he was clear. She didn't hesitate, immediately resuming fire, the enchanted rounds tearing through the incoming troops. Where ordinary bullets might have been stopped by their armor, these cut through it like paper, leaving bodies scattered across the killing field. Beta's growl turned to a snarl as she spotted a soldier trying to circle wide around their position, and with a nod from Ashley, she was off again. A grey blur of tooth and claw. "They don't learn, do they?" Rodriguez muttered, watching through his field glasses as more Black Dawn soldiers moved to replace their fallen comrades. Ashley's expression remained focused, unaffected by the carnage she was creating. "They're not paid to learn, just to die." Nearby, the 5,077th Engineers had converted their designated positions into legitimate defensive strongpoints. Despite being primarily construction specialists, these soldiers were combat veterans first. They had transformed rubble into fortified fighting positions, creating interlocked fields of fire that caught Black Dawn soldiers in deadly crossfire. Sergeant Harrison, a grizzled combat engineer with 3 tours in Afghanistan, directed his squad's fire from a partially collapsed wall, his M4 spitting enchanted rounds at advancing troops. Left side, he barked, shifting his squad's attention to a group of Black Dawn soldiers attempting to flank their position. The engineers adjusted without hesitation, their disciplined volleys dropping the attackers before they could establish a foothold. At the centre of the elven defensive line, Lieutenant Clora Phelan stood tall, her armour gleaming in the supernatural light. Unlike the human soldiers, the elves moved with an otherworldly grace, their formations fluid, yet unbreakable. Where human forces created hard barriers, the elves created a deadly dance of blades and arrows, constantly shifting to meet each new threat. Clora had earned her rank at the Alfheim War College, fighting alongside these warriors against threats most humans couldn't imagine. Now she directed their movements with the confidence of a commander who knew exactly what her troops could do. "Archers, shift right," she called out, switching effortlessly to the elven tongue. "Third company, prepare for their push." The elven archers adjusted instantly, their enchanted arrows finding gaps in Black Dawn armour with terrifying precision. Third company, a group of elven bladed dancers, readied themselves for the incoming wave, their silver-edged weapons gleaming with ancient magic. Omega prowled at Clara's side, the dire wolf's golden eyes tracking movement with preternatural awareness. Where Omega sensed weakness, Clara directed force. Where he sensed strength, she ordered containment. Their bond, forged in the heat of countless battles, made them a singular devastating force on the battlefield. From the war room inside the bunker, Bianca monitored the battle through her remaining drones, feeding real-time intelligence to the fighters. Her screens flickered with multiple feeds, showing the battlefield from every angle. CSM Holt stood beside her, his experienced eye catching details even her technology might miss. Black Dawn's reforming their eastern flank, Bianca noted, highlighting the movement on her tactical display. They're trying to find a weak point in the elven line. Resnick nodded grimly. They won't. Those elves fight like nothing I've ever seen. He keyed his radio. Harrison, reposition to support the eastern approach. They're trying to punch through. Roger that, came the immediate response. For hours the battle had raged like this. Black Dawn throwing forces against their lines, the pack and their allies holding firm. But with each wave the enemy adapted, learning from their failures, probing for weaknesses. Desera's voice crackled over the comms. Movement at the northern approach. Something big. Really big. Bianca immediately adjusted her drone coverage, focusing on the northern sector. What she saw made her blood run cold. Oh shit! Lumbering toward their lines was a massive mechanized unit, a super trooper encased in what looked like experimental powered armor. The suit stood nearly 8 feet tall, its limbs hydraulically enhanced, armor plates glowing with the telltale purple hue of void stone energy. In its hands, it carried what could only be described as a magical cannon, energy coiling around the barrel like living lightning. All units, Bianca broadcast, her voice tight. We've got a heavy mech approaching from the north. This isn't a standard super trooper, it's something new. Desera's rifle swung toward the new threat, her scope zooming in on the behemoth. I see it, she confirmed, studying the armor through her scope. Looking for weak point, the joints maybe? The neck seal? Torres adjusted his rangefinder. Range 1,000 meters and closing. That armor looks thick. Standard rounds might not penetrate even with enchantments. Desera's jaw tightened. Then we aim for the gaps. Ashley had already shifted her fire, the M240B's rounds pinging harmlessly off the mech's reinforced plating. Beta sensed her frustration, a low growl rumbling in her chest as she recognized a threat her teeth and claws couldn't tear apart. No effect, Ashley reported, frustration evident in her voice. Need something bigger. Rodriguez was already digging through their ammunition crate. Try the heavy penetrators. He pulled out a belt of specialized rounds, the bullets glowing with a more intense enchantment, designed specifically for heavily armored targets. Ashley locked the new belt into place and resumed firing. This time, the rounds left small glowing impacts on the armor, but still failed to penetrate completely. Slowing it down, but not stopping it, she called out. Beta paced anxiously at her side, tension radiating from the dire wolf's powerful frame. The mech raised its cannon, energy building at the barrel's tip. A heartbeat later, it discharged. A beam of concentrated magical force that tore through the battlefield, vaporizing everything in its path. A section of the defensive line simply ceased to exist, leaving a smoking trench of molten stone where engineers had been entrenched moments before. Screams erupted both from the wounded and those trying to drag fallen comrades to safety. Medic! We need a medic over here! Someone shouted through the chaos. Clara's voice cut through the comms. Everyone fall back to secondary positions. That cannon will tear through our front line. The elven forces moved with practiced precision, their retreat not a panic but a tactical redeployment. The 5,077th followed suit, dragging their wounded as they pulled back to more defensible ground. The mech advanced relentlessly, its cannon charging for another shot. Bianca's fingers flew across her console, her drones circling the mechanical monster, searching for any vulnerability. "The power core," she suddenly said, highlighting a pulsing section at the mech's back. "There's a cooling port at the base of the spine. If we can hit it with enough force, we might overload the system." Desera didn't hesitate. "Marking now," Bianca replied, sending the exact positioning to Desera's tactical display. "You'll need to hit it dead center. It's shielded, but a direct hit from your rifle might crack it." Torres adjusted his rangefinder. "Target's moving. You'll need to lead it by 3 meters, accounting for its walking pattern." Desera inhaled slowly, centering herself. This wasn't just a shot. It was possibly their only chance to stop the mechanized monstrosity before it tore through their entire defense. "Firing on my mark," she murmured, tracking the mech through her scope, waiting for the perfect moment when its stride would expose the vulnerable port. 3, 2, 1, mark. The rifle thundered, its enchanted round streaking through the air with a blue contrail. Time seemed to slow as the bullet travelled, arcing slightly to accommodate for distance and wind. It struck the cooling port dead centre. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the port erupted in a shower of sparks, energy feedback cascading through the mech's systems. The giant staggered, its movements becoming erratic as alarms no doubt blared inside its cockpit. But it didn't fall. "Hit confirmed, but it's still operational," Torres reported, voice tight with tension. The mech turned, its sensors locking onto Desera's position. The cannon swiveled, energy building once more. "Move! Now!" Desera shouted, grabbing her rifle as she and Torres scrambled from their perch. They barely cleared the ridge when the cannon fired, obliterating their former position in a blinding flash of energy. Ashley seized the opportunity presented by the mech's distraction. "Rodriguez! Heavy rounds! Target that same spot!" The assistant gunner slammed a fresh belt into the M240B, this one loaded with the heaviest penetrator rounds they had. Ashley adjusted her aim and let loose, a stream of enchanted bullets hammering the already damaged cooling port. Beta crouched beside her, muscles tensed and ready to move at her command, instinctively understanding her role in this fight, to guard Ashley's flank while she engaged the primary threat. The mech convulsed as several rounds found their mark, breaching the compromised armor. Warning lights flashed across its chassis, and smoke began pouring from multiple joints. "It's weakening," Bianca called over the comms. "One more good hit, and we might—" She never finished her sentence. The mech, damaged but still functional, fired its cannon again, this time at Ashley's position. The energy beam tore through their fortifications, sending debris and bodies flying. "Man down! Man down!" came the frantic call over the radio. "Rodriguez is hit!" Through the smoke, Ashley emerged, dragging Rodriguez's limp form. Beta stayed close, hackles raised as she guarded them from further attacks, her growls warning nearby Black Dawn soldiers to keep their distance. The young soldier wasn't moving, his limbs rigid, face frozen in a pained grimace. A telltale sign of a Black Dawn rifle hit. One of the mech's escorts must have targeted him during the chaos. "Need immediate medical! Neural shutdown!" Ashley shouted into her comm, her voice raw with urgency. "Get Jewel out here now." Inside the bunker, Jewel was already grabbing her medical kit, barking orders to her team. "Prepare the neural stimulants. We've got another shutdown case." As the medical team rushed to respond, Clara assessed the situation with the cold calculation of a battlefield commander. The mech was damaged but still advancing. The Black Dawn forces were using the distraction to push forward on multiple fronts. They needed to end this now. "Elven archers," she called out, switching to their native tongue. "Concentrated volley on the damaged section. Fire on my mark." 20 elven archers knocked arrows simultaneously, the enchanted shafts glowing with ancient magic. As one, they drew back, sighted the target, and waited. "Fire!" Clara commanded. The arrows flew in perfect unison, a deadly stream of light arcing through the battlefield. Each one struck the damaged cooling port within milliseconds of the others, the combined magical energy causing a catastrophic reaction. The mech froze mid-stride, its systems overloading. Energy surged out from the impact point, crawling across its frame like lightning. For a breathless moment, it stood perfectly still. Then, with a sound like thunder, it exploded from within, the Voidstone power core detonating in a violent purple-black fireball. Shrapnel tore through the nearby Black Dawn forces, cutting down dozens in an instant. The shockwave rippled across the battlefield, momentarily halting all fighting as both sides reeled from the explosion. When the dust settled, a smoking crater was all that remained of the mechanical monstrosity. A cheer went up from the pack and 5,077th lines, while the elves merely nodded in grim satisfaction. Clara didn't join the celebration. Her sharp eyes had already caught movement at the edges of the battlefield, Black Dawn forces regrouping, reorganizing. "Don't get comfortable," she warned over the comms. "They're not done yet." In the bunker, medics worked frantically to stabilize Rodriguez. The Black Dawn rifle's energy had locked his nervous system, paralyzing his lungs and heart. Jewel administered the counter-agent, her movements precise despite the pressure. "Come on, kid," she muttered, watching for any reaction. "Fight it." For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. Then, Rodriguez gasped, his chest heaving as his body fought to remember how to breathe. "He's responding," one of the medics reported. "Neural activity returning to normal." Jewel exhaled in relief, already moving to treat his other wounds. "Keep him stable. I need to check on the other casualties." Outside, the battle had shifted. The destruction of the mech had broken the momentum of the Black Dawn assault, giving the defenders a moment to regroup. The 5,077th Engineers used the opportunity to strengthen their positions, while the Elven forces repositioned to cover the gaps left by the casualties. Ashley and Beta had returned to their reinforced position, the wolf's fur matted with blood, not all of it belonging to their enemies. A Black Dawn soldier had gotten close enough to score a hit, leaving a shallow gash along Beta's flank. Ashley had applied a field dressing, the enchanted bandage already speeding the wolf's natural healing. "Just a little longer, girl," Ashley murmured, stroking the wolf's head. Beta leaned into her touch, drawing strength from their bond. Desera and Torres had relocated to a new vantage point, once again providing overwatch for the battlefield. "They're pulling back," Torres observed through his scope, regrouping at the tree line. Desera frowned, scanning the enemy forces. Something wasn't right. Black Dawn didn't retreat, not without a reason. "Bianca," she called over the comms, "can you get eyes on their fallback position? Something feels off?" Bianca redirected her remaining drones, pushing them toward the Black Dawn lines. The feed flickered briefly as they approached. Interference of some kind. "I'm getting weird readings," she reported. "The energy signatures are fluctuating, almost like..." Suddenly, all of her screens flashed with warning indicators. Her drone's sensors were overloading. "Everyone brace!" she shouted into the comms. "Massive energy spike detected." The air on the battlefield seemed to ripple, a wave of tangible darkness spreading outward from the Black Dawn lines. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and the very fabric of reality appeared to warp. At the tree line, a tear appeared. Not a portal, not a rift, but something more fundamental. A rend in the universe itself. Reality peeled back, revealing absolute darkness beyond. From this void, a figure emerged. Tall, dressed in flowing robes of midnight black, with sigils of power etched into the fabric in glowing purple thread. A helm of twisted metal obscured the upper half of its face, but nothing could hide the unnatural pallor of its skin or the crackling energy that danced around its fingertips. Voidstone fragments orbited its body like tiny satellites, each one pulsing with malevolent power. The Void Warlock had arrived. It stepped fully onto the battlefield, and the air seemed to grow colder, heavier. Behind it, 3 massive super troopers followed, each one larger and more heavily augmented than those they had faced before. Their armor pulsed with the same corrupt energy that surrounded the warlock, suggesting they were more than just enhanced soldiers, they were vessels for the void itself. But the true horror came next. As the void warlock raised its hands, the tear in reality began to expand, growing from a narrow slit to a gaping wound in the sky above the battlefield. Black energy poured forth, forming a swirling maelstrom that devoured light itself. A void rift was forming, and it was growing larger by the second. "By the gods," Clara whispered, even her battle-hardened composure shaken by the sight. Bianca's voice came through the comms, tight with barely controlled panic. "That rift is destabilizing everything around it. The energy readings are off the charts." The Void Warlock turned its gaze toward their lines, and even from a distance, they could feel the cold malevolence of its attention. It raised a single hand, and a pulse of dark energy shot forth, striking an elven position. The warriors there didn't even have time to scream. They simply ceased to exist, their bodies disintegrating into ash. "Fall back!" Clara ordered, her voice steady despite the horror unfolding before them. "All forces fall back to defensive positions," Beta growled, the dire wolf's instincts screaming danger in a way that transcended any previous battle. Ashley felt it too. This wasn't just another enemy. This was something primal, something fundamentally wrong. But even as they began to retreat, they knew. This wasn't just another battle. This was something altogether more terrible. The sky continued to darken as the void rift expanded, blotting out the crimson twilight with absolute darkness. The battlefield trembled beneath its pull, loose debris beginning to float upward, drawn toward the all-consuming maw. The pack, the 5077th, and the elves found themselves facing not just defeat, but annihilation. And the Void Warlock was only getting started. The corridor opened into a vast, cathedral-like chamber that hummed with raw power. Gunnar stepped through first, Alpha at his side, the dire wolf's hackles instantly rising at the magical energy saturating the air. The rest of the team followed: Rose, Eli, Darren, and 2 5077th soldiers who had insisted on accompanying them. "Holy shit," Darren breathed, taking in the spectacle before them. The machine room stretched upward for at least 3 stories, its walls lined with arcane technology that defied conventional understanding. Massive conduits of pulsing energy crisscrossed the ceiling, all feeding into a central column that thrummed with barely contained power. The floor was etched with complex runes that glowed with shifting hues of blue, violet, and an unsettling shade of black. This wasn't just a room, it was the nexus of something terrible. Eli immediately activated her scanner, only to curse as the readings spiked beyond capacity. "It's overloading the sensors," she muttered, adjusting settings frantically. "The magical density in here is off the charts." Rose's expression darkened as she moved forward, her eyes tracing the familiar patterns in the machinery. She had seen this design before, had helped conceptualize it, years ago, when she had been Draven's star pupil. "This is his work," she said quietly, "but he's modified it, expanded it." Gunnar's cybernetic hand clenched, the servos whirring softly as he surveyed the chamber. "What is it? What's he doing?" Eli continued to scan, her violet eyes narrowing as she processed the data. The ley lines, the natural pathways of magic that flow through the realms, they're being redirected here. All of them. "I thought ley lines couldn't be moved," one of the 5077th soldiers said, his enchanted M4 clutched tight against his chest. Rose shook her head, approaching the central column. "They can't be moved, but they can be influenced, redirected." Her fingers hovered over the pulsing energy, feeling its current. This is what he always wanted. This is what he was working toward, even when I was with him. Which is what exactly? Gunnar demanded, his patience wearing thin. Eli's face paled as her reading stabilized, the implications becoming clear. This isn't just a siphon, this is a control station. Rose nodded grimly. He's not just stealing power, he's creating an artificial ley line hub. If he gains full control, he can cut off, amplify, or manipulate magic across realms. The weight of her words settled heavily on the group. This wasn't just about power or conquest, this was about fundamental control of magic itself. So, Darren said after a beat, patting the AT-4 launcher slung across his back, we blow it up. Eli shot him a withering look. Absolutely not. The energy concentrated here is immense. A conventional explosion would trigger a magical backlash that could level this entire region, possibly destabilize the fabric between realms. We need to shut it down properly. Great, Darren muttered. So we need a magical off switch. Any ideas? Before anyone could answer, a soft mechanical hiss cut through the chamber's ambient noise. A side door, previously hidden within the intricate wall designs, slid open. Draven stepped through first, his dark coat flowing behind him, a smug confidence radiating from his every movement. The small, rose-shaped scar on his cheek seemed to stand out starkly against his pale skin, a permanent reminder of his last encounter with Rose. Beside him walked Trinity, her expression cold and unreadable. Where once she had worn the simple uniform of Echo Division's administrative staff, she now carried herself with the authority of a commander, clad in sleek Black Dawn armor. Her eyes found Gunnar immediately, holding his gaze with a mixture of contempt and something deeper, a resentment that had festered for years. 10 enhanced Black Dawn troopers filed in behind them, their movements precise and synchronized, weapons already raised. These weren't standard soldiers. Each bore the telltale enhancements of Voidstone integration, their eyes glowing with unnatural purple light. Last came a hulking super trooper, larger than any they had encountered before. Its armor was more like a carapace, fused directly to its flesh, the Voidstone core at its center pulsing visibly like a corrupted heart. Draven surveyed them with an air of casual disdain, his gaze lingering on Gunnar. I thought you'd be faster, Gunnar, he called across the chamber, his voice echoing. But I guess you're getting old. His eyes shifted to Rose and something flickered across his face, annoyance perhaps at the sight of his former apprentice standing with his enemies. And Rose? Still playing with your little friends? I'd have thought you'd learned by now. Rose's lips curled into a cold smirk, her gaze fixed on the scar she had left on his face. Still wearing my mark, I see. Suits you. Draven's fingers twitched, briefly tracing the rose-shaped scar before he caught himself and lowered his hand. Darren leaned subtly toward the 5,077th soldiers, his voice a stage whisper. This is normal, by the way. The dramatic entrances, the villain monologues. You get used to it. Trinity stepped forward, her eyes never leaving Gunnar. Surprised to see me, sir? The last word was coated in contempt. You never did look closely at your own people, too busy playing the hero. It made it so easy to feed information right from under your nose. Gunnar's expression remained stoic, but the tension in his shoulders betrayed his fury. I trusted you, Trinity. She laughed, the sound sharp and bitter. That was your first mistake. I was never your assistant, Gunnar. I was always Black Dawn's leader, organizing, planning, waiting for the right moment. And now? She gestured to the massive machines surrounding them. Now we're at the threshold of true power. The chamber seemed to contract, the air growing heavier as both sides sized each other up. Alpha growled, low and menacing, his eyes locked on the approaching super trooper. The Black Dawn soldiers shifted, forming a loose semicircle, while Draven and Trinity remained at the center. Rose took a step forward, magical energy beginning to coil around her fingers. Let me guess, Draven. You finally realized you couldn't steal enough power on your own, so you decided to go for the source. Typical. Always overreaching. Draven's smirk widened. Still bitter about being replaced, apprentice. You could have been standing beside me, you know. Instead, you chose the losing side. I left a mark on your face last time, Rose replied, her voice deceptively casual. This time, I might not leave anything at all. Gunnar and Trinity had begun circling each other, neither willing to make the first move, but both clearly preparing for the inevitable clash. Did you enjoy watching me grieve for Echo Division's dead? Gunnar asked, his voice dangerously quiet. All those soldiers we lost, you knew every plan, every position. Trinity's smile was cold. It was educational. Watching the great Gunnar struggle to understand why he was always one step behind. Darren, Alpha, Eli, and the two 5077th soldiers were already forming a defensive line against the approaching Black Dawn troopers, each preparing for the fight in their own way. Eli's hands glowed with arcane energy, while Darren checked the action on Thunderstrike, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. 10 against 5, Darren noted, grinning at the Black Dawn soldiers. Seems a little unfair. You boys might want to call for backup. The two sides faced each other across the chamber, the thrum of the machine intensifying as if responding to the tension. Draven and Rose locked eyes, decades of hatred and bitterness crystallizing in the space between them. Gunnar and Trinity stood poised to settle a betrayal that cut deeper than any blade. The rest prepared to clash, surrounded by a machine that could reshape the very nature of magic across realms. The storm was about to break. For a moment, the chamber hung in suspended tension, each side measuring the other, waiting for the first move. Then, without warning, the Super Trooper lunged. The massive armoured figure moved with unnatural speed, covering the distance between sides in a heartbeat. Its target wasn't Gunnar or even Rose. It went straight for Eli. Before anyone could react, the Super Trooper's massive gauntleted hand closed around the elven technomancer, lifting her bodily from the ground. Eli! Alatheris shouted, reaching for her. Too late. The Super Trooper hurled her like a discarded toy, sending her crashing into the far wall. The impact was sickening, metal and stone cracking under the force. Eli slumped to the floor, a pained groan escaping her lips as her scanner clattered across the chamber. Alatheris sprinted to her side, his robes billowing as he slid down beside her, hands already glowing with healing energy. Hold still, he murmured, his fingers gentle against her temple where blood trickled from a gash. The room erupted into chaos. You son of a bitch! Darren's voice cut through the mayhem as he whipped Thunderstrike from his shoulder, his movements a blur of practiced precision. The enchanted shotgun roared, its first blast of buckshot striking the Super Trooper center mass. The spread of pellets impacted against the armoured carapace and bounced off, leaving only the faintest scorch marks on the void stone-enhanced plating. Seriously? Darren spat, cycling the action with a violent jerk. Let's try something with a bit more kick. The second shot thundered through the chamber. A heavy slug round this time, enchanted to punch through enchanted armour. It struck the Super Trooper's shoulder joint, the impact actually making the behemoth stagger slightly. That's better, Darren growled, cycling again. Hey, ugly! I'm just getting started. The Super Trooper turned its full attention toward Darren, the void stone core in its chest pulsing with malevolent energy. It let out a sound that wasn't quite human, a reverberating growl that made the air vibrate. Yeah, very scary, Darren taunted, backpedaling toward a side corridor, Thunderstrike still trained on the giant. I'm shaking in my combat boots. You coming or what? The Super Trooper charged again, its massive frame eating up the distance between them. Darren fired. Buckshot again, this time aimed at the creature's faceplate. The pellets scattered harmlessly across the reinforced visor, but succeeded in further enraging the monstrosity. That's right. Follow the nice man with the shotgun, Darren muttered, continuing his strategic retreat. Each step was calculated, leading the Super Trooper away from the others and toward the narrow corridor where the AT-4 launcher would have maximum effect. Behind him, all hell broke loose as the Black Dawn troops surged forward. The two 5,077th soldiers immediately took defensive positions, their enchanted M4s spitting controlled bursts at the approaching enemies. But they were just 2 men against 10 enhanced soldiers. Or they would have been, if not for Alpha. The massive dire wolf launched himself into the fray with a roar that shook the chamber, his colossal form smashing into the Black Dawn line like a freight train. What the 5,077th lacked in numbers, Alpha made up for in sheer fury, a ton of fang, claw and rage that ripped through the first 3 soldiers before they could even raise their weapons. "Holy shit!" one of the 5,077th soldiers gasped, watching as Alpha tore the throat out of a Black Dawn trooper with a single savage motion. "Keep firing!" his partner shouted, his M4 rattling as he put down 2 more Black Dawn soldiers with well-placed headshots. Alpha whirled among the remaining troopers, a grey blur of primal vengeance. His jaws closed around an arm, teeth crushing through the reinforced armour like it was paper. He used the screaming soldier as a battering ram, hurling him into 2 more and pouncing on the tangled heap with merciless efficiency. The 5,077th soldiers, both combat veterans, had seen plenty of war, but nothing had prepared them for the sight of a dire wolf in full battle rage. Alpha wasn't just fighting, he was hunting, executing with the cold precision of an apex predator. His golden eyes burned with intelligence and fury as he systematically dismantled the Black Dawn forces. Meanwhile, Darren had succeeded in luring the Super Trooper into the narrow corridor. The massive armoured figure was forced to turn sideways just to fit through the passage, its bulk scraping against the walls as it pursued him. "You know what your problem is?" Darren called out, firing another round, a special incendiary slug that erupted in magical flames on impact. The Super Trooper's armour actually smouldered this time, but still held. "You're all brawn, no brain. That void stone must be eating what little grey matter you had left." He continued backing up, cycling through his remaining specialised ammunition. Acid rounds, ice rounds, piercing rounds. The Super Trooper took them all, each having minimal effect but driving the creature into a deeper frenzy. "All right, enough foreplay," Darren muttered, reaching the end of the corridor where it opened into a wider junction. He dropped Thunderstrike to hang from its sling and reached for the AT-4 launcher strapped to his back. "Let's see how you handle this." The Super Trooper charged forward, its voidstone core pulsing violently, purple-black energy crackling around its frame. It was close enough now that Darren could see the corrupted flesh beneath the armour plating, the twisted fusion of human and machine. "For Keebler," Darren said, all humour gone from his voice as he raised the launcher to his shoulder. The AT-4 roared, the enchanted rocket streaming from the tube in a blaze of magical energy. The Super Trooper, too large and too close to dodge in the confined space, took the full impact directly in its chest, right where the void stone core pulsed. For a moment, nothing happened. The Super Trooper staggered but remained standing, looking down at the smouldering hole in its chest plate. Darren's eyes widened. "You have got to be kidding me." Then the enchantment triggered. The rocket had been specifically designed by Eli to destabilize Voidstone, to turn its own energy against itself. As the enchantment activated, the Super Trooper's core went from a steady pulse to an erratic flicker. Purple-black energy began to leak from the breach, crawling across its armour like living darkness. The Super Trooper let out a sound, not a roar this time, but a high, keening wail of agony. It clawed at its own chest, trying to stop the cascade failure happening within its core. "Oh hell," Darren breathed, realising what was about to happen. "Time to go." He sprinted back down the corridor as the Super Trooper began to convulse, the Voidstone's energy spiralling out of control. The walls around it warped and buckled as reality itself rejected the unstable power. Darren made it back to the main chamber just as a deafening explosion rocked the facility. The corridor behind him collapsed in a roar of stone and metal, a wave of void energy briefly washing over the room before dissolving into nothingness. In the main chamber, Alpha stood amid a scene of carnage, blood matting his silver-grey fur. Around him lay the remains of what had once been 10 elite Black Dawn soldiers, now reduced to broken bodies and scattered pieces of armor. The 5,077th soldiers, both breathing hard, lowered their rifles as the last threats were eliminated. "Impressive," one of them muttered, looking at Alpha with newfound respect. Alpha huffed, shaking his massive head before trotting over to where Alatheris was still tending to Eli. Darren joined them, his face grim as he knelt beside the fallen elf. "How is she?" Alatheris's hands still glowed with healing magic, the worst of Eli's wounds slowly closing under his touch. Multiple fractures, internal bleeding, concussion. "I've stabilized her, but she needs more extensive treatment." Eli's eyes fluttered open, her gaze unfocused. "Did you get him?" she murmured. Darren's expression softened. "Yeah, Keebler. Your fancy rocket worked like a charm. Bastard went boom." A faint smile touched her lips before she winced in pain. "Good. That's good. Rest now," Alatheris said softly. "I need to continue healing you." Darren stood, scanning the chamber with sudden alarm. "Where's Gunnar? And Rose?" The two 5,077th soldiers exchanged looks, one of them gesturing toward opposite ends of the massive chamber. They split off during the fight. Gunnar chased Trinity through that eastern corridor, and Rose and Draven. "The Western Passage," the other soldier finished. They were at each other's throats, throwing enough fire and magic to bring the ceiling down. Alpha growled. His ears pricked toward the eastern corridor where his master had disappeared. The dire wolf looked torn, clearly wanting to follow Gunnar but unwilling to leave Eli unprotected. "Damn it," Darren muttered, checking Thunderstrike's action and reaching for his remaining ammunition. "They've gone deeper into the fortress." One of the 5,077th soldiers stepped forward. "Sir, do we pursue?" Darren looked at Eli's wounded form, then at Alpha's protective stance beside her, and finally at the machine still humming ominously around them. They couldn't abandon Eli, but they couldn't ignore the machine either. "No," he decided. "Our priority is securing this room and getting Eli safe. Once Alatheris says she can be moved, we'll find the others." He turned to Alpha. "You hear me, big guy? Gunnar can handle himself. We need to make sure Keebler's okay." Alpha huffed, seemingly understanding as he settled his massive form closer to Eli. "What about that?" one of the soldiers asked, gesturing toward the pulsing central column of the machine. Darren's expression darkened. "We wait. Right now we've got wounded, and we're down to half strength. Gunnar and Rose have their own fights to finish. Then we'll deal with this monstrosity." As if in response, the machine's hum deepened, the arcane energy flowing through its conduits pulsing faster. Whatever Draven had started was accelerating, with or without him. "Just hurry up and kick his ass, Rose," Darren muttered under his breath. "We're running out of time." The battle had split, Rose and Draven locked in their deadly reunion, Gunnar pursuing Trinity through the fortress depths, and Darren's group left to guard both Eli and the mysterious machine that threatened all the realms. The clock was ticking. The Super Trooper's sudden lunge toward Eli pulled everyone's attention, all except Trinity. The moment Gunnar's focus shifted, she struck. Her first blow caught him across the temple, not enough to drop him but enough to make him stagger. Her second hit was calculated, a precise strike at the junction where his cybernetic arm met flesh. Pain flared, momentarily disrupting the neural connection. "Sloppy, sir," Trinity taunted, her voice laced with cold contempt. She followed with a sweeping kick that nearly took his legs out from under him. Gunnar recovered, bringing Starbreaker up to bear, but Trinity was faster than he remembered. She ducked inside his guard and wrenched the weapon from his grasp, sending it clattering across the floor. "Did you really think I spent all those months as your assistant just filing reports?" she asked, circling him now, her movements fluid and predatory. "I studied you. Every weakness. Every limitation." Gunner's eye narrowed, adjusting his stance. "Then you should know I don't need a weapon to take you down." Trinity laughed, the sound brittle and sharp. "Oh, I'm counting on it." She lunged, and the real fight began. Their battle carried them away from the main chamber, through corridors and antechambers, each exchange more vicious than the last. Trinity fought with a cold precision that spoke of years of training she'd hidden behind a facade of administrative competence. "All those meetings," she said between strikes, "all those strategy sessions where you laid out your plans." She blocked his punch and countered with a slash that opened a thin line across his cheek. "I was taking notes, feeding everything directly to ultranacious." Gunner pressed forward, his cybernetic arm absorbing a blow that would have shattered bone. "Why?" he demanded, voice rough with exertion. "Why the betrayal?" "What did he offer you?" They burst through a set of double doors into what appeared to be an old war room. Maps lined the walls, tactical displays flickering with forgotten data. Trinity's smile was razor-sharp. Power. Purpose. Her eyes glittered with zealous light. A chance to serve something greater than your pitiful agency. She leapt atop a tactical table, using the height advantage to launch herself at him. Gunner caught her mid-air with his cybernetic arm, the servos whining as he hurled her into a nearby display case. Glass shattered, but Trinity rolled through the impact, coming up with a jagged shard clutched in her hand. "Ultranacious. The Demon King saw potential in me," she continued, blood trickling from a cut along her hairline. "He chose me to carry his legacy, to birth his successor." Gunner froze, the implications hitting him like a physical blow. "What did you just say?" Trinity's laugh echoed in the chamber. "You never even noticed, did you?" She circled him again, the glass shard glinting in the dim light. "I was carrying his child, the heir to everything you tried to destroy." Gunner's stomach turned to ice. "That's impossible. The Demon King is dead," Trinity finished. "Yes, thanks to you. But his legacy lives on in his son, a son who grows stronger each day, who will one day complete what his father started." Her expression darkened. "And I'll be at his side guiding him when he tears your pathetic realm apart." Rage surged through Gunner, not just at the betrayal but at the thought of a child. Any child being groomed as a weapon. "Where is he?" he demanded. "Where's the boy?" Trinity's smile was victorious. "Somewhere you'll never find him. Already being taught his birthright. Already learning to hate you." She attacked again, the glass shard aimed at his throat. Gunner deflected, but she'd anticipated the move, using his momentum to slip past his guard. The shard sliced along his ribs, drawing a line of fire across his skin. "Did you ever wonder why I was so eager to work directly under you?" she asked, dancing away from his counterstrike. "The great Gunner, the hero who defeated the Demon King. How satisfying it was to watch you from the inside, to know that every file I handed you, every report I prepared, was edging you closer to failure." Gunner's breathing was steady despite the pain in his side. He circled her cautiously, looking for an opening. "You never fooled me completely, Trinity. I always knew something was off." "Liar," she spat. "You trusted me, confided in me." Her expression twisted with mockery. Poor, lonely Gunner, with no one to talk to but his assistant. How pathetic. The barb struck deeper than she knew. There had been trust there, built over long nights of operation planning and tense field deployments. A trust he'd extended because, despite everything, he believed in building a team based on respect. She'd used that against him. Used him. Trinity pressed her advantage, raining blows that forced him to give ground. "The Demon King showed me things you couldn't begin to comprehend." the power that flows through the realms, the order that could be established. Her eyes burned with fanatical conviction. Draven understands. He's seen the same vision, a world cleansed of chaos, controlled by those with the will to rule. They crashed through another doorway into a long gallery lined with ancient weapons, trophies from wars long past. Trinity immediately grabbed a ceremonial spear from the wall, its blade still keen despite centuries of display. "He told me you'd be difficult to kill," she said, twirling the weapon with practiced ease. "The Demon King respected you, in his way. Said you had a stubbornness that bordered on the supernatural." She lunged, the spear's tip whistling through the air. "Let's test that theory." Gunnar sidestepped, the blade slicing through the air where his head had been a heartbeat before. He caught the shaft with his cybernetic hand, intending to wrench it away. But Trinity had anticipated this. She used his grip as leverage, vaulting over him and delivering a savage kick to his back that sent him stumbling forward. The fight had carried them far from the machine room, through twisting corridors and forgotten chambers. Gunnar could no longer hear the sounds of the other battles. It was just him and Trinity now, locked in a deadly dance born of betrayal. "You know what the worst part was," Trinity said, circling him again. "How easy it all was. How completely you bought into the role I played," she sneered. "The devoted assistant, the loyal soldier. And all the while I was planning your downfall." Gunnar straightened, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. "And that's where you failed," he said quietly. "Because I'm still standing." Something shifted in Trinity's expression, a flicker of uncertainty. It lasted only a moment before her mask of contempt returned. "Not for long," she promised, adjusting her grip on the spear. This time when she attacked, Gunnar was ready. He'd been studying her movements, recognizing patterns in her style. She favoured her right side, telegraphed her lunges with a slight shift of her shoulder. He waited for the tell, then moved. As the spear thrust forward, Gunnar pivoted, his cybernetic arm deflecting the shaft while his organic hand grabbed her wrist. The momentum carried them both forward, but Gunnar used it to his advantage, slamming Trinity against a stone column. The impact knocked the wind from her lungs, and the spear clattered to the floor. Before she could recover, Gunnar locked his cybernetic arm's wrist back with a metallic click. The silver dagger embedded within it extended, its enchanted blade gleaming in the dim light. "It's over, Trinity," he said, the blade hovering inches from her throat. For a moment, genuine fear flickered across her face. Then, strangely, she smiled. "You won't do it," she whispered. "You can't. That's your weakness, Gunnar. Even now, even knowing everything I've done, you still can't bring yourself to execute a disarmed opponent." Gunnar's jaw tightened, the dagger unwavering. "Where's the boy?" he demanded again. "Where's the Demon King's son?" Trinity's smile widened. Safe, protected, being shaped into the weapon that will destroy you and everyone you care about. Gunnar pressed the dagger closer, its enchanted edge drawing a thin line of blood from her throat. "Last chance, Trinity. I won't ask again." Something changed in her eyes, a flicker of calculation. Then, without warning, the air behind her rippled, distorting like heat waves above asphalt. A rift materialized, swirling with dark energy. Gunnar tensed, the dagger still at Trinity's throat. "Don't move," he warned. But Trinity wasn't looking at him anymore. Her gaze was fixed on the rift as a figure stumbled through, bloodied, armoured, clearly wounded. Andolin, the traitor. His silver eyes found Gunnar's immediately, recognition flashing across his face. "Gunnar!" he gasped, clutching at a deep wound in his side. "Still playing the hero, I see." Before Gunnar could respond, a second figure burst through the rift. Shade, his massive greatsword, raised for a killing blow. His face was a mask of rage and pain, blood streaming from multiple wounds across his body. The moment of distraction was all Trinity needed. She ducked under Gunnar's arm, rolling away from the blade and toward the rift. Andolin staggered toward her, desperation clear in his movements. "No!" Shade roared, lunging after them, but he was too slow. Trinity grabbed Andolin's arm, pulling him toward the rift. Gunnar moved to intercept, but Trinity had positioned herself perfectly. As the tip of his dagger sliced through the air, she and Andolin stumbled backward into the swirling portal. "This isn't over," she called, her voice already distorting as the rift began to close. "The Demon King's sun will rise, and when he does, all realms will kneel." The rift collapsed in on itself, leaving nothing but empty air where Trinity and Andolin had stood. Shade staggered, his greatsword clattering to the floor as his knees buckled. Gunnar caught him before he hit the ground, supporting him with his cybernetic arm. "I had him," Shade gasped, blood flecking his lips. "I was so close. I almost had him." Gunnar's expression was grim. Gunnar helped Shade to his feet, retrieving the fallen greatsword and handing it back to him. "Can you walk?" Shade nodded grimly. "I'll manage." Together they began the long trek back through the fortress corridors, retracing Gunnar's path from the machine room. Neither spoke much, Shade conserving his strength, Gunnar lost in thought. The Demon King's son, a child born of Trinity's betrayal, being raised to continue the legacy of a monster Gunnar had given everything to defeat. The implications were staggering. And Trinity, the depth of her deception went beyond anything he had imagined. All this time, she had been at the center of it all, watching, plotting, feeding information directly to Ultranacious and the Black Dawn. "Did you know?" Gunnar asked suddenly. "About Trinity? About the child?" Shade shook his head, grimacing at the pain the movement caused. Number Andolin never mentioned it. But he hesitated. He did speak of a power rising, something that would change everything. They continued in silence, the weight of revelation pressing down on them. When they finally reached the machine room, they found Darren, Alpha, and the two 5077th soldiers forming a protective perimeter around Eli and Alatharis. Darren's face broke into relieved surprise when he saw them. "About damn time! What happened? Where's Trinity?" Gunnar's expression was enough to silence further questions. "She escaped. With Andolin." He turned to Alatharis. "How's Eli?" The elven healer looked up from where he knelt beside her, his hands still glowing with healing energy. "Stabilized, but she needs proper medical attention. I've done what I can here." Eli's eyes were open, clearer now, but still glazed with pain. "Gunnar," she murmured. "The machine. We need to shut it down." Gunnar nodded, turning to survey the still pulsing contraption. Its hum had grown louder, the energy flows more erratic. "Where's Rose?" he asked, scanning the chamber. Darren's expression turned grim. "Still with Draven. They went that way." He pointed toward a western corridor where scorch marks and the acrid smell of magical combat lingered. Gunnar's jaw tightened. Whatever was happening between Rose and Draven, it would have to wait. The machine was their priority now. "Eli," he said, crouching beside her, "how do we shut this thing down?" She tried to sit up, wincing at the effort. "The control nexus," she said, pointing toward the central column. "If we can disrupt the energy flow at the source, it should cascade through the system." Gunnar nodded, straightening. "Then that's our play. Darren helped me get there. The rest of you, be ready to move the moment we deactivate it. I doubt Draven's going to let us walk away without a fight." As they moved toward the column, Gunnar cast one last glance toward the corridor where Rose had disappeared with Draven. He couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was happening there would determine far more than just the outcome of this battle. The machine thrummed ominously, its power growing with each passing moment. They were running out of time. The moment the Super Trooper lunged at Eli, the entire room erupted into chaos. Rose saw it happen from the corner of her eye, but before she could react, Draven made his move. A small rift tore open in the air before her, its edges crackling with dark energy. Rose barely twisted away in time as the vacuum tried to pull her in. She countered with a burst of flame that illuminated the chamber in brilliant orange, forcing Draven to sidestep. Still predictable, he mocked, adjusting something on the sleek metal gauntlet that encased his right forearm. Intricate runes glowed along its surface, responding to his touch. Always leading with fire. Rose's bullwhip uncoiled from her belt in one fluid motion, flames instantly racing along its length as she channeled her power through it. I lead with what works. She struck, the flaming whip cutting through the air with a sharp crack. Draven opened another tiny rift in its path, the dimensional tear swallowing a portion of the attack. The rest caught him across the shoulder, leaving a scorched gash in his coat. "First blood to me," Rose said, a cold smile playing at her lips. Draven's eyes darkened. "Let's see how long that lasts." They moved away from the main battle, their conflict carrying them down a western corridor where ancient tapestries quickly caught fire from their exchanges. Rose's whip lashed out repeatedly, each strike a blazing arc that Draven countered by opening rifts that consumed the flames or redirected them. The gauntlet on his wrist was the key. Rose could see how its runes flared with each rift he created, some kind of control mechanism, allowing him to tear open dimensional pathways at will. "You wasted your potential," Draven said, opening a larger rift that disgorged a wave of freezing air from some distant realm. Rose countered with a wall of flame that turned the blast to steam. "You could have stood beside me ruling realms instead of defending them." "Funny," Rose shot back, unleashing another strike that left a burning gash across the stone floor. "I was just thinking how I wasted years training you before I realized what a monster you'd become." They burst through a set of ornate doors into what appeared to be a grand library. Rows upon rows of ancient tomes, many of which immediately began to smoulder in the heat of their battle. Rose's flame-wrapped whip caught a bookshelf, setting priceless volumes ablaze. Draven's rifts grew more aggressive, no longer just defensive barriers but weapons themselves. He opened one directly in front of Rose, its pull so strong it nearly dragged her through before she anchored herself with a lash of her whip around a stone column. "Nice trick," she growled, studying the patterns. Each rift had a distinct energy signature, and she was beginning to notice something crucial. Where they opened, where they led, how matter passed through. They weren't random, they were connected. Draven smirked, clearly believing he had the upper hand. The apprentice never did surpass the master. He opened 3 rifts in rapid succession, one to her left, one to her right, one above. Each exerted its own gravitational pull, threatening to tear her apart between competing forces. Rose channeled more power into her flames, creating a superheated barrier around herself that temporarily pushed back against the rift's pull. The strain was immense. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she maintained the shield. "You know what your problem is, Draven," she called out, slowly working her way toward a position between 2 larger bookshelves. "You never pay attention to the details." With that, she let her flame shield drop, but instead of resisting the rifts, she allowed the nearest one to pull her in. Draven's eyes widened in surprise as she disappeared into the dimensional tear. For a split second, Rose experienced the disorienting sensation of between space, a rushing void where reality itself seemed thin and malleable. Then, just as she'd observed from watching objects pass through Draven's network of rifts, she emerged from another opening, directly behind him. Before he could react, her hand closed around the gauntlet on his wrist. Her fingers tightened like a vice as she channeled every ounce of her fire magic directly into the device. "Let's see how you do without your little toy," she snarled. The gauntlet's metal superheated instantly, the runes flaring blinding white before beginning to melt and distort. Draven screamed as the burning metal seared into his flesh, the smell of charred skin filling the air between them. He wrenched away, clutching his scorched wrist, the once elegant gauntlet now a twisted, half-melted ruin fused to his arm. All around them, the rifts sputtered and collapsed, reality snapping back into place with an almost audible thud. Draven stumbled backward, his composure shattered, genuine fear flashing across his face for the first time. "You insane bitch," he hissed through clenched teeth. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" Rose's smile was terrifying in its calm. Flames danced around her fingers as she advanced on him, step by deliberate step. "I've removed your advantage," she said simply. "Now it's just you and me, just like old times." Draven backed away, his ruined gauntlets sparking and sputtering. He tried to open another rift, but only received a burst of feedback that made him cry out in pain. "I've been waiting for this moment," Rose continued, her voice eerily conversational as fire built around her in a growing corona. "Ever since I left you for dead in Eldermire. I should have made sure of it then. Should have confirmed the kill." "Rose," Draven began, but she cut him off. "Number, you don't get to talk now." The flames surrounding her intensified, casting stark shadows across her face. "You don't get to beg. You don't get to negotiate. You've had enough second chances." He stumbled backward into a reading desk, trapped now between Rose and a wall of burning books. The library around them was a blazing inferno, the ancient knowledge of centuries turning to ash. "You know what I regret most?" Rose asked, stepping closer still. "Not killing you when I first saw what you were becoming. I thought I could guide you, shape you, make you understand the responsibility that comes with power." She shook her head, disgust evident in every line of her face. What a waste of time. Draven's eyes darted around the room, searching for any escape. Finding none, he straightened, trying to reclaim some dignity despite his ruined arm. "You won't do it," he said, his voice strained but defiant. "You couldn't kill me before. You won't now." Rose's smile widened, flames reflecting in her eyes. "That's where you're wrong. I'm not the same person who walked away from you in Eldermire. I'm not weighed down by doubts anymore." The fire around her hands coalesced into a tight, concentrated ball of pure heat, its core white-hot. "This ends now, Draven. No more schemes, no more innocent lives ruined by your ambition, no more children turned into weapons." Understanding dawned in Draven's eyes. "Trinity told you," he said softly. "About the boy." "No," Rose replied, her expression hardening. "But you just did." The revelation only cemented her resolve. "A child? You and Trinity stole a child to further your plans." The fire in her hands flared brighter. "That's the final line, Draven. The one you don't come back from." Draven's expression shifted, a strange calm settling over his features. "You won't find him," he said, almost conversational now. "He's beyond your reach. And when he comes into his power, you'll understand what I've been building toward." "I understand enough." Rose took one final step forward. "Goodbye, Draven." She unleashed the concentrated fireball directly at his chest. There was no rift to swallow it this time, no dimensional escape. The blast engulfed him, his scream abruptly cut short as the superheated magic consumed him. When the flames cleared, there was nothing left but ash and the twisted, melted remains of his gauntlet. Rose stood still for a long moment, watching as the last embers died away. She had imagined this moment for years, the final confrontation, Draven's defeat. Yet she felt no triumph, no satisfaction, only a hollow certainty that she had done what was necessary. The library continued to burn around her, ancient knowledge turning to smoke. Rose finally turned away from the ashes that had been her former teacher, her former enemy. There was still the machine to deal with. There was still a war to win. As she made her way back toward the machine room, flames still dancing at her fingertips, Rose couldn't shake the feeling that Draven's death wasn't the end of something, but the beginning. Whatever he and Trinity had set in motion with the Demon King's child, whatever they had been building toward, was still out there, still waiting. But that was a problem for tomorrow. Today they had a machine to destroy and a battle to finish. Rose stepped through the doorway back into the main chamber, her expression set in grim determination. "Draven's dead," she announced to the room. "Now let's end this." Rose strode back into the main chamber, the acrid scent of smoke and burned magic clinging to her like a second skin. Her eyes swept the room, assessing the situation in a glance. Eli injured but conscious under Alatheris's care, Shade wounded but standing. The two 5077th soldiers on guard, and Gunnar with Darren by the central control column of the machine. "Draven's dead," she announced, her voice carrying across the vast space. "Now let's end this." Gunnar turned at her voice, and Rose immediately noticed the deep gash along his ribs, blood steadily seeping through his torn gear. His face was drawn with exhaustion, but his eye remained sharp, focused. Darren saw it too, abandoning his position by the column to approach Gunnar. "Christ, you're leaking all over the place," he muttered, already reaching for a field dressing from his tactical vest. "Were you planning on mentioning this anytime soon?" Gunnar didn't even flinch as Darren applied pressure to the wound. "Trinity got a lucky hit. It's nothing." "Yeah, sure, bleeding out is nothing," Darren retorted, securing the dressing with practiced efficiency. "Next, you'll be telling me that gaping hole in your side is just a flesh wound." Rose joined them by the central column, her gaze drawn to the pulsing energy that seemed to have intensified since their initial arrival. The machine's hum had deepened, vibrations now perceptible through the stone floor. "This thing is accelerating," she said, running her fingers above one of the conduits without touching it. "Whatever Draven started, it's continuing without him." Eli struggled to sit up, Alatheris supporting her with gentle hands. "The ley lines," she managed, her voice strained. "They're being pulled in faster now. Without Draven's control, the process has become unstable." Gunnar studied the machine, his expression grim. The energy flows were visibly more erratic, pulsing in unpredictable surges that sent tremors through the chamber. "Can we shut it down?" he asked, directing the question to both Rose and Eli. Rose shook her head. "Not without Eliana. This is beyond even what I understand. We're talking about fundamental forces being manipulated." Eli nodded weakly in agreement. "The machine is drawing power directly from the core ley lines now. If we disrupt it incorrectly, the backlash could tear this entire region apart." Gunnar's decision was immediate. "We need to get Eli to duel first. Then we bring Eliana here to deal with this." "And how exactly do we do that?" Darren asked, gesturing to their surroundings. "We're kind of in the middle of enemy territory, in case you haven't noticed." Alpha padded to Gunnar's side, the massive dire wolf's fur still matted with blood from his earlier fight. He looked up at his master, a low whine escaping his throat. "We use the portal network," Gunnar replied, resting his hand on Alpha's head. "The machine must be connected to it. That's how Draven was planning to manipulate magic across realms." Rose turned toward a set of ornate doors on the eastern wall of the chamber. "There," she said with certainty. "That's the control room for the portal network. I can feel it." Before they could move, the machine's hum suddenly shifted tone, rising to a discordant whine that made them all wince. The energy conduits flared blindingly bright, power surging unchecked through the system. "That can't be good," Darren muttered. The chamber trembled, dust and small fragments of stone raining down from the ceiling. The central column began to pulse more rapidly, its glow intensifying to an almost unbearable brightness. "We need to move," Gunnar ordered. "Alatheris, get Eli to safety. Darren, help Shade. Rose, with me." As the team began to mobilize, a thunderous crash from outside the fortress shook the entire structure. The tremor was different from the machine's vibrations, deeper, more primal, as if reality itself was being torn. Rose was the first to reach the balcony doors, throwing them open to reveal the nightmarish scene unfolding across the battlefield. The sky had turned an unnatural shade of violet black, churning with energy that seemed to devour light itself. The void rift that had begun to form during the battle had expanded exponentially, now dominating the horizon like a gaping wound in reality. And below, standing amid the battlefield where their forces still fought, was the Void Warlock. Even from this distance, the aura of malevolent power surrounding the figure was unmistakable. Its robes billowed in winds that seemed to come from beyond the world, voidstone fragments orbiting its body like miniature moons as it directed the battle against their allies. The others joined Rose on the balcony, their expressions ranging from shock to grim determination as they took in the apocalyptic scene. "What the hell is that?" one of the 5,077th soldiers whispered, his enchanted rifle clutched tight against his chest. Eli, still supported by Alatharis, stared at the distant warlock with wide eyes. "A void channeler," she said, her voice barely audible. "Someone who's sacrificed their humanity to become a conduit for the void itself." In the battlefield below, they could see their forces being pushed back. Clara and her elven warriors were forming a desperate defensive line, while Ashley and Desiree provided cover fire from elevated positions. The 5,077th Engineer Battalion had established barricades, but the Black Dawn forces, now led by the Void Warlock, were overwhelming them through sheer supernatural force. The Warlock raised both arms toward the sky, and the Void Rift widened further, its pull becoming strong enough that debris and even some smaller Black Dawn soldiers were being lifted into the air, drawn toward the gaping maw of nothingness. "It's using the rift to thin our defences," Rose said, her voice tight. "It doesn't care if it sacrifices its own troops in the process." Gunner's jaw clenched as he watched his people fighting for their lives. The machine and that warlock are connected somehow. The timing can't be coincidence. "The machine's in overdrive," Eli confirmed, wincing as she tried to stand straighter. "Something about that warlock's presence is accelerating the process. The ley lines are being drawn in faster now." Darren shook his head, watching as a section of their defensive line collapsed under a wave of darkness. "They're not going to hold much longer down there." Gunner's expression hardened as he surveyed his team, wounded, exhausted, but still standing. "Then we've got no choice. We need Eliana here now to deal with the machine, and we need reinforcements on the battlefield." "And if they don't make it in time?" Darren asked, the question hanging heavy in the air. Gunner didn't answer immediately, his gaze fixed on the distant figure of the Void Warlock as it systematically dismantled their defences. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady with resolve. "Then we make our stand here, together." Below, the Void Warlock turned slowly, its faceless helm seeming to find them despite the distance. A pulse of energy rippled outward from its position, and for a brief, terrifying moment, Rose felt as if it was looking directly at her, seeing through her, its gaze piercing not just flesh but time and space itself. The breaking point had been reached. Blood and ash stained the once pristine armour of the two Guardians as they fought side by side against the relentless Black Dawn forces. Eliana's silver blade flashed in deadly arcs, while Myelorian maintained a protective barrier around them, his staff channeling arcane energy to keep the advancing troops at bay. But they were losing ground. The Void Warlock moved like a living shadow across the battlefield, each step leaving reality distorted in its wake. Where once the elven forces had held a disciplined line, chaos now reigned. Bodies, both Black Dawn and elven, lay scattered across the war-torn ground, some twisted into impossible shapes as if reality itself had rejected them. "The eastern flank is collapsing," Clara shouted over the din of battle, Omega tearing through enemies at her side as she rallied her remaining warriors. "We can't hold them much longer." Eliana dispatched another Black Dawn trooper, her enchanted blade slicing through enhanced armour with precision. "Maelorian, we need to do more." The High Guardian's face remained tense with concentration as he maintained his spellwork, sweat beading on his brow from the sustained effort. For centuries he had been the voice of caution on the Guardian Council, advocating diplomacy over direct intervention. Now, that philosophy was crumbling before his eyes. "The magic isn't holding," he acknowledged, his barrier flickering as another wave of void energy washed over it. The warlock is countering every spell I cast. Below them, the void warlock raised both arms and reality buckled. A wave of anti-magic surged outward, striking an elven position. The warriors there cried out as their enchanted weapons dimmed, their magical defences failing. Black Dawn troops poured into the gap, cutting down the defenceless elves with ruthless efficiency. "Our magic is being negated," Mylorian said grimly, his ancient eyes narrowing as his barrier finally shattered. "The warlock is creating dead zones, where our power cannot reach." Ileana spun to face him, her armour splattered with the blood of fallen enemies. "Then perhaps magic isn't the answer." A young elven messenger sprinted toward them, his armour scorched and bloodied. He knelt hastily before them, breathless. "High Guardian, we've lost the ridge. Lieutenant Phelan requests reinforcements and—" he hesitated, glancing at Mylorian with uncertainty. "Guidance." Mylorian's expression tightened. He could feel the weight of eyes upon him, not just the messenger, but the elven warriors on the battlefield. Many had turned, looking to their leaders, waiting for direction, for salvation. But what could he offer? The Void Warlock was consuming magic itself, turning their greatest strength against them. Centuries of political maneuvering had not prepared him for this. Some of the elven warriors had begun to look toward Ileana instead, their expressions shifting from hope to desperation. "High Guardian," the messenger pressed, "what are your orders?" Mylorian felt something stir deep within him, a feeling long buried beneath layers of diplomacy and compromise. He had not always been a politician. Once, long ago, when the realms first threatened to tear each other apart, he had led armies. His gaze swept the battlefield once more, taking in the carnage, the fear, the faltering courage of his warriors. Then his eyes settled on the Void Warlock, a corruption that threatened not just this battle, but the very fabric of all realms. Something shifted in his posture. "Go," he told the messenger. "Tell Lieutenant Phelan to prepare her forces." The messenger hesitated. "Prepare for what, High Guardian?" Mylorian's eyes never left the warlock. "For my arrival." Confusion flickered across the messenger's face, but he nodded and sprinted back across the battlefield. Ileana turned to him, surprise evident in her expression despite the exhaustion of battle. "Mylorian!" Without answering, Mylorian reached behind his back, his hand closing around a hilt that had not been drawn in centuries. The sound of metal against scabbard rang out as he unsheathed an ancient great blade, its edge gleaming with runes that predated the Guardian Council itself. The elven warriors nearest them faltered in their retreat, turning at the sound. Whispers spread through their ranks like wildfire. "Is that the Blade of First Light? I thought it was just a legend." Ileana's eyes widened. "You brought the first blade to battle? I thought it was sealed in the Guardian Vault?" Mylorian's expression was grim. "I am still its wielder." He removed his ornate outer robe, revealing battle armor beneath, not the ceremonial kind worn for council meetings, but practical worn plate that had seen true combat. Ancient runes of protection glowed faintly along the pauldrons and breastplate. "The council will not approve," Ileana said, though there was no reproach in her voice, only a growing respect. "The council is not here," Mylorian replied, "and I did not become High Guardian by seeking approval." With that, he stepped forward, the first blade raised high above his head. Sunlight caught the ancient metal, sending a beam of brilliant light across the battlefield. Every eye, elven, human, and enemy alike, turned toward the glowing blade. For a moment, even the Void Warlock paused, its faceless helm tilting upward. Then, Mylorian's voice thundered across the battlefield, amplified by magic that seemed to bypass the Warlock's dead zones. "Enough!" The single word reverberated with authority that had not been heard in an age. The elven warriors straightened, their eyes locked on their high guardian. Mylorian continued, each word cutting through the chaos. Warriors of Alfheim, remember who you are, remember what we stand for. We are the guardians of balance, the protectors of all realms. Today we fight not just for ourselves, but for the future of all worlds. The ground trembled beneath his feet as he advanced. Around him, reality itself seemed to stabilize, the Void Warlock's corruption momentarily pushed back by his presence. The elven warriors stared in shock, seeing not the political figurehead they had come to know, but the legendary warrior of old, Mylorian, the Blade Singer, hero of the First War of Realms. Aeliana stood transfixed, watching as centuries of carefully cultivated restraint fell away from her fellow guardian. This was the Mylorian of legend, the warrior who had forged the first alliances between realms when all seemed lost. The Void Warlock seemed to recognize the threat. It gestured sharply, and a wave of corrupted Black Dawn troopers surged forward to intercept Mylorian. They never reached him. Mylorian moved like water, the first blade carving through the air with deadly precision. Each strike severed not just flesh, but the very corruption that animated the enhanced soldiers. Where they fell, the ground itself seemed to heal, reality reasserting itself. An elven warrior let out a battle cry, then another and another, until the sound swelled into a roar that matched Mylorian's own. For Alfheim! For the High Guardian! Clara, witnessing the transformation, seized the moment. All elven forces rally to the High Guardian, advance on my mark. The scattered elven lines reformed, courage rekindled as they witnessed Mylorian cutting a path directly toward the Void Warlock. The retreating forces turned, weapons raised, and charged back into the fray. Aeliana fought her way to Mylorian's side, her own enchanted blade gleaming with renewed purpose. As she reached him, she called out to the 5,077th Engineers and the pack members. Focus your fire on the standard troops, leave the Warlock to the Guardians. Ashley, bloodied but unbowed, swung her M240B into position, Beta growling fiercely at her side. You heard her. Suppressing fire. Desera, from her elevated position, chambered another round in her sniper rifle. Roger that. Targeting officers. The battlefield surged with renewed vigor as Mylorian and Aeliana carved their way toward the Void Warlock. Black Dawn troops fell before them like wheat before a scythe, the first blade singing its ancient song of war. The Void Warlock, realizing the momentum had shifted, finally turned its full attention to the approaching Guardians. It raised both hands, channeling a torrent of corrupted energy directly at them. The spell struck a barrier of pure light that materialized around them, Aeliana's magic, reinforcing their advance. The Warlock's attack dispersed, but the anti-magic field surrounding it intensified. Magic won't penetrate that barrier, Aeliana called. It feeds on arcane energy. Mylorian didn't hesitate. He deactivated the enchantments on the first blade, reducing it to simple forged steel. Against a being of pure magic, sometimes the oldest weapons were the most effective. Then let us see how it fares against cold iron, he replied, his voice carrying the weight of ancient authority. The Void Warlock summoned two curved blades of pure darkness, their edges seeming to cut through reality itself. It moved with unnatural speed, closing the distance between them in a blur. Their weapons met with a thunderous crash that sent shockwaves across the battlefield. The Warlock's blades sliced through the air with lethal precision, but Mylorian countered each strike with the practiced ease of a warrior who had spent millennia perfecting his art. This was not the elegant dueling style taught in Alfheim's academies. This was raw, brutal combat, the kind forged in the fires of true war. Mylorian fought not with magic, but with skill honed through countless battles across ages long forgotten by most. The elven warriors watched in awe as their high guardian, whom many had dismissed as a mere politician, demonstrated mastery that transcended mere training. Each movement was perfectly timed, each strike purposeful. Where the Void Warlock relied on corrupted magic to enhance its speed and strength, Mylorion countered with experience and disciplined technique. Aeliana's eyes never left the duel as she dispatched another enemy. The duel intensified as Mylorion pressed forward, forcing the Warlock onto the defensive. The corrupted being snarled, its voice a discordant blend of multiple tones as it spat curses in a language long dead. "Your time is past, Guardian," it hissed. "The void consumes all, even legends such as you." Maelorion's response was not words, but action. He feinted left, drawing the Warlock's guard high, then pivoted with astonishing speed for a being his age. The first blade swept low, slicing through the Warlock's robes and drawing a gash across its torso. Dark energy spilled from the wound like smoke, the Warlock shrieking in fury and pain. It lashed out, abandoning finesse for raw power, channeling void energy directly from the rift above. For a moment, Mylorion faltered as waves of corruption washed over him. The magic dead zone surrounding the Warlock expanded, threatening to engulf him. The first blade's edge dimmed, its ancient metal beginning to corrode from exposure to pure void. "You cannot stand against the inevitable," the Warlock crowed. "The Age of Guardians is ending." Mylorion's armor began to crack, dark tendrils of corruption seeping through. His expression remained resolute, but for the first time, doubt flickered in his ancient eyes. Then Aeliana was there, her hand outstretched toward the sky. Her voice rang out in the ancient elven tongue, words of power that had not been spoken aloud in millennia. "I call upon the balance that binds all realms. As darkness rises, so too must light." A beam of pure radiance shot down from the heavens, piercing the void rift and striking the ground between Maelorion and the Warlock. Where it touched, reality stabilized, the corruption receding. Maelorion seized the moment. With renewed strength, he surged forward, the first blade flashing in an arc too swift for the eye to follow. The Void Warlock, caught between attacks, could not evade. The ancient blade struck true, piercing through its chest and emerging from its back in a spray of corrupted essence. For a moment, everything stilled. The Warlock remained upright, impaled on the first blade, its faceless helm turned toward Maelorion in what might have been shock. "The balance always prevails," Maelorion said, his voice carrying across the now silent battlefield. Then he twisted the blade and pulled it free. The Void Warlock collapsed, its form already disintegrating. As it fell, the massive rift above them began to contract, reality rushing to fill the void. The remaining Black Dawn forces, seeing their champion defeated, broke ranks and fled. Mylorion stood over the Warlock's remains, the first blade dripping with corruption that sizzled as it struck the ground. Around him, elven warriors stared in silent awe. Then, one by one, they knelt, not in supplication but in respect. Even the human soldiers of the 5077th followed suit, recognizing the magnitude of what they had witnessed. Clara approached, Omega at her side, and knelt before him. "High Guardian," she said, her voice filled with newfound reverence. "Alfheim stands with you." Mylorion looked out over the kneeling warriors, his expression solemn. When he spoke, his voice carried not just authority but something deeper, the weight of true leadership. "Rise," he commanded. "We are not finished yet. The darkness still spreads, and we must be ready." As the elven forces rose, their posture had changed. Gone was the hesitation, the doubt. In its place stood determination and loyalty, not to a political figure, but to a warrior who had proven himself worthy of following into the darkest battle. Aeliana approached him, her expression a complex mix of pride and concern. "The council will have much to say about this," she said quietly. Melorian's lips curved into a grim smile as he sheathed the first blade. Let them speak. I have remembered what they have forgotten. He turned to look at the fortress where Gunnar and the others still fought. That sometimes, to maintain balance, one must first tip the scales. The legend of Maelorian the warrior had been reborn on the battlefield that day, and with it, the future of Alfheim and all realms had shifted. The fortress interior trembled, dust cascading from ancient stonework as the machine's power surged through the complex network of conduits. Gunnar, Rose, and their remaining team members stood on the balcony, watching the apocalyptic scene unfold across the battlefield. Darren stumbled against the railing, bracing himself as another tremor shook the structure. The whole place is coming apart. His gaze shifted to Eli, still barely conscious in Alatheris's arms. We need to get out of here. Rose turned from the battlefield, her eyes narrowed in concentration as she studied the pulsing energy flows throughout the chamber. No, it's worse than that. The machine isn't just failing, it's destabilizing the entire region. She moved toward the central column, carefully running her hands above the glowing conduits without touching them. If it continues like this, it'll create a cascade failure through all the connected ley lines. In English, please, one of the 5,077th soldiers called out, his enchanted rifle clutched tightly against his chest. It means, Gunnar said grimly, that we're looking at something worse than Eldermire. This collapse won't just destroy the fortress. It could tear apart the fabric between realms for miles. Darren cursed under his breath. So much for blowing it up and going home. Rose shook her head, watching as another surge of power caused the conduits to flare blindingly bright. This is beyond anything I've seen. Draven built failsafes into the system, countermeasures to prevent anyone else from controlling it. Without him, she gestured to the increasingly erratic energy patterns. It's spiraling toward critical failure. Gunnar's cybernetic hand flexed as he made his decision. We need Eliana. She's the only one with the knowledge and power to safely shut this down. The name left his lips with a weight that only those who knew him well would recognize, a softness almost buried beneath his commander's tone. He turned to Darren. Can you get a message to Clora? Darren caught the subtle shift in Gunnar's voice at Eliana's name, but kept his expression neutral. On it, he said, pulling out his compact field communicator. After several attempts, he cursed. Too much interference from that damn machine. Nothing's getting through. The portal room, Rose said suddenly. If I can get it online, we can establish a direct connection to the battlefield. Gunnar nodded. Do it. He turned to the 5,077th soldiers. You two, guard this chamber. Nobody comes in, nobody goes out. The soldiers straightened, pride visible beneath their exhaustion. Yes, sir. Alatheris, get Eli somewhere stable, Gunnar continued. Keep her conscious if you can. We may need her expertise. The elf nodded gravely. I'll do what I can. Darren and Rose followed Gunnar toward the massive ornate doors leading to the eastern chamber. As they approached, the power conduits running along the walls pulsed with increasing urgency, the machine's desperate rhythm accelerating. If that thing goes critical while we're still here, Darren began. It won't. Gunnar cut him off, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Not if we move fast. The portal chamber beyond the doors was a marvel of ancient architecture combined with cutting-edge magical technology. Circular platforms lined the edges of the room, each connected to the central control nexus by conduits similar to those in the main chamber. Runes etched into the floor and walls glowed with arcane power, their patterns shifting and flowing like liquid. Rose immediately moved to the console, her fingers dancing across its surface with practiced precision. It's similar to the designs I saw in Eldermire, but more advanced. Draven incorporated elements from multiple realms. Darren kept his shotgun ready, watching the doorway as she worked. Can you get it running? I think so. Rose's brow furrowed in concentration. The system's in lockdown, but there are back doors. Her fingers moved faster, manipulating symbols and patterns on the console's surface. If I can just... The console flared to life, energy surging through the chamber as one of the portal platforms began to hum. Runes along its circumference illuminated one by one, forming a complete circuit that pulsed with growing intensity. "I've got it," Rose said, a hint of triumph in her voice. "Limited connection, but it should be enough to reach the battlefield." Gunnar stepped forward. "Can you target Clara specifically?" Rose nodded, adjusting the controls. "The system has targeting protocols. If she's wearing her standard pack gear, I can lock onto the enchantment signature." The portal's energy coalesced, forming a shimmering window rather than a full gateway. Through it, they could see the chaotic battlefield, smoke and magical discharges filling the air, the distant figures of combatants moving through the haze. "Focusing now," Rose muttered, her hands making minute adjustments to the controls. The image shifted, zooming through the battlefield until it centered on Clara. The Pack Alpha was directing her remaining forces from behind a half-demolished stone wall, Omega at her side, her armor scorched and bloodied from hours of combat. Darren leaned forward. "Can she hear us?" "Yes, but this is one way," Rose replied. "We can send a message, but nothing can pass through this portal in either direction." Gunnar stepped up to the shimmering window. "Clara," he called, his voice steady despite the urgency of their situation. "We've secured the fortress, but we've encountered something complicated." On the other side of the portal, Clara's head snapped up, her eyes widening as she spotted the floating window with Gunnar's face. "There's a machine here. Some kind of amplifier for the corruption," Gunnar continued. "It's drawing power from something beneath the fortress, connected to those energy lines Rose mentioned." He paused, watching as Clara signalled to one of her lieutenants to continue directing the defence, while she focused on his message. "We need Aeliana here," Gunnar said, his voice softening almost imperceptibly as he spoke her name. Only Darren, standing close enough, noticed the subtle change in his Alpha's tone. Her knowledge of ancient artifacts might be our only chance to shut this down before Black Dawn can use it again. "The Eli and Rose are saying there's portal technology involved, something similar to what she described from the Shadow Market incident." Gunnar hesitated, choosing his next words carefully. Something more personal flickered in his eye. A message meant for Aeliana alone, conveyed through Clara. Rose adjusted the controls, stabilizing the connection as another tremor shook the fortress. "We don't have long," she warned. "The system's becoming increasingly unstable." Clara nodded sharply on the other side of the portal, saying something they couldn't hear. She gestured to one of her elven warriors, issuing commands with quick hand motions. Then she looked back at Gunnar, and something in her expression shifted. A silent acknowledgement between alphas who understood more than was being said aloud. "One more thing," Gunnar added. "Trinity escaped with Andalin. They're working together now, and they mentioned something about the Demon King's son. We need to..." The portal flickered violently as another surge of energy coursed through the fortress. The image of Clara distorted, breaking apart into fragments of light before collapsing entirely. "Connection lost," Rose reported, her fingers flying across the console as she tried to re-establish the link. "The system's rejecting any new connections. We got the message through, but that's it." Gunnar exhaled sharply, his cybernetic hand clenching. "It'll have to be enough." His gaze lingered on the space where the portal had been, a weight of unspoken emotion behind his words. "Aeliana will come. She always does." Darren caught Gunnar's eye, a rare moment of sincerity passing between them. "Yeah, she will. Especially for you." Gunnar didn't respond, but the slight tension in his jaw said enough. The fortress shuddered again, more violently this time. Cracks began to appear in the ancient stonework, dust and small fragments raining down from the ceiling. "I hate to break up this touching moment," Rose said, abandoning the console and moving quickly toward the door. But we need to get back to the main chamber. If Aeliana's coming, that's where she'll appear. As they hurried back through the corridors, the fortress's deterioration accelerated. Larger chunks of stone began falling from archways and ceiling supports, forcing them to dodge and weave through increasingly dangerous passages. "This whole place is coming down!" Darren shouted as they barely avoided a collapsing support beam. They burst back into the main chamber to find Alathares struggling to maintain a protective barrier around Eli as pieces of the ceiling crashed down around them. The two 5077th soldiers had taken cover behind a partially collapsed column, occasionally firing at shadows moving in the upper balconies, Black Dawn stragglers still hunting for targets despite the fortress's imminent collapse. "Report!" Gunnar called out, moving quickly to Alathares' side. "The machine's energy is affecting the entire structure," the elf replied, strain evident in his voice as he maintained his protective spell. "And we're not alone. Black Dawn reinforcements arrived through a secondary entrance. We've been holding them off, but they keep coming." Rose turned toward the central column, where the machine's energy had reached a fever pitch. The conduits were now pulsing with blinding light, the hum having escalated to a piercing whine that set teeth on edge. "It's approaching critical threshold," she warned. "Once it crosses that line, there's no stopping the cascade." Gunnar surveyed the deteriorating chamber, weighing their increasingly limited options. "How long?" Rose studied the erratic energy patterns, her expression grim. "Minutes. Maybe less." One of the 5077th soldiers called out in warning as another squad of Black Dawn troops poured through a side entrance, weapons raised. The air filled with the crackle of gunfire and magical discharges as the defenders fought to hold their position. Amidst the chaos, Eli struggled to sit up, pushing away Alathares' restraining hand. "Wait," she gasped, her eyes focusing on something only she could perceive. "Something's happening with the energy patterns." Before anyone could respond, the very air in the center of the chamber began to warp and shimmer. Reality itself seemed to fold inward, creating a distortion that expanded rapidly into a swirling vortex of pure light. "Everyone, down!" Gunnar shouted, raising his cybernetic arm to shield his face from the blinding radiance. The portal stabilized, its edges crystallizing into perfect geometric patterns, unlike any gateway they had seen before. From within this impossible doorway stepped Aeliana Vale, her guardian armor gleaming with otherworldly light. The moment she emerged, her eyes sought and found Gunnar across the chaotic chamber, a look that carried volumes between them, relief and concern mingled with something deeper. Behind her came Malarion, the first blade still drawn and gleaming with power that seemed to stabilize reality itself around him. The ancient High Guardian's face was set in lines of grim determination, his usually diplomatic demeanor replaced by the battle-hardened mien of a warrior. The Black Dawn soldiers faltered at the arrival of the Guardians, several backing away in evident fear. One brave or foolish officer raised his weapon, only to have it disintegrate in his hands as Aeliana made a casual gesture in his direction. "Secure the chamber," Malarion commanded, his voice resonating with authority that brooked no argument. The remaining Black Dawn troops broke, fleeing through the side passages. Aeliana strode toward the machine's central column, but her path took her directly past Gunnar. As she passed, close enough that her armor nearly brushed his sleeve, time seemed to slow. Without breaking stride, without even turning her head fully toward him, she spoke words meant only for him. "You're wounded," she said, the concern in her voice betraying emotions her formal bearing tried to conceal. "It's nothing," Gunnar replied, the familiar exchange carrying layers of meaning between them. "It never is, with you," she countered softly, the briefest hint of warmth breaking through her guardian facade before she continued toward the machine. Myalorian moved to Eli and Alathares, kneeling beside the wounded technomancer. "You have done well to survive this long," he said softly, placing a hand on her forehead. Healing energy flowed from his touch, some of the pain easing from Eli's features. Gunnar followed Eliana to the machine, careful to maintain a professional distance despite the instinct to stand closer. "Can you shut it down?" Eliana's hands were already moving in complex patterns above the control interfaces, her fingers leaving trails of luminous energy that seemed to interact with the machine's own power. "This is Draven's work," she observed, her focus unwavering. "But he incorporated elements from my own research, distorted, corrupted, but recognizable." "Is that good news or bad news?" Darren asked, lowering his shotgun slightly. "It means I understand what we're facing," Eliana replied. "This machine was designed to redirect and control the flow of ley lines, to grant whoever commanded it power over the fundamental magic that connects all realms." She gestured to Maelorion, who joined her at the console. "The corruption is deep, but the underlying principles remain sound. We can recalibrate the flow, guide the energy back to its natural patterns." Rose stepped forward, careful not to interrupt their work. "The system's in cascade failure. If it reaches critical threshold—" "I'm aware of the consequences, Rose," Eliana said, her voice gentler than her words might suggest. "Maelorion and I will need to work quickly, and we'll need your help." Rose blinked in surprise. "My help?" "Yes." Eliana finally looked away from the console, meeting Rose's gaze directly. "You've touched this type of magic before, during the Shadow Market incident. Your experience with the crystal fusion gives you a unique perspective that we need." Understanding dawned in Rose's eyes. "You want me to help redirect the energy flow?" Eliana nodded. "Maelorion and I will stabilize the primary conduits, but we need someone who can sense the dissonance patterns to guide the recalibration process." Rose hesitated only briefly before stepping up to the console. "Tell me what to do." As they worked, the fortress continued to deteriorate around them. Larger sections of ceiling collapsed, forcing Darren and the 5,077th soldiers to constantly shift positions to avoid being crushed. Alatharis maintained his protective barrier around Eli, though the strain was clearly taking its toll. Gunnar positioned himself near Eliana, silently intercepting falling debris that threatened her workspace. No words passed between them, none were needed. Each anticipated the other's movements, working in a synchronicity that spoke of a connection deeper than mere battlefield cooperation. When a particularly large piece of the ceiling broke loose directly above Eliana, Gunnar moved without hesitation, his cybernetic arm shattering the stone before it could strike her. She didn't look up or acknowledge the save, but the subtle nod she gave was enough, a private language developed over years of unspoken understanding. Minutes stretched like hours as the three worked to reverse the cascade failure. Sweat beaded on Rose's forehead as she channeled her unique awareness of the energy patterns, guiding Eliana and Maelorion through the complex recalibration process. "There," she said finally, her voice strained from the effort. "That's the last harmonic convergence point." Eliana nodded, her hands making one final adjustment to the controls. "Maelorion, now." The High Guardian raised the first blade, its ancient metal gleaming with power as he touched it to the central column. For a moment, the entire machine seemed to freeze, the erratic energy patterns stilling into perfect crystalline order. Then, slowly, the blinding light began to recede. The piercing whine faded to a gentle hum, then to silence. The conduits darkened one by one, power flowing back into natural channels, returning to the ley lines from which it had been forcibly diverted. Eliana stepped back from the console, the rigid formality of her guardian bearing softening slightly as exhaustion caught up with her. Almost imperceptibly, she swayed. And Gunnar was there, his hand at her elbow, steadying her without making it obvious to others that she needed support. "It's done," she said, her voice steady despite her fatigue. Her eyes met his briefly. a moment of shared relief passing between them. The system is shutting down in controlled sequence. The ley lines will revert to their natural patterns within hours. Thank you, Gunnar said simply, but the weight behind those two words conveyed far more. Eliana's lips curved into the faintest smile, meant only for him. I received your message. I told you I would come. You always do, he replied, echoing their unspoken understanding. The fortress gave one final shudder, then settled into an uneasy stillness. The remaining Black Dawn forces had retreated, leaving only the dead and wounded behind. Eliana's gaze swept over Gunnar's wounded side, the blood-stained bandage evidence of the battle he'd fought. That needs proper attention. It can wait, he said, the familiar response almost automatic. It always can. With you, she countered. And for just a moment the formal guardians slipped away, revealing the woman who had whispered, "Come back to me," before the battle began. Melorian, watching this exchange with knowing eyes, cleared his throat. The Void Warlock has been defeated. Without its power and the machine to amplify it, Black Dawn will retreat for now. His gaze shifted to the battlefield visible through the balcony doors, where the fighting had begun to subside. But this is merely a respite, not a conclusion. The Black Dawn remains, Gunnar acknowledged, reluctantly shifting his attention back to their tactical situation. And if what Trinity said about the Demon King's son is true, then we face a greater threat than we imagined, Eliana finished, her professional demeanor returning. But that is a problem for tomorrow. Her voice softened slightly. Today, you need to tend to your wounded. We need to evacuate, Gunnar agreed, turning to survey his team. Get our people to safety. Eliana nodded. Darren helped Aletharis with Eli, while the 5,077th soldiers gathered their remaining equipment. Rose cast one final glance at the darkened machine before moving. You should go with them, Eliana said to Gunnar, her voice low enough that only he could hear. Your people need their leader. And what about you? He asked, equally quiet. Melorian and I will return once your people are safe. Her eyes met his, a silent communication passing between them. We have much to discuss, you and I, but now is not the time. Gunnar nodded, understanding the words she wasn't saying. When this is over. Yes, she interrupted gently. When this is over. The promise hung between them, unspoken but understood. Another moment delayed, another conversation postponed, but not forgotten. Gunnar was the last to leave, pausing at the threshold. He looked back at Eliana, standing tall and composed amid the ruins of the chamber, her guardian armor gleaming despite the dust and destruction around her. I'll be waiting, Gunnar said simply. Eliana's expression softened, just for him. I know. With that, he turned and joined the last of his team as they departed the machine chamber, making their way carefully through the crumbling fortress to return to the base only a mile away. As Gunnar's team disappeared down the corridor, Melorian approached Eliana. We cannot leave this place intact, he said gravely. Even with the machine deactivated, the technology itself remains too dangerous. Eliana nodded, her gaze returning to the dormant but still intact machine. You're right. Black Dawn will return as soon as they regroup. They can't be allowed to access this again. Nor can we risk moving it, Melorian added. Even dormant, the power signatures could attract attention from forces beyond our control. Then we destroy it, Eliana said decisively. But not here. Not now. She gestured to the unstable structure around them. The fortress is already compromised. If we attempt to dismantle the machine here, we risk accelerating the collapse. Melorian considered this, his ancient eyes scanning the chamber. What do you propose? A stasis field, she replied. We seal the machine in temporal suspension, then collapse the fortress around it. A burial that will keep it hidden until we can return with the proper containment team. And the ley lines? Maelorian asked, understanding the complexity of what they faced. They're already beginning to revert to their natural patterns, Aeliana confirmed, studying the fading energy signatures. Once fully restored, the primary convergence point will return to Eldermire, where it should be. Understanding dawned in Maelorion's eyes. Where the pack has established their base. Not by coincidence, Aeliana replied. Gunnar has always had an instinct for power, even when he doesn't recognize it himself. He chose Eldermire because it felt right, not knowing it was once the natural center of the ley line network. Maelorion nodded slowly. Then perhaps fate has played a greater hand in these events than even I suspected. He unsheathed the first blade once more. Let us proceed. The stasis field will require both our strengths. Together, the Guardians began the intricate ritual that would seal the machine away. Their combined magic flowed in complex patterns, weaving a temporal barrier that would keep the technology frozen in time, neither active nor truly inactive, but suspended between states. As the stasis field solidified around the central column, Aeliana's thoughts briefly turned to Gunnar and the others making their way back to base. The return of the ley lines to their natural configuration would bring new power to the pack's headquarters in Eldermire, power they might soon need against whatever Black Dawn was planning with the Demon King's son. It is done, Maelorion said finally, the stasis field now a shimmering dome encasing the entire machine. Now for the burial. With a series of precise gestures, he directed the first blade's power toward the fortress's key structural supports. Stone groaned against stone as the ancient supports began to give way in a controlled demolition. We should leave, Aeliana said, already moving toward the main exit. The collapse has begun. They made their way swiftly through the crumbling fortress, navigating fallen debris and unstable corridors until they emerged into the open air. Behind them, the ancient structure began its final descent into ruin, burying Draven's machine beneath tons of rock and debris. The stasis field would ensure it remained untouched until they could return with the resources to properly destroy it. From their vantage point on a ridge outside the fortress, they could see the pack's temporary base in the near distance, barely a mile away across the Eldermire landscape. Already the returning ley lines were making their presence known, the air itself seeming to shimmer with renewed magical energy. They will feel it soon, Maelorion observed, looking toward the base. The power returning to this place, it will strengthen them, but it may also attract attention. Then we'll need to help them prepare, Aeliana replied, her gaze fixed on the compound where she knew Gunnar was tending to his wounded. The convergence of the ley lines at Eldermire is both advantage and risk, one they need to understand. As they walked toward the base, Aeliana could already sense the changes taking place. The natural order was reasserting itself, the balance of magic returning to its proper configuration. Eldermire was reclaiming its ancient birthright as a nexus of power. And with that power came responsibility and danger. Black Dawn would eventually realize what had happened. Ultranacious would sense the shift in the magical landscape. The Demon King's son, wherever he was being hidden, might feel the pull of the converging ley lines. The battle was over, but the war was entering a new phase, and as Eldermire awakened to its true nature, the pack would need to adapt once more. Aeliana quickened her pace slightly. Gunnar needed to know what was coming. They had much to discuss, indeed, about machines and magic, about demons and duty, and perhaps finally about themselves. The thunderous roar of the fortress's collapse echoed across the Eldermire landscape. Inside the bunker, Gunnar paused at the sound, his cybernetic hand resting on the makeshift command table as dust fell from the ceiling. The ground trembled slightly beneath their feet, a final death knell for Draven's stronghold. That'll be Aeliana and Maelorion, Darren said, looking up from where he was helping organize ammunition counts. Making sure nobody gets their hands on that machine. Gunnar nodded, his expression unreadable as he studied the tactical display. Smart move. The bunker had transformed into an improvised field hospital, every available space filled with the wounded. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, antiseptic, and the distinctive ozone smell of healing magic. Jewel moved through the chaos with practiced efficiency, her voice rising above the groans of the injured and the urgent calls of her assistants. I need more plasma replacers over here. Rodriguez is stabilized. Move him to the evacuation area. The combat lifesavers from the 5077th worked alongside her, their military training seamlessly adapting to the supernatural injuries they faced. One soldier monitored an elf with energy, burns across his chest, carefully applying the enchanted salve Jewel had provided. This one's ready for transport, the medic called out, stepping back as two elven healers approached with a stretcher. Near the back wall, a shimmering portal stood open, a direct line to Alfheim's healing chambers. A steady stream of the most critically wounded were being carefully moved through, where greater healing resources awaited. Clara entered the bunker, her armor scorched and dented from the battlefield. Omega limped at her side, the dire wolf's silver-grey fur matted with blood, some his own, most not. She spotted Gunnar and made her way toward him, stepping carefully around stretchers and medical equipment. Fortress is down, she reported, her voice hoarse from shouting orders. Black Dawn forces have fully retreated. We've got patrols watching the perimeter, but I don't think they'll be back. Not today. Gunnar acknowledged her with a nod. Casualties? Clara's expression tightened. 17 dead, 42 wounded, 23 critically. We two from the 5077th. She paused, glancing toward the medical area where Ashley was sitting beside a seriously wounded Beta, her hand never leaving the dire wolf's thick fur. Beta took a bad hit, but Jewel says she'll pull through. Katrina lay on one of the medical cots, her skin still bearing the fading black veins of Andolin's corrupted blade. Though Evelyn's counter-magic had neutralized the worst of it, the wound would take time to fully heal. The bunker entrance opened again, letting in a shaft of late afternoon light as Rose entered. Her clothes were still singed from her battle with Draven, her expression a mixture of exhaustion and grim satisfaction. Perimeter's secure, she reported, joining them at the table. No signs of any remaining Black Dawn forces. She glanced around at the wounded, at the overworked medical staff. Quite a price. Could have been worse, Darren noted, if that machine had gone critical. The thought hung in the air, unfinished but understood by all. They had come perilously close to a disaster that would have made Eldermire's first fall look insignificant. A commotion at the entrance drew their attention. Two figures silhouetted against the fading daylight, Aeliana and Maelorian, returning from the fortress ruins. As they entered, the elven warriors who were well enough to stand straightened, some inclining their heads in respect. Gunnar's gaze immediately found Aeliana's across the crowded bunker. Something passed between them, silent, meaningful, before she made her way toward the command table. Maelorian moved instead toward the wounded, offering his considerable healing abilities where they were most needed. It's done, Aeliana said as she reached them. The machine is sealed in a stasis field and buried beneath tons of stone. No one will access it without considerable effort. Gunnar nodded, relief briefly showing through his stoic exterior. Good. But that's not all, she continued, her voice lowered so only the senior staff could hear. The ley lines are returning to their natural configuration. Eldermire is reclaiming its position as a nexus point. Eli, who had been listening from her cot nearby, pushed herself up on her elbows despite Alatheris's protests. A nexus, she repeated, eyes widening. You mean we've been setting on a ley line convergence all this time? Not yet, Aeliana clarified, but soon. The machine's deactivation has allowed the natural order to reassert itself. Within days, perhaps hours, the primary ley lines of this region will once again flow through Eldermire. Well, that's just perfect, Darren muttered. You're telling us it's about to become magical ground zero here? It's both a blessing and a challenge, Eliana said. The power flowing through this place will strengthen your defenses, enhance your capabilities, but it will also make you more visible to those sensitive to such energies. Like the Black Dawn, Gunnar said, understanding immediately. Eliana nodded, and potentially others. The Demon King's son, for instance. The name hung in the air like a storm cloud. No one had yet fully processed the implications of Trinity's revelation, that the Demon King's legacy lived on in a child, being groomed to follow in his father's footsteps. One crisis at a time, Clara said firmly, gesturing toward the wounded. We need to stabilize our people first. Agreed, Gunnar said. He turned to Mylorian, who had just finished healing a particularly grievous wound on one of the elven warriors. We need to evacuate the critically wounded. Jewel approached, wiping blood from her hands with a towel. If we're evacuating, I need to know who's staying. We'll need to organize care for those who can't be moved yet. Gunnar surveyed the crowded bunker, his eye taking in the extent of their losses, the cost of their victory. Rose, Darren, Clara, I need you to coordinate with what's left of our forces. Set up a security perimeter. Organize shifts. No one rests until we're certain the area is secure. They nodded, already moving to carry out his orders. Eli, he continued, looking toward the injured technomancer. Once you're able, I need you and Alatheris to start monitoring these ley line changes. Set up detection equipment, figure out what we're dealing with. On it, Eli replied, already reaching for her equipment despite her injuries. Alatheris sighed but helped her, knowing better than to argue. The bunker continued its organized chaos, wounded being treated, forces being reorganized, the aftermath of battle slowly giving way to recovery. Through it all, Gunnar maintained his calm command, directing, deciding, leading, just as Eliana had asked him to do. As the evening drew in, the rush gradually slowed. The most critical cases had been evacuated to Alfheim, the perimeter secured, the immediate danger past. The bunker quieted, the frantic energy of battle's aftermath replaced by the heavy exhaustion of survivors. Gunnar found himself on the small observation platform that had been built atop the bunker. From here, he could see the distant pile of rubble that had once been Draven's fortress, now just another ruin in the scarred landscape of Eldermire. The setting sun cast long shadows across the battlefield, painting everything in shades of gold and crimson. He heard footsteps behind him, light, familiar. He didn't turn. You should be resting, Eliana said, coming to stand beside him at the railing. So should you, he replied, the ghost of a smile touching his lips. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching as the sun sank lower on the horizon. The day's events weighed heavily on both of them, yet in this moment, there was a strange peace. I meant what I said earlier, Eliana finally spoke, her voice softer than usual. About commanding, not just fighting. Gunnar nodded slowly. I know. You led them well today, she continued. You kept them alive when many would have fallen. Not all of them, he said, the memory of their losses still fresh. No, she acknowledged. Not all. But that's the burden of command, isn't it? Knowing that even your best won't save everyone. They fell silent again, the weight of those words settling between them. Below, the bunker continued its quiet activity, lights coming on as darkness fell. From this distance, the wounded were invisible, the chaos contained, the cost hidden. What happens now? Gunnar asked after a while, his gaze still fixed on the horizon. Now, Eliana said, we prepare. The ley lines will bring change, opportunities and challenges both. And whatever Trinity and Andalin are planning with the Demon King's son, she left the thought unfinished. One battle at a time, Gunnar murmured, echoing Clara's earlier sentiment. Yes. Eliana turned slightly toward him, studying his profile in the fading light. but not alone. The simple statement hung in the air between them, carrying more meaning than its 3 words might suggest. Gunnar finally turned to face her, his expression softening in a way few ever witnessed. "Not alone," he agreed, the words both acknowledgement and promise. As darkness fell fully over Eldamire, the stars began to emerge, bright pinpoints of light in the vast emptiness. Below them, the pack continued their work, tending the wounded, securing their base, surviving as they always had. The fortress was gone, the machines sealed away, the immediate threat neutralized. But as both Gunnar and Aeliana knew, this was merely a respite, not an ending. Somewhere out there, Trinity and Andalin were regrouping. Somewhere, the Demon King's son was growing stronger. And with the ley lines returning to Eldamire, new powers and new dangers would soon emerge. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges. Tonight, in this brief moment of quiet, was time enough to breathe, to heal, to prepare for whatever came next. And for once, neither Gunnar nor Aeliana felt the need to rush back to their duties. For now, standing together under the stars, this moment was enough. Epilogue, the eye of the storm, 2 weeks later. The battle was won, but the war wasn't over. Black Dawn had retreated, fractured, bleeding but far from broken. Somewhere in the shadows they were regrouping. And Echo Division knew it was only a matter of time. But for now there was quiet, and in the quiet they rebuilt. In Eldamire, fresh troops from the 5077th rotated in, taking over from the battle-weary veterans who'd held the line. Military engineers in dust-covered uniforms worked around the clock, reinforcing the underground bunker's damaged sections, installing new defensive systems, and clearing the debris from the battlefield. The distant rumble of earth movers and the rhythmic pounding of hammers filled the air where gunfire and magical explosions had raged just days before. The wounded had been evacuated, some to Alfheim's healing chambers, others back to Earth for recovery. Command had shifted operations temporarily, giving the reconstruction teams space to work. Eli and the elves from Alfheim combed through the wreckage of Draven's fortress, salvaging what they could, documenting what they couldn't. But the real work of recovery was happening elsewhere, in quiet moments, in unexpected places, in the small pockets of peace they'd managed to carve out of the chaos. The brownstone. Rose stood in the middle of the quiet suburban street, staring at the brownstone townhouse that had once been her home. The elegant 3-story building looked like it had been through hell. Charred roof, shattered windows with protective sigils still smoking, one wall half collapsed from the magical firefight. Yellow caution tape fluttered in the breeze, ignored by everyone who mattered. Still standing, Caleb muttered behind her, shifting his weight off his injured leg. Barely, Lyra said, arms crossed as she surveyed the damage. Black Dawn had been thorough in their attack. But then the front door creaked open. A familiar voice called out, smooth as aged whiskey. "If you're just going to gawk, you might as well grab a broom." Rose blinked. Silas. The man stood there smiling. Same deep maroon vest, same immaculate cuffs, same amused expression like he'd just read the end of a book you hadn't started yet. "You," Rose said, half stunned, half relieved. "Me," Silas confirmed, stepping aside to reveal several others inside. Friends and allies who'd emerged from the shadows now that the battle had moved to another realm. A couple of off-duty mercs, a dwarven card shark, and the elf who always bet against his own fate. Argoz's jaw dropped. "Wait, you guys are rebuilding this?" "Started the day after the attack," Silas said, gesturing to the scaffolding already in place along the damaged wall. "Word reached me about what happened. It seemed likely you'd be back." "Why?" Rose asked, stepping closer to what had been their home, their sanctuary on Earth before Draven's forces found them. Silas gave her that look, the one that said, "I know things you don't, and I always will." "Because places like this don't die, not when the right people still need them." His eyes softened, just barely. You gave me a century of loyalty, Rose. Did you think I wouldn't return it? Rose swallowed hard, uncharacteristically silent as she took in the friends working inside, patching walls, clearing debris, replacing the protective sigils. Caleb stepped forward, lifting a piece of fallen brick. Guess we better start earning our keep. Lyra sighed dramatically but followed his lead. At least Evelyn will be happy. She hated where we've been staying. Silas smiled, the expression warming his usually inscrutable features. Welcome home. Again. Ridge Overwatch. Ashley, Beta, Rodriguez. Ashley leaned against the weathered wooden railing of the observation deck, methodically polishing her sidearm, while the afternoon sun warmed her face. From this vantage point on the ridge, she could see for miles across the peaceful countryside of the Pack's Earth facility, so different from the chaos they'd left behind in Eldermire. Beside her, Rodriguez sat on a bench, his bandaged leg stretched out in front of him. The neural shutdown damage from the Black Dawn rifle was healing, but slowly. Doc Jewel had insisted he remain on Earth for at least another week of treatment. Beta lay between them, her massive grey head resting in Rodriguez's lap, amber eyes closed in peaceful sleep. Her flank still bore the fresh scar where a Black Dawn soldier had gotten too close, the fur just beginning to grow back over the healing wound. Rodriguez chuckled softly as the wolf's paws twitched, a low rumble escaping her throat. She's dreaming about tearing apart another mech, isn't she? Ashley's lips curved into a rare smile. Probably, or chasing down that Black Dawn officer who tried to flank us. She holstered her weapon, gazing out at the rolling hills. She doesn't usually take to strangers. Took Darren 3 months before she'd let him within 5 feet. Rodriguez gently ran his fingers through Beta's coarse fur, careful to avoid the sensitive area around her wound. Guess nearly dying together earns you some trust points. That, or she figures you're too injured to be a threat, Ashley replied, but there was warmth in her voice that hadn't been there before the battle. They shared a look across the sleeping wolf, not romantic, just real. A bond forged in fire, the kind that didn't need words. Rodriguez shifted slightly, wincing as he adjusted his position. You miss it yet? The action? Ashley's gaze drifted toward the horizon, where storm clouds gathered in the distance. Sometimes, but this... She gestured to the peaceful scene around them. This isn't so bad either. Beta stirred, her eyes opening briefly to look up at Rodriguez before settling back into sleep with a contented sigh. She'll be ready to go back when it's time, Ashley said quietly. We all will. And they both knew. When the next battle came, they'd face it together. Bianca's kitchen. The massive industrial kitchen at the workshop had been running non-stop for 14 days. Steam billowed from enormous pots, the air thick with the aromas of slow-cooked meats, fresh herbs and baking bread. Bianca moved through the organized chaos with practiced precision, her sleeves rolled up, a smudge of flour on her cheek as she inspected each dish before it was packed for transport. More salt in the stew, less pepper in the sauce, she called over her shoulder to her improvised kitchen staff, 2 off-duty engineers and an elven apprentice who'd shown unexpected talent for human cuisine. The portal hummed to life in the adjoining room, right on schedule for the evening meal transport. Bianca wiped her hands on her apron, surveying the day's work with critical eyes. Insulated containers stacked high, bread still steaming from the ovens, desserts packed with care. Another journey, another meal, she muttered, helping to load the first containers onto the transport carts. The portal crossing was seamless, practiced after 2 weeks of repetition. When Bianca emerged into the bunker's makeshift dining hall, she found the usual sight: exhausted soldiers and elves sitting elbow to elbow at tables too small for their weapons or egos, their faces lit up at the arrival of the food carts, a brief moment of genuine pleasure in the grinding work of reconstruction. As she began setting up the serving station, Gunnar stepped in, plate in hand. She gave him an arch look. You do know how to serve yourself, right? Not like this, he said, nodding to the spread as the containers were opened, releasing clouds of fragrant steam. I miss the kitchen almost as much as I miss peace. She handed him a ladle and grinned. Good, because peace is overrated, and we've still got mouths to feed. Gunnar took the ladle and almost smiled, tugging at his lips. How many trips is this now? 28, Bianca answered without hesitation. Twice a day, 14 days. And I'll keep doing it until these people have a proper mess hall again. She gestured toward a table where human engineers sat shoulder to shoulder with elven warriors, all speaking the universal language of appreciation for a hot meal. Look at that. You know what that is? Gunnar followed her gaze. Dinner? Bianca shook her head. That's how alliances are really built. Not in war rooms or at diplomatic tables, in kitchens, at dinner tables, breaking bread together. She nodded to where an elven warrior was showing a human soldier how to properly season his stew with the herb mixture she'd provided. My grandmother always said, feed them well and they'll fight for each other, not just the cause. Gunnar watched the scene a moment longer, something softening in his expression. Smart woman. Your grandmother. Damn right, Bianca said, already turning to organize the dessert distribution. Now eat. You're still too skinny, and I've got 2 realms to feed. Workshop Command Center. The workshop on Earth hummed with activity, a hive of recovery and preparation. Through the massive windows of the command center, construction vehicles moved across the grounds as the 5077th expanded the perimeter defenses, building new barracks and training facilities. The aftermath of war had become a catalyst for growth. Clara stood at the central tactical display, her silver hair pulled back in a tight braid, her posture rigid despite 2 weeks of exhaustion weighing on her shoulders. As Pack Alpha on Earth, she carried Gunnar's authority in his absence, coordinating between realms while he maintained command at the Eldermire bunker. The Eastern Quadrant is behind schedule, she noted, finger tracing along the holographic blueprint. We need those sensor arrays operational by tomorrow. Darren, leaning against a nearby console, nodded. Already on it. Got a team working double shifts. He looked more dishevelled than usual, dust from construction sites clinging to his boots, papers tucked under one arm as he juggled logistics between 2 worlds. The 5077th are damn good builders, I'll give them that. Never seen a battalion move Earth this fast. The wolves have been helping, Clara said, a hint of pride in her voice. Omega led 3 of them on a perimeter sweep this morning, showing the engineers where the weak points are. Shade entered the command center, his massive frame filling the doorway. Despite the healing gash across his temple and the still visible black veins snaking up his neck from Andolin's corrupted blade, he moved with purpose. Katrina's awake, he announced, his voice tight with an emotion he wouldn't name. Clara and Darren exchanged glances. Katrina had been drifting in and out of consciousness for days, the dark magic from her wound resisting even the most powerful elven healing. And? Darren prompted. And she's asking for her sword, Shade replied, the ghost of a smirk touching his lips. Said something about finishing what we started once she can stand without falling over. Clara nodded, unsurprised. That sounds like Katrina. The healers say another week at least, Shade continued, moving to study the tactical display. The corruption is receding, but slowly. Something in his voice shifted when he spoke of Katrina, a complexity of emotions that belied their complicated history. And Andolin? Clara asked quietly. Shade's expression darkened. When I find him again, there won't be enough left to bring back for questioning. Darren snorted. Get in line. Trinity's got a bullet with her name on it too. He tapped a section of the display, bringing up the progress report from Eldermire. Desera's got the bunker locked down tight. Full surveillance grid, rotating patrols. Says even a shadow couldn't slip in unnoticed. Good, Clara said. We can't afford another surprise. She moved to another section of the display, bringing up security footage of the new portal chamber under construction. Gunnar wants this operational by the end of the week. Direct line to the bunker, controlled access only. Darren rubbed a hand down his face, exhaustion briefly showing through his usual facade. Remind me why I agreed to coordinate with the 5077th again. I was supposed to be retired. Because you're the only one they listen to, Clara replied simply. And because you'd be bored anywhere else, Shade added. Darren grinned, unable to argue with that assessment. Fair enough. He checked his watch. I've got 5 minutes before the next briefing with the Colonel. Anyone need anything blown up while I'm out there? Just focus on building, not demolishing, Clara said, but there was warmth in her voice. As Darren headed for the door, Shade moved closer to Clara, his voice lowering. Any word on the boy? She shook her head. Nothing. Trinity covered her tracks well. But we're looking. The Demon King's son, Shade muttered, his massive hands curling into fists. If he's half as powerful as his father... We'll find him, Clara said with quiet determination. We found each other, didn't we? Shade nodded, understanding the deeper meaning behind her words. The pack had always been more than a military unit. They were family, forged in battle, bound by something stronger than blood. I should check on Katrina, he said after a moment. Clara watched him go, then turned back to the tactical display. Somewhere out there, Black Dawn was regrouping. Trinity and Andalin were planning their next move. The Demon King's son was growing stronger. But so were they. Fortress ruins. The collapsed fortress looked different in daylight, less a site of battle, more an archaeological dig. 2 weeks of careful excavation had cleared much of the rubble, revealing the underground chambers where Draven's machine had nearly torn reality apart. Eli moved carefully through the ruins, her scanner humming as she assessed each artifact before cataloguing it. Though her injuries from the battle had mostly healed, she still walked with a slight limp, pausing occasionally to rest her still tender ribs. The data flowing across her screens painted patterns only she fully understood. Residual energy signatures, magical imprints, the echoes of what had nearly destroyed them all. The resonance patterns are stabilizing, she noted, adjusting her scanner. The ley lines are almost back to their natural configuration. Alatheris nodded, kneeling beside a partially excavated console. His nimble fingers traced the intricate runes etched into its surface, his expression contemplative. Draven's work was remarkable in its way. Flawed, corrupted, but built on principles that might have been revolutionary under different circumstances. That's what makes it dangerous, Eli replied, shooting him a knowing look. Genius twisted to destruction is still genius. Nearby, Lyra supervised a team of elven mages as they carefully dismantled a section of the machine's core components. The High Guardian had shed his ceremonial robes for more practical attire, though the First Blade remained at his side, its presence a reminder of who truly commanded this operation. Careful with the containment field, he instructed as 2 mages lifted a pulsing crystal node. That component connects directly to the dimensional resonator. The mages nodded, their movements precise as they secured the node in a specially designed containment case. Around them, similar cases stood ready for transport, each labelled, each destined for secure study in Alfheim's most protected vaults. Outside the excavation area, a perimeter of elven guards stood vigilant, their armour gleaming in the midday sun. Among them, a heavy weapons squad from the 5077th had set up defensive positions, machine gun nests covering all approaches, mortar teams ready to respond to any threat. The unlikely allies worked with practiced coordination, human and elven patrols moving in synchronized patterns. Eli approached Melorian, her scanner displaying a new reading. We've reached the primary control matrix. This is what Draven used to redirect the ley lines. Melorian studied the data, his ancient eyes narrowing slightly. Can it be safely extracted? With proper containment protocols, yes, Eli confirmed. But it's not just the physical components we need to worry about. The magical templates, the formulas Draven developed. She hesitated. They exist now. They can't be unthought. Knowledge is never truly destroyed, Mylorian agreed, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. We do not seek to erase what was discovered, only to ensure it is understood by those who will not misuse it. Alatheris joined them, carefully carrying a small crystal sphere that glowed with inner fire. This is remarkable. A power amplification matrix unlike anything in our archives. The craftsmanship is... He caught Eli's knowing glance and smiled. Dangerous, yes, but still worthy of study. That's why we're here, Eli said, accepting the sphere and securing it in a containment field, to learn without repeating Draven's mistakes. A soldier from the 5077th approached, his enchanted rifle held at the ready. Ma'am, perimeter report. All clear, but we've got some unusual energy readings about a mile east. Residual discharge from the collapsed ley lines, Eli explained, checking her scanner. It's harmless, but keep your distance all the same. The soldier nodded and returned to his post. Eli watched him go, noting the ease with which the human moved among the elven guards. 2 weeks ago, such cooperation would have seemed remarkable. Now it was simply necessary. Mylorian's gaze swept over the excavation site, taking in the careful work of dozens of specialists. We will need another week to complete the extraction. Once the key components are secured, the remainder can be safely dismantled and transported to Alfheim. And there? What happens to all this? Eli gestured to the collection of artifacts they'd already catalogued. Study, understanding, and then, once we have learned what we can, containment, Mylorian answered. Some knowledge must be preserved, even that which is dangerous, if only to ensure it is never again misused. Eli nodded, turning back to her work. As she catalogued another component, her thoughts drifted to the workshop on Earth, to the base in Eldermire, to the scattered members of the pack recovering across realms. The machine had been stopped, but Draven's legacy lived on. In the artifacts they collected, in the wounds still healing, and, somewhere out there, in a child who carried the blood of a demon king. Her scanner beeped, drawing her back to the present. One crisis at a time, she reminded herself. Today they focused on understanding what had nearly destroyed them. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges. Alatheris, she called, I need your expertise on this resonance pattern. The work continued, methodical and careful, beneath the watchful eyes of those who understood exactly what was at stake. Outside the command bunker, Gunnar and Eliana. The sun hung low over Eldermire, casting long shadows across the scarred battlefield where, 2 weeks earlier, they had faced extinction. Gunnar stood at the edge of the newly reinforced observation point, his silhouette stark against the fading light. His cybernetic hand gripped the railing, the metal fingers occasionally flexing as his eyes scanned the horizon. Vigilant, as always. They're not done, he muttered, tracking movement in the distant hills that was probably just wildlife but could be scouts. They're pulling back, restructuring. We should be hunting them. Eliana approached silently, now dressed in worn leathers instead of her guardian armor. She moved to stand beside him, close enough that someone watching might have wondered if their shoulders touched. They didn't, but the space between them had always said more than contact ever could. And you will, she said, her voice carrying a gentleness reserved only for him. But not today. He didn't look at her, but his posture shifted almost imperceptibly toward her presence. You have survivors to lead, she continued, wounded to heal, a world to rebuild. The light caught the silver in her hair, reminding him of that moment before the battle when she had appeared in her full guardian regalia, taken his hand in front of everyone, and whispered those words that still echoed in his mind. Come back to me. Finally he sighed. I don't know how to stop. You don't, she said, and now her hand rested on the railing beside his, not quite touching but close enough to feel the warmth. You pause, you breathe, then you keep going. When it's time. Gunnar looked down at the datapad in his hand. Intelligence reports names, possible hideouts, Trinity and Andolin's possible locations, the search for the Demon King's son, all the fights that still lay ahead. He closed it. The datapad lowered to his side, and for the first time in what felt like days, Gunnar let out a breath that wasn't about strategy, loss, or war. He turned to face her. Eliana met his gaze unwavering. No armor, no pretense. Just her, silver hair catching the dying light, eyes that had seen more than most could endure, and yet somehow still held wonder in them when she looked at him. Gunnar reached out, his real hand, not the cybernetic one, scarred, calloused, but warm. His fingers brushed against her cheek, tracing the curve with a reverence that said more than any battlefield speech ever could. She didn't flinch. She leaned into the touch. "I should have said it before," he murmured, his voice low and raw. Eliana tilted her head slightly into his hand, her eyes never leaving his. "Then say it now." His thumb lingered at the corner of her mouth. "I need you," he said. "Not as a guardian, not for strategy. Just you." For a heartbeat, time held still. The ruins of Eldermire faded, the weight of survival and politics and war melting into silence. She stepped forward, close enough that her breath mingled with his, and whispered, "Then take me. Just for this moment." Gunnar didn't hesitate. He leaned in and kissed her. It was not desperate. It was anchored. In years of unspoken words, midnight glances, and wounds that only the other could ever understand. Her hands rose to his chest, fingers curled against the worn fabric of his jacket. His hand slid to the back of her neck, pulling her just that fraction closer. There was no more battlefield between them. No duty. No worlds to carry. Just them. When they finally parted, foreheads resting together, her hand still on his chest, he whispered against her skin, "I came back to you." Eliana's smile trembled, just barely. "You always do." Final beat. That night, a lantern burned on the balcony of the brownstone. Its light reached far, into the rubble, the hills, and the hearts of those who still fought. Black Dawn was still out there, but so were they. This wasn't the end, but it was the beginning of what came next.